Chapter 1601, When Prison Heart looked towards the left side of the Fireweaver defensive line and saw a block spot popping out of nowhere. He couldn't help but be glad. But then he knit his brows. He was glad because his guess was correct. The 100 Treasures realm didn't attack because the Fireweaver reserve troops hadn't moved yet. So when the reserve troops moved, the 100 Treasures realm also moved. Prison Heart also frowned because the 100 Treasures realm were amazing. Even if he guessed the reason why the 100 Treasures realm didn't move, if he was commanding the 100 Treasures realm, he wouldn't be able to do it. The ability of the 100 Treasures realm made Prison Heart feel dread. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a firm light. He turned to Hawkins and said, "Hawkins, get ready. Once the 100 Treasures realm breaks through, you'll immediately charge in." Hearing Prison Heart, Hawkins couldn't help but stare. He also turned towards the left side of the defensive line. He discovered a clump of shadow aggressively charging towards the defensive line. With Zhao Hai's command, the entire 100 Treasures realm fleet moved. Mu Yao didn't know why Zhao Hai chose to attack this time, but he noticed the cannons of the large artifacts beginning to extend out of the windows. Mu Yao also saw the arrangement of the turtle shells. It was arranged in a formation that has the effect of increasing the damage to formations. Mu Yao couldn't help but nod. Compared to cultivators, formations were more of a headache to deal with. The Fireweavers hid behind their formations to fight against the 100 Treasures realm. But once these formations were dealt with, the 100 Treasures realm were able to deal with the Fireweavers easily. After that, Mu Yao noticed that Zhao Hai had released a large number of sword shuttles. The destination of these sword shuttles were the subordinate realm camps that had been almost emptied. Because these subordinate camps didn't have very powerful defensive formations, the sword shuttles were able to break through easily and slaughter the cultivators inside. Naturally, the cultivators inside the large artifacts also targeted these small camps. The large artifacts were very fast. At this time, the sword shuttles sent out by Zhao Hai returned to the fleet. Then the sword shuttles, along with the 13 large artifacts, flew straight towards the Fireweavers' army. The Fireweavers also discovered the approach of the 100 Treasures realm, but they had no means to resist this charge. In the end, they can only meet it head-on. Under the gaze of the Fireweavers and the Divergent realm, the large artifacts of the 100 Treasures realm crashed onto Fireweavers like a rhinoceros bulldozing a flock of sheep. The Fireweavers simply could do nothing to block them. The Fireweavers could only look at the bloody road that the 100 Treasures realm carved out. The Fireweaver army numbered a total of 500,000. Because their opponent was the Divergent realm, their lineups were secret. But at this time, the 100 Treasures realm were able to kill countless amounts of people. This completely disrupted the arrangements the Fireweavers made. The Fireweavers knew that the 100 Treasures realm had arrived at the Divergent realm's camp. They initially wanted to go over to see if the 100 Treasures realm had enough large artifacts to make an impact on the battlefield. Unfortunately, the defenses of the Divergent realm were too strong. They didn't have an opportunity to scout it out. When the 100 Treasures realm fleet suddenly appeared on their flank, the Fireweaver army was confused, and before they could make a response, the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts came crashing in, ripping a large hole through their army formation. Since he was paying attention to the battlefield, Prison Heart immediately sent out the Divergent realm's reserve troops led by Hawkins. The troops numbered 50,000. Prison Heart left the reserve army to Hawkins. He wanted to see if the 100 Treasures realm was as strong as he thought they would. If the 100 Treasures realm's attack really had an impact, then this reserve army would be the last straw that would break the camel's back. And soon it was made clear that the 100 Treasures realm really did pull their own weight. Moreover, they did their job perfectly. The Fireweaver army's flank has been shredded to bits. Then there's the arrival of the Divergent realm's reserve army. The Fireweavers cannot block the 100 Treasures realm. Troops numbered to the tens of thousands in the middle of the army were now extremely weakened. With the enemy's formation turning chaotic, the Divergent realm immediately grasped the opportunity. The cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm also rushed over. At this time, the Fireweaver army was very fragile. If it's only the 100 Treasures realm that attacked, then the Fireweaver army might be able to resist. However, the Divergent realm was here as well. The Fireweaver army couldn't withstand the pressure of two realms. The subordinate realms of the Fireweavers looked down on the 100 Treasures realm. After all, the 100 Treasures realm was only a high-grade realm, so how could they surrender to the 100 Treasures realm? But the Divergent realm was different. The Divergent realm was a great realm like the Fireweaver realm. In the past, When the Fire Weavers and the Divergent Realm were still in a stalemate, these subordinate realms could still stay loyal to the Fire Weavers. But because of the attack of the 100 Treasures Realm, the Fire Weaver army was heading into defeat. In this case, the subordinate realms could no longer sit still. Those who had weak mental states began to fall apart. A collapse of a section of an army would cause a chain reaction to the entire army. In ancient battles, this would cause a great commotion. In fights between cultivators, although there wouldn't be a commotion, the psychology of the people would still be affected. Seeing their ally running away would plant the idea of running as well in their minds. Inevitably, some people would also run. This was especially true for those from the subordinate realms. Besides their own realms, they were never completely loyal to those they were under. That was to say that these people were just looking for a good battle. In the battle between the 100 Treasures Realm and the Fire Weaver Giant Spirit Realm Alliance, things were different. It can be said that the 100 Treasures Realm were never really defeated at that time. The 100 Treasures Realm also gave their subordinate realms a lot of benefits in exchange for help in their war. In turn, these subordinate realms were eager to deal with the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm. Moreover, back then, the 100 Treasures Realm's performance was perfect. Against the Fire Weaver Giant Spirit Realm Alliance, they kept retreating until they defended the headquarters of the 100 Treasures Realm. In the remaining battles, the losses they incurred were minimal. This gave the subordinate realms confidence in following the 100 Treasures Realm in future battles. In comparison, the situation with the Fire Weavers wasn't the same. The Fire Weavers hardly won against the attack of the two realms. They could only resist against the 100 Treasures Realm. Moreover, the last action of the Fire Weavers to work with the Giant Spirit Realm caused dissatisfaction among the subordinate realms. Therefore, it was impossible for these subordinate realms to be eager in fighting with the Fire Weavers to the end. The retreat of the subordinate realms was a fatal attack to the army morale, and with the originally chaotic state of the army, the Fire Weaver army collapsed soon after. Zhao Hai had no intentions to let these people off. The fleet turned around and dove once again into the Fire Weaver army. Seeing the approaching fleet of large artifacts, those with the last shred of resistance in the Fire Weavers were finally compelled to run away. The cultivators of the Divergent Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm seemed to be injected with chicken blood. They all roared out loud as they tore the Fire Weaver army to pieces. Zhao Hai received his artifacts as he looked at the battlefield. It wasn't that there were no immortal experts that resisted them, but in front of powerful large artifacts, these immortal experts were like deer in front of a speeding car. Also, the immortal experts of the 100 Treasures Realm have set out to deal with the enemy's immortal experts. Some of them were even chasing the escaping enemy. Only Mu Yao stood beside Zhao Hai on the fortress. He looked at the battlefield in a daze. He let out a long breath and murmured, "We won." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, we won." "Elder, will you go meet with the Divergent Realm?" Mu Yao replied, "Let's chase the Fire Weavers first. The more we kill, the easier it would be for us later on." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand and released his 13 giant spirit treasure ships along with the sword shuttles. Then these large artifacts separated and began chasing down the enemy. All the Fire Weavers who wanted to form a resistance were soon destroyed by the impact of the large artifacts. It must be said that the melee capabilities of large artifacts were very strong, especially when the enemy didn't have their own large artifact. Originally, the Fire Weavers had their own large artifacts, but when they fought against the Divergent Realm, these large artifacts were treated as bunkers, so they were placed in the very front. When Zhao Hai and the others rushed from behind, these large artifacts were unable to turn around in time. In the end, they were destroyed without being able to do anything, without any means to counterattack. It was a one-sided slaughter. The 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm cultivators were like sharks that had smelled blood. They threw themselves towards the Fire Weavers and hunted them down. Zhao Hai wasn't hurrying like the others. He just commanded the turtle to roam the battlefield. Sometimes, he would fire his cannons and receive corpses for the space to turn into undead. At this moment, a breeze arrived. Then a person's shadow appeared on top of the octagonal fortress. Chapter 1602. A stunning proposal. Zhao Hai was startled. His spiritual force was formidable, but he still failed to notice this person. If it weren't for this person coming with friendly thoughts, causing a breeze before appearing, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have discovered him. This was an expert of extraordinary strength. Zhao Hai turned his head to discover Prison Heart. Mu Yao also noticed the old man's arrival. His expression couldn't help but change as he bowed and said, I have seen Elder Prison Heart. Zhao Hai also gave a salute, pretending to not know who Prison Heart was. Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mu Yao, this is Zhao Hai. Mu Yao nodded and said, Little Hai, this is Elder Prison Heart. He's from the same generation as my master. Don't be impolite. Zhao Hai still had the look of ignorance on his face. He quickly cupped his fist and said, I have seen Elder Prison Heart. Prison Heart nodded at Zhao Hai's conduct. Then he said, Good, a very good young man. You're the most talented young man I have ever seen. Zhao Hai cupped his fist once more. I don't dare receive Elder's praise. Prison Heart waved his hand and said, I'm not praising you. I'm just telling the truth. There's no need to be smooth if the cuts and corners are obvious. Zhao Hai showed an embarrassed smile which caused Prison Heart to laugh. Then he looked at Mu Yao and said, Mu Yao, we won this battle because of you. With this battle, I promise that the Fire Weavers will be eliminated. Hearing Prison Heart, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then his expression lit up as he said, Will Elder make a move? If you do, those Fire Weavers will be finished. Prison Heart shook his head and said, I won't. I'm already old and can't make moves anymore. This world already belongs to your generation. Hearing this, Zhao Hai's heart suddenly felt fearful and on guard. He knew that this was his instinct technique acting up. He feels danger coming for him. As soon as Zhao Hai became alert, he felt a hidden thread of spiritual force coming towards him. Then he noticed that Mu Yao seemed to be spacing out. Zhao Hai immediately understood that Prison Heart was attacking him. Zhao Hai stared. Then he felt how powerful the spiritual force was. It wasn't something he could contend against at this time. He quickly withdrew his spiritual force inwards. As expected, the attacking spiritual force pursued. Zhao Hai sneered. He shrank his spiritual force once more and retreated to his nascent soul. Meanwhile, the pursuing spiritual force hit a formation. The five elements killing formation protects Zhao Hai's spirit, not allowing foreign spiritual force to enter unless permitted by Zhao Hai. This formation needed to be dealt with if one wanted to attack Zhao Hai's soul. Although Prison Heart's spiritual force was very strong, he still falls short compared to the five elements killing formation. His spiritual force was immediately cut off. Then the five elements killing formation retaliated, causing blood to flow out of Prison Heart's orifices. But Prison Heart was able to quickly recover the damage. Zhao Hai released his spiritual force and returned to normal. Then he raised his head to look at Prison Heart. Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai. Then he smiled bitterly as he removed the blood on his face using his hand. Then he looked at Zhao Hai's wary expression and said, Young man, you don't need to be so nervous. I'm already a dying old man. I just want to do something for the Divergent Realm before I die. Zhao Hai looked at Prison Heart in confusion. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Prison Heart forced a smile and said, You don't need to be surprised. I'm already old and I can feel that I won't live for too long. However, the Divergent Realm doesn't have any talents I can pass the baton to. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures Realm is currently rich in talents. Whether it's Mu Yao or you, you're all geniuses of your generation. I only want to instill a sense of friendliness towards the Divergent Realm to the two of you. You can also benefit from this in your future cultivation. If I don't do this, the Divergent Realm wouldn't have any future with the way it's going right now. When he heard Prison Heart, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect Prison Heart to attack him because of this. However, he still didn't relax. Who knows if this old man would attack once more when he lowers his guard. Prison Heart smiled bitterly and said, There's no need to worry. I won't attack you anymore. Don't you have that formation in your soul? What chance do I have to attack you? That formation even counterattacks in addition to protecting you. Although Zhao Hai didn't want to reveal anything, he knew that he couldn't deceive Prison Heart. Therefore, he just didn't say anything. Prison Heart smiled bitterly, then he waved his hand, restoring Mu Yao to normal. Mu Yao didn't know anything about what just happened. He just continued from the previous topic. No, Elder, you're not old. You can still make a move. Zhao Hai stared at Mu Yao. He didn't expect Prison Heart to be this formidable. Even Mu Yao was unaware that he had been put under a spell. Prison Heart smiled towards Mu Yao and said, Mu Yao, I'm a dying old man. If I make a move, I deteriorate even quicker, so I really don't want to make a move this time. I'm just here to ask a favor. If the Divergent Realm experiences trouble in the future, I hope you can help them in consideration for this old man's face. When Mu Yao heard Prison Heart say this, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He didn't understand why Prison Heart said this, but he was still polite and answered, Elder, The Divergent Realm is 100 times stronger than the 100 Treasures Realm. What problems would it have for it to need the help of the 100 Treasures Realm? Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao and then shook his head and said, I'm not asking the 100 Treasures Realm to help the Divergent Realm. I'm asking you to help the Divergent Realm. Then he gave a glance towards Zhao Hai. When he saw Prison Heart's gaze, Mu Yao understood that Prison Heart had taken a fancy to Zhao Hai's potential. If other people found out about Mu Yao's thoughts, they would no doubt be surprised. Who was Zhao Hai? He was just a young man in the severed soul stage. People like him were just small figures in other realms. They were even more insignificant in a great realm like the Divergent Realm. Mu Yao didn't think that Prison Heart was being excessive in his praise. This was because he completely understood Zhao Hai's strength. He knew how powerful Zhao Hai really was. Although Zhao Hai was just at the severed soul stage, his combat strength surpassed average immortal experts. Not talking about his other abilities, Zhao Hai's large artifacts alone would be extremely hard to stop even for the 100 Treasures Realm. Although the 100 Treasures Realm also had their own large artifacts, these large artifacts needed a lot of people to operate. Moreover, these large artifacts required a lot of crystal stones. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's large artifacts didn't require all these things. Zhao Hai could also use his undead to send spiritual chi to his large artifacts. In this case, the 100 Treasures Realms couldn't contend against him using large artifacts. So if they want to block Zhao Hai's charge, they would need to expend tons of resources. And even so, they weren't confident that they would succeed. If Zhao Hai becomes an immortal expert, he could use even more large artifacts. Such a person's potential couldn't be underestimated. As soon as he figured this out, Mu Yao immediately replied, since Elder says so, then let's leave it up to fate. If there's an opportunity for Mu Yao to help the Divergent Realm, then I definitely won't refuse. Prison Heart nodded and said, as a thank you, please receive these tokens. After he said that, he threw 2 silver tokens towards Zhao Hai and Mu Yao. Zhao Hai and Mu Yao received the tokens and found that it looked very ordinary. But when they took a closer look, they found that they were different. They looked ordinary, but the longer they look at the token, they began to see that the heart character engraved on it was emitting spiritual chi, inviting people to use their spiritual chi on it. The 2 were greatly surprised, then they immediately took their spiritual force back. They no longer dared to stare at the token. Looking at the 2, Prison Heart couldn't help but smile as he said, take them. These tokens have my spiritual force inside it. My spiritual chi is special. If you hold these tokens, the people in the Divergent Realm will treat you as though you were me. Nobody would dare look down on you. If they do, then the people from the Divergent Realm would punish them. Zhao Hai and Mu Yao understood that these tokens were very powerful. They didn't expect to receive it. Looking at the 2, Prison Heart smiled faintly as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, you have a very strong spiritual force. How about becoming this old man's closing disciple? Both Zhao Hai and Mu Yao were stunned when they heard Prison Heart. Who was Elder Prison Heart? He was the most powerful elder of the Divergent Realm. Zhao Hai becoming his disciple would immediately elevate Zhao Hai's status. Moreover, he would become Prison Heart's closing disciple. For cultivators, a closing disciple was almost equal to a legacy successor. This status wasn't ordinary. As long as Zhao Hai agrees, there would be very few people in the Divergent Realm who could make a move on him. One shouldn't underestimate Prison Heart's status because he's dying. Over the countless years he stayed in the Divergent Realm, he managed to help an uncountable number of people to restrain their heart's demon and improve their strength. Those he helped would definitely give face to his disciple. That represented an enormous power. Nobody would dare offend Zhao Hai in the Divergent Realm. Zhao Hai stared at Prison Heart. He initially thought that this might be another of Prison Heart's plots. However, his instinct technique didn't sense any danger. This caused him to think that this old man was sincere in his invitation. This caused Zhao Hai to feel conflicted. Chapter 1603, Paying a Visit After the Battle. Mu Yao reacted first. He looked at Zhao Hai, then at Prison Heart and said, Elder, are you joking? Are you really going to accept Zhao Hai as a disciple, or do you just want him to join the Divergent Realm? Zhao Hai blankly looked at Prison Heart. To be honest, he was also thinking the same. He didn't know whether Prison Heart wanted him to become his disciple or he just wanted Zhao Hai to join the Divergent Realm. Although Zhao Hai wasn't opposed to joining the Divergent Realm, he also wanted to maintain his identity in the 100 Treasures Realm. In other words, he wanted to be a person who belongs to 2 realms. Prison Heart shook his head and said, Not that. Zhao Hai still belongs to the 100 Treasures realm, but he's also my disciple. I just hope that he can help the Divergent realm if something happens to it in the future." Mu Yao and Zhao Hai both frowned. They were confused by Prison Heart's words. After some hesitation, Mu Yao asked, "Elder, why do you always think that something would happen to the Divergent realm?" Prison Heart turned his head to the Divergent realm cultivators who were chasing the Fire Weavers. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you think about the Divergent realm's state right now?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect Prison Heart to ask him this question, but he gave his honest reply. "It's doing very well. It's like a blooming flower or a raging fire burning oil." Prison Heart nodded. "Correct. As long as we manage to destroy the Fire Weavers, the Divergent realm wouldn't have anyone to worry about in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The 3 other great realms might try to deal with us, but they can't threaten our strength. What I'm worried about is another place." Hearing Prison Heart, Zhao Hai and Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then the two looked at each other, seeing a look of understanding in each other's eyes. Looking at Mu Yao and Zhao Hai's expressions, Prison Heart gawked. Then he asked, "You know what place I'm talking about? Did you bet with that place again?" Mu Yao and Zhao Hai looked at each other, then they shook their heads at the same time. However, they also didn't say a word of denial. Looking at the reaction of the two, Prison Heart understood that the 100 Treasures realm did indeed make a bet with that place. They just weren't allowed to talk about it. Suddenly, a shocking thought passed through Prison Heart's mind. If the 100 Treasures realm made a bet with the Sky Tower, then why did they attack the Fire Weavers? They should have been busy fulfilling the terms of the bet, and if they lost, the Sky Tower wouldn't have allowed them to enter this profitable collaboration. Prison Heart knew very well how strict the people of the Sky Tower were, and with how the situation has gone so far, it seems like the Sky Tower had no intentions of interfering. There's only one explanation for this. The 100 Treasures realm won against the Sky Tower. Winning against the Sky Tower? Was it that easy? Prison Heart was shocked by his guess, but the longer he looked at Zhao Hai and Mu Yao's expressions, the more he was convinced. Prison Heart sighed. He didn't try to test them and instead said, "Since you know about that place, then you should know that once we destroy the Fire Weavers, they wouldn't just let the Divergent realm off. If something bad happens, the Divergent realm would suffer a great loss." Mu Yao wanted to say anything, but he was waved silent by Prison Heart. The old man looked at Mu Yao and said, "Mu Yao, tell me the truth. How do you see Hawkins?" Mu Yao stared. Then after hesitating for a moment he said, "Mr. Hawkins is brave and courageous. His military talents are extraordinary, and his fighting strength is formidable. He's a top expert of the 10,000 realm battlefield." Prison Heart nodded and said, "What you said isn't wrong. Hawkins is indeed brave and courageous. He's strong as well. However, he's too prideful. Because of his strength, he's beginning to think that he can solve everything. But there are things that cannot be solved with strength. If he meets the Sky Tower, what do you think would happen?" Mu Yao paused for a while. He really didn't know much about Hawkins, but from what he can see, it's possible that Hawkins would butt heads with the Sky Tower. Thinking of this, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. With Hawkins' character, he would take the entire Divergent realm and fight the Sky Tower. Mu Yao didn't want to imagine the result if such a thing happened. Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao and said, "You're thinking that Hawkins would go to war with the Sky Tower. This is something that Hawkins would do. But this is exactly what I don't want to happen. With the Divergent realm's strength, it simply couldn't contend against the Sky Tower. This move would only bring destruction to the Divergent realm." Mu Yao and Zhao Hai were silent. They didn't know what to say. Prison Heart didn't wait for the two to reply before he continued, "And among the current generation, Hawkins is the only one with talent. This is what I worry about the most. No successors." These words flashed through Zhao Hai and Mu Yao's minds. Prison Heart sighed and said, "The Divergent realm has no successors. The token I gave you two can be used to overturn Hawkins' decision when necessary. Also, I'm willing to take Zhao Hai as a disciple because he has talent. At the same time, becoming my disciple would give him some status in the Divergent realm, even if he doesn't join." Zhao Hai and Mu Yao were silent. They didn't expect Prison Heart to have these thoughts in his mind. They really don't know what to say. Prison Heart looked at the two, then he sighed and said, "I'm sincere in accepting Little Hai as a disciple. I can feel that I only have 1 or 2 years left to live. After I depart, Hawkins will take my position. Nobody can control Hawkins in the Divergent realm. When the time comes, he will have the entire divergent realm in his hands. I worry about him every day. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai. Then he turned to Prison Heart and said, Elder, if you won't force Zhao Hai to join the divergent realm, then I can allow him to take you as his master. Zhao Hai didn't expect Mu Yao to agree this quickly, but he didn't mind it. Instead, he turned his head and waited for Prison Heart's response. Prison Heart looked at the two and said, Don't worry, I won't force Little Hai to join the divergent realm. Once this battle ends, we can discuss this further. Prison Heart vanished after he said this. Zhao Hai looked at the surroundings. At the same time, he activated the silver needles around them. Prison Heart has indeed left. Zhao Hai turned his head to Mu Yao and said, Elder, should I really take Elder Prison Heart as a master? Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and then smiled bitterly as he said, Of course you should. Are you satisfied with your current status? You don't know how many people want to worship Elder Prison Heart as a master but can't. This is an opportunity for you. You should cherish it. If others hear it, they will kill you with their envy. Zhao Hai frowned and said, I'm really not sure. Prison Heart uses a divergent ability. Even if I know some techniques, there's no point in using something I'm not used to. So what can he teach me? It wasn't that Zhao Hai couldn't use multiple abilities. However, he was wary of Prison Heart's strength. It was precisely because of this strength that Zhao Hai was hesitant to take the old man as his master. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai. Then he forced a smile and said, Little Hai, you shouldn't be deceived by Prison Heart's gentle look. If we outright rejected him from taking you as his disciple, he might arrange people to deal with us, and even the 100 Treasures realm. Little Hai, you should know why the old man is named Prison Heart. It's not because he can bring you heaven, but because he can let you experience hell. There are very few people who Prison Heart helped, but there are countless experts he sent to hell. There's another thing you need to pay attention to. Those whose strength has been improved by Prison Heart are very loyal to him. Don't think that it's all beneficial. It might be a type of spiritual attack. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He quickly said, Elder, since you know all of these, why do you still want me to become his disciple? Isn't it dangerous? Mu Yao sighed and said, We're dragging time. I have the feeling that what Prison Heart said about his lifespan is true. He really doesn't have long to live. Immortal experts do indeed have extremely long lives, but even if he consumed heavenly treasures to extend his lifespan would still run out one day. If we can delay until his lifespan is exhausted, then we won't have anything to worry about. Moreover, the impression that Hawkins gave me is just brief. I'm not even sure if that's his real persona. In short, we need to tread carefully when it comes to this matter. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao. He hesitated for a while before he opened his mouth and said, Elder, Prison Heart already attacked us. At that time, you were in a daze. I was only able to block the attack because I have the protection of faith power. Furthermore, when I got my cultivation method, I was able to acquire a formation that protected my soul. When he attacked my soul, the formation retaliated, causing Prison Heart to bleed. Then he said those words after releasing you from his attack. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao's expression changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, are you telling the truth? Zhao Hai nodded. I am. I won't dare tell you such lies. Mu Yao knit his brows and said, as expected, he's an old monster from my master's generation. He's indeed powerful. Even if I knew his plan, I still wouldn't be able to fight back. But if you really manage to block him and cause him to bleed, then his words just now might be 80% true. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao in confusion. Mu Yao continued, he can't live long, and he can't break through a higher realm of cultivation. In other words, as long as you're unaffected by his attacks and even manage to injure him, this means that he couldn't do anything to you. So he might as well receive you as his disciple. This will give the Divergent Realm a way out. To be honest, although Prison Heart is vicious and merciless, his loyalty to the Divergent Realm is unquestioned. Zhao Hai paused, then he nodded and said, this is also good. As long as I can guard against him, nothing will go wrong. Let's see what he plans to do next. While the two were talking, the battle outside came to an end. The two armies of the 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm have completely defeated the Fire Weaver army. The battle was very favorable for the 100 Treasures Realm. By the end of the battle, the 100 Treasures Realm lost only less than 1,000 people. The Divergent Realm's losses were much bigger. Their casualties reached more than 10,000, nearly reaching 20,000. Naturally, because the two realms won the battle spectacularly, this meant that the Fire Weavers lost a lot of people, surpassing 80,000. As for those who ran away, nobody knows. It can be said that if the Fire Weavers didn't run fast, then Zhao Hai's kills would have been greater. After losing 2 wars against the 100 Treasures realm, the Fire Weavers learned how to be smart. Seeing the army collapsing and the subordinate realms running away, the Fire Weavers immediately retreated using their tame beasts. Because of this, they suffered less losses compared to past battles. Therefore, although the Fire Weavers were driven back, it was still a long way ahead for them to be dealt with. The Fire Weaver realm's many years of accumulation couldn't be toppled by just one battle. The people of the 100 Treasures realm had happy faces as they returned to the large artifacts. At the same time, the look the people of the Divergent realm gave the 100 Treasures realm has changed. When the 100 Treasures realm arrived at the Divergent realm's camp, the people of the Divergent realm looked down on them. There were a lot of people who thought the same as Hawkins. Although Prison Heart's words still carry a lot of weight in the Divergent realm, Hawkins was beginning to take control of a lot of its functions. Because of this, Hawkins' view is shared by a lot of people. Naturally, they also don't look favorably upon the 100 Treasures realm. However, today's battle showed them that the 100 Treasures realm wasn't ordinary. This was especially true for the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts. After everyone from the 100 Treasures realm returned to the large artifacts, Hawkins unexpectedly arrived at the Hell King's ship to visit Mu Yao. Upon arriving at the Hell King's ship, Hawkins cupped his fist as he laughed and said, "Elder Mu, please excuse this Hawkins for my impolite attitude previously. I ask Elder Mu to forgive me." Hawkins' words caused Mu Yao to stare. He didn't expect Hawkins to be so direct, but to be honest, he appreciated this kind of behavior. Chapter 1604, Battle Analysis. Appreciation has little to do with someone's relationship with another. Nobody was sure if Hawkins was a good leader, but Mu Yao can't deny that Hawkins was an outstanding person. He may not be good at politics nor calculations, but Hawkins was a hard warrior through and through. He looks down on cowards, but once he discovers that he was wrong, he is able to face the consequences. This was something that not a lot of people could do. Mu Yao looked at Hawkins, then he laughed and said, "Elder Hawkins is too polite. Please come in." Then he invited Hawkins into the Hell King's ship. Although Mu Yao stayed in the fortress the most, it didn't allow people from the outside to enter. Therefore, when they receive people, they do it on the Hell King's ship. Mu Yao invited Hawkins inside. The cabin was already transformed into a beautiful lobby. Upon entering the cabin, Hawkins looked around him and then nodded and said, "Elder Mu, to be honest, I really envy the large artifacts of the 100 Treasures realm. If the Divergent realm has these large artifacts, then I won't mind not using transmission formations for travel." Mu Yao laughed. Then after inviting Hawkins to sit down, he said, "Elder Hawkins, may I know the reason for your visit?" Hawkins smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. I just want to see Elder Mu. This time, our victory is largely thanks to the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts. I want to come and see them for myself." Hearing Hawkins, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Elder Hawkins is too polite. We're allies. Naturally we need to deal with our common enemy. This is something we should be doing. Moreover, although we won this battle, the Fire Weavers wouldn't fall because of this. We still have more to do." Hawkins laughed and said, "Elder Mu, you don't have to worry. The Fire Weavers have been badly injured this time, and their subordinate realms already ran away. It would be very hard for the Fire Weavers to rally their subordinate realms once more. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to drive the Fire Weavers out of the 10,000 realm battlefield in one go." When he heard this, Mu Yao couldn't help but gently knit his eyebrows. He thought that Hawkins was too optimistic about the situation. The Fire Weavers have been on the battlefield for many years. Moreover, as one of the 5 great realms, it's impossible that they had exhausted all of their cards in just one battle. To be honest, cleaning the Fire Weavers wasn't as easy as what Hawkins was saying. But looking at Hawkins, Mu Yao was reminded that this man was full of pride. Even if he said his thoughts, Hawkins might turn a deaf ear to it. Now Mu Yao understood Prison Heart's worries. Mu Yao agreed that although Hawkins was a good man, he wasn't a qualified leader. A good leader wouldn't be arrogant and underestimate their enemy. Noticing that Mu Yao was silent, Hawkins knew that he was worried. He couldn't help but curl his lip. To be honest, he really admired the 100 Treasures realm's strength. However, he didn't like Mu Yao's mentality. In his opinion, Mu Yao was too cautious, not manly at all. Hawkins said, "Elder Mu, there's no need to worry too much. I can ensure the quick defeat of the Fire Weavers. Naturally, we would need the help of the 100 Treasures Realm to do so. Mu Yao looked at Hawkins and said, please rest assured, Elder Hawkins, the 100 Treasures Realm has some grudge to settle with the Fire Weavers. How can we let this opportunity go? We will definitely cooperate with the Divergent Realm. Hawkins laughed and said, alright, Elder Mu's words makes me feel relieved. Elder Mu, I'll assure you that the Divergent Realm will help you settle this enmity. Alright, I guess it's time for me to say goodbye. After he said that, Hawkins stood up and cupped his fist towards Mu Yao before leaving. Mu Yao quickly followed Hawkins to see him off. After sending Hawkins away, Mu Yao called Zhao Hai and Mu Yu over. He frowned as he said, Little Hai, Little Yu, you need to pay attention. Make sure that the people of the 100 Treasures Realm are safe. I just found out that the people of the Divergent Realm have been consumed by this victory. They failed to understand that the Fire Weavers are also a great power that has a deep foundation in the battlefield. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Elder can rest assured, we will not leave and act on our own. And even if the Fire Weavers decide to attack us, there's no chance for them to evade our notice. Mu Yao nodded, alright. But still be careful. The Fire Weavers just wouldn't let this go. The war might not have even begun. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were silent. They both agreed to Mu Yao's words. There's a difference between a great realm like the Fire Weavers and a high-grade realm like the Ghost Spirit Realm. The Ghost Spirit Realm was a high-grade realm in the Land of Chaos, and relatively speaking, the Ghost Spirit Realm didn't have a lot of strategic resources, and yet, it was only after the 100 Treasures Realm's careful preparations as well as the help of the other high-grade realms was the Ghost Spirit Realm expelled from the battlefield. On the other hand, the Fire Weavers are one of the 5 great realms. Their domain was much bigger compared to the Ghost Spirit Realm. Their foundations run very deep. Additionally, the Fire Weavers were innately strong. They also have tamed beasts that aid them. The Fire Weavers were many-fold stronger than the Ghost Spirit Realm. In this case, wanting to expel the Fire Weavers in one go was practically impossible. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew that even if the Fire Weavers lost in this battle, they were doing very well on the other front. They were successfully pushing the Sword Realm back. Zhao Hai was confident in his large artifacts. However, large artifacts could only do so much. They were powerful at crashing into enemy lines, but there were already measures to deal with them. They can use formations to reduce the impact of large artifacts. Similarly, they could loosen their army formation so that the large artifacts' charges weren't very effective. Zhao Hai knew that it would no longer be easy to charge into enemy lines and cause chaos in the future. This was because Zhao Hai saw the Fire Weavers turn from a solid formation into a loose formation, and then a 3-dimensional formation in this battle. But now, whether it was Hawkins or Mu Yao, they believed in the large artifacts too much. This wasn't good. Once the effectiveness of the large artifacts decreased, and they could no longer wreak havoc in the battlefield, the blow to morale would be very big. Fortunately, Mu Yao wasn't like Hawkins who had been blinded by victory. Mu Yao was still wary of the Fire Weavers, but this wariness wasn't because of the large artifacts. Instead it was a wariness brought by Mu Yao's fear of the 5 great realms. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao and said, Elder, there's something I must tell you. This has something to do with the large artifacts. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but be anxious. He quickly asked, what happened to the large artifacts? Did something go wrong? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, there's nothing wrong with the large artifacts. I just discovered some issues. After he said that, he took out a computer and then displayed the battle situation. The projection was in 3D. Zhao Hai pointed towards the projection and said, Elder, take a look. During the clash between the Fire Weavers and the Divergent Realm, let's say they employed this formation. They didn't assume an ordinary planar army formation but instead used a 3-dimensional formation. This formation is very loose. If we use large artifacts to attack at this time, then we wouldn't be able to get much results. The following is a simulation I made in case we did send our troops to fight this formation. Then Zhao Hai fiddled with his computer before the image on the screen changed. Seeing the large artifacts of the 100 Treasures Realm, the Fire Weavers immediately dodged. At the same time, the reserve armies of the Fire Weavers rushed over. Along the way, they put down formation flags and established a formation. Before long, a large formation was set up around the large artifacts. Although the 100 Treasures Realm's large artifact could break through formations, its speed has been lowered. With this delay, the Fire Weaver army were able to make some adjustments. The formation split in half and let the large artifacts pass through. Meanwhile, their battle with the Divergent Realm didn't stop. Once the large artifacts got through, the Fire Weaver reserve troops set up another large formation. They were now preparing to meet the attack of the large artifacts head-on. At the same time, the main army formation has been restored. The reserve army established an even greater formation filled with more formation flags and formation discs. As the large artifacts got slower and slower, the Fire Weavers continued to tie them down with formations. At this time, if the cultivators of the 100 Treasures Realm army charge out, it would be impossible for them to face the attacks of the Fire Weaver army. Chapter 1605. Change of plans. Mu Yao stared at the screen in front of him. On the screen, the Divergent Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm still won, but the price they paid was very high. The 100 Treasures Realm army has been cut in half. Only after this sacrifice were the Fire Weavers rebelled, and the Fire Weavers weren't decimated, they were just forced to retreat. Naturally, what worried Mu Yao the most was the fact that the strength of the large artifacts have been reduced to the lowest level. In this simulation, the contribution of Zhao Hai's 13 large artifacts was very small due to the Fire Weavers' battle formation as well as the artifacts they used. They were able to move around and change their tactics to evade the large artifacts. The impact the 13 artifacts made in the battle wasn't any better than the sword shuttles. Mu Yao wasn't ignorant about the state of war. He knew from experience that the simulation on the screen wasn't random. The Fire Weavers were truly able to accomplish such a feat. The Fire Weavers were defeated so badly mainly because they had been very defensive towards the large artifacts. They didn't expect their left side to be in trouble because they also stationed enough troops on it. Additionally, they always sent patrols to monitor the area. Finding nothing, they truly believed that their left wing was safe. So in the end, when the fighting was at its fiercest, they sent their 2 reserve armies to join the battle. At the same time, the loose formation they arranged has been compressed. This caused their ultimate demise under the 100 Treasures Realm's large artifacts. Nevertheless, despite being disastrous, the Fire Weavers only lost 80,000 people. This was different from what Zhao Hai and the others calculated. They expected the Fire Weavers to lose more than 100,000 people. It can be said that the Fire Weavers lost less than half what they estimated, and this was under the surprise attack of the 100 Treasures Realm. If they had been prepared, their losses wouldn't have been as big. Mu Yao's expression changed a few times as Zhao Hai put his computer away. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, can the Fire Weavers really utilize such a strategy? Are there formations that are strong enough to stop the charge of large artifacts?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand and took out a formation disc. This formation disc wasn't very big, only having a diameter of a meter. It also didn't include formation flags as a set. It's an independent formation disc, very convenient to use. Zhao Hai handed the formation disc to Mu Yao and said, "Elder, this is a formation disc I acquired from some of the Fire Weavers. Moreover, I interrogated undead Fire Weavers and found out that these are refined by the Spirit Formation Realm to deal with large artifacts. Because their camp has been destroyed by us, the Spirit Formation Realm made these formation discs as a revenge. Using these discs is very simple. They also don't require a lot of resources to make. The Fire Weavers are now producing it on a large scale." Mu Yao walked back and forth before looking at Zhao Hai and saying, "Can the Fire Weavers really achieve the same strategy as in the simulation?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "They might not be able right now, but I'm sure in the future they will." Didn't Elder notice? The Fire Weavers are slowly changing their formations. They're now reaching 3-dimensional formations. Mu Yao stared, then he nodded. He participated in the battle, so he noticed the formation of the Fire Weavers. He knew that Zhao Hai was right, but this also made him worried. If what Zhao Hai said was really true, then they would have to be careful in their future battles against the Fire Weavers. The large artifacts would no longer be as effective as before. Although large artifacts were used like tanks, tearing through enemy ranks, its operation environment was different. Tanks fight on the ground where enemies need to face them head-on. The enemies of the tanks couldn't fly nor dig through the ground. This allowed tanks to effectively tear through enemy lines. On the other hand, the enemies of large artifacts were strong cultivators that can fly in the air and swim through the ground. They can move in all directions. If the Fire Weavers really used loose formations, the lethality of the large artifacts would be reduced. The Fire Weavers were very likely to adapt this strategy since they had fought with the Hundred Treasures Realm multiple times. The Fire Weavers should have noticed that the Hundred Treasure Realm's pattern of attack was disrupting the enemy's army formation and then chase the stragglers down. This kind of fighting was already well known. All those who had been defeated by the Hundred Treasures Realm were already thinking about how to break their tactic. Even their allies were formulating countermeasures. By the way things were going, the Fire Weavers were bound to find a solution. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is there anything we can do?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Our Hundred Treasures Realm isn't strong enough to lose a lot of people, so I still won't allow people to get out of the large artifacts. If the Elder doesn't object, I will give rifles to everyone so that they can survive a drawn-out battle. With the protection of the large artifacts along with the cover of the cannons, we shouldn't lose too many people." Mu Yao thought about it and then nodded and said, "This is good. But do you have enough rifles?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We have enough." Elder might have forgotten, but I have prepared enough rifles to equip my undead. Now that the undead are providing energy to the large artifacts, their rifles are unused. We might as well give it to everyone to use. Mu Yao nodded and said, "All right, let's do that. I'll tell everyone. Send the rifles over as soon as you can. This way, they can get used to using them." From what I can see, Hawkins wouldn't wait long before staging another attack against the Fire Weavers. Mu Yu nodded and said, "Those fellows from the Divergent Realm are very excited by the victory. They can't wait to attack the Fire Weavers once more. I think they will want to set out soon." Little Hai, do you have any way to deal with the formations? Mu Yao gestured towards the formation discs on the ground. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "This formation disc is actually easy to break. We don't need a lot of strength to do so. However, it's a type of formation that immediately takes effect the moment it latches onto its target. Moreover, because they're easy to make, there are a lot of them. Not only can they attach to the large artifacts, they could also attach to the protective shields." Mu Yao sighed and said, "The foundation of the 5 great realms truly cannot be underestimated. With these formation discs, the Fire Weavers could have a very popular business. Later on, they might manufacture offensive formations on a large scale. If we cannot find means to deal with them, it would be a huge problem." Zhao Hai nodded, then he thought for a moment and said, "Elder, I will go study them and see if there's a way to break them before they take effect." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Go. We need to find out as soon as possible. I'm afraid we don't have much time." Zhao Hai and Mu Yu understood what Mu Yao meant. The offense will definitely increase in frequency. There would no longer be any time to do anything else. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder can rest assured." "Elder, I will place all of the rifles inside a room and have the undead lead you there. You can arrange for people to take the rifles and distribute them to everyone. An undead will also take them below deck to try out the rifles." Mu Yao nodded and said, "You go get busy, little you. I'll leave the rifles to you. I still need to discuss matters with the other elders." Mu Yu nodded and then walked out with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai returned to his room and immediately went to the space. He still had the formation disc in his hand, but as soon as he entered the room, the disc vanished. To be honest, the formation disc wasn't really a threat to him. The shields of his large artifacts weren't only used for defense, they could attack as well. As long as the shields were initiated, these formation discs would be eliminated instantly. The reason he said all those things was so that Mu Yao wouldn't depend on the large artifacts too much. At the same time, he wanted to decrease his merits in this battle. When the large artifacts are less effective, Zhao Hai's contributions would also be less. Although he handed out rifles, it was the cultivators who would participate in the battle. The ones who will get the most credit would be them. With this, people wouldn't feel envy towards Zhao Hai. The reason Zhao Hai had these thoughts was because of his relationship with Mu Yu. Zhao Hai had a good relationship with Mu Yu. There's just one issue. Mu Yu was the successor that the elders of the Hundred Treasures Realm specially groomed, but Zhao Hai was stronger than him. Even in the Hundred Treasures Realm, his reputation was beginning to surpass Mu Yu's. And if Prison Heart accepts him as a disciple, then his status would rise up even more. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. Mu Yu was a magnanimous person and was devoted to serving the realm. He wanted the realm to progress. Even if Zhao Hai's status soared above him, he wouldn't care. Mu Yu might even be happy for Zhao Hai. However, although Mu Yu was alright with it, this didn't mean that other people would. Mu Yu was the Mu faction's future leader. The Mu faction doesn't only include Mu Yao, Tang Yaoan, Mu Yu, and Tangji. The faction had a lot of members. These members were regarding Mu Yu as their hope. If Zhao Hai rises up quickly, then he would affect Mu Yu's prestige. In this case, these people might not be able to accept it. Chapter 1606. Fleet changes. The reason Zhao Hai wanted to weaken his identity was because he didn't want any power struggle in the 100 Treasures realm. He hoped that the 100 Treasures realm would develop with no problems. The better it develops, the happier he would be. Laura and the others were busy when Zhao Hai entered the villa. They were busy with counting the gains of the battle. In every battle, Zhao Hai would be the one gaining the most. These gains were mostly in terms of manpower, turning corpses into undead. In addition to firepower, they also provide faith power, which could benefit Zhao Hai's cultivation. After using faith power multiple times, Zhao Hai became more and more interested in it. Last time, Zhao Hai found out that the people of the Sky Tower used faith power. Because of this, they were able to defeat every challenger that went against them. And since Zhao Hai had more faith power than them, these people naturally weren't his opponents. Therefore, Zhao Hai was no longer in a hurry to collect materials and plants for the space. There was no longer any immediate need for them. Also, if there were rare materials that were needed by the space, those were something that Zhao Hai couldn't get his hands on at this time. The other materials would just be useless when sent to the space. Additionally, the space now had an ability to grow by itself. It was growing all the time. This reduced Zhao Hai's need for materials even more. Materials were no longer as crucial to his cultivation compared to in the past. What Zhao Hai focused on acquiring now were people. Nobody disliked too much faith power. Zhao Hai's undead now accounted for the majority of faith power used by Zhao Hai, and the more powerful experts he acquires, the more faith power Zhao Hai would receive. Therefore, Zhao Hai attached great importance to increasing his number of undead. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, "How is it?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "It's very good. Our harvest is very big. We got around 60,000 fire weavers. Unexpectedly, we also acquired more than 500 immortal experts. We also got 20,000 people from the Divergent Realm. We already extracted their abilities. There's also corpses of the people from the 100 Treasures Realm." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's very good. Don't turn the 100 Treasures Realm corpses into undead. They're our allies. We need to give them respect." Laura nodded. At this time, Zhang Yun walked to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, why did you tell them that those formation discs are a threat? As long as we pay attention, those things are useless." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine. It's just to scare them." Haha. Laura chuckled and pulled Zhang Yun over. Then she said, "Silly sister, Brother Hai doesn't want more credit. He's had too many achievements. There's no more benefit for him if he works hard." Zhao Hai smiled. He knew that Laura would understand why he did it. She knows him too much. At this time, Kair approached from his side. Zhao Hai looked at Kair and said, "Kair, how is Prison Heart? Did he do or say anything?" Kair shook her head and said, "There's nothing. Everything's just normal." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "How about the Sky Tower?" Kair also shook her head and said, "It's also normal." Luo Ying received a jade sword message, but I don't know its contents. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Keep watching the two of them. By the way, look into the state of the fire weavers. I didn't expect them to come up with countermeasures this quickly. It wouldn't be easy to move around anymore." Kair smiled and said, "They're currently gathering the defeated troops, but from what I can see, the morale of the fire weavers hasn't been affected at all. I think we still have hard battles ahead." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he sighed and said, "The longer this war goes on, the more disadvantaged the 100 Treasures Realm would be. If something happens to the Divergent Realm or the Sword Realm and they retreat, the Fire Weavers definitely wouldn't just ignore us. But if we manage to deal with the Fire Weavers, there's still Prison Heart to worry about. To be honest, I don't want to mess with that old man." Kair smiled and said, "Young master, I think that there's no need to worry. Although Prison Heart is powerful, didn't you see that he has no faith power? Even if he has, it's a minuscule amount. He simply isn't a threat to us in terms of faith power. If he really dares to make a move on you, just counterattack hard, then let's turn him into an undead." Zhao Hai looked at Kair in confusion. He didn't understand why Kair was so confident. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Kair smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, when you clashed with Prison Heart, I discovered that his body isn't that strong. He's a bit fragile. He might be very strong when he's young, but now that he's old, his body can no longer support his strength. If he makes a move on you, You can block it while we release artifacts to attack him. I think he would have a hard time defending." Zhao Hai stared, then he couldn't help but knit his brows as he said, "Will that work?" "You should know that Prison Heart is an immortal expert. Since he passed through the severed soul stage, shouldn't he have another soul? He can use one soul to attack us while the other can protect himself." Kair smiled faintly and said, "It's not that easy. Haven't you noticed? Immortal experts rarely use their second soul." Hearing Kair, Zhao Hai carefully recalled, and it was true. Immortal experts don't use their second soul. This was something that he didn't think of. Kair looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, according to my estimations, there are 2 reasons why immortal experts don't use their second soul. One of them was that the second soul becomes a weak point to immortal experts. This is also the reason why I didn't make you split your soul when you broke through the severed soul stage. Another reason was that the second soul was a requirement to break through to the immortal stage. Immortal experts have a spiritual force that is as strong as a mountain and as vast as the sea. The second soul might be related to their understanding of this spiritual force." Zhao Hai nodded. Kair's words made sense, but if the second soul was a weakness, then the immortal experts wouldn't have made their younger generations split their souls. But currently, almost all of the realms have severed soul experts with a second soul. In other words, the second reason might be the more appropriate one. The second soul might have something to do with comprehending using spiritual force as a weapon, making one breakthrough to the immortal stage. After becoming an immortal expert, the second soul would be weakened or be integrated into the spiritual force. With the opponents they face, it is understandable if the immortal experts don't use their second souls. If this was the case, then there would be any problems dealing with Prison Heart using artifacts. Prison Heart wouldn't be expecting the attack of Zhao Hai's artifacts. Although Zhao Hai doesn't have a second soul, he still had the space, which served the same function. Because of this, while Zhao Hai faced Prison Heart, Kair and the others would make a move. There's a big possibility that the plan would succeed. Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "Since that is the case, then there's nothing else to discuss. Let's do our best to help the Divergent Realm end the war as soon as possible. Then let's see what that old man Prison Heart plans to do. If he's sincere in accepting him as a disciple, then I will think of ways to increase his lifespan for a few years." Kair faintly smiled. Nobody knows Zhao Hai's capabilities more than her. What Zhao Hai said was true. He did have the ability to increase Prison Heart's lifespan. The space was filled with treasures that could preserve life. Not to mention anything else, the 100 Spirit Tree can increase one's lifespan. If Prison Heart was sincere, then he would get benefits. If Prison Heart had other plans, then he would be turned into an undead. Zhao Hai stayed inside the space before leaving. By this time, the 100 Treasures Realms cultivators already had their hands on the rifles. Moreover, they were able to practice in the lower decks. Zhao Hai also made sure that they would never run out of bullets. Zhao Hai was also currently designing a more powerful pistol in the space. He saw Zhu Zifeng's pistols, and he felt that it was time to develop his own. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai went to meet Mu Yao. Mu Yao had been talking to the immortal experts about the large artifacts, expressing that they might no longer be as effective as before. This was crucial news for the 100 Treasures realm. The inability of large artifacts to attack or defend was fatal to the realm's development. Mu Yao wanted to inform the immortal experts that they might need to be stationed in large artifacts in the future to deal with emergencies. When Zhao Hai came out, the meeting was already over. All of the immortal experts were now paying great attention to the Fire Weavers. After all, once the large artifacts were no longer effective, the 100 Treasures realm would be in a more dangerous position. This war would be crucial for the 100 Treasures realm. Because of this, the immortal experts didn't dare be careless. They knew that they didn't dispatch a lot of troops, but these troops were the elite of the realm. Losing any one of them was a great loss for the 100 Treasures realm. Just as everyone left, Zhao Hai arrived outside Mu Yao's room and said, "Elder, it's Zhao Hai." Mu Yao immediately said, "Come in." Zhao Hai pushed the door open and then bowed to Mu Yao and said, "Elder, I've found a reason to deal with the formations." Mu Yao was immediately interested in what Zhao Hai would say next. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Really? Tell me." Mu Yao cared about this matter very much. Large artifacts were becoming more and more crucial to the 100 Treasures realm. If the large artifacts turn out as what Zhao Hai simulated, then the losses of the 100 Treasures realm would increase. After all, a stopped large artifact was basically a crippled large artifact. Zhao Hai replied, Currently, there are two ways. First is destroying the formations ahead of time using cannons or rifles. Once the formation discs were spotted, they needed to be destroyed so that they couldn't exert their maximum effect. Another method is using the large artifact's protective shield. Once a formation disc attaches to the protective shield, I can use the shield to flick them off. After that, the cultivators on board can proceed to destroy the formation disc. Hearing Zhao Hai's two methods, Mu Yao nodded and said, "Those methods are good. There is very little I can do to help you with this kind of thing. I can only depend on you for this. We need to make sure that nothing happens to our large artifacts." Zhao Hai nodded. "Elder can rest assured, nothing will happen to the large artifacts. But later on, when the large artifacts are no longer as effective, I'm afraid the Divergent Realm would say something." Mu Yao coldly snorted and said, "Let them say what they want. By the way, Little Hai, can you make more sword shuttles? I found that the sword shuttles would be more effective in dealing with the formations." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, if Elder agrees, I want to concentrate our people to 8 large artifacts. Then I will turn the remaining ones into sword shuttles. This way, our sword shuttles will exceed 600. In any case, the large artifacts can fit more than 10,000 people inside. We won't have problems with accommodation." Mu Yao nodded. "All right. I'll immediately have them move. I think we should make the 8 large artifacts giant spirit treasure ships. They look the most imposing on the battlefield." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he bowed before leaving. At the same time, Mu Yao took out a jade sword message and sent word to each large artifact. Since it was impossible to send word to everyone, each large artifact had a temporary captain assigned. Word would be sent to them and they would pass on the message. Chapter 1607. People on our side. Mu Yu held a rifle in his hand as he shot at a moving target. The reason he picked up the rifle was because he wanted to set an example for the others. He wanted them to try the rifle. Seeing Mu Yu using the rifle and not his artifact, why would the other cultivators hesitate? But to be honest, Mu Yu was quite fond of this rifle. This was because this tool doesn't need spiritual chi to function. Although it needs spiritual chi to pull the trigger, the requirement was less than using magic artifacts. And although the rifle was common, its power wasn't small. The attack of the rifle was equal to an all-out attack of a transcending tribulation expert. Such efficient energy consumption was something that even severed soul experts like him couldn't achieve. Mu Yu's 10,000 falling flowers was magnificent, beautiful, and very strong. However, this didn't mean that each attack of the technique was at its peak. Mu Yu can't be that consistent, but the rifle can. Mu Yu was now very accurate with his gun. The targets were moving as fast as severed soul experts. To shoot this well, one needs a certain amount of talent. Mu Yu fired 10 shots one after another at the moving target. His results were very good. Among those in the firing range, he was one of the top shooters. At this moment, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brother Mu, do you like the rifles? I find that your shooting is very accurate." Mu Yu turned his head to Zhao Hai who was standing not far away from him. Mu Yu laughed. He put his gun down and then went to Zhao Hai. "It's very good. Shooting feels nice. To be honest, I'm beginning to like this little thing." Zhao Hai smiled, then he waved his hand and took out a pair of long-barreled revolvers. Zhao Hai handed them over to Mu Yu and said, "Try this. I just made it. See how it feels." Mu Yu was stunned. Then he took the revolvers and inspected them. He immediately understood how they worked. He held the 2 revolvers and aimed them at a moving target. Bang, bang. He fired 2 shots, but this time his timing wasn't right. However, he was able to get used to it after the first shot. Because of their design, the 2 revolvers could only carry 6 bullets each. However, their firepower was very good. Feeling the impact of his shots, Mu Yu began to take a liking to the revolvers. Mu Yu shot all of the bullets inside the revolvers and then looked at them with hesitation. Seeing this, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then waved his hand, taking out a leather belt with holsters for 2 guns. Fire weavers didn't like putting their guns inside their spatial equipment. This was actually reasonable since this increased their familiarity towards the weapon. Being familiar with their guns was the same as being familiar with magic artifacts. As one uses their artifact, they would become more proficient with it. And along with increased proficiency was an increase in battle prowess. The leather belt that Zhao Hai took out was specially made for the revolvers. He didn't know if Mu Yu would like the revolvers when he took them out, but he still prepared holsters for them just in case. Miu Yu looked at the leather belt and immediately understood how to use them. He put the belt around his waist and then put the revolvers on the holsters. Looking at Miu Yu's appearance, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Looks nice, Brother Miu. These guns will be yours from now on. I only made a few of these guns, and you're currently the only one using them. The bullets are the same as the other rifles. However, when loading the bullets, you need this spring loader. This loader can hold 6 bullets. When using it, just pull open the cylinder and then push the bullets on the loader in." As he said that, Zhao Hai took out several spring loaders and handed them over to Miu Yu. Miu Yu took one and then took out 6 bullets. He pressed the bullets onto the loader and sure enough, they fit perfectly well to the revolver's cylinder. Once the bullets were loaded, the spring loader immediately detached itself. Miu Yu couldn't help but give a satisfied nod. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We're rearranging the large artifacts in a while." Elder Miu wanted to leave 8 giant spirit treasure ships and turn the rest into sword shuttles. "I'll need your help to move the people around." Miu Yu nodded and said, "It's indeed time to reshuffle. If the large artifacts are no longer as effective, then it would be a waste to have more of them in the field." Zhao Hai nodded. After exchanging a few more words, Miu Yu helped Zhao Hai make arrangements to move everyone around. Then once everyone was relocated to the 8 giant spirit treasure ships, Zhao Hai took away the remaining ones. The actions of the 100 treasures realm naturally couldn't be hidden from the divergent realm. The divergent realm were now paying close attention to the 100 treasures realm. Seeing only 8 giant spirit treasure ships remaining, they couldn't help but feel strange. Just as Zhao Hai received the other large artifacts, a cultivator of the Divergent Realm arrived at the Hell King's ship asking for an audience with Miu Yao. Although Miu Yao had Zhao Hai take the other large artifacts besides 8 giant spirit treasure ships, the Hell King's ship and the turtle still remained. Looking at the person from the Divergent Realm, Zhao Hai knew that it was because of his actions. Sure enough, the person asked to see Miu Yao. Then Miu Yao set off to see Elder Prison Heart. Prison Heart was also paying attention to the 100 treasures realm. So upon seeing Zhao Hai taking the other large artifacts, he couldn't sit still. Prison Heart immediately had someone call Miu Yao over. Miu Yao went to Prison Heart's cave and found that there were plenty of people inside. There were even people who didn't have a seat and were standing. Although these people wore different clothes, it was clear that each one of them were powerful. After Miu Yao gave everyone a greeting, Prison Heart looked at him and said, "Miu Yao, why did you suddenly take away some of your large artifacts? Is there something wrong?" Miu Yao replied, "We discovered some problems as we are going through what happened in the battle. Our large artifacts might not be as effective on the battlefield as before. Therefore, we decided to take some of them away in exchange for more sword shuttles." Hearing Miu Yao, the people inside the room couldn't help but stare. Then the hum of discussion was heard. Prison Heart gave everyone a glance, causing them to be quiet. Prison Heart looked at Miu Yao and said, "Didn't you do very well in the last battle? Why did you suddenly think that the large artifacts are no longer as effective?" Miu Yao replied, "Elder, it's something that Little Hai brought up. He's responsible for controlling the large artifacts, so he was able to make an analysis after the battle. If Elder allows, I can let Zhao Hai explain. He should be able to explain it better than me." When Prison Heart heard that it was Zhao Hai who brought this up, he couldn't help but knit his brows even more. He immediately nodded and said, "Call Little Hai over." Miu Yao complied and took out a jade sword message. Before long, Zhao Hai's voice was heard outside, "Elder, Zhao Hai is here." Prison Heart nodded and said, "Come in." Zhao Hai walked inside and then gave everyone a salute. After Zhao Hai gave his greetings, Prison Heart looked at him and said, "Little Hai, I heard that you're the one who proposed to take away the large artifacts. What's the reason?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said the same words he said to Miu Yao along with the computer simulations. After that, he said, "Because of this, I believe that the Fire Weaver's army formation caused their losses to be lesser than we expected. After several battles with us, the Fire Weavers seem to have adapted. Sword shuttles have smaller bodies, more offensive power, and have more flexibility. Therefore, I proposed that it's better to have more sword shuttles than large artifacts." Prison Heart knit his brows and said, "But how will you get so many sword shuttles in a short time?" Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Miu Yao. Miu Yao smiled and said, "Elder, don't worry. Little Hai can deal with this matter. He has a divergent ability that allows him to synthesize and decompose materials." Hearing Miu Yao, The people inside the room hummed in discussion once more. Meanwhile, Prison Heart had a surprised look on his face. His eyes couldn't hide its glee. Then he laughed and said, "So Little Hai is also a divergent ability user. Good. Fantastic. Then let's do as Little Hai said." Zhao Hai and Mu Yao nodded. Then suddenly, Zhao Hai noticed something. The people of the divergent realm were looking at him with an accepting gaze. He didn't think that they would become like this. Actually, what Zhao Hai doesn't know was that people of the divergent realm look kindly upon those who have divergent abilities. People with divergent abilities train differently compared to ordinary cultivators. Because of this, people with divergent abilities have always been different. Some cultivators even look at them with judging eyes. It was precisely because of this that divergent ability users differentiated themselves from ordinary cultivators, like another race. So as soon as they heard that Zhao Hai had a divergent ability, he immediately won everyone's favor. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was one of them. Chapter 1608. Three-dimensional army formation. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship's bow as he looked at the distance. The fleet has been completely reorganized. It is now composed of 9 large artifacts, the 8 giant Spirit treasure ships and the Hell King's ship, and also the turtle following right behind. The 9 large artifacts not only contain people of the 100 treasures realm, but the divergent realm as well. Surrounding the fleet were 800 sword shuttles. These sword shuttles were like fishes swimming forward. They looked very beautiful. Mu Yao and the others were now discussing the plans for the offensive. Although Zhao Hai held an unusual status in the fleet, he was still not qualified to join this meeting. They were now ready to attack the Fire Weavers. As Zhao Hai thought, the Fire Weavers weren't too heavily injured by the last battle. Once they retreated, the Fire Weavers were able to quickly reorganize their army. The Sword Realm front wasn't able to take advantage of the situation, although they were able to push the Fire Weaver back by 1,000 li 500 kilometers. That was the extent they were able to push into. The Fire Weavers were now more concerned about the Divergent Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm offensive. So now, they prepared a 500,000-man strong army to face the two realms. Moreover, the defensive line they set up was much bigger. Formation discs were also arranged in multiple areas. They didn't want any possible 100 Treasures Realm ambush. What Muyu and the others didn't know was that the Fire Weavers were slowly perfecting their three-dimensional formation. Although their formation couldn't transform as smoothly as the undead commanded by Laura and the others, it was still completely usable on the battlefield. Moreover, the Fire Weavers found out that the formation was very well suited for them. This allowed more cultivators to be on the front line. This aspect might not be important to other cultivators, but for the Fire Weavers it was. Fire Weavers use rifles to fight, but before reaching the immortal stage, their bullets couldn't curve and trace their enemies like Zhao Hai's bullets do. Therefore, only when they face the enemy directly will the Fire Weavers exert their biggest might. Because of this, the Fire Weavers were able to display the full strength of their rifles in a three-dimensional formation. The formation allowed more Fire Weavers in the front row to face their enemies. Actually, the Fire Weavers had been thinking about developing their army formations into this form. However, there was no immediate need for it at that time. The previous battle had been a catalyst for the Fire Weaver to continue this research. The great loss against the 100 Treasures Realm caused the Fire Weaver's three-dimensional army formation to take shape very quickly. The Fire Weavers trained in their three-dimensional formations far behind the defensive line. It was because of this that the scouts of the Divergent Realm failed to notice them. But Zhao Hai did. Zhao Hai didn't relax in monitoring the Fire Weavers. He wanted to end the war as soon as possible. He also wants to take a look at Half-Beast Island. The fleet slowly moved forward. Suddenly, Zhao Hai turned his head to see Mu Yao and Hawkins coming over. Zhao Hai immediately stepped aside and gave them a salute. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Little Hai, how are the preparations?" "We're still depending on the large artifacts in the upcoming battle. The Divergent Realm will also be participating." "Are there any problems?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's absolutely no problem. Elder can rest assured. But I'm afraid the immortal experts of the Fire Weaver army would try to attack the ships. When the time comes, I'll have to depend on the elders for assistance." Hawkins laughed out loud and said, "This is what we do. So of course we would help. You can't leave the immortal experts to us. You don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded. Mu Yao looked in the distance and said, "I'm afraid the Fire Weavers already prepared their next defensive line. It wouldn't be easy. We need to be careful." Zhao Hai replied, "Elder, don't worry. I have sent someone to check the defensive line. They now have a lot of formation discs prepared. It would be hard to attack like we did before." Hawkins nodded. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to know this. The Divergent Realm didn't share their scouting reports. Moreover, the scouts didn't meet any people from the 100 Treasures realm. This caused Hawkins to be puzzled. He didn't know how Zhao Hai was able to know these things. Mu Yao looked at Hawkins and knew that Zhao Hai was able to demonstrate his invisible strength. Although Hawkins was now looking highly upon the 100 Treasures realm fleet, he still believed that the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't be able to win battles without the Divergent realm. Hawkins even expected the 100 Treasures realm to be deaf and blind to the situation of the war. Zhao Hai's words showed Hawkins that the 100 Treasures realm still knew everything. Mu Yao continued his conversation with Zhao Hai. "What do you think? Should we use the large artifacts for a full-on clash, or should we use the sword shuttles?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No. I plan to use artillery to blast a hole through their defenses first. But after that, we will be meeting with the Fire Weaver's new army formation. The large artifacts will no longer be as useful. I plan to use the large artifacts to break through the defenses after the bombardment. Then we'll have to proceed slowly from there." Mu Yu nodded. "That's good enough. With the large artifacts present, our losses will be minimized. But we still need to find a way to deal with the Fire Weaver's army formation." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, the only threat about the Fire Weaver's three-dimensional army formation is its shape. It doesn't add anything to the defensive line's overall strength. I've played with them in the past." Zhao Hai's words roused Mu Yao's interest. This was the first time Zhao Hai talked about this. He couldn't help but ask, "You used this kind of army formation before? Why haven't I heard of it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's natural that you haven't heard of it, Elder. I have hardly used this formation since I ascended. This is a formation I used frequently with my undead when I fought in the lower realms." Hawkins curiously asked, "How many undead do you have? Can they really use the three-dimensional formation?" Zhao Hai gave a self-confident smile as he replied, "If it weren't for the low cultivation of my undead, we wouldn't have to worry about the Fire Weaver's army formation. Now, I'm currently studying how to improve the cultivation of my undead. I believe it won't take long before my undead becomes stronger." Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Can you release them to demonstrate? I want to understand how strong this three-dimensional formation is." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, let's go to the stern, elders, please." Since Mu Yu was on a giant spirit treasure ships, only Zhao Hai was left on the Hell King's ship. Before long, the three arrived at the ship's stern. When the three arrived at the stern of the ship, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released an army of 100,000 undead. Then the undead assumed the three-dimensional formation at the quickest speed. After that, the three-dimensional formation continued to change its shape as Zhao Hai explained the strategies involved with it to Mu Yao and Hawkins. Zhao Hai's action attracted the attention of the people on the large artifacts. People could be seen watching from their cabins. The three-dimensional formation showed its flexible properties. Everyone looked at it with interest, feeling how imposing the army formation could become. There are endless changes to the formation. Although it seems suitable for close-ranged combat right now, all cultivators present could understand that an army battle would definitely end in close-ranged combat. An appropriate army formation could increase the strength of an army while decreasing its rate of casualties. The countless changes of this three-dimensional formation was quite suitable for war. Once Zhao Hai explained the changes of the three-dimensional formation, Mu Yao and Hawkins went quiet for a while. The two of them were commanders. Naturally, they could see the applications of this kind of formation. Every change corresponds to a certain situation during battle. If such a formation was properly utilized in battle, one could imagine how strong it could be. Thinking of this, Mu Yao and Hawkins' hearts shook. After some time, Mu Yao said, "Little Hai, you're telling me that the Fire Weavers are going to use this formation in the battle? Did they master it?" Zhao Hai shook his head. Then he smiled and said, "They haven't yet, so Elder doesn't need to worry. The Fire Weavers have just begun practicing the formation. They cannot display its full might yet. There's nothing to be worried about in the meantime." Mu Yao and Hawkins let out a long breath. They were also hoping that the Fire Weavers hadn't mastered this formation. If they did, then the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm would be met with suffering. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "But if we cannot deal with the Fire Weavers soon, they might be able to improve upon the formation. We don't know when they'll be able to use it effectively in battle. Mu Yao and Hawkins nodded. They knew clearly that battle formations and even cultivation methods were very rough at the beginning. After countless experiments and modifications, they would slowly evolve and become better. If the Fire Weavers were allowed to develop, then maybe they can really develop a powerful three-dimensional formation. Thinking of this, the two commanders immediately felt the urgency of the war. The 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm has developed a life-or-death enmity with the Fire Weavers. If the Fire Weavers recover from this war, they would become even more dangerous. The two realms couldn't allow this to happen. The Fire Weavers needed to be annihilated. Otherwise, they would be a menace to the future of the Divergent Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm. Everyone in the battlefield knew how vengeful the Fire Weavers were. Looking at the two, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile inside. This was the result he wanted to see. Chapter 1609. Attack is blocked. Zhao Hai wanted the 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm to attack the Fire Weavers with all their strength because he was afraid that delays would come from the two realms. He wanted the two realms to do their best. If there was no crisis, the two realms would slack off. People are strange like that. If there's only one person doing something, then that person would be very attentive. But if there's two people, a situation where both waited and relied on each other would appear. There was a proverb in China that goes like this: the more dragons, the more clogged the river. This was actually true. If the 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm preserves their strength and relies on the other party to do the work, then it's very possible for the Fire Weavers to slow them down. Because of this, Zhao Hai showed them the strength of the three-dimensional formation. At the same time, he hammered the idea that nothing good would happen if the two realms don't work together. The two realms need to feel the threat of the Fire Weavers so that they would cooperate. Zhao Hai truly wanted to deal with the Fire Weavers as soon as possible. Zhao Hai's goal was the 10,000 realm battlefield, the Cloud Sea territory, and the Sky Tower. It would be detrimental to his future plans if the 100 Treasures Realm lost too many people in the war. Most importantly, if the attack on the Fire Weavers fails, then the 100 Treasures Realm will have gained an extremely strong opponent. This enemy would always be watching on the sidelines, waiting for the 100 Treasures Realm to make a wrong move. This wasn't a good thing for the 100 Treasures Realm. Although Zhao Hai was fooling Mu Yao, there was nothing he could do. He had no choice, and this was for the sake of the 100 Treasures Realm. When the three returned to the ship's bow, Mu Yao and Hawkins had serious looks on their faces. They were thinking about Zhao Hai's performance. To be honest, the potential of the formation frightened them. Zhao Hai ignored their expressions since he was now focused on the Fire Weavers. Naturally, the Fire Weavers knew that the fleet was approaching. The entire defensive line came alive and their cultivators began to form their three-dimensional formation. In fact, Zhao Hai already encountered many Fire Weaver scouts along the way. However, he didn't deal with those scouts. He knew very well that it is useless to kill these scouts. Moreover, even if he killed the scouts, the Fire Weavers would still be alerted when enough time passes. No matter what, the Fire Weavers would be alerted. Therefore, hiding at this time was impossible. After several hours of travel, the fleet finally arrived at the Fire Weavers' new defensive line. This defensive line was situated in the middle of a mountain range. There were plenty of cannons in the defensive line. Moreover, these cannons were something that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. It seems like the Fire Weavers were also researching cannons. Their new cannons were now looking more like Zhao Hai's own artillery. Formation discs completely filled the entire defensive line. These formations were like a wall that blocked the entire defensive line. If Zhao Hai and the others wanted to attack the Fire Weaver race's defensive line, then they would have to take precautions against these formation discs. Zhao Hai, Mu Yao, and Hawkins saw this. Mu Yao turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, should we act?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand. Cannons then began to pop out of the giant spirit treasure ships and the Hell King's ship. After about 1,000 bangs, shells began flying towards the defensive lines. The defensive line was naturally a rush job. Its construction wasn't very detailed. As for the formation discs, their purpose was to slow down the speed of the large artifacts. There was no need to make them perfectly. As Zhao Hai's ships made a sound, the Fire Weaver's cannons fired as well. Their cannons were much bigger and had longer range. Its shells were also much stronger. A round of shells hit the shields of the Hell King's ship, unexpectedly shaking it. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He discovered that the ammunition of the fire weavers have gotten stronger. It must be known that Zhao Hai's space had a much more powerful form of gunpowder. He already had it in hand, but he didn't use it. He didn't want Mu Yao and the others to know that he's researching these things. And now, it seems like the fire weaver's gunpowder has gotten more potent. The threat of being eliminated stimulated the realm's potential. They were now ready to fight the three realms off. Hawkins stood on the Hell King's ship's deck, so naturally he felt the ship rocking. He couldn't help but knit his brows as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, the fire weaver cannons seem to become more violent than before. Can the large artifacts block them?" Zhao Hai replied, "Elder, don't worry. Although the fire weaver's new cannons are more powerful, the large artifacts will have no problems blocking their attack. Even if the defensive shields fail, the large artifacts still have their own bodies to block." Hawkins nodded, but there was still an anxious expression on his face. He has not fought along with Zhao Hai. Because of this, he doesn't have much understanding of Zhao Hai's large artifacts, so his worries were normal. On the other hand, Mu Yao was relatively calm. Looking at Hawkins' expression, he couldn't help but faintly smile. However, he didn't say anything. He believed that Hawkins wouldn't believe whatever he said at this time, so he might as well keep quiet. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the cannon's attack. He kept the cannons aimed at the formation discs. Before long, a large gap appeared on the protected area of the defensive line. It was time for Zhao Hai's fleet to charge at full power. When the attacks reduced, Zhao Hai became more relaxed. The threat of the fire weavers lied on the fact that it worked in conjunction with the formation discs. Now that the formation discs have been cleared, Zhao Hai was now able to properly counterattack. But because the large artifacts had received heavy attacks, the defensive shield of some of the giant spirit treasure ships had been broken through. Their defensive plating has been engaged. Hawkins was paying close attention to the fleet. When he saw this, he was completely relieved. He looked at Zhao Hai with a flash of appreciation in his eyes. The fleet directly drove inside. Just as Zhao Hai was in the middle of the formations, he suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation. Then he heard a loud explosion. All the formation discs around him had exploded. Zhao Hai didn't expect the fire weavers to come to this, but it was good because the ships already engaged their defensive plates. Otherwise, casualties would begin to appear on the ships. Although the explosion caused the ships to shake, there were no casualties. The situation still looked great. And now that the area has been completely cleared off, the fleet can begin to raise its speed. Just as the fleet increased its speed, Zhao Hai discovered a change in the defensive line. Huge beasts began flying out carrying people with cannons on their backs. Then in front were mortars. There were thousands of people involved in this action. This meant that the fire weavers were able to take out thousands of cannons. As soon as the mortars appeared, they immediately began firing. The power of the mortars still fell short compared to the cannons. They were completely useless against Zhao Hai's fleet. At this time, the artillery of the fleet began firing back. The two sides began blasting each other. The ordinary fire weavers already took out their rifles and began to fight. Behind those fire weavers were a large number of cultivators from the subordinate realms. They also took out their artifacts. Zhao Hai waved his hand, slowing the fleet down. However, he increased the speed of the sword shuttles, sending them towards the army formation of the enemy. When the sword shuttles moved, the fire weavers quickly responded. Some immortal experts flew from behind to welcome the sword shuttles. At the same time, the cannons on the defensive line aimed towards them. However, the effects weren't good. Seeing that the opponents dispatched their elders this early, Hawkins and Mu Yao were startled. But since the opponent already made their move, they also had to respond. Immortal experts on their side began to move in order to greet the immortal experts of the Fire Weaver race. The two groups of immortal experts met in the sky and immediately began fighting. The energy fluctuations of their fight was so strong that it even changed the course of a cannon's shell. Hawkins looked at the battle of the immortal experts and couldn't help but frown. He looked at Mu Yao and said, "Elder Mu, did you notice that the Fire Weavers seem to be dragging us down?" Mu Yao nodded and said, "Yes. They want to fight a protracted battle with us. They sent their immortal experts so soon. Moreover, they chose to fight in front of our fleet. They want to use this method to stop our fleet from advancing." "Little Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at the battle between the immortal experts and said, "The path ahead has already been blocked by the immortal experts. so there's no way for us to advance. We can only step back and fly at a low altitude to deal with their defenses first. Then we'll think about how to deal with them. Hawkins replied, it seems like we can only go like this. The Fire Weavers are too sly to use their immortal experts to block us like this. Zhao Hai nodded when he heard this. He immediately waved his hand as the large artifacts slowly retreated. After going back a certain distance, the fleet began to descend before flying straight towards the defensive line. Naturally, the Fire Weavers understood what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Their cannons adjusted their angle and began firing at the fleet. However, such an attack was completely ineffective against Zhao Hai's fleet. With its shields, the large artifacts had no need to be afraid of enemy fire. The cannons on the ships also fired back at the defensive line, but it was clear that the defensive line had been reinforced. The cannons were unable to deal with the defenses. Zhao Hai smiled faintly when he saw this. Then he said, the Fire Weavers have learned to be smart. Haha, Elder, it seems like an old friend is here. Mu Yao looked at the Fire Weavers and nodded. A good friend is here. Zhu Zifeng fought against us, so she knows the power of our cannons. Seeing the defensive line being intact, it seems to be made under Zhu Zifeng's command. I didn't expect the Fire Weavers to adapt this quickly. Zhao Hai smiled and said, the battlefield is the best training ground for anyone who wants to learn warfare. The battlefield is the best classroom. Making such a mistake, the Fire Weavers naturally wouldn't repeat it. Moreover, Zhu Zifeng is strong. She almost prevented us from meeting the Divergent Realm. This woman isn't simple. Mu Yao nodded and said, so what do we do now? Hawkins has been listening to the conversation between Mu Yao and Zhao Hai. He found that the two weren't talking in a way an elder talks to his juniors. Zhao Hai wasn't too polite to Mu Yao while Mu Yao wasn't offended by Zhao Hai's tone. This only showed Zhao Hai's status in the 100 Treasures realm. After knowing that Zhao Hai was a divergent ability user, Hawkins has been trying to improve his relationship with him. Although he hasn't contacted Zhao Hai, Hawkins was prepared to recruit him. But before he did, he wanted to see what kind of person Zhao Hai was and his status in the 100 Treasures realm. However, the current situation caused Hawkins to frown. It was clear that Zhao Hai had a very high status in the 100 Treasures realm. If he spoke to Mu Yao this way and Mu Yao wasn't offended, this meant that Zhao Hai wouldn't be easy to recruit. Although the 100 Treasures realm was inferior to the Divergent realm, it was also one of the biggest realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield, and Zhao Hai was very well respected in this realm. If the Divergent realm recruits him and gives him the same status in the Divergent realm, then people might not agree. Therefore, it would be very hard to pull Zhao Hai into the Divergent realm. As Hawkins was ruminating on his plans, Zhao Hai was looking at the Fire Weaver defense line. He frowned and said, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to advance. If it was really designed by Zhu Zifeng, then it would definitely have countermeasures against the sword shuttles. Mu Yao replied, let the sword shuttles try to attack first. If it fails, then we'll retreat and think of how to proceed. Zhao Hai nodded. He waved his hand and sent the sword shuttles towards the Fire Weaver's defensive line. Chapter 1610, The Fleet Rams the Mountain. Sitting inside the Hell King's ship was a group of people. This group was led by Mu Yao and Hawkins. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were also present. Besides them, there were several severed soul experts. These severed soul experts were responsible for handling the other cultivators. There was a serious atmosphere inside the cabin. Nobody opened their mouths. They weren't defeated in the battle, but they were driven back. Immortal experts blocked the large artifacts. At the same time, the sword shuttles couldn't do anything under the pressure of the enemy. Rifles were also useless because both sides were too far away. It could be said that today's offensive was a test, but it still caused a headache to the Divergent realm and the 100 Treasures realm. Although the defense of the Fire Weavers wasn't ingenious, it was very effective. If the Fire Weavers still used the same tactics in the offensive tomorrow, then how do they deal with it? It was a difficult problem. After some time, Hawkins said, everyone, you should have seen what just happened. Does anyone have any opinions? Nobody replied. Seeing this, Mu Yao said, I think Little Hai's plan is still usable. We'll first need to find a way to destroy the mountain the defensive line is on, then we'll begin our fight. Although the defenses aren't a threat to Little Hai's large artifacts, we cannot send out cultivators to fight. We can only depend on the sword shuttles. Therefore, we should deal with the mountain before we can do something to the Fire Weavers. People nodded, but one elder from the Divergent realm frowned and said, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy. The Fire Weaver's defensive line is very well built. There should also be immortal experts guarding the area. Even if we send more immortal experts, it still wouldn't be easy." People nodded as well. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you're the one controlling the large artifacts. Did you find a way to deal with the Fire Weaver's defensive line?" When Mu Yao said that, everyone's gazes were focused on Zhao Hai. People of the 100 Treasures realm were looking at him with anticipation, while the people of the Divergent realm had gazes with a trace of suspicion. Seeing everyone looking at him, Zhao Hai got up and said, replying to the elders, "The Fire Weavers have made a well laid out defensive line this time. Thinking about their defensive line, I reckon they engraved it with defensive formations. The cultivators inside the large artifacts can disembark while I use them to directly crash into the opponent's defensive line." Hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to think of such a violent method. He actually wanted to ram the defensive line with large artifacts. Mu Yao knitted his brows and said, "The defensive line is situated in a mountain. The large artifacts might not be large enough to cause damage." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Fire Weaver's defensive line is in the mountains. They might have hollowed it out just like in the past, but it doesn't matter. When the time comes, the mountain will not be able to withstand the impact and collapse. Then their defensive line will be finished." Hawkins' eyes shone. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This plan is good. But how sure are you that it will succeed? Moreover, it's possible that the large artifacts would be damaged." Zhao Hai replied, "If we can't deal with the Fire Weavers, then the large artifacts would be useless before long. We might as well use them in the war while possible. Even if we lose them, as long as we can break through the defensive line, we will have won. We can then proceed without large artifacts. Also, it won't do us any good if we delay here for too long." Hawkins turned to Mu Yao. In his opinion, Zhao Hai's plan was good. However, it would no doubt cause critical damage to the large artifacts. He was now looking at Mu Yao to see if he was willing to give up on the large artifacts. Mu Yao looked at Hawkins before turning to Zhao Hai and saying, "Let's do it according to your plan. Tomorrow, arrange the large artifacts to directly attack the Fire Weaver's defensive line." Hearing Mu Yao, the eyes of the people from the Divergent realm couldn't help but flash with surprise. They didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to be so willing to use their large artifacts to attack the enemy's defensive line. This requires some determination. Thinking of this, the people of the Divergent realm secretly made up their minds to do their best in fighting the Fire Weavers. If the 100 Treasures realm was willing to let go of their large artifacts, then the Divergent realm couldn't be left behind and slack off. How can they accept it? Hawkins looked at Mu Yao without any words of thanks. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, "All right, then I'll look at Little Hai's performance tomorrow. As long as Little Hai destroys their defensive line, we will fight with all our strength on the battlefield." Zhao Hai nodded. Mu Yao looked at people and said, "I'll have to ask everyone to disembark from the large artifacts tomorrow. This is the first time in the 10,000 realm battlefield that large artifacts were used to ram a mountain. If people are still inside the ships at that time, they would no doubt be shaken." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. Hawkins continued, "All right, immediately go and prepare. Take the people out of the large artifacts right away. We can't delay tomorrow's affairs." Little Hai is right. The most important thing for us is time. If we take too long, there will be more trouble in the future. Everyone nodded, then they immediately made their preparations. When everyone left, the ones left in the cabin were Mu Yao and Hawkins. Hawkins looked at Mu Yao and said, "Elder Mu, I won't say anything about your decision, but this Hawkins will remember everything the 100 Treasures realm has done. From now on, I'll treat the 100 Treasures realm as the most loyal ally of the Divergent realm." Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, "Since Elder Hawkins said so, then let's go to my place and exchange a few cups of liquor. I have some cloud fruit and cloud wine with me." Hearing Mu Yao, Hawkins couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, "All right, fantastic. I heard of the 100 Treasures realm's cloud fruits and cloud wine. It seems like I'll get a treat today." The two proceeded to head out after their conversation. The say soon passed and the people inside the large artifacts have all been evacuated to a safe place. Zhao Hai then began to prepare the large artifacts for ramming the defensive line. Zhao Hai looked at the Fireweaver defensive line from afar. It was filled with formation discs once more. He wasn't surprised. After they retreated yesterday, The fire weavers immediately fixed the place up. These formations were simple to make and were consumable. Realms like the fire weaver realm can make as many as they want. Zhao Hai stopped at a safe place. However, the fire weavers began to move. Cannons were primed and their formations were established. They were waiting for Zhao Hai's attack. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then the fleet slowly positioned itself until it reached a position that was fit to attack the mountain range. Then he waved forward as the large artifacts rushed towards the mountain with great vigor. It wasn't only Zhao Hai. Mu Yao was also very clear that Zhao Hai's large artifacts were very difficult to damage. Even if they're damaged, Zhao Hai can still fix them. Zhao Hai knew this, so he decided on this action. He had nothing to lose in this plan. The people of the 100 Treasures realm had some idea about what would happen, but the people of the Divergent realm didn't. Every single one of them were looking at the fleet. They haven't heard of anyone using large artifacts to ram a mountain. It seems like only the 100 Treasures realm would dare to do so. The fire weavers also discovered this. They were very anxious. All cannons aimed towards Zhao Hai's fleet. There were even immortal experts going out of the defensive line in order to stop the fleet. However, their efforts were useless. Zhao Hai's fleet was like an army of tanks charging through at full power. Everything in front would be ground to paste. Facing the large artifacts, the expressions of the large artifacts changed. They discovered that they cannot block the large artifacts. They quickly flashed out of the way. The departure of the immortal experts meant that Zhao Hai's target was right in front of him. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be polite as he directed the large artifact to smash the target. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. Under everyone's gaze, the Fire Weaver race's defensive line was filled with dust enough to cover the sky. Soon after, the cultivators used their spiritual force in order to see what happened. They discovered the 100 Treasures realm's fleet heading back. But this time, there were 6 of them left, and the 3 ships vanished. Everyone knew that Zhao Hai already received the 3 large artifacts since they had been critically damaged. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have taken them away. Just as Zhao Hai retreated, the immortal experts from the Fire Weaver's side who just ran away immediately rushed forward. Since Zhao Hai was just retreating, the speed of the fleet was quite low. The immortal experts wanted to take advantage of the situation. When Hawkins saw this, he immediately said, "Immortal experts, block those fellows. We cannot allow them to harm Little Hai." As he said that, immortal experts began to fly out to meet the immortal experts of the Fire Weaver race. Chapter 1611, Two Fingers. Hawkins knew clearly that if they allowed the immortal experts of the Fire Weaver race to reach Zhao Hai, then things wouldn't end up well. Zhao Hai was the only person left inside the large artifacts. It was impossible for him to stop so many immortal experts. Therefore, Hawkins immediately brought a large number of immortal experts to stop the pursuers. He even went out personally. Hawkins was a formidable immortal expert. His defense and strength was very well known. Hawkins moved swiftly. He jumped in front of a native Fire Weaver immortal expert. This expert had a big rifle in his hand. It was longer and bigger than ordinary rifles. The immortal expert was currently holding his rifle and aiming at Zhao Hai. Hawkins swept him with his spiritual force and knew that the person was aiming towards the bow of the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai seems to not have noticed anything as he just stood in place unmoving. Seeing this, Hawkins couldn't help but be anxious. He knew how important Zhao Hai was to the 100 Treasures realm. If Zhao Hai suffers an accident, it's possible that Mu Yao and the others would lose morale. Most importantly, Hawkins had his eyes on Zhao Hai. He wanted to take him away from the 100 Treasures realm. Because of this, Hawkins couldn't allow Zhao Hai to suffer an accident. Hawkins' eyes sharpened, his beard and hair shook as he shouted out loud, "Brat, you dare!" His voice was very loud, and it had an element of a sound attack in it. However, the opposite party was also an immortal expert that was famous for his sound attacks. According to legend, since receiving his rifle, he had never emptied its magazine, and his rifle was the most life-threatening among the Fire Weavers. Because of this, although Hawkins' sound attack arrived, this person didn't care. He continued to steady himself as he touched the trigger on his rifle. Bang! A bullet shot out from the rifle. This time, the immortal experts looked at Hawkins. From the time Hawkins' shout reached him until the moment he pulled the trigger, his hand had always stayed steady. Watching the person pulling the trigger, Hawkins couldn't help but be anxious. Then he turned his head towards Zhao Hai. The immortal expert who was looking at Hawkins also turned his gaze towards Zhao Hai. However, What the two saw shocked them. As the bullet was about to reach Zhao Hai's head, Zhao Hai suddenly reached his hand out and caught it with his index and middle finger. It was as if he was picking up a peanut. Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at the bullet before it crumbled to the ground. Then he looked at the fireweaver expert and coldly snorted. Then he turned his gaze back to the defensive line, as though nothing had happened. Hawkins and the immortal fireweaver couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such strength. It must be known that the bullet was shot by an immortal stage expert. It was an attack using their own power. Even Hawkins wasn't sure if he could catch it. However, Zhao Hai was able to, which was incredible. At this time, the immortal experts of the Divergent Realm began to block the Fireweaver experts. Both sides quickly exchanged moves. Hawkins also roared and moved towards the Fireweaver expert so that he couldn't send another bullet towards Zhao Hai. The Fireweaver expert also attacked Hawkins. However, the complexion of the Fireweaver expert was pale. It was clear that Zhao Hai's action was a massive hit to his confidence. When Zhao Hai reached a proper distance, he waved his hand once more, causing the large artifact to speed up to hit the defensive line a second time. Another loud explosion was heard before the entire defensive line shook. The entire mountain swayed and slowly sank down. Everyone who saw this was stunned. Although the experts present had formidable cultivation, they were still shocked to see such a huge mountain sink down before their eyes. They all knew that the mountain range had been hollowed out by the Fireweavers, but at the same time, there were countless supporting pillars erected inside. Moreover, it's being reinforced by a defensive formation. It can be said that if Zhao Hai wasn't here, then this structure would have existed for 1,000 years. However, this defensive line actually collapsed. With the bottom destroyed, the Fireweaver's defensive line was finished. The impact of Zhao Hai's large artifacts didn't only shake the mountain, but its inhabitants as well. If the people inside the defensive line didn't use all of their strength, then the collapse was enough to claim their lives. After the mountain collapsed, Zhao Hai drew back once more, but this time, only 4 large artifacts remained. Nevertheless, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He slowly increased his altitude and then the cannons on the ship began firing towards the formation discs. Zhao Hai only needed 3 rounds of firing before the large artifacts crashed into the formation discs. The formation discs stuck into the shields of the large artifacts. However, the defensive shields of the large artifacts pulsed with an electric shock, repelling the formation discs from it. Then, like before, the formation discs began exploding. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. The large artifact charged at full power towards the Fireweavers. Behind the large artifact were the 800 sword shuttles. Seeing Zhao Hai rushing forward in a desperate manner, the Fireweavers couldn't help but respond. Nearly 1,000 immortal experts rushed out of the defensive line. The weapons in their hands were all aimed at Zhao Hai's large artifacts. Since Mu Yao and the others didn't have to worry about the cannons on the defensive line, they also began to rush forward with all their strength. By this time, Hawkins and the others bore results. The immortal Fireweavers were unable to hold on and retreated. Hawkins and his people also ran to the back of Zhao Hai's fleet, ready to proceed forward together. When Zhao Hai entered the range of the rifles, he immediately received attacks from multiple immortal experts. The fleet began to slow down before finally stopping. Then at this moment, Zhao Hai waved his hand. All large artifacts established a formation next to each other, like a huge horizontal wall in front of the Fireweaver army. When Zhao Hai finished his setup, the cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm held their rifles, and with the fleet as a bunker, they engaged in a firefight against the Fireweavers. At the same time, the immortal experts of both sides took action. Before long, whether it was the Allied army or the Fireweaver army, the cultivators could only stop. They weren't afraid that their bullets would hurt the immortal experts. Instead, the energy fluctuations of the battle affected the bullets so much that there was no use firing the rifles. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that the plan to destroy the Fireweavers' defensive line was still inadequate, so he waved his hand as the fleet retreated out of the range of the rifles. Then he used the cannons to bombard the Fireweavers. Then when both sides began losing immortal experts, they also slowly stopped. Then the Allied army retreated, but not too far. They went as far away as Zhao Hai's fleet, just outside the range of the Fireweaver rifles. If the Fireweavers still wanted to pursue, then they would face the immortal experts of the Divergent Realm and the 100 Treasures realm. Because of this, they could no longer pursue Zhao Hai. At this moment, Zhao Hai's fleet increased from 4 to 8. Zhao Hai just released the ships he took back a while ago. Naturally, This was just for appearance. Zhao Hai can take a lot more large artifacts, but he didn't want people to know that he had a lot of them. Both sides faced each other from a distance. Nobody took a step back. However, Zhao Hai's large artifacts still kept firing towards the fire weavers. He didn't give the fire weavers any opportunity to make any repairs. Mu Yao and Hawkins had excited looks on their faces when they entered the cabin. Although they couldn't defeat the fire weavers today, they still managed to destroy their defenses. This was good news for them. After everyone had settled down, Hawkins looked at Zhao Hai as he laughed and said, "Little Hai, you've done very well, ha ha ha." Looking at the large artifacts ramming the mountain was too satisfying. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Mu Yao turned his head to the other immortal experts and said, "Now we don't have to worry about the threat from the defensive line." However, the immortal experts of the Fireweaver army are still a problem. If we want to break the defensive line, we need to defeat them. Hawkins nodded and said, "The fire weavers are shameless enough. Their immortal experts don't intend to fight anywhere else but in front of the defensive line. This way, we have no chance to get to the defensive line. They're really hateful." Chapter 1612, Breaking Through. What Hawkins said wasn't wrong. When immortal experts fight against each other, they would always reserve a bit of strength. After all, for all realms, immortal experts were valuable resources, especially for small realms. Even realms like the Divergent Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm would have their foundations shaken when they lose a lot of immortal experts. Because of this, whenever the immortal experts of two realms battle, they will find another place to do it. And once losses begin to appear on both sides, they would retreat. This time, the Fire Weavers took advantage of this and chose to fight in front of the army rather than somewhere else. This way, they can separate the two armies from each other, making the Divergent Realm and 100 Treasures Realm reluctant to lose immortal experts. But it was also in this way that the Fire Weavers could defend their defensive line. The Fire Weavers knew clearly that even if they have their three-dimensional formation, if ever Zhao Hai manages to break through, the defensive line would be broken soon after. Therefore, they came up with this trick and it worked. The people in the room were frowning. They failed to anticipate the results of this move of the Fire Weavers. This included Zhao Hai. He wanted to use his large artifacts to ram into the defensive line, but with so many immortal experts fighting each other it was impossible for him to rush through without completely depleting his momentum. And once the large artifacts stopped, the attack of the enemy would be more fierce. Then they would have to deal with the immortal experts, which would return them to square one. Zhao Hai frowned. To be honest, he could just dispatch all of the immortal undead in the space and use them to input energy into the large artifacts. Then he could drive the large artifacts to the enemy's formation. However, he couldn't do this. Otherwise, his strength would be too shocking. Then suddenly, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. He thought of something which he used before. He can just use all of the immortal experts here to input their energy into the large artifacts and then attack the enemy. If this happens, the immortal experts of the Fireweavers would be unable to stop them. As long as they reach the defensive line, they would certainly succeed. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai stood up and then cupped his fist as he said, "Elders, I have something to say." The frowning Mu Yao and Hawkins were attracted to Zhao Hai. At the same time everyone inside the room turned towards Zhao Hai. Hawkins immediately said, "Little Hai has something to say. Let him talk." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "I want to use the method that the 100 Treasures Realm used in order to break through the blockades of the Fire Weavers." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but be stunned. Then he slapped his thigh and said, "That's right, I almost forgot about that method. If we use it, then the Fire Weavers would be unable to stop us." Hawkins stared at Mu Yao. He didn't understand Mu Yao's excitement. Mu Yao turned to Hawkins and then smiled. "When we were breaking through the blockades of the Fire Weavers, all of our immortal experts sent energy towards the large artifacts in order to boost their strength and impact. Even if immortal experts tried to stop us, they couldn't. If we use all our immortal experts here and let them send energy to the large artifacts, I guarantee that the Fire Weavers could only get out of the way." Hearing Mu Yao, Hawkins stared. Then he laughed. But he still couldn't help but ask, "Can this work? Will the large artifacts survive with all that energy being channeled to them?" Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, "There shouldn't be a problem. The ships have been modified by Little Hai. Inside them are spirit gathering formations. They're especially installed for things like this." Hawkins looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, will this really work? This is very important to us. We cannot make a mistake." Zhao Hai smiled and said, There shouldn't be any problem with cultivators and immortal experts sending their spiritual chi to the ships, as long as we penetrate into the enemy's three-dimensional formation. The cultivators can disembark from the ships to attack the Fire Weaver army. We can also station immortal experts in the sword shuttles to attack the enemy's formations. With immortal experts supplying energy, the sword shuttles wouldn't be afraid of the enemy's immortal experts. And once the sword shuttles goes through the enemy's army formation, their defensive line should be broken. Alright, we'll do as you said. Immediately arrange immortal experts to each ship. We'll make tomorrow the last time we attack the defensive line. Hawkins immediately agreed to Zhao Hai's proposal. In his opinion, this was the best they could do at this time. People were immediately shuffled around. Various cultivators entered the large artifacts and some immortal experts were sent to the sword shuttles. Everyone was prepared to attack at any time. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was quite calm. He was still firing upon the defensive line. He was also making sure that nobody could move. He didn't want the Fire Weavers to fix the damage he did to the defensive line. A day passed and the 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm finished their preparations. 800 immortal experts also entered the sword shuttles. The remaining immortal experts were divided into the large artifacts. All this time, Zhao Hai kept bombarding the defensive line, much to the annoyance of the Fire Weavers. It must be known that, in the past, the Fire Weavers were at the top when it came to rifles, but now, they were bullied by cannons. The Fire Weavers were now feeling suffocated and choking with rage. Most importantly, the 100 Treasures Realm fleet was just right in front of their eyes. But the Fire Weavers didn't dare withdraw their shields. If the shields were taken down, the fleet would no doubt rush over. When the time comes, the ones to suffer would be them. Just as the Fire Weavers were about to sacrifice immortal experts just to deal with the 100 Treasures Realm fleet, the fleet suddenly stopped firing and slowly retreated. The movement of the fleet caused the Fire Weavers to stare. They had no idea what the 100 Treasures Realm wanted to do. Everyone could see that the fleet was in an advantageous position, so why would they suddenly retreat? While the Fire Weavers were stunned, the 100 treasures retreated out of view. This caused the Fire Weavers to feel relieved. Even the immortal experts couldn't help but let out a long breath. At this time, the 100 Treasures Realm fleet stopped. When the ships stopped, Mu Yao and Hawkins knew that it was time. They immediately issued the command to begin sending spiritual chi to the ships. Upon being injected with spiritual chi, the 8 large artifacts began shining with a golden light, as if golden flames erupted from the ships. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the large artifacts shot out with their fastest speed. It only took a few breaths before they reached the Fire Weaver defensive line. When the Fire Weavers saw the fleet shining with golden light, they immediately knew that the 100 Treasures Realm fleet didn't retreat, but they were adjusting their distance for a charge. They immediately sent a large number of immortal experts as well as cultivators in a 3-dimensional formation. They intend to block the fleet's charge just like before, but this time, they made the wrong decision. The charge of the 100 Treasures Realm was too overwhelming. Just as the immortal experts positioned themselves in front of the 3-dimensional formation, the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet was already wheezing in. This scared the immortal experts. They quickly launched their attacks. They still divided themselves into 8 and targeted the 8 large artifacts together. What the Fire Weavers didn't know was how many people were currently powering the large artifacts. Just as the attacks reached the large artifacts, they immediately fizzled out. Every attack either disappeared or were bounced off. The large artifacts didn't allow these immortal experts to evade. They rammed straight into the bodies of the Fire Weaver immortals. The immortal experts didn't expect the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet to be this violent. They also didn't have time to think about it as they were immediately smashed into paste. Then the fleet rushed into the 3-dimensional formation. Although the army formation was specially designed to deal with the 100 Treasures Realm, the fleet came in too fast. Before they could react, the fleet was already barreling through the formation, leaving a trail of blood behind. The Fire Weavers were too shocked. But before they could recover, 800 sword shuttles crashed into the formation. The sword shuttles were like wolves unleashed inside a sheep's pen. By the time the Fire Weavers could respond, it was already too late. After 2 days and 2 failed attempts, the 100 Treasures Realm and the Fire Weavers were finally able to break through the Fire Weaver race's defensive line. Chapter 1613, Guest Seat Elder. Zhao Hai looked calmly as the cultivators from the 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm chased the Fire Weavers. In the Fire Weaver army, the most loyal were undoubtedly those from the Fire Weaver race. So when they attacked the Fire Weaver army, they made sure to attack the native fire weavers. Naturally, killing people from the subordinate realms couldn't be avoided. After all, no matter where they came from, they were still enemies. Zhao Hai's large artifacts rushed back and forth in the fire weavers' army formation 7 times. But besides the first round, the results weren't as satisfactory. He killed less and less people at each go. On the other hand, the sword shuttles were faring very well. The immortal experts inside them only supplied energy. The control was still left to Laura and the others. The fire weavers were turned upside down. The fire weavers had no idea how the sword shuttles became very strong. Some of these sword shuttles even attacked immortal experts, which they managed to kill. In this case, it became impossible for the fire weavers to protect the defensive line. The subordinate realms fled all at once. The fire weavers also began to run away. They were then pursued by the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm. Zhao Hai calmly stood in place and didn't move. He watched all of this happen in a calm manner. But inside, Zhao Hai was very happy. The fire weavers lost a lot, and this meant more undead. At this time, 2 figures flew over. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw Mu Yao and Hawkins. The 2 appeared on Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. The 2 of them were understandably happy. The battle gave them more confidence in dealing with the fire weavers. Hawkins patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Little Hai, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have suffered successive losses. With our win this time, the fire weavers are finished." Zhao Hai was confused as he looked at Hawkins. Although the fire weavers lost heavily this time, it wasn't enough to cut through the bone. How could Hawkins say that it was the end for the fire weavers? Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, "We defeated the fire weavers both times when they were ready." In this case, the subordinate realms would begin to lose confidence in the fire weavers. The fire weavers will lose most of their combat strength. I think the Divergent realm already made preparations for this, right? Hawkins nodded and said, "Before we began our attack against the fire weavers, Elder Prison Heart already made some arrangements. After these 2 victories, I believe many subordinate realms would surrender to us. Elder Prison Heart is very good at these kinds of things." Mu Yao and Zhao Hai looked at each other and didn't say anything. For them, such an arrangement was normal. If there wasn't, then it would be strange. Hawkins made it clear that they haven't done this kind of thing before. This caused Zhao Hai and Mu Yao to be surprised. At this time, the sound of a breeze was heard. The 3 turned their heads and saw Prison Heart on the Hell King's ship. They immediately gave the old man a salute. Prison Heart nodded at the 3 and then smiled as he said, "Good job. I've seen the process of the battle. Let's head in." "Hawkins, tell everyone to come back and stop their pursuit." Hawkins didn't understand why, but he still took out a Jade Sword message. After the Jade Sword message was sent, the 3 entered the cabin to discuss the battle. Once the group entered the cabin, Prison Heart looked at everyone and said, "Do you find it strange why I recalled everyone? It's because the subordinate realms already surrendered to us. It wouldn't be good if we continue to chase them down. Rest assured, the fire weavers are finished." The 3 nodded when they heard Prison Heart. Once their subordinate realms begin to collapse, the end of the fire weavers would begin. If one surrendered, it would surely be followed by another. In the future, it would be impossible for the fire weavers to organize a large army. Prison Heart looked at the 3 and then smiled and said, "I already sent information to the Sword Realm. They should be strengthening their attack." The fire weavers would also lose morale if they heard what happened here. The fire weavers are at their end. Mu Yao and Hawkins were smiling. Conversely, Zhao Hai was frowning. This was because the news Kair told him wasn't as positive. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Prison Heart couldn't help but ask, "Little Hai, do you have anything to say? Why is there a frown on your face?" Zhao Hai looked at Prison Heart and said, replying to Elder, "I'm worried that the fire weavers would be desperate and seek help from the Buddhist realm and the primal chaos realm." Prison Heart's eyes couldn't help but light up. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to think of this in such happy times like today. The 2 defeats of the fire weavers could be attributed to Zhao Hai's large artifacts, but he didn't let that go to his head. He also thought of potential enemies like the Buddhist realm and the primal chaos realm. To be honest, Zhao Hai was a native of the Divergent realm and wasn't from the 100 Treasures realm. Prison Heart would have groomed him to be his successor. When Mu Yao and Hawkins heard Zhao Hai, they were both taken aback. Then their expressions changed. They understood that the possibility of this happening was big. When Mu Yao heard Zhao Hai, he was immediately reminded of the giant spirit realm. Upon being cornered by the 100 treasures realm, the giant spirit realm asked for help from the fire weavers. With them in the same scenario, the fire weavers could be forced to ask for help from the Buddhist realm or the primal chaos realm. Although they would have to pay a huge price, they could still keep their standing in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao and Hawkins and then said, Little Hi's concerns are reasonable, but there's no need to worry. I already made arrangements. When the war is finished, the two realms would also get benefits. Although their benefits are inferior to what the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm would get, it should still be able to satisfy them. They wouldn't take action in this matter. Hearing Prison Heart, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh inside. Old Ginger is indeed more spicy. He said all of that because the Fire Weavers did indeed seek help from the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm. Zhao Hai has been monitoring the Fire Weavers for a long time. In these few years, he was able to hitch a ride to the Fire Weavers' headquarters. From there, he was able to get to know the situation better. It was precisely because of this that he knew that Zhurong, the Fireweaver Patriarch, had sent people to the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm to ask for help. But Zhao Hai didn't expect Prison Heart to have already made proper adjustments. He already offered benefits to the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm so that they wouldn't send troops. This was the best outcome. Naturally, this depended on how successful the Divergent realm and the Sword realm were. Otherwise, the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm wouldn't be as kind. Prison Heart looked at the three and said, Recall everyone, I have something to announce. Hawkins immediately sent a letter. Mu Yao did the same. After the messages were sent, the only thing left was to wait for everyone to come back. Before long, severed soul experts and immortal experts arrived. When they saw Prison Heart, they all gave him a bow before standing silently on the side. Everyone had a happy expression on their faces. After everyone arrived, Prison Heart gave them all a glance and said, Our allied army has won twice against the Fire Weavers. We've forced them to a corner. Now, more than 10 subordinate realms have surrendered to us. In the next attack, I'll depend on everyone to work hard. We need to see a conclusion to this war as soon as possible. Everyone simultaneously answered, Yes, Elder. Prison Heart nodded and said, In these two battles, the greatest credit will go to Zhao Hai of the 100 Treasures realm, and because Zhao Hai is also a divergent ability user, starting today, I intend to receive him as a closing disciple and bestow him with a guest seat elder's token. Later on, he will become a guest seat elder. Does anyone object to this? Prison Heart's words caused people to stare. They looked at each other and didn't know what to reply. At this time, Hawkins stood up and said, I support Elder's decision. Zhao Hai is strong and is a divergent ability user. Moreover, he provided great contributions to the war. It's natural for him to become the Divergent Realm's guest seat elder. To be honest, everyone didn't think that Hawkins would be the first one to agree. This caused everyone to stare. The immortal elders of the Divergent Realm looked at each other before standing up and said, Elder's decision is proper. These people didn't know, but Hawkins wanted to pull Zhao Hai over a long time ago. He just had no opportunity to do so. Now that Prison Heart said that, how could Hawkins oppose it? As for the other immortal experts of the Divergent Realm, since Prison Heart and Hawkins agree, then why should they disagree? Prison Heart and Hawkins were the two most influential elders in the Divergent Realm. Since they agreed, naturally there was nothing to worry about. Seeing that everyone agrees, Prison Heart nodded and said, Since nobody opposes, Zhao Hai, are you willing to take me as your master and become a guest seat elder of the Divergent Realm? Prison Heart's question caused everyone's gazes to turn towards Zhao Hai. Chapter 1614, No Problems. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Hai stepped forward and then kowtowed 3 times towards Prison Heart and said, Zhao Hai pays respects to master. Ha ha ha, good disciple. Come, stand beside me. Prison Heart happily stepped forward and pulled Zhao Hai up. Then he had Zhao Hai stand beside him. This showed everyone how much he values Zhao Hai, who, there was a sound of applause inside the room. Whether real or fake, people sent their regards towards Zhao Hai and Prison Heart. Prison Heart had a wide smile on his face. He was clearly satisfied with his new disciple. After a while, everyone stopped. Then Prison Heart said, All right, everyone go back and rest. I still have something to say to Little Hai. Everyone complied and left. Once everyone left, Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, it's good that you became my disciple. Unlike other people who have a lot of offensive means, There's only one thing I studied my entire life, and that is spiritual force. What I teach you is how to use and cultivate spiritual force." Prison Heart turned his heart and took out a jade slip. He handed the jade slip to Zhao Hai and said, "These are my attainments in spiritual chi over the years. Take a look first. If there's something you don't understand, come ask me." Zhao Hai received the jade slip and said, "Master can rest assured. I'll practice it well." Prison Heart nodded and said, "All right, you can go. You can ask me at any time." Zhao Hai complied. He bowed to Prison Heart and left. Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai's departing back with a smile on his face. Nobody knew what he was thinking about. After leaving the room, Zhao Hai immediately returned to his own cabin. He didn't immediately read the contents of the jade slip. He examined the jade slip first. Zhao Hai also reinforced his spiritual force with faith power. He wanted to see whether Prison Heart did anything to the jade slip. There's nothing. Nothing at all. The jade slip looked very normal. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he returned to the space. Laura and the others immediately greeted him as soon as he entered the villa. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, did you really take Prison Heart as a master? Why do I feel like the old man harbors evil intentions towards you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, don't worry, I have a way to deal with it." After he said that, he used his spiritual force to penetrate into the jade slip. At the same time, he activated his 5-element killing formation. Seeing that there's no issue, Zhao Hai began to feel that inside was truly Prison Heart's cultivation notes. Zhao Hai said, "Care, have this thing scanned, see if there's anything wrong." Care complied and then took the jade slip and then placed it on the scanner. Before long they obtained a result. There were no issues with the contents of the jade slip, and according to the cultivation method inside, it would cause Zhao Hai's spiritual force to experience explosive growth. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's have a look at this cultivation method." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, will you really learn this cultivation method?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Since it's here, why not? What I'm currently lacking is my spiritual force. Isn't it an opportunity? Prison Heart really wants to take me as a disciple. If he has other goals, then we'll just have to be careful around him." Laura also thought about it. As long as Zhao Hai was always wary of Prison Heart, then the old man couldn't threaten Zhao Hai, so she was no longer opposed. Zhao Hai carefully looked through Prison Heart's spiritual force cultivation method. To be honest, Prison Heart was truly the foremost expert when it came to spiritual force. His cultivation method was very formidable. Moreover, his control over spiritual force has reached an astonishing degree. With Prison Heart's cultivation method, Zhao Hai was sure that his spiritual force would reach new heights. Upon going through the cultivation method, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. In his mind, if Prison Heart was indeed sincere in taking him as a disciple, then it wouldn't be a problem if he let Prison Heart live inside the space. This way, the old man could live a little longer. But if Prison Heart had ulterior motives, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. After all, this was the world of cultivators. Killing was as common as weeds. Zhao Hai took a closer look at Prison Heart's cultivation method. He tried to memorize it word for word, breaking it down. Before digesting it, Zhao Hai already had a strong spiritual force. Moreover, he's also skilled at using it. But compared to Prison Heart's method, he still fell short. Before long, Zhao Hai got through all of the jade slip's contents. Although he hadn't officially started his practice, he already gained insight from what he read, which caused him to be happy. As Zhao Hai practiced the cultivation method, he immediately felt his spiritual force steadily increasing. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this wasn't the time to close up and practice. He still had unfinished things to do. He still has to deal with the fire weavers. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai immediately went to see Mu Yao. Inside Mu Yao's room were other immortal experts as well as Mu Yu. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Mu Yao nodded and said, "Little Hai, have a seat." Zhao Hai gave a salute and then sat down. Before Mu Yao could speak, Zhao Hai said, "Elder, I took a closer look at Master's cultivation method and saw that there was nothing wrong, so I was a bit late." Mu Yao knew what Zhao Hai meant, so he waved his hand and said, "There's no need to tell me these kinds of things. We already know that Prison Heart intends to take you as a disciple, but you still need to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Mu Yao continued, "Our present goal is to deal with the fire weavers. The fire weavers are finished, but those fellows wouldn't just wait to be ruined. It's possible that they would conduct a final resistance. Moreover, they would be more ferocious this time." Everyone nodded. Mu Yao turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, your large artifacts wouldn't have any problems, right? You lost a lot in the fight with the fire weavers today. Hearing Mu Yao, everyone turned to Zhao Hai. They didn't understand what was going on. They knew Zhao Hai's large artifacts very well. Zhao Hai's artifacts could all be transformed. Even if they were damaged, it could be repaired immediately. So why wouldn't it work today? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, there's no problem with the large artifacts. But if we don't crash a few of them, how can the people of the Divergent Realm be assured? If our large artifacts are fine despite all of that, the Divergent Realm wouldn't have a reason to fight the Fire Weavers with all their strength. Hearing this, everyone understood and laughed. To be honest, these people were somewhat worried when Zhao Hai took Prison Heart as his master. The Divergent Realm was more powerful than the 100 Treasures Realm. If Zhao Hai chose to join the Divergent Realm, they would have no means to stop him. But now, it seems like Zhao Hai still had the 100 Treasures Realm in his heart. Mu Yao laughed with everyone. Then he said, if this is the case, then there's no need to hold back. Little Hai, we will still have to rely on you to reduce our casualties. Although we'll get Half Beast Island after this battle, the situation of the island is complicated. We'll need a long time to digest it. Therefore, we cannot lose a lot of people to the Fire Weavers. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Elder can rest assured, as long as everyone is inside the large artifacts, we wouldn't lose a lot. Moreover, I believe that the war is nearing its end. Mu Yao nodded. The Divergent Realm already dealt with the Buddhist Realm and the Primal Chaos Realm in advance. As long as these two great realms don't interfere, the Fire Weavers can be easily dealt with. Everyone should go take a rest. Right. Remember to remind everyone to be careful. Let's not lower our guard before the war ends. Everyone nodded. Then they stood up and left. Then Zhao Hai was dragged to Mu Yu's room. When they arrived, Zhao Hai took out a jar of liquor as well as several side dishes. He invited Mu Yu and the two drank a few glasses. Zhao Hai let out a breath of alcohol and then said, Prison Heart accepted me as a disciple. There hasn't been a problem so far, but I'm still worried. Brother Mu, you don't know this, but Prison Heart attacked Elder Mu and me before. But he was unsuccessful. So he accepted me as a disciple. I have always been wary of interacting with him. Mu Yu stared, then he put down his glasses and said, that happened? What is Prison Heart planning to do? Does he want to kill Master? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's not that kind of attack. He probably wants to control Elder Mu and me. His goal is still unclear, but he said that he wants us to be friendly towards the Divergent Realm because he wasn't too confident about leaving the Divergent Realm to Hawkins. Mu Yu knit his brows and said, we don't know if that's real or fake, but no matter what, it seems like he wants to pull you over to the Divergent Realm. Receiving you as a disciple wouldn't just end with that. You need to be more careful. Chapter 1615, Spiritual Crystal. Zhao Hai said goodbye to Mu Yu. The reason he asked Mu Yu for drinks was because he didn't want to have any conflicts with him in the future. Zhao Hai knew that although he was currently very popular in the 100 Treasures Realm, he was still a bit worse than Mu Yu. This was because Mu Yu was the successor of the Mu faction. The people in the Mu faction would fully support Mu Yu first before Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't want to have any conflicts with Mu Yu just because he accepted Prison Heart as a master. Therefore, he looked for Mu Yu and shared a drink with him. Zhao Hai even revealed that Prison Heart attacked both him and Mu Yao. He believed that Mu Yu wouldn't reveal anything about this. Zhao Hai let out a long breath before returning to the space. When he entered the villa, Laura looked at him and said, Brother Hai, why don't you use this opportunity to join the Divergent Realm? Zhao Hai shook his head as he forced a smile and said, no, if I join the Divergent Realm now, then everything I did before would be useless. Most importantly, we still don't know if Prison Heart really intends to take me as a disciple. Also, the situation of the Divergent Realm is much more complicated than the 100 Treasures Realm. Laura sighed and said, Brother Hai, do you really think that the 100 Treasures Realm could unify the entire 10,000 realm battlefield? Wouldn't the Sky Tower do anything about it? Zhao Hai replied, I'm forcing the Sky Tower to take action. As long as they make a move, we might be able to see who or what they really are. Laura nodded. To be honest, she was also curious about the Sky Tower. What was the Sky Tower really? Everyone inside it was an elite expert. Even if they only went until the 5th floor, Zhao Hai and the others already met so many powerful experts. How strong was the Sky Tower? Most importantly, every person they met from the Sky Tower had faith power. When was faith power so common? Where did those people get faith power? Do they also have realms they control? Speaking of which, The reason Zhao Hai needed to track down the background of the Sky Tower wasn't because of faith power. What he wanted to know was how the 10,000 realm battlefield was made. The more he found information about the Sky Tower, the more curious he became. Zhao Hai knew clearly from the situation of the 10,000 realm battlefield that it was impossible for the Sky Tower to gain faith power from this place. They made the 10,000 realm battlefield, but they cannot gain any faith power from it. So why did they make it in the first place? Most importantly, there was no way to maintain peace in the 10,000 realm battlefield for a long time. It was in a never-ending cycle of war, not to mention small-scale battles. Battles between large armies were quite common. Also, the enmity between realms was most likely caused by the Sky Tower. All of this was very abnormal. Nobody knew what the people who built the 10,000 realm battlefield wanted to do and why they built it. But since they clearly have a purpose, Zhao Hai wanted to know it. Is it just to watch people kill themselves? In that case, wouldn't the 10,000 realm battlefield be like a coliseum? If they want to foster experts in this way, then it would be like insects in a bottle. Whether it be a coliseum or a bottle of insects, Zhao Hai wanted to know. This was because he didn't want to be part of any of it. And to get out of this situation, Zhao Hai must know who was behind it all. As long as he knows who his enemies were, he can then begin to make plans on how to eliminate them. Zhao Hai was normally lukewarm, very good to get along with. He wouldn't shout kill at any opportunity. He prefers a calm life. However, he also has his bottom line. He didn't want his destiny being controlled by other people. Nobody controls his life. Because of this, Zhao Hai arrived at his current situation, but he discovered that he cannot get rid of this invisible hand that easily, so he needed to resist. Having lived with Zhao Hai for so long, Laura and the others knew him very well. Zhao Hai liked a simple but free life. This kind of life was very easy to satisfy, but it depends on other people to keep their hands out of his life, and everyone who tried to do this received Zhao Hai's merciless attack. After Zhao Hai sat down, Meg handed him a cup of tea. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, when do you plan to fully study the spiritual force cultivation method? If it has any problems, don't practice it anymore. After all, that is a method given by Prison Heart. We still can't trust him." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, even if Prison Heart has some ideas, this cultivation method doesn't have anything in it. He just wants to give us benefits so that we'll lower our guard against him. I'll be guarded against him all the time, so he won't pose a threat to us." Hearing Zhao Hai, Meg nodded and said, "So you have already thought about it? Then I won't worry anymore. Do you want to practice it now? You can try it under the 100 Spirits tree." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'll try it. If you have time, you can also practice. You've been drinking spiritual tea for many years, so your spiritual force isn't bad at all. This cultivation method should be effective for you." With his ability, Prison Heart was able to run wild in the 10,000 realm battlefield for many years. The cultivation method that Prison Heart gave Zhao Hai was very comprehensive. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was like a crude clay pot, then Prison Heart's was like an exquisite porcelain. Laura and the others didn't like to cultivate like most people. Moreover, they didn't need to cultivate. Although their bodies were inferior to Zhao Hai's, it was still quite powerful compared to other people. Moreover, they didn't need to participate in any battles outside. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't make them cultivate. On the other hand, this cultivation method can be learned by them. This was because this method was similar to the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique. It can be practiced at any time. As long as you practice it once, your spiritual force will become a spiritual crystal. This spiritual crystal would continue to rotate and practice by itself. Even if you don't manage it, it would still cultivate, increasing your spiritual force little by little. This spiritual crystal was something that Prison Heart gained after years of cultivation, and average people wouldn't be able to form it. Although they have strong spiritual force, severed soul experts couldn't achieve this level most of the time. Naturally, for Zhao Hai, Laura, and the other women, this wasn't a problem. They drink spiritual tea all year round. Their spiritual force was very formidable. Because of this, they were able to form a spiritual crystal, and once they do, they no longer need to worry about cultivation. The shape of the spiritual crystal wasn't random. Each face of the crystal represented a certain function like attack or control. Once you use your spiritual force, the crystal would rotate according to what function was used. For example, there's a sequence for a certain attack or a sequence if you want to shape your spiritual force. The more you cultivate your spiritual force, the stronger each face of the crystal would be. Moreover, It would lead to more combinations you could perform, making your spiritual attacks more complex. When Prison Heart was at his peak, he was invincible when it came to spiritual force. But now that his life was nearing its end, although his spiritual force was still formidable, it couldn't compare to before. Nevertheless, even at this point, the only person who could block Prison Heart's spiritual attack in the 10,000 realm battlefield was Zhao Hai. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others nodded. But they didn't take it too seriously. In their eyes, it was good as long as they were silently supporting Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at his wives and smiled bitterly. Then he walked outside and sat underneath the 100 Spirits tree. He could feel the rich spiritual chi emitted by the tree. It would be comparable to a high-grade spiritual vein in the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai knew that this was because of the 100 Spirits tree's increasing strength. And as the spiritual chi it emitted got stronger, the more benefits it brought to the plants inside the space. Zhao Hai calmly sat down and adjusted his spiritual force. When he was completely calm, he slowly began to control his spiritual force. The small avatar that was sitting on top of his Tao Lotus began to move. The golden core on its abdomen began to sht. At the same time, its hair extended to the void. In this void were stars that glittered. As though with their own thoughts, the avatar's hair moved along with the stars. After some time, the glitter of the stars became more and more erratic. In the end, the stars exploded before calming down once more. The avatar closed its eyes and its hair became loose. Although the hair was still very long, it was no longer floating. On top of the avatar's head was a small crystal. The crystal wasn't big, but it had a lot of small faces. Then it began to slowly rotate about its own axis. Chapter 1616. Zhurong's treacherous plan. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were no longer as bright as before, but instead they gave people a very deep feeling. There seemed to be a crystal in Zhao Hai's eyes that was constantly turning. It's just that the crystal was very small and was hidden in Zhao Hai's pupils. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he muttered, "I didn't expect this spiritual crystal to have this use." The reason Zhao Hai said that was because he found that there were patterns on the faces of the crystal. These patterns included forms of the 18 Buddhist techniques, the patterns of the sword formation, as well as the different divergent abilities that Zhao Hai had. It was really amazing. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that as long as he used any technique or ability, the spiritual crystal would quickly act and rotate. This allowed him to use techniques in a rapid manner. It made things more convenient for Zhao Hai. Standing up, Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "It's easy to use. It seems like I installed a computer into my head. It's pretty good." Laura and the others didn't follow Zhao Hai outside because they knew that Zhao Hai would succeed. They had no reason to worry. There were no problems with Prison Heart's cultivation method. Otherwise the scanner would have noticed something. It must be known that the scanner was from the space, and the space always placed Zhao Hai's safety as a priority. Anything harmful to Zhao Hai would always be tagged. Since there were no prompts this time, then it meant that Zhao Hai could practice this cultivation method. When he entered the villa, Zhao Hai saw Laura and the others looking at the monitor. Displayed on the screen was the current situation of the Fireweaver headquarters. Seeing Zhao Hai come back, Meg immediately gave him a spot to sit down. She also served Zhao Hai a cup of tea. After sitting down, Zhao Hai saw the Fireweavers inside their conference hall. However, the hall was very silent. Although there were several immortal experts inside, nobody made any noise. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and asked, "What's happening? Why do these people look like they're praying to Buddha?" Laura chuckled and said, "They're not praying, but they don't know what to say. They just received information that the Buddhist realm and the primal chaos realm refused to send them any help. At the same time, their subordinate realms were beginning to surrender to the Divergent realm and the Sword realm. By this time, the Sword realm has broken through the defensive line on their side. The next thing that would happen would be the three realms converging on the Fireweaver headquarters. Their patriarch is currently asking everyone for suggestions, but as you can see, nobody has any good plans." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai also chuckled. It seems like the Fireweavers were at their end. If they didn't want to lose a lot, then the only thing they could do was withdraw from the 10,000 realm battlefield. After some time, a Fireweaver elder said, "Patriarch, I think we should resist. When we attacked the 100 Treasures realm along with the Giant Spirit realm, The 100 Treasures Realm resisted and they finally won. If the 100 Treasures Realm can do this, we can do it as well. Everyone looked at the person who talked with an unfriendly gaze. Naturally, this matter was taboo to the Fire Weavers. Nobody dared to raise it before. This person didn't care. He looked at everyone and said, "Our Fire Weaver race is strong. Although we're losing a lot of subordinate realms, the strength of our race is still solid. As long as we can resist for some time, the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm would certainly consider our proposal." Another immortal expert sneered and said, "That's easy to say. First, the 100 Treasures realm were able to block us because they gather their entire strength along with their subordinate realms. Also, they have reinforcements. Those realms from the land of chaos wouldn't accept our existence there. We are different. The Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm must have received benefits, otherwise they would have cared about our situation. If they don't send troops, then we're only increasing our casualties by resisting." A lot of Fire Weavers agreed with this take. Another elder said, "When we attacked the 100 Treasures realm, we didn't go with our full power since we're guarded against the Divergent realm and Sword realm. But now, the 100 Treasures realm, Divergent realm, and Sword realm can attack us with our full strength. Blocking them will not be easy." A lot of elders nodded their heads, but the elder who talked prior stood up and loudly said, "So do you want to run away like this? Give up everything we have in the 10,000 realm battlefield? You cowards." Another elder stood up and replied, "Who are you, Kulin coward? Do you think we don't consider the Fire Weaver race? What's our current situation? How much have we lost in the past 2 battles? Do you want all of us to die here? If all our experts die, how will we survive in the future? When the time comes, even if we withdraw from the battlefield, we wouldn't have any strength left to come back." The other elder replied, "We can't leave like this. We cannot just run away without a fight." Both sides continued to quarrel as the Fireweaver Patriarch Zhurong closed his eyes. After some time, he opened his eyes and said, "Shut up. Do you know what you all look like right now? You're immortal experts, but you're quarreling like children. Aren't you ashamed?" Hearing this, the 2 elders stopped talking and sat down. Zhurong looked at everyone and said, "The 3 realms are pushing hard against us and we can't stop them. Instead of losing even more people, it's better to retreat early." Some elders nodded their heads while some were angry. Zhurong looked at them and said, "But it would be wrong if we leave without doing anything. We need to make the 3 realms feel the consequences of their action." Passed the order. "Collect all of our gunpowder and bury them under the conference hall. Then prepare a time delay formation. Leave a few people behind to defend when we retreat. Hold them for some time before retreating to the transmission formation. Then we blow the gunpowder up." The 3 realms aren't familiar with our headquarters, so it's impossible for them to find out about the gunpowder. As long as they enter our headquarters, they will certainly lose a lot when it explodes. Not only would we teach them a lesson, we also wouldn't lose a lot of people. Hearing Zhurong's words, the Fireweaver elders' eyes shone. All immortal experts stood up and bowed as they said, "According to the Patriarch's command." Then they all stood up and left. Zhurong looked out from the conference hall and said, "Since you're making it difficult for me, then I'll make it difficult for you." Hearing this, Zhao Hai could feel a cold sweat. To be honest, he didn't expect Zhurong to be this ruthless. He actually plans to use this method to deal with them. If Zhao Hai wasn't spying on the headquarters, then the 100 Treasures realm would definitely fall for the trap. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, since we know their plan, what do you plan to do next? Will you tell Elder Mu and the others?" Zhao Hai was now completely calm. He smiled faintly and said, "I'll inform Elder Mu, but this isn't necessarily bad for the 100 Treasures realm. Haha, I'll head out first. Tell me if something else comes up." Then his body flashed as he left the space. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai immediately went to Mu Yao's cabin. It has been several hours since he entered the space. At this time, the Divergent realm and the 100 Treasures realm have taken their rest. They were ready to depart. When he arrived, Zhao Hai said, "Elder, it's Zhao Hai." Mu Yao's voice was heard, "Little Hai, come in." Zhao Hai complied and then entered. The cabin was specially designed to isolate noise. Nobody from outside could hear any sounds from the inside. Upon entering, Zhao Hai gave Mu Yao a salute and said, "Elder, I have some information." Mu Yao nodded and said, "No need to be polite." "What is it?" Zhao Hai replied, "The Fire Weavers are planning to run away." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then he got up and said, Are you sure? Zhao Hai nodded. I'm sure. They made this decision when they found out that the primal chaos realm and the Buddhist realm have no intentions to help them. But the fire weavers are unwilling to just retreat, so they rigged their headquarters with all of their gunpowder. So when our three realms enter, they would explode their gunpowder, causing us to lose a lot of people. Mu Yao stared. His expression changed as he said, "Is that so? The fire weavers are truly ruthless. This is not good. We need to tell the divergent realm. Otherwise, they will suffer a huge loss." Just as Mu Yao was about to go out, he discovered that Zhao Hai remained in place. He looked at him and asked, "Little Hai, what's the matter?" Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao and said, "Elder, I think we shouldn't tell this to the divergent realm." Mu Yao stared, but from the look of Zhao Hai's face, he understood what he meant. Mu Yao couldn't help but hesitate as he said, "But if that's the case, then the 100 Treasures realm will also lose a lot. That would be bad for us." Chapter 1617, Expelled. Seeing Mu Yao understand what he meant, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as he said, "Naturally, we'll go with them. However, everyone should stay inside the large artifacts. If something happens, then the large artifacts would protect them. Nobody would be injured, and we can claim that we suffered losses when the time comes." Mu Yao knit his brows and walked on the ground for some time before he said, "This is also good, but when the explosion happens and the large artifacts are fine, then the divergent realm wouldn't believe it if we say that we suffered losses." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We can hide a few large artifacts outside the headquarters, and when we enter the Fireweaver headquarters, we'll use the transmission formations to transport people outside of the headquarters, leaving only the large artifacts to get damaged. We can even let some undead into the ships to act dead." Mu Yao's eyes shone. "Alright, that's a good plan. We'll go with that." After that, Mu Yao took out a jade sword message and wrote something inside it before releasing it. Before long, a few commanders of the 100 Treasures realm entered Mu Yao's cabin. Then Mu Yao began to explain Zhao Hai's plan. Mu Yao wasn't afraid that these people would reveal the plan. The loyalty of these people to the 100 Treasures realm has already been tested. They wouldn't dare do anything detrimental to the realm like revealing secret plans. Hearing the plan, everyone's eyes shone. These people understood clearly that they cannot be fooled by the politeness between the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm. If the two get in conflict in the future, the Divergent realm certainly wouldn't let them go. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, the loudest voices were always those with the biggest fist. Mu Yao looked at everyone present and said, "This is our current plan. Relay information to those in the ships to prepare for this play. When the time comes, you all go out of the headquarters using the transmission formations hidden inside the ships. Upon going out of the Fireweaver headquarters, immediately use the large artifacts and return to our headquarters. We cannot allow any failures in this plan." Everyone nodded. The reason why they can't return to the headquarters directly from the Fireweaver headquarters was because long-distance formations emit a bright light when used. Moreover, long-distance transmission also consumed a lot of energy. If the transmission formation was in a proper location, then there would be no problems with energy. But the transmission formation was in the large artifacts, and it wouldn't be good if they were discovered by the Divergent realm. Therefore, Zhao Hai would hide several long-distance transmission formations outside the headquarters. In this way, they wouldn't be discovered by the Divergent realm. Mu Yao did all of this not because he was guarding against ordinary cultivators of the Divergent realm. Instead, he was wary about Prison Heart. It must be known that Prison Heart was an old turtle and has gained a lot of experience in battle and cultivation. Because he specializes in spiritual force, he was very sensitive to any fluctuations in energy. So just in case, Mu Yao had to make these measures. After everyone left, Mu Yao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, after this, I'm afraid you will have to stay behind for a while. Prison Heart definitely wouldn't let you go back. You need to be more careful when that time comes." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder can rest assured. I will take care." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Alright, you go and prepare as well. We cannot make any mistakes. Otherwise, the 100 Treasures realm would suffer huge losses." Zhao Hai nodded. "Don't worry. Nothing will go wrong. Once everyone gets to the large artifacts waiting outside the headquarters, I will immediately command the large artifacts to withdraw. These large artifacts can shrink, Nobody would be able to see them. Mu Yao nodded and waved his hand. Zhao Hai gave a salute before retreating. The divergent realm losing more people would only bring benefits to the 100 Treasures realm. There were no saints among the 5 great realms. Every single one of them were treacherous. Zhao Hai was just preparing things for later. Zhao Hai and the 100 Treasures realm made their preparations while the Divergent realm were unaware. Although Prison Heart was also staying inside a ship of the 100 Treasures realm, Zhao Hai had a method to isolate him from whatever was happening outside. When everything was prepared, Zhao Hai went to the Prison Heart's cabin and knocked. Zhao Hai asks to meet Master. Prison Heart's voice was heard. "Little Hai, come in." Zhao Hai opened the door and walked in. Prison Heart was sitting on his cloud. When Zhao Hai came in, Prison Heart's eyes couldn't help but shine. He looked surprised as he said, "You already condensed your spiritual crystal? It seems like your spiritual force is really not that small." Zhao Hai bowed and said, "Master, back in the lower realms, I was a mage who specialized in my spiritual force. After ascending, I learned mage techniques. So my spiritual force is more powerful than the average person." Prison Heart nodded. He already knew Zhao Hai's matters. He knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a 100 Treasure realm native, nor did he ascend to the 100 Treasures realm. He came from a subordinate realm and then was adopted by the 100 Treasures realm later on. Prison Heart replied, "Since you have condensed your spiritual crystal, then you have reached the requirements for my cultivation method. Is there anything you are confused about?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I want to ask about strengthening my control over spiritual force." Prison Heart nodded and said, "Go on." Zhao Hai nodded and then asked about the difficulty of directly controlling objects using spiritual force. In fact, he already asked the universal scanner about this question. However, he didn't want Prison Heart to think that he was too talented, so he specially got some questions to ask Prison Heart about. Zhao Hai was still uncertain about the reason Prison Heart accepted him as a disciple. He doesn't know what Prison Heart was planning, so Zhao Hai doesn't want to reveal all of his cards. Hearing Zhao Hai's questions, Prison Heart nodded. To be honest, he was satisfied with Zhao Hai becoming his disciple. Therefore, he patiently answered Zhao Hai's questions. Zhao Hai heard an answer similar to the universal scanner. It even made him understand the topic even more. Zhao Hai asked 2 more questions which Prison Heart patiently answered. While the two were talking, a voice was heard from outside. "Elder, is Little Hai with you? It's time to depart." Hearing Mu Yao, Zhao Hai immediately stood up and gave Prison Heart a bow as he said, "Master, disciple will excuse himself first." Prison Heart waved his hand and said, "Go. Pay attention to your safety." Zhao Hai nodded and then left. Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai's back and muttered, "I didn't expect him to be this fast." Then he closed his eyes. When Zhao Hai came out of Prison Heart's cabin, he saw Mu Yao waiting for him. Seeing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao immediately said, "Let's go. Hawkins just gave us the signal." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Mu Yao to the bow of the Hell King's ship. Then Zhao Hai commanded the fleet to fly towards the Fireweaver headquarters. At this point, Zhao Hai had already put the turtle away. A lot of people from the Divergent were inside the large artifacts. Originally, with the ability of the large artifacts, everyone from the Divergent realm were able to be inside. However, Zhao Hai didn't do that. He only allowed a certain number of Divergent realm cultivators inside and said that there's no longer any space. Hawkins didn't know a lot about the large artifacts, so they didn't say anything. Zhao Hai didn't let the Divergent realm inside the large artifacts because he didn't want them to understand the abilities of the artifacts. If that happens, then he would have less cards to use in the future. Since the Fireweavers decided to retreat and the subordinate realms had surrendered, the army didn't meet any resistance along the way. However, the Alliance army didn't advance quickly. After all, Hawkins didn't know that the Fireweavers had decided to retreat. Zhao Hai and the others took 3 days before reaching the Fireweaver headquarters. The headquarters' defensive shield was still up, so nobody could see the situation inside. Hawkins didn't rashly order the attack and instead ordered Zhao Hai to stop. They would wait for the Sword Realm to arrive. Although Hawkins liked battle, he also understood how much loss they would suffer if they attacked the headquarters without waiting for the Sword Realm to arrive. And if they succeed, then the Sword Realm would think that the Divergent Realm has claimed all the good harvests. This would cause misunderstanding between the two realms. Because of this, Hawkins stopped and didn't rush to attack. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't have any worries. He continued to monitor the Fireweavers using the space as he made his final arrangements. Several shrunken large artifacts were parked outside the headquarters. They were also disguised, Nobody would be able to find them. While Zhao Hai was making his preparations, he sensed that Prison Heart had left his room. Zhao Hai stood up and then immediately pretended to find the old man. He bowed towards Prison Heart and said, "I have seen Master." Prison Heart nodded and said, "Good. We're already at the headquarters of the Fireweaver race." "Hawkins, you have grown a bit. It's good that you didn't attack immediately." Hawkins felt somewhat awkward, but he still gave Prison Heart a salute as he said, "I've made Elder worry." Prison Heart chuckled and said, "You're doing very well. Just wait for the Sword Realm to arrive before acting together." Hawkins nodded. Then the Hell King's ship fell into silence. At this time, sword rays could be seen from a distance. From their quantity, they looked like a meteor shower. Chapter 1618, Heaven-Shaking Explosion. As the sword rays got closer, a group of people began appearing not far away from Zhao Hai and the others. As soon as he saw these people, Zhao Hai finally got the feeling of being in a cultivation universe. These people were wearing white robes and rode a sword. Their swords shone with a cold light. They looked domineering. Leading these people was a silver-haired old man. His hair was pulled back and 3 strands of beard floated on his chest. As soon as this old man saw Prison Heart, he smiled as he cupped his fist and said, "I didn't expect Prison Heart to lead the army. This Jianfeng pays his respects." Hearing the old man introduce himself, Zhao Hai immediately knew the person's nickname. Generally, people from the Sword Realm take the word Sword Jian as their surname. Jianfeng's name meant Wind Sword, which was also his nickname. This meant that Jianfeng's sword was like the wind, fast and swift, virtually hard to defend against. Prison Heart smiled at Jianfeng and said, "I didn't think Brother Jianfeng would come. You're quite fast. Ha ha ha. Brother, how about you come sit with me on the ship?" Jianfeng wasn't polite. He cupped his fist and said, "Then I'll be disturbing Brother Prison Heart." After he said that, he waved his hand. Then the people from the Sword Realm descended to the ground and began setting up camp. Cultivators also need to take a rest, so when a large number of them goes somewhere, they would set up a camp. If there were only a few of them, they would dig open a cave for a temporary rest. Prison Heart and Jianfeng embarked on the Hell King's ship. Hawkins and Mu Yao also went with them. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai and the others weren't qualified to join. Prison Heart, Jianfeng, Hawkins, and Mu Yao went inside the cabin. Prison Heart then asked Jianfeng to take a seat. Jianfeng curiously inspected the transforming cloud he sat on. He looked at Prison Heart and said, "Brother Prison Heart really knows how to enjoy life. This thing is very comfortable." Prison Heart smiled faintly and said, "This isn't mine, but the 100 Treasures Realms. I'm just here to take advantage of them. Come, Brother Feng, let me introduce you. This is Mu Yao of the 100 Treasures Realm." Mu Yao didn't dare show any disrespect. This old man was someone of high status in the Sword Realm. Moreover, this was someone who can address Prison Heart as his brother. This meant that this old man was of a higher generation. Mu Yao immediately gave Jianfeng a salute and said, "Mu Yao has seen Senior Jianfeng." Jianfeng looked at Mu Yao and nodded. "There's no need to be polite. I was acquainted with your master a long time ago. Take a seat. I heard that your 100 Treasures Realm is doing very well recently." Mu Yao smiled and said, "We're lucky. But compared to the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm, we're still too far." Jianfeng laughed. To be honest, he's quite fond of Mu Yao. He was neither servile nor arrogant. He was calm and had a bearing of a respectable elder. Prison Heart smiled faintly and said, "Brother Jianfeng, this is Elder Hawkins of the Divergent Realm." Hawkins also stood up and gave a salute. Hawkins has seen Elder Jianfeng. Jianfeng smiled and said, "Worthy of being a young leader. The Divergent Realm is full of talent." Hawkins quickly replied, "I don't deserve Elder's praise." Prison Heart smiled and said, "All right. Let's stop with the pleasantries. Let's talk about the Fireweavers. They're now on their last leg. I suspect they're planning their retreat." Jianfeng's expression turned serious as he nodded and said, "If I was the Fireweaver race, I would also choose to leave the 10,000 realm battlefield. With their current strength, they wouldn't be able to stop us. But I'm afraid the Fireweavers wouldn't just retreat easily. They're known for being treacherous." Prison Heart nodded and said, "From what I can see, let's send 2 test attacks tomorrow. If the Fireweavers resist hard, then we'll launch a full attack. If they retreated, then we'll take it easy." Jianfeng nodded. "Let's do that. Our 2 sides will send 10,000 people each." "Brother Prison Heart, what do you think?" Prison Heart nodded and said, "All right, then we'll send the attack." Mu Yao, this time, the 100 Treasures Realm will not participate. This way, You won't increase your losses. What do you think? Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, I have no problems, I'll listen to Elder's suggestion. Mu Yao understood Prison Heart's intention. This decision wasn't just for reducing the 100 Treasures Realm's losses. The real reason was he didn't want the 100 Treasures Realm to gain too much merit. Although the Fire Weavers have retreated, it's impossible for them to leave their headquarters as it is. Otherwise, the attackers would get all the good things inside. The Sword Realm and the Divergent Realm didn't want the 100 Treasures Realm to gain benefits, so they used this excuse to prevent them from entering the Fireweaver headquarters. Mu Yao might be angered by this if it was any other situation. To the Sword Realm and the Divergent Realm, the 100 Treasures Realm has no qualifications to become their equal. But this time, Mu Yao wasn't angry. This was because he knew the gifts that the Fire Weavers left behind when they retreated. Mu Yao wasn't too anxious to receive this gift along with the Sword Realm and the Divergent Realm. Jian Feng discussed what to do tomorrow with Prison Heart before they left. As soon as Jian Feng left, Prison Heart turned to Mu Yao and sighed as he said, Mu Yao, I hope you don't get angry. We have no choice. If I let you participate, the Sword Realm wouldn't be able to accept, and it wouldn't be good for the 100 Treasures Realm. Mu Yao smiled and said, Elder can rest assured. I can understand. Prison Heart nodded and said, that's good. You also go back and rest. If our attack goes smoothly, then our cooperation will be a success. Mu Yao stood up and then gave Prison Heart a salute before leaving. As soon as he returned to his room, Mu Yao immediately called Zhao Hai and Mu Yu over. When Zhao Hai and Mu Yu arrived inside Mu Yao's cabin, they saw Mu Yao standing with a smile on his face. The two were somewhat confused. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and then smiled faintly as he said, Little Hai, it seems like we need to change our plans. We no longer need to worry about losing people. Zhao Hai actually knew what happened, so he guessed what Mu Yao meant. But he still acted confused and asked, Elder, is something wrong with our plan? Mu Yao smiled, he shook his head and said, there's nothing wrong with the plan. But for tomorrow, the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm will be sending 20,000 people to attack the Fireweaver headquarters. If our information is true, then there wouldn't be many people left inside the headquarters. In this case, the 20,000 people would find it easy to break through. When the Fireweavers fully withdraw and activate their plan, the 100 Treasures Realm wouldn't be there to receive the damage. However, the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm wouldn't lose a lot. For these two realms, losing 10,000 people was nothing at all. Looking at Mu Yao, who was feeling happy, gloating at every thought, Zhao Hai and Mu Yu didn't say anything. Naturally, Mu Yao didn't say anything wrong. The loss of 20,000 people was nothing for the Sword Realm and the Divergent Realm. However, the impact of this event wouldn't be small. This was because the people who would be sent in first would be those who were very loyal to the two realms. In terms of value, the loss of the two realms wouldn't be small. Still with a smile on his face, Mu Yao said, tell everyone about the news so that they wouldn't be confused that the plan is changed. When things are settled here, we will go back to the headquarters, but I reckon Little Hai will be left behind. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm going to be alright. Mu Yao nodded and waved his hand, allowing Zhao Hai and Mu Yu to leave. After the two left, they immediately spread the news to everyone to keep them from making a move. The next day, the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm organized an army of 20,000 people to attack the Fireweaver headquarters. Just as Mu Yao thought, the majority of the 20,000-man army was composed of the two realms' natives. There were only a few who came from the subordinate realms. Mu Yao and Zhao Hai looked at the headquarters calmly. They were hoping that the moment would arrive soon. The Fireweavers didn't let Zhao Hai wait for a long time. In less than an hour, a loud noise was heard from the Fireweaver headquarters. Then the entire headquarters erupted like a volcano. A red pillar flew straight towards the sky. The defensive shield of the headquarters popped like a soap bubble. The explosion expanded out for nearly a mile before finally stopping. Everyone stared blankly at the Fireweaver headquarters. The sky was filled with dust and there was no way to see inside. The entire headquarters has disappeared and was replaced by a huge crater 100 meters deep. Not to mention people. There were no corpses found. Everyone was stunned looking at this, including Zhao Hai and Mu Yao. Although they knew the plan of the Fireweavers, They didn't expect the gunpowder to produce such a huge explosion. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If they really entered the headquarters and enacted their plan, they would have still been injured. Even an immortal expert would meet a cruel death under such an explosion. It should be mentioned that the shockwave of the explosion caused the shields of the large artifacts to break. Moreover, the large artifacts had been pushed 1 li. 5 kilometers back. One could see how strong the explosion was. Chapter 1619. End of the war. Prison Heart's expression was ugly as he looked at the scene in front of him. He didn't expect the fire weavers to be so ruthless. They actually left such a huge trap before leaving. However, he was someone who had been through many storms. He took a deep breath and calmed down. He turned to Hawkins beside him and said, "Send people to search around and see if anyone survived." Hawkins came back to his senses. There was panic on his face. He immediately sent the order. Mu Yao was also not idle. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, have everyone come to help. See if there's any survivors nearby. Also, look out for any ambushes." Zhao Hai nodded and then took out a jade sword message. After sending the jade sword message, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a huge ball of water flew out of his hand. The water ball exploded and became a drizzle which poured down the surrounding area. The cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm flew over and helped search the surroundings. They widened their search but could only see severed limbs and clumps of meat. They didn't see any survivors. After 5 hours of searching, the 3 groups convened to Zhao Hai's large artifacts. They found nothing. Not only were they unable to gain any harvests, all cultivators from the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm had met a cruel death. Even Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to bring them back by turning them into undead. Hawkins had a pale expression when he returned to the ship. He bowed to Prison Heart and said, "Elder, we weren't able to discover any survivors." Prison Heart already calmed himself down. He nodded and said, "All right. Have everyone take a rest. Ask Jian Feng to come over. I have something to tell him." Hawkins nodded as he turned around and left. When Hawkins left, Prison Heart went to Mu Yao's room and said, "Mu Yao, come over as well. We'll be discussing the result of the war." Mu Yao nodded. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Have everyone return to the large artifacts to take a rest." Zhao Hai nodded before he turned around and left. Not long after Mu Yao and Prison Heart entered the cabin, Hawkins returned with Jian Feng. As Mu Yao was about to give Jian Feng a salute, Zhang Feng waved his hand as he turned to Prison Heart and said, "I didn't expect the fire weavers to be so ruthless. We fell for their scheme." Prison Heart replied, "There's no use discussing this. No matter what, the war is over and we won. The fire weavers have left the 10,000 realm battlefield. This is something worth being happy for." Jian Feng nodded and sat down. Mu Yao and Hawkins also sat down. After everyone sat down, Prison Heart turned to Jian Feng and said, "Jian Feng, I intend to bury all those who died here. We'll construct a huge grave in this place to commemorate their sacrifice. What do you think?" Hearing Prison Heart, Jian Feng stared, then he immediately nodded and said, "I agree, as it should be." Prison Heart nodded. "The war is over, and we'll handle the conclusion as we have discussed before. Is there no problem with this?" Jian Feng shook his head and said, "There's no problem. We'll follow the agreement." Prison Heart gave another nod. Then he turned to Mu Yao and said, "Mu Yao, after you go back, send people to receive Half-Beast Island. The 100 Treasures realm owns it from now on." Mu Yao cupped his fist and said, "I thank Elder Prison Heart." Prison Heart waved his hand and said, "You have nothing to thank for. You earned this." The 100 Treasures realm contributed greatly in this battle. Without your large artifacts, we wouldn't have been able to break through their defensive line. But when you go back, have Little Hai stay for some time. Mu Yao nodded and said, "All right." Once Little Hai sends us back, he will return immediately. Elder can rest assured. Prison Heart gave a nod and said, "All right, Brother Jian Feng. Let's jointly send an announcement to the outside world. We've sent away the evildoers of the 10,000 realm battlefield." Jian Feng understood Prison Heart's meaning. They weren't just going to announce that the fire weavers have been driven away. They were also telling people that the fire weavers' territory now belonged to them. Naturally, Jian Feng wouldn't disagree. If they don't do this, people would say that the two realms were shamelessly grabbing other people's land. Prison Heart discussed the aftermath of the war with everyone before they all left. When Mu Yao returned to his room, he found that the immortal experts were already waiting for him. He quickly opened his door and invited them all inside. After everyone entered the room, Mu Yao looked at everyone and then said, the war has ended. We have officially received Half-Beast Island. Long live. Everyone cheered. Half-Beast Island was a territory that the Hundred Treasures realm had long wanted to obtain. Now, they were able to get it. They were naturally happy. After some time, the mood in the room has calmed down. Mu Yao smiled and said, "We still have things to take care of. Once we're finished, we will return to the realm and then send people over to Half-Beast Island. But everyone should be aware that it would be very difficult to subdue the island. We need to be prepared. Little Hai, once you send us back, you'll need to come back. Prison Heart wants you to study with him." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Elder." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai with a different gaze. It must be known that Zhao Hai was now a guest seat elder of the Divergent Realm. His identity was almost on par with Mu Yao. Zhao Hai didn't mind the gazes, nor did Mu Yao. Mu Yao knew clearly that Zhao Hai's acknowledgement of a master was quite ominous. After explaining a few more details, Mu Yao had everyone go back. When they left Mu Yao's room, Mu Yu patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "You be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. He looked to Mu Yu and said, "Brother Mu, you have to work hard too. When I return, I hope that we already have Half-Beast Island under control." Mu Yu smiled faintly and said, "We certainly will. You can rest assured." Then the two returned to their own cabins. 2 days later, a huge tomb appeared where the Fireweaver headquarters used to be. A huge stone tablet was erected with 20,000 names engraved on it. The back of the tablet was also engraved. The tombstone was very tall and could be seen at a distance. Zhao Hai looked at the tablet and could feel an emotion. It was clear that the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm were the invaders that drove the Fireweavers away. But now, the dead were heralded as heroes while the Fireweavers would be forgotten. It was indeed true that winners were the ones to write history. After setting up the tomb and paying respects, the Hundred Treasures realm began to leave. After Zhao Hai sends them back, Zhao Hai would return with Prison Heart to the Divergent Realm in order to study. The return journey was very safe. Nobody provoked them. The expulsion of the Fireweavers by the Divergent Realm, Sword Realm, and the Hundred Treasures realm has been spread around the entire battlefield. The Hundred Treasures realm troops had just experienced war. In this case, only blind people would dare fight them. It would be courting death. After 10 days, the Hundred Treasures realm arrived at their headquarters, and after a day of rest, Zhao Hai used the transmission formation to head towards the Divergent Realm's headquarters. Prison Heart already returned to their headquarters. An agreement had already been drafted before they began to take action against the Fireweavers, so there simply wasn't much left to take care about. Whether it was the Sword or the Divergent Realm, they were beginning to digest their gains. This was the first time Zhao Hai came to the Divergent Realm's headquarters. However, he wasn't ignorant about the place. This was because the space already mapped it out. The biggest difference between the Divergent Realm's headquarters and the other headquarters was that there weren't as many caves inside. There were houses built inside, unlike other places where there weren't many houses and had many caves instead. After appearing in the transmission formation, a severed soul expert immediately approached him. He sized Zhao Hai up and down before asking, "Friend, what is your reason for coming to the headquarters?" Zhao Hai looked at the person. He looked ordinary besides his eyes. They were red and weren't normal. Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Hello, my name is Zhao Hai. I'm here to visit my master." As soon as the person heard Zhao Hai's name, he was stunned. He heard that Elder Prison Heart has accepted a disciple named Zhao Hai and he was from the Hundred Treasures realm. He didn't expect to actually see Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai's appearance once more and couldn't help but feel disappointed. This was because Zhao Hai was too ordinary. He didn't seem to look any special. It must be known that Prison Heart had a very high status in the Divergent realm. People like this severed soul expert would be lucky to have Prison Heart spare them a few words. They wouldn't even dare to think about being accepted as Prison Heart's disciple. However, Prison Heart actually accepted Zhao Hai as a disciple. This caused the severed soul expert to feel curious about Zhao Hai as well as envious. If Zhao Hai was extraordinary, then there would be no problems. However, Zhao Hai looked extremely ordinary. The severed soul expert was unconvinced. As though going through normal procedures, he asked, "Do you have proof that you're Zhao Hai?" Chapter 1620. 120 Face Spiritual Crystal. The proof that Zhao Hai handed over was his guest seat elder token. Seeing the token, the severed soul expert was startled. He no longer dared to delay as he quickly handed the token back to Zhao Hai and said, "Elder, please come with me." There's a reason for the sudden politeness of the severed soul expert. In the Divergent realm, The position of an elder was very high, although guest seat elders didn't hold too much power in the realm. Their position was still very high, and with Zhao Hai being Prison Heart's disciple, even if someone wasn't fond of him, they still wouldn't dare offend him. They all knew clearly how unlucky they would be if they offended Zhao Hai. Although he embarrassed Zhao Hai, what the person did was also a rule of the Divergent Realm. He was just acting according to the law. Zhao Hai didn't mind the person's response. He smiled and received the token before walking out with a severed soul expert. The Divergent Realm's headquarters was on a platform on a summit. There were various structures everywhere. The Divergent Realm's transmission formation was in the center of this platform. The severed soul expert led Zhao Hai out of the transmission formation square and then they flew up. Zhao Hai calmly followed behind as they flew past various buildings. Before long, the two got out of the platform and out of the mountain. They didn't fly far before they came upon a valley. The valley was very beautiful and there was a small creek flowing through it. When they reached the valley outside, the person leading Zhao Hai said, "This is the valley Elder Prison Heart lives in. We don't have the authority to enter. I can only lead you here." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you." Then he turned his head to the valley and said, "Zhao Hai pays master a visit." The voice of Prison Heart was immediately heard. "It's Little Hai, come in, come in." Zhao Hai nodded then flew towards the valley. The severed soul expert looked at Zhao Hai and sighed before leaving. The valley was as beautiful as a painting. There were plenty of stimulating flowers and calming grass inside. The stimulating flowers and calming grass were clearly well taken care of. Most importantly, Zhao Hai could feel something special from these stimulating flowers and calming grass. Combined together, the stimulating flowers and calming grass smelled very good. Moreover, they calmed one's mind. They provide great benefits to cultivation. A small creek flowed through the valley looking like a jade belt, giving the valley a more vibrant aura. Next to the creek was a small thatch-roofed house. The house wasn't huge. It was built to fit in with the environment. Zhao Hai moved around the thatch-roofed house and stood in front of the door. Then Prison Heart's voice was heard, "Little Hai, come in." Zhao Hai nodded and then stepped inside the hut. The thatch-roofed hut was truly small. The interior was around 40 square meters. It was completely empty, devoid of anything but the transforming clouds in the middle. Sitting in the middle was Prison Heart, who had his eyes closed. Zhao Hai stepped forward and then gave a salute. "I have seen Master." Prison Heart nodded and said, "Sit down and try to practice. If there's something you don't know, come and ask me." Zhao Hai nodded and then took out a clump of clouds and then sat down. Seeing Zhao Hai sitting down to practice, Prison Heart nodded and then closed his eyes once more. Zhao Hai didn't mind Prison Heart's actions. Zhao Hai had his guard up all the time. It wouldn't be easy to make a move on him. Although Zhao Hai seems to be practicing, he was actually using his mind to pay attention to Mu Yu and the others through the space. Mu Yu and the others had already gone to Half-Beast Island and watched over it. Naturally, they had a minimal level of control. For so many years, the Divergent Realm failed to make Half-Beast Island submit. At this time, the 100 Treasures Realm only owned the island in name. In order to deal with the inhabitants of Half-Beast Island, Zhao Hai lent Mu Yu his Hell King's ship as well as a number of sword shuttles. In this case, everything that happened on the island was well known by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also had some prior understanding about the island. It was inhabited by countless beasts. Each of these beasts were unruly and difficult to subdue. Moreover, these beasts weren't weak at all. And even if they were weak, they would go all out and sacrifice their lives when pushed into a corner. When dealing with outsiders, the beasts would be united. Because of this, the Divergent Realm weren't able to do much with the island. Of course, the fact that the Divergent Realm wasn't able to subdue Half-Beast Island was somewhat related to the 100 Treasures Realm. Since the 100 Treasures Realm had long wanted to get a hold of Half-Beast Island, they supported a few beast races in order to fight the Divergent Realm. This way, the Divergent Realm would be unable to gain complete control over the island. Because of this, the 100 Treasures Realm was able to foster some relationships with the inhabitants of the island. But at the same time, the 100 Treasures Realm knew that friendship with the beasts of the island was different from making them submit to the 100 Treasures Realm. The beasts of the island were very defensive against outsiders. Those who weren't their kind were expelled. Even if they had some relationship with the 100 Treasures Realm, they were still vigilant. This became an issue now that the jurisdiction of Half-Beast Island was transferred to the 100 Treasures Realm. For the beasts in Half-Beast Island, The island should belong to them. Any human who wants to rule the island would be their enemy. This applied to the Divergent Realm, and now it also applied to the 100 Treasures Realm. Because of this, if they wanted to take control of the island, the 100 Treasures Realm would need to work hard. It was also because of this that Mu Yu asked to borrow Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship and some sword shuttles. As Zhao Hai was observing Half-Beast Island, Prison Heart slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Zhao Hai before standing up and walking out. Laura and the others immediately told Zhao Hai that Prison Heart had gotten up. Zhao Hai returned his attention back and also opened his eyes before going outside. Prison Heart stood in front of the thatch-roofed hut, looking at the stimulating flowers and calming grass in the valley. Hearing Zhao Hai come out, he didn't turn his head but instead said, "I have lived in this valley for nearly thousands of years. All this time, this valley always had the air of spring. It's most suitable for growing calming plants and stimulating flowers. The fragrance of these plants, when mixed together, is very beneficial to cultivators. Not only can they allow someone to cultivate faster, they also prevent people from being invaded by demons." Zhao Hai continued to be silent as he stood behind Prison Heart. He didn't understand why Prison Heart was saying these things to him. Prison Heart turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, your spiritual force is higher than average people. Practice here in the next few days. Have your spiritual crystal develop 120 faces as soon as possible." Zhao Hai bowed and said, "Yes, Master. I will train hard." Prison Heart nodded. Then he turned back to the stimulating flowers and calming grass in the valley and said, "In the past, just as I reached 120 faces, I entered a battle that left my spirit injured. Later on, using the calming grass and stimulating flowers of this valley, I was able to heal myself. However, although I could still increase my spiritual force, my internal injury was still there. This internal injury became the biggest obstacle in my progress." Zhao Hai continued to listen. He didn't expect Prison Heart to be injured in the immortal stage. Moreover, it was an injury that persisted until now. Prison Heart sighed and said, "Little Hai, you're still young. Moreover, you're talented. As long as you practice diligently, you will reach the immortal stage sooner or later. Moreover, from what I can see, that day wouldn't be far. But you must remember that the immortal stage isn't the peak of cultivation. After the immortal stage, there are other more powerful stages. Because of my internal injury, I can no longer reach those stages, but you still can. But when that time comes, I'm afraid I will no longer be here." Zhao Hai had no choice but to comfort his master. "Master, as long as you take proper rest, then you shouldn't suffer any problems." Prison Heart shook his head and said, "I know the most about my current state. At most, I only have 2 years left. If I see you condensing 120 faces in your crystal, then I will die relieved." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Master." Without waiting for him to continue, Prison Heart waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say more. Although cultivators strive to go against the heavens, sometimes we have to succumb to fate. I have completely spent my lifespan. There's no need to worry so much. Just cultivate properly." Zhao Hai lowered his head and said, "Yes, Master." Prison Heart waved his hand and said, "Go practice. There's no need to think about me. I'm already stuck with my cultivation. However, you are different. You need to practice well. I hope that you can reach 120 faces soon." Zhao Hai nodded before he returned to the thatch-roofed hut and sat on the transforming clouds. Then he shifted his attention to the space. To be honest, Zhao Hai was touched by Prison Heart's words. He almost told Prison Heart that he already reached 120 faces in his spiritual crystal, and currently, his spiritual crystal has reached 360 faces. Although it hasn't increased anymore, he was becoming more and more proficient in using the crystal. But in the end, Zhao Hai didn't tell the truth. He doesn't like other people knowing his secrets. Therefore, he was prepared to tell Prison Heart that he reached 120 faces only after some time. In any case, he had nothing else to do in the meantime other than staying in the hut. He couldn't physically go to the space and could only use his spiritual force to observe Mu Yu and the others through the space. Chapter 1621. 1 year. Time quickly passed by. Zhao Hai already stayed in Prison Heart's valley for an entire year. This year, Zhao Hai practiced in the valley and relaxed from time to time. Prison Heart didn't mind this behavior. He was instead happy. Prison Heart knew that practice was a balance between tension and relaxation. If Zhao Hai practiced all the time, then Prison Heart might suspect that he had been possessed by a devil. When Zhao Hai went out to relax, he left the Divergent Realm headquarters and went outside. Actually, He used this opportunity to go to the space to accompany Laura and the others. Although his consciousness had always been with them, it wasn't his real body in the end. Laura and the others would still miss him if they didn't see him for a long time. In this year, Zhao Hai's spiritual crystal became 420 faces from 360. This was good news for Zhao Hai. His spiritual force had become more formidable. This meant that his instinct technique, infinity technique, bright sword technique, and enlightenment technique would become much stronger. Zhao Hai has been stalling. He didn't tell Prison Heart that his spiritual force had reached 480 faces. Prison Heart still believed that Zhao Hai was working towards a 120-face spiritual crystal. When his instinct technique became stronger, Zhao Hai discovered that Prison Heart was emitting a very dangerous aura. If Prison Heart had no evil intentions, then Zhao Hai might not have felt this danger. Since he could feel danger, this only meant that Prison Heart was plotting something. Moreover, it was hidden very deep. With Prison Heart's strength, Zhao Hai wasn't able to discover it before. Zhao Hai wanted to know what Prison Heart wanted to do. Naturally, he wouldn't reveal his real strength. Through his year of observation, Zhao Hai could feel that Prison Heart would make his move once he reaches 120 faces on his spiritual crystal. Moreover, Zhao Hai could see that although Prison Heart didn't say anything, a hint of anxiety appeared in his eyes as he waited for Zhao Hai to make a breakthrough. It was hidden so well that Zhao Hai barely noticed it. In addition to training, Zhao Hai also paid attention to Half-Beast Island. Using both weapons and diplomacy, Miyu and the others were able to conquer the island bit by bit. There were some beast races that had completely surrendered to the 100 Treasures realm. However, taking the entire island was still not easy. There were too many races in Half-Beast Island. There were some beast races that weren't afraid of the 100 Treasures realm. Now that he has stabilized his 480-face spiritual crystal, Zhao Hai now felt safe telling Prison Heart that he succeeded in condensing a 120-face crystal. He wanted to see what Prison Heart wanted to do. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. When Prison Heart felt that Zhao Hai had opened his eyes, he also opened his eyes and said, "Little Hai, you have practiced for 7 days, it's time to take a rest." Zhao Hai stood up and then bowed to Prison Heart and said, "Master, disciple has reached 120 faces in his spiritual crystal." Hearing Zhao Hai, Prison Heart's eyes shone. Then he laughed and said, "Good, great." After he said that, he suddenly vomited blood. Zhao Hai was stunned. Then he said in shock, "Master, what's wrong? Are you alright?" Prison Heart raised his head. "I'm alright, Little Hai. Master is relieved to see you break through before I die. Take this. It's the skill I practiced after reaching 120 faces in the past. I thought I wouldn't be able to hand it to you personally." Zhao Hai received the jade slip but didn't immediately examine it. He looked at Prison Heart and said, "Master, didn't you say that you still have a year left in your lifespan? How can you become like this?" Prison Heart shook his head as he sighed and said, "I'm afraid I only have a month left. I'm used to leaving people to practice at peace, so I didn't tell you. Come, take a seat." Zhao Hai sat in front of Prison Heart with a worried expression. Prison Heart sighed and said, "Heavens really do punish evildoers. Last time, I wanted to use my spiritual force to subdue you and Mu you so that you would become people of the divergent realm and help its future. However, I was hurt by your formation, so I could only suffer the injury. I accepted you as a disciple so that you could reach 120 faces this year. If you don't, then I will use my own spiritual force to boost you up. I was afraid that you won't reach 120 faces before I die. Fortunately, you broke through." Zhao Hai stared. He had a confused expression as he said, "Master, why didn't you tell me before? Why did you tell me to take a rest?" Prison Heart nodded and said, "I'm afraid of you being anxious in your training. Any mistakes during spiritual force practice might leave you with an injury that couldn't be fixed. Because of this, Master didn't give you any pressure." Zhao Hai worriedly replied, "Master, this disciple was unable to understand your pains. Please forgive me." Prison Heart forced a smile and said, "I don't blame you. You didn't know. Alright, there's no need to be sad. Your master has lived for many years. I have seen everything. Go clean this place up." Zhao Hai nodded as he immediately took out a clump of water and washed the blood stain away. Prison Heart took out a jade sword message and then sent it out. After Zhao Hai tidied the place up, he stayed on one side and didn't make any noise. Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I've called Hawkins over. Since my time is running out, I have to inform him. There are also some things in the realm that I need to explain to him clearly. This way, I won't have any worries in the future. This month I'll make preparations so that I can transfer all of my spiritual force to you." The grief on Zhao Hai's face increased, then with a sad tone he replied, "Master, is there no other way? I hear that there's medicines in the 10,000 realm battlefield that can prolong life. Disciple is ready to seek it out for you." Prison Heart waved his hand and said, "It's useless. I have already eaten all kinds of medicine. It's no longer possible to extend my lifespan. You becoming my disciple before my lifespan runs out, Master is already content." Now tears were flowing down Zhao Hai's face. He no longer said anything. Before long, Hawkins arrived along with a group of Divergent Realm immortal experts. Seeing Zhao Hai's sad expression, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed as they looked at Prison Heart. Seeing their gazes, Prison Heart sighed and said, "I have an important matter to tell you. I have already spent my lifespan and I will perish soon. I'll leave the Divergent Realm to you." Boom! Prison Heart's words were like a bomb that exploded inside the minds of the immortal experts. They were all startled by the news. This included Hawkins. He looked at Prison Heart and said, "Elder, stop joking. The Divergent Realm can't go on without you." Prison Heart looked at Hawkins in the eye and said, "Don't be dramatic. Upon starting one's cultivation, one should also be aware that their life would reach its end. Did you think I will live forever?" Hawkins was silent. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't have the guts to look at Prison Heart. All of them were sad. Prison Heart looked at everyone and then sighed, "I could feel my lifespan ending. So I took Little Hai as a disciple. I gave all of my learning to Zhao Hai and also my cultivation method. With him as a guest elder, I can rest assured. It is all up to you how to develop the Divergent Realm in the future. If you have anything you need help with, you can approach Little Hai." "Alright, all of you should go. Little Hai can accompany me. After I die, Little Hai only needs to cremate my body along with this thatch-roofed house. If you want to pay respects, do it outside the valley." When they heard Prison Heart's last words to them, the immortal experts couldn't help but grieve. Prison Heart looked at them and then sighed. A ring flew in front of Hawkins as Prison Heart said, "In this ring are some things I have saved through the years. There are also techniques that I practiced. In the future, if someone specializing in spiritual force appears, you can go show it to them. Now go." Hawkins received the ring with tears in his eyes. He took the lead and kowtowed towards Prison Heart. After everyone paid their last respects, they withdrew from the thatch-roofed hut and departed from the valley. Zhao Hai looked at Prison Heart leaving his final words without saying anything. When Hawkins and the others left, Zhao Hai looked at Prison Heart and said, "Master, take a rest. If you don't give me your cultivation, maybe you can still increase your lifespan. In that case, this disciple doesn't need your cultivation." Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, "Even if I don't give you my cultivation, I still won't survive this month. There's no need to think about it. We'll use this time to consolidate your cultivation. You shouldn't waste your master's sacrifice." Zhao Hai nodded. He sat in front of Prison Heart and closed his eyes. It only took a moment for him to enter a meditative state. Looking at Zhao Hai, Prison Heart lightly sighed. He had a complex expression on his face as he closed his eyes. Although Zhao Hai seems to be meditating, he knew what was happening outside. In truth, he was merely acting. This was because he could feel that Prison Heart was also acting. Now he wants to see what Prison Heart has in store for him. Chapter 1622. The plan. It wasn't that Zhao Hai was insensitive and refused to believe Prison Heart. Instead, even after Prison Heart's words and him vomiting blood, Zhao Hai could still feel the dangerous aura from Prison Heart. And the more actions Prison Heart did, the more intense this dangerous aura became. The moment Prison Heart left his words for Hawkins and the others, this was the time the dangerous aura reached its peak. Zhao Hai knew very well that this dangerous aura could only mean that Prison Heart was ready to kill him. This dangerous feeling was brought upon by Zhao Hai's instinct technique. As his spiritual force got more and more powerful, Zhao Hai's instinct technique got more and more reactive. This made Zhao Hai more aware if someone was hostile to him or were a threat to his life. Hostility could be felt from Prison Heart's body. Although he didn't display it outside, Zhao Hai could feel through the instinct technique that Prison Heart was intent on killing him. Zhao Hai doesn't know what Prison Heart was planning to do, but he was certain that Prison Heart wanted to kill him. As to how he plans to do it, Zhao Hai doesn't know. It was precisely because he didn't know what was going to happen that Zhao Hai wanted to know about it. He believed that Prison Heart had a plan, and this plan will be enacted a month from now. When Prison Heart said that he only has 1 month remaining, It was also a time limit. He will definitely do something in this 1 month. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't anxious. He just wanted to know what move Prison Heart plans to make. Zhao Hai sat still for 10 days. In these 10 days, he observed Prison Heart carefully. He also analyzed the situation. He began thinking of methods Prison Heart might use on him, and how to deal with it. However, Zhao Hai was left disappointed. There were no moves coming from Prison Heart in these 10 days. He was still the same, sitting in place like a statue. Zhao Hai could no longer wait. He knew that there was no point waiting the entire month. So he decided to tell Prison Heart that he was prepared. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Prison Heart also woke up. Zhao Hai looked at Prison Heart and said, "Master, I'm done." Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Have you stabilized your spiritual crystal?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Master. It's completely stable." Prison Heart nodded and said, "Little Hai, in a while, you should completely relax your spiritual force. Then guide my spiritual force to your spiritual crystal. You shouldn't have any hesitations. Understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Master. I understand." Prison Heart nodded. Then he waved Zhao Hai to sit opposite him. He muttered something and then began to stretch out his hand towards Zhao Hai's forehead. A foreign spiritual force began entering Zhao Hai's head. Seeing this, Zhao Hai began to position his 5-element killing formation around his spiritual crystal. At this point, Zhao Hai could control his 5-element killing formation. Although he cannot release it outwards, it was still enough to protect his spirit. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't planning to use the formation right now. He just positioned it right next to his spiritual crystal as a contingency. To fool Prison Heart, Zhao Hai camouflaged his spiritual crystal to appear as though it only had 120 faces. Zhao Hai guided Prison Heart's spiritual force as it slowly entered the spiritual crystal. He found that the spiritual force was very pure. This caused Zhao Hai to be puzzled. Does Prison Heart really intend to pass all of his spiritual force to him? At this moment, Zhao Hai noticed that Prison Heart's spiritual force was already covering all 120 faces of the disguised spiritual crystal. All 120 faces were occupied by Prison Heart's spiritual force. If he wasn't vigilant against Prison Heart, Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to notice this. When Prison Heart's spiritual force entered his spiritual crystal, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a powerful force smashing through. This spiritual force wasn't pure at all. It had a consciousness. In other words, it was under Prison Heart's control. Zhao Hai was startled, but he didn't make a move. This should be Prison Heart's move. As the spiritual force rushed into Zhao Hai's spiritual crystal, Zhao Hai discovered that it was slowly eroding Zhao Hai's imprint on the crystal. If this was in the past, Zhao Hai wouldn't have noticed this. In other words, once the spiritual crystal's imprint was erased, Zhao Hai would lose his spirit. He would become someone neither dead nor alive. He would have a body with no spirit. However, Zhao Hai was different. The spiritual crystal was merely a tool for him. His true spirit wasn't even there. His spirit could enter his avatar, Tao Lotus, or even the space. There's no need for his spirit to stay at a consistent place. By this point, Zhao Hai had an idea as to what Prison Heart wanted to do. If there was a term to illustrate what Prison Heart was planning, then it would be seizing the body. Correct. Prison Heart wanted to seize Zhao Hai's body for himself. Zhao Hai finally understood why Prison Heart accepted him as a disciple, giving him a guest seat elder position, and even wanting him to achieve a 120-face spiritual crystal. Zhao Hai exhaled and felt the spiritual crystal in his head. There was already another consciousness there. It belonged to Prison Heart. Prison Heart didn't know anything about Zhao Hai. He thought that Zhao Hai was just an ordinary genius cultivator. He didn't expect that Zhao Hai was a completely different existence. Prison Heart tried to attack Zhao Hai using his spiritual force before. This way, he could control Zhao Hai and become beneficial to the divergent realm. However, he found that there was a powerful formation in Zhao Hai's mind which blocked his spiritual force. He even suffered a backlash which caused his lifespan to be reduced even further. He didn't lie to Zhao Hai. He does indeed have 2 years of life left. It was precisely because of this that he took the risk to seize Zhao Hai's body. Prison Heart knew clearly that if he wanted to seize Zhao Hai's body, then he would need the 5-element killing formation to be turned off. Otherwise he would be killed in the process. Therefore, He received Zhao Hai as a disciple and taught him. The goal was to have Zhao Hai lower his vigilance and foster a sentimental bond with him. Once Zhao Hai lowers his guard, Zhao Hai would allow Prison Heart's spiritual force into his spiritual crystal. This would allow Prison Heart to invade Zhao Hai's spiritual crystal and completely erase Zhao Hai's consciousness. With this, Zhao Hai would disappear and would be replaced by Prison Heart. Because Zhao Hai was the one directing the spiritual force, the 5-element killing formation wouldn't activate. It would be safe for Prison Heart. It can be said that this was a perfect plan. However, Prison Heart wasn't aware that Zhao Hai has the instinct technique. He didn't know that Zhao Hai's spiritual force was only a tool for using spiritual force. He didn't know that Zhao Hai has the space. He also didn't know that Zhao Hai had always been guarded against him. When he felt that the conditions were ripe, Prison Heart broke into Zhao Hai's spiritual crystal. He wanted to eliminate Zhao Hai's consciousness completely and take over his body. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be watching this happen, and the spiritual crystal was just a bait. When Zhao Hai felt Prison Heart's consciousness enter his spiritual crystal, he began to move. The other 360 faces of the spiritual crystal appeared along with the 5 elements killing formation. Like an antivirus software, the spiritual crystal was scanned. Before Prison Heart could understand what happened, his consciousness was erased by the 5 elements killing formation. Zhao Hai's imprint once again appeared on the spiritual crystal. Zhao Hai opened his eyes and looked opposite him. Prison Heart was already dead with no signs of life. His body was like a dried oil lamp. He thought that he could control Zhao Hai, but he didn't think that he was completely wrong. In the end, he paid the consequences with his own life. Zhao Hai sighed and then waved his hand. A black cloud covered Prison Heart's body. He wanted to see if he could turn Prison Heart into an undead. He didn't hold too much hope because he knew that turning a corpse into an undead required a trace of spirit inside the corpse. Prison Heart's spirit had been completely erased. Although he wasn't too hopeful, Zhao Hai still tried. After all, Prison Heart was a true powerhouse. It would be a waste if he perished just like that. Chapter 1623, Wanting to Leave. When the black cloud vanished, Prison Heart was actually standing. He gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "I have seen young master." Zhao Hai stared. He looked at Prison Heart and asked, "Wasn't your spirit extinguished? How can you still have consciousness?" Prison Heart replied, replying to young master, "My main consciousness was indeed extinguished. But immortal experts have gone through soul division during the severed soul stage. At that time, we would have 2 souls, the main soul and the secondary soul. When entering the immortal stage, this secondary soul will be used to feel the consciousness of the heavens and the earth. Once you succeed, then you can enter the immortal stage. This secondary soul will also merge with the consciousness of the heavens and the earth and will become the main offensive method of an immortal expert. Once an immortal expert's main soul dissipates, the secondary soul can exist for a period of time, but since it has been merged with the heavens and the earth, it can no longer control the body. Once the main soul is lost, the secondary soul will slowly disappear. Zhao Hai nodded in understanding. Secondary souls of immortal experts were truly different from those of the severed soul experts. When immortal experts attack, they carry a trace of spirit. For example, there's the spirit of the mountain, spirit of the sea, and many others. These attacks have traces of the heavens and the earth. Attacks with the spirit of the mountain would carry a huge restricting force and would also have an increased offensive strength. Zhao Hai looked at Prison Heart and said, "Then can you use your spiritual force right now?" Prison Heart nodded and said, "Yes, I can use my spiritual force and can continue to cultivate." Zhao Hai nodded. He waved his hand and took out a black robe. It was an ancient robe that had a hood that covered the entire head. Zhao Hai gave the robe to Prison Heart and said, "You'll wear this from now on. I'll call you over if I need anything." Prison Heart nodded and put on the robe. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent Prison Heart to the space. The moment he knew about Prison Heart's plan, Zhao Hai immediately figured everything out. Zhao Hai had to recognize that Prison Heart was very loyal to the Divergent Realm. Although Prison Heart wanted to live longer, the main purpose of his actions was to benefit the Divergent Realm. Because he wanted to help the Divergent Realm, he wanted to live longer. He gave Zhao Hai the guest seat holder status and the right to speak of the realm's matters. And once Prison Heart succeeds with his plan, he can use this status and privilege to help the Divergent Realm. As to why Prison Heart had to wait until Zhao Hai reaches a 120-face spiritual crystal, It might be because stealing bodies wasn't easy. One spiritual force should reach a certain level, otherwise the body wouldn't be able to handle the erasure of the original consciousness. It might leave hidden wounds or even kill the invader along with the original owner. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say about Prison Heart's method. To him, Prison Heart's methods were vicious and merciless. But to cultivators, if they had Prison Heart's strength, they would also resort to such measures if their lifespan was running out. Normally, once receiving spiritual force experts like Prison Heart, people would have immediately asked how to seize another person's body. Other people might do this, but not Zhao Hai. He was quite confident in his abilities. Zhao Hai looked at the empty hut and then at the valley before he sighed. Then he entered the space. Laura and the others were currently watching the situation of Half-Beast Island. At this time, several huge beast races had surrendered to the 100 Treasures realm. To be honest, each beast race was a headache of their own. The 100 Treasures realm doesn't know how long it would take for them to subjugate the entire island. One shouldn't think that the 100 Treasures realm hasn't thought of resorting to violence. It was just that the races of Half-Beast Island were very united. If you resort to violence, then not to say the 100 Treasures realm, even great realms like the Divergent realm couldn't withstand it. Although the beast races were unruly, they had great strength. If the 100 Treasures realm went with a hard approach, then they wouldn't be able to get any benefits. The 100 Treasures realm found it very hard to deal with the island. But Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about it right now. He can't go over to the 100 Treasures realm to give any help. Zhao Hai wasn't worried that anyone from the Divergent realm would go to the valley for the rest of the month. The valley was a forbidden area. Without Prison Heart's approval, nobody can go in. At the same time, the people of the Divergent realm were very respectful towards Prison Heart. This wasn't respected due to Prison Heart's seniority. Instead, it was because Prison Heart slaughtered a lot of people from the Divergent realm in the past. His prestige had been well established. This also made Zhao Hai understand that in this world of cultivation, people would still need to establish their prestige in order to gain respect. Otherwise, nobody would treat you seriously. While looking at the situation of Half-Beast Island, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the Divergent realm. The entire realm was currently in a depressive mood. Although everyone knew that Prison Heart was old, the old man had lived for a long time, so people were very used to him being there overlooking the realm. They expected him to live for a very long time. When information that Prison Heart left his parting words was spread, it caused a huge wave in the entire Divergent realm. Because of their respect towards Prison Heart, nobody dared to disturb the valley as he spent his final days. At this time, the busiest of them all were Hawkins and the others. They were the ruling group of the realm. Perhaps Hawkins might not be a good ruler, but he wasn't too bad. He knew clearly that the Divergent realm can't have any troubles in the meantime. Prison Heart was like a nuclear bomb in the past, acting as a deterrent for the other realms. Not only was Prison Heart respected by the Divergent realm, this respect spread to the other realms as well. But once Prison Heart passed away, it was difficult to guarantee that the other realms would stay still. Therefore, the Divergent realm was currently stabilizing its state. It cannot give the other realms an opening to exploit. Therefore, in the recent period, the troops of the Divergent realm have been mobilized more frequently. They were guarding their territory more strictly. It was impossible for the other realms to have no ideas about the Divergent realm. They also want to see how the Divergent realm reacts to their situation. If the Divergent realm was slow, then they wouldn't mind taking a bite of their territory. But looking at the movements of the Divergent realm, the other realms began to hesitate. The other great realms also knew that Prison Heart wasn't the reason why the Divergent realm reached its current position. Although Prison Heart was dead, the overall strength of the Divergent realm was still there. If they provoke the Divergent realm at this time, they would have to bear the anger of the entire realm. The Divergent realm might even be willing to go all out against them. This wasn't something these great realms wanted to see. If Prison Heart was still alive, then the other realms might cause some trouble. Everyone knew that Prison Heart would weigh the consequences of a war. On the other hand, Hawkins was a militant. It wouldn't be good to annoy him. He was a lunatic who would be willing to attack anyone without much thought. Hawkins might not be a good leader, but he was a good general. Anyone who offends him wouldn't be let off. Because of this, the other realms were somewhat afraid of him. 20 days quickly flew by. Zhao Hai discovered people outside the valley. Zhao Hai knew that if he didn't light the thatch-roofed hut, then this matter wouldn't end. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai looked at the hut. To be honest, he liked the hut. After all, he has lived there for more than a year. Moreover, the environment of the valley was really good. Once he finished appreciating the hut, Zhao Hai sighed and then waved his hand. Because the roof of the house was slightly wet, a lot of smoke came out. But since Zhao Hai used a fire spell, the hut burned down before long. But this wasn't over yet. Zhao Hai knew how to act in a play. He took some rocks from the side of the valley and built a grave. He also placed some offerings in front of the grave. After that, he walked out of the valley. Zhao Hai saw Hawkins as well as the other high-level personnel of the Divergent Realm outside the valley. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Hawkins immediately stepped forward and asked, "The elder is gone?" Zhao Hai gave a sorrowful nod and said, "According to the master's last wish, I cremated his body and erected a grave. Master also wants to keep the peace of his grave. So if you need to pay your respects, you just need to do it outside the valley." Hawkins patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Little Hai, although you are Elder's disciple, you don't understand Elder's position in the Divergent Realm. Since the Elder wishes for it, then we'll just pay our respects here." After he said that, Hawkins led the others to offer their respects to Prison Heart. Zhao Hai also knew that it was time for him to leave. Chapter 1624, Autonomous Half-Beast Island. A white light flashed as Zhao Hai appeared on a transmission formation. He looked around him and saw that nothing changed. People were still walking in and out of the transmission formations. Everyone had a hopeful light on their faces. Zhao Hai smiled as he took a step forward. At this time, a voice announced his arrival. "Senior brother Zhao Hai is back. Senior brother Zhao Hai is back." Zhao Hai turned his head towards a severed soul expert by the transmission formation. In the past, people would just call him Zhao Hai or Little Hai, but now they call him Elder Brother Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhao Hai didn't know how high his status in the 100 Treasures was right now. Although he doesn't have a very high status in the 100 Treasures realm, Zhao Hai was now a guest seat elder in the Divergent Realm. Since the Divergent Realm was a much more powerful realm compared to the 100 Treasures realm, Zhao Hai's status naturally became different. Although Zhao Hai was still someone of the 100 Treasures realm, the cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm unconsciously elevated his status. Additionally, Zhao Hai's strength allowed his popularity to increase in the realm. Cultivators revere strength above all. With enough strength, everyone can call you elder brother or even uncle. Seeing the severed soul expert strain his throat announcing his name to everyone, Zhao Hai stared before letting out a forced smile. He really didn't know what to say. It has been more than a year that Zhao Hai hasn't returned to the 100 Treasures realm. The people of the 100 Treasures realm were also worried that Zhao Hai had joined the Divergent realm. After all, the Divergent realm was much bigger than the 100 Treasures realm. Moreover, Zhao Hai was a guest seat elder. Joining the Divergent realm was a very attractive option. Hearing that Prison Heart has passed away, the 100 Treasures realm were somewhat excited. They thought that Zhao Hai would immediately return. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai would wait a couple of days before coming back. But now that he's back, they couldn't help but be excited. Zhao Hai looked at everyone with a smile. Then someone stepped forward and said, "Senior brother, you're back?" "We heard that Elder Prison Heart passed away a few days ago." Asking this suddenly was quite improper, but Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "Right. Master passed away a few days ago. However, the Divergent Realm had to perform his funeral rites and I had to participate. Because of this, I ended up being delayed." Everyone nodded. Then one of them said, "Alright, don't crowd the place." The elders said that once senior brother comes back, you should go see him. Everyone, don't block senior brother. Hearing this, everyone immediately made way. Zhao Hai greeted everyone with a smile as he walked towards the conference hall. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai's back with a smile on their face. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would join the Divergent Realm and wouldn't return. These cultivators were quite superstitious. Ever since Zhao Hai joined the 100 Treasures realm, several problems of the realm had been solved and the realm began growing, and with Zhao Hai, they would win any battles they enter. So these cultivators had a trace of worship towards Zhao Hai. They thought that Zhao Hai was the realm's lucky star and they would definitely work hard to keep him. Currently, the 100 Treasures realm's attack on Half-Beast Island hasn't been going very well. Although Miu Yu was personally in command, the cultivators who went to Half-Beast Island would still be ambushed by the beasts. Therefore, the cultivators hoped that Zhao Hai could go to Half-Beast Island and use his great luck to conquer the island as soon as possible. If Zhao Hai knew that he was popular because of this, he wouldn't know what to say nor feel. At this time, he flew to the conference hall and said, "Zhao Hai asks to see the elders." Zhongzi's voice was heard, "Little Hai, you're back. Come in quick." Zhao Hai proceeded to enter the conference hall. At this time, the people inside the hall were Zongzi and his people. Mu Yao was no longer here. Not long after returning, Mu Yao closed up and no longer took command of the realm. After the war, Mu Yao surrendered all of his control over to Zongzi. This way, nobody would think that he was fighting for power. Mu Yao made the same choice as Zhao Hai. Everything was for the stability of the 100 Treasures realm. They didn't want to cause any conflict in the realm because of a misunderstanding. There were only 5 elders left in the conference hall, which made the room look empty. As soon as Zhao Hai entered, he immediately gave his greetings. Zongzi waved his hand and said, "Come and sit. I have to tell you something." Zhao Hai nodded and then sat down on a nearby transforming cloud. Zongzi looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you stayed in the Divergent Realm for more than a year. How much of the 100 Treasures realms matters do you know?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "I know some. Although Half-Beast Island has been turned over to us, our situation there isn't good. Besides this, I also know that the exchange system has been completed." Zongzi smiled and said, "Just like you said, besides the exchange system, Half-Beast Island is the only important matter that the realm has. The island is quite special. It isn't easy to deal with it. Although little Yu is there to take command, they aren't doing very well. The beast races still refuse to accept us. Do you have any thoughts on what we should do?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect Zongzi to ask for his opinion. He looked at Zongzi, who gave him a nod, giving him the permission to speak boldly. Zhao Hai thought for a while and said, "I don't know much about Half-Beast Island. I only know that it has monster races and these races don't want to be ruled over. This is the reason we have a hard time. Is that correct?" Zongzi nodded and said, "That's not incorrect. In general, the beast races don't want people to govern them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If that is the case, then I think it's good." "Elder, I think we seem to misunderstand something. We want Half-Beast Island for the 100 Treasures realm, but we also want to bring the beast races over, so we send people to rule over them. I think we should change our thinking. We should treat the beast races the same as how we treat our subordinate realms. This might work for us." Hearing Zhao Hai, Zongzi stared for a moment before he understood what Zhao Hai said. He tapped his head as he turned his head to the other elders and laughed. "It seems like we've been too hard-headed. I didn't even think of that. Ha ha ha." Zhao Hai knew that it wasn't because these elders didn't think of this point, but instead it was because they subconsciously looked down on the beast races. Because of this, they haven't thought of treating the beast races seriously. They just want to send people to the beast races in order to rule them directly. If they treated the beast races like normal cultivators, then they wouldn't send people to rule them. It would be enough for the beast races to send people to support the 100 Treasures realm. Then there would be no need to set up an upper-level management for Half-Beast Island. The 100 Treasures realm can just make the beast races manage Half-Beast Island, making an autonomous government. However, this came at the condition that the beast races support the 100 Treasures realm during war and also offer tribute. Then the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't intervene with the management of the island, just like any subordinate realm. An elder hesitated as he said, "What if the beast races still don't comply?" Some beast races might separate from the 100 Treasures realm and form their own beast group and demand to be treated equal with the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai sneered and said, "To deal with such people, there's only one method: kill." "We can tell the beast races about our conditions. I reckon a lot of them will agree. Those who disagree will be in the minority. After all, the 100 Treasures realm is stronger than Half-Beast Island. Let them be autonomous. This will be our concession. If they still want to be equal to the 100 Treasures realm, then we can slaughter them. But we have to announce that it's impossible for the beast races to be equal to the 100 Treasures realm. The beast races will certainly think about it. They just need to hand in resources every year. They don't even need to listen to the 100 Treasures realm. I think they will make the right choice." Zongzi nodded and said, "Most of the beast races actually just don't want humans governing them. We can agree to this. But if they want to be equal to us, then they can't blame us for being impolite." The other elders nodded. Zongzi looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You really think differently. We couldn't understand why the beast races resisted so fiercely. It seems like this method might succeed. I will notify little Yu immediately and ask him to use this method." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, We can control the island slowly. I heard that Half-Beast Island isn't very rich in resources. What's important is its location. We can trade with the beast races in exchange for commodities. Slowly we can integrate the exchange system to the island. And once the beasts become disloyal, we can control the supplies we trade with them. What Zhao Hai was explaining was actually an economic invasion. However, cultivators don't know anything about it. Because of this, they didn't use it before. What Zhongzi and the others thought was that Zhao Hai was saying new and odd ideas. Chapter 1625, Zhao Hai the Nobody. Miu Yu looked at the Jade Sword message in his hand. The Jade Sword message was telling him how to deal with Half-Beast Island. As soon as he saw the contents, Miu Yu immediately knew that the idea came from Zhao Hai. Nobody but him can come up with such an idea. Moreover, the Jade Sword message said that Zhao Hai just came back. He would return to Blue Tree Planet before coming over to help. Miu Yu truly admired Zhao Hai. At the same time, he was disheartened. Miu Yu was a genius in the 100 Treasures realm, but he was lacking in every aspect compared to Zhao Hai. Despite this, he wasn't jealous of Zhao Hai. This was because he knew that Zhao Hai was doing his best for the 100 Treasures realm. Also, the 100 Treasures realm didn't treat him unfairly. The realm was strong and was a good place for cultivation. If Zhao Hai didn't give back to the realm, then it would be unfair. If there's no skin, the hair has nowhere to adhere to. This was what Miu Yu thought. For him, the 100 Treasures realm was fundamental. So even if Zhao Hai performed better than anyone else and has become very popular in the realm, he wasn't angry. Instead, Miu Yu was very supportive of Zhao Hai. Only in this way would the 100 Treasures realm become better. There were people from the Miu faction that told Miu Yu to be careful of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was rising fast up the rankings in the realm. In the future, Zhao Hai might affect Miu Yu's position in the 100 Treasures realm. However, Miu Yu didn't take this advice too seriously. Miu Yu had been with Zhao Hai for a long time. He found that Zhao Hai doesn't want power. Multiple times in the past, Zhao Hai would hand over his merits to Miu Yu and retreat in the back. At that time, Miu Yu didn't understand, but now he did. Zhao Hai didn't want any misunderstandings to happen between the two of them. Miu Yu was appreciative about this point. To be honest, Miu Yu was exhausted with Half-Beast Island. Every single thing about the island was a headache to deal with. Because he was dealing with these things, Miu Yu's cultivation time has been deeply affected. Miu Yu was half step into the immortal stage. If he was given time, he would have become an immortal expert by now. To be honest, Miu Yu's thirst for cultivation was stronger than his desire for power. He now hopes that Zhao Hai would come to the Half-Beast Island and handle everything. Then he would have time to cultivate. But since Zhao Hai has yet to arrive, Miu Yu couldn't do anything. After receiving the Jade Sword message, he immediately went to invite the leaders of various beast races. He wanted to have a good chat with them. Half-Beast Island wasn't big, but it was dominated by 9 major beast races with strengths equivalent to middle-medium grade realm. Naturally, this strength was nothing in front of the 100 Treasures realm, but the combined strength of the 9 major beast races was still hard to deal with for the 100 Treasures realm. Additionally, the 9 major beast races had great prestige in Half-Beast Island. With them at the front, the smaller beast races attached to their sides, they caused the 100 Treasures realm to suffer a huge headache. Naturally, the 9 major beast races weren't very united. They also contradicted each other. The lion and tiger races hate each other. The wolf race was arrogant. The snake race was unpopular. The bear and eagle races also have enmity with each other. The fox race were quite grounded and nobody offended them. As for the elephant and rhinoceros races, they were staunch allies. Originally, Miu Yu thought that he could use these contradictions between the beast races. However, he didn't expect the beast races to be more wary of foreign races. It was impossible for him to take advantage of these conflicts. Now that the realm gave him a method to deal with the situation, Miu Yu was quite relaxed. As long as he has a good talk with the beast races, he could find out about their thoughts and think of ways to deal with them. There were 10,000 cultivators that came with Miu Yu this time. They didn't have any losses, but a few of them were injured. They were stuck on what to do currently. Additionally, the 9 beast races have been headaches. Because of them, the cultivators weren't very happy with being in Half-Beast Island. Miu Yu didn't let the cultivators send the message. Instead, he just took out a communication slip and sent the word to the 9 major beast races, asking them to discuss autonomy. Miu Yu and the others were currently inside Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. Fortunately for them, They were inside Zhao Hai's ship. Otherwise, they would have suffered a lot under the attacks of beast races. The Hell King's ship served as a powerful deterrent, and with the Hell King's ship combat strength, the beast races had to think properly before attacking Mu Yu and the others. Moreover, these beast races weren't fools. Their attacks towards the Hundred Treasures realm was only to disarm the people of the Hundred Treasures realm. They also knew about Mu Yu's identity. If they really hurt Mu Yu, or if the Hundred Treasures realm loses too much, the realm might be angry and send out troops. When that time comes, the 9 beast race might not be able to stop them. Nevertheless, the 9 major beast races don't really think too much about Mu Yu. It has been more than a year since Mu Yu and the others arrived at Half Beast Island. They haven't done anything great and they were even polite, which made the beast races arrogant. So although it had been several days since Mu Yu sent his message out, the 9 major beast races didn't send anyone to the Hell King's ship. Mu Yu wasn't worried. He knows that the 9 major beast races were just demonstrating their authority. They will come later on. In fact, Mu Yu was happy that the beast races were delayed. The longer they delay, the possibility of Zhao Hai arriving before the meeting would be greater. 9 days after Mu Yu sent his message, the 9 major beast races finally arrived. Each group brought 5,000 people. The 9 major beast races brought more than 40,000 people overall. They encircled the Hell King's ship in an overbearing manner. They made it clear that they didn't respect Mu Yu. Although Mu Yu had a good temperament, his complexion turned ugly at this display. He didn't go out to greet the representatives and just sent someone to fetch them. Each beast race patriarch brought along 2 people with them. It was as if they were bandits going to a negotiation. When the 9 beast patriarchs entered the cabin, they just gave Mu Yu a casual salute before sitting down. They showed no respect at all. Although Mu Yu didn't like their actions, he didn't say anything. Once everyone had settled down, Mu Yu spoke. I invited the patriarchs to discuss the autonomy of Half Beast Island. I wonder what your thoughts are about this. One of the patriarchs smiled as he looked at Mu Yu and asked, may I know what Mr. Mu Yu means by autonomy? Mu Yu turned his head and saw that it was the fox race patriarch Hukuan. Mu Yu smiled and answered, what we mean is that Half Beast Island would continue to be under the control of the beast races. However, the 9 major beast races must submit to the Hundred Treasures realm and pay tribute every year. Moreover, the 9 major beast races would send troops during war. In other words, everything will be handled the same way we treat our subordinate realms. Mu Yu's explanation caused the beasts to stare. Then they looked at each other. They saw the trace of excitement in their eyes. The 9 major beast races knew that it's impossible for them to be equal to the Hundred Treasures realm with their strength. It was good for them to be treated the same as subordinate realms. In fact, this was the result they wanted the most. They just didn't clearly state it. However, some of the beasts didn't accept it immediately. A brawny man with a huge beard coldly snorted and said, why should we surrender to the Hundred Treasures realm? Do you have the strength? Mu Yu's complexion changed. The same was true for the other beast patriarchs. They could hold Mu Yu back and make him suffer a headache, but the same wasn't true for the Hundred Treasures realm. If this was made known, how would the Hundred Treasures realm deal with them? Would this compel them to an irreconcilable feud? Before Mu Yu could reply, another voice answered, since you guys aren't convinced, then there's no need to talk further. Please return. We will make sure to come visit you in a few days. Then a figure walked in from outside. This person looked very ordinary. He had a never-present smile on his face. Seeing this person, Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh as he said, Little Hai, you're here? Ha ha ha. It has been more than a year since I saw you. I thought you forgot about me. Zhao Hai stepped forward and gave Mu Yu a hug. After a while, he smiled and said, Brother Yu, you seem to have aged rapidly in just a year. After he said that, he turned towards the 9 beast patriarchs. The bearded man looked at Zhao Hai and said, who are you? Zhao Hai looked at the man and then smiled faintly as he said, I'm Zhao Hai, just a nobody. It's not surprising for patriarch to not know me. You're from the lion race, right? Since Mr. thinks that the Hundred Treasures realm isn't strong enough to make you submit, then Mr. can leave. We will go to the lion race personally in the future. Since all of you have been invited by Brother Yu, I won't deal with you today. Everyone that wants to discuss further can stay, those that want to leave can leave. As he said that, Zhao Hai looked at the other people in the cabin with a smile on his face. However, his gaze was as sharp as a blade, making everyone not dare look at him in the face. The fox race patriarch immediately replied, It's a misunderstanding. Mr. Zhao Hai has misunderstood. Mister's name is like thunder in my ears. We have admired Mister for a long time. Mister, please sit down. Boss I didn't mean to offend you. Zhao Hai looked at the others and said, everyone should know that the 100 Treasures Realm is taking a step back. What? Do you really think that you can defeat the 100 Treasures Realm? We are showing our sincerity to you. I think you should do the same. We both don't want to see our people fighting each other. I also need to remind you not to see the 100 Treasures Realm's tolerance as a weakness. Chapter 1626. Agree in principle. As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, he heard a cold snort. What 100 Treasures Realm? I don't even put the 100 Treasures Realm in my eyes. You want to visit us? Then we'll be waiting for you. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the lion race patriarch. The smile on his face didn't change. He looked straight into Boss Ali's eyes and then at the other patriarchs and said, does the lion race patriarch represent the entire half-beast island? If you have the same thoughts, then I won't hold you back. You can all leave. Huguan saw Zhao Hai's expression and knew that he was serious. Huguan might not be afraid of Zhao Hai. Eldor was enraged, but Zhao Hai's killing intent was hidden deep inside his smile. Huguan quickly turned to Boss Ali and said, Old Ba, isn't autonomy what our beast race wants? The 100 Treasures Realm already agreed. What are you dissatisfied with? Boss Ali glared at Huguan before saying, shut up, Huguan. Who do you think you are to speak of me? The lion race is the king of Half-Beast Island. The 100 Treasures Realm wants us to surrender. Keep dreaming. Seeing Boss Ali's fierce glare as well as Huguan's ugly expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh inside. The Boss Ali's words essentially alienated themselves from the other major beast races. It would be strange if the other races still try to help him out. Half-Beast Island was a good location for the beast races. The 9 major beast races had always been on equal footing with each other. The conditions put forward by the 100 Treasures Realm was for the 9 major races to manage the island together. Boss Ali just placed the lion race on the opposite side of the 8 other races. It's a mystery how this person became the patriarch of the lion race. Huguan's expression was very ugly. He was also one of the beast race patriarchs, yet Boss Ali scolded him in front of many people. This caused Huguan to lose face. He didn't want Zhao Hai to see him as a joke, so he didn't respond and just sat in place with an ugly expression. Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at the patriarchs of the beast races. Their expressions weren't pretty. Then he said, since Patriarch Ba says so, then you can leave. I'll definitely give you a special visit. Patriarchs, if you share the same thoughts as Patriarch Ba, then you are free to leave as well. If you agree to the 100 Treasures Realm's proposal, then we can continue chatting. The other patriarchs didn't move. Seeing the other patriarchs not moving, Boss Ali's heart couldn't help but shake. He finally found a backing, so he dared to go against Zhao Hai. Originally, he thought that the other patriarchs would side with him. Now it seems like he made a mistake. Seeing this, Boss Ali couldn't help but feel regret. He had been careless in his words. He regretted the moment he said that he was the king of Half-Beast Island. Now looking at the expressions of the other patriarchs, he couldn't help but feel that he was wrong. Before Boss Ali could recover, Zhao Hai said, Patriarch Ba, why haven't you left? What, you don't want to leave? Hearing this, Boss Ali's expression turned uglier. He coldly snorted and then left. After looking at Boss Ali's departing back, Zhao Hai turned to the other beast patriarchs and said, everyone, back when the Divergent Realm ruled the island, the 100 Treasures Realm didn't hold back in helping you. The 100 Treasures Realm sacrificed a lot of lives in order to get our hands back on Half-Beast Island. Originally, we didn't want to compromise, but thinking of our previous relationship, the 100 Treasures Realm decided to allow the beast race's autonomy of the island. This is already the realm's bottom line. From now on, your beast races will be treated the same as the subordinate realms under the 100 Treasures Realm. Ruling Half-Beast Island and standing equally with the 100 Treasures Realm is impossible. Even if we lose a lot, we can subjugate Half-Beast Island. So I'll ask you to think properly about our proposal. After he said that, Zhao Hai closed his eyes and no longer spoke. Mu Yu and Zhao Hai had been cooperating for a long time, so naturally Mu Yu understood what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Zhao Hai appeared in a domineering manner, occupying the dark side of the conversation. And now it's time for Mu Yu to become the light, so he immediately said, Patriarch, the 100 Treasures Realm is sincere. In the future, we will not interfere with your affairs in Half-Beast Island. When had you seen the 100 Treasures Realm interfering with its subordinate realms? Also, Subordinate realms of the 100 Treasures realm could also conduct trade with the realm, and even go to the realm's smelting trials to temper themselves. This is good for everyone. What do you think? The patriarchs looked at each other and saw that they were moved. To be honest, as patriarchs, they knew that they couldn't do anything against the strength of the 100 Treasures realm. Now that the 100 Treasures realm was taking a step back, they were very happy. If they were to propose any conditions at this time, then they would be going too far. They weren't as ambitious as the lion race, wanting to be the king of Half-Beast Island. These patriarchs knew clearly enough that it was impossible. Therefore, they could only settle on the next best thing, which was autonomy that was being proposed by the 100 Treasures realm. But they also want to see how the 100 Treasures realm would deal with the lion race. To say that these patriarchs had no ambitions at all would be a lie. They were also unwilling to give tribute every year. The lion race just happened to volunteer themselves to become a test. If the 100 Treasures realm can deal with them, then these patriarchs wouldn't mind becoming subordinate realms. If the 100 Treasures realm couldn't, then these patriarchs wouldn't hesitate to cause trouble later on. Hukwon roughly understood what the other patriarchs were thinking of, so he spoke first. Mr. Mu Yu, Mr. Zhao Hai, in principle, we agree to the 100 Treasures realm's proposal, but this is a major event. We alone cannot make the decision for our respective races. We have to discuss it with everyone. I wonder if you can give us some time to make a decision? Mu Yu turned his head to Zhao Hai, who didn't have any intentions to speak. Then he nodded and said, this is indeed no minor matter. Then we wouldn't be keeping the patriarchs for long. But I hope to receive good news from you as soon as possible. As soon as Hukwon and the other patriarchs heard Mu Yu, they immediately stood up. They gave Zhao Hai and Mu Yu a salute. Zhao Hai also opened his eyes at this time and then led the patriarchs outside the Hell King's ship along with Mu Yu. Mu Yu and Zhao Hai returned to the cabin after seeing the patriarchs off. Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai as he frowned and said, Little Hai, what do they mean by agreeing in principle? Aren't they showing hesitation? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, they want to test our attitude. The Lion Patriarch just caused a huge ruckus by saying that they're the kings of Half-Beast Island. If we don't show a strong reaction, then they wouldn't cooperate with us. Therefore, how we deal with the lion race would reflect how they make their decision. Mu Yu knitted his brows and said, those fellows are very sly. Little Hai, so what do we do next? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry. Since the lion race had such confidence, they certainly have someone to rely on. Let's make them prepare for some time before we pull in the net and catch them all in one go. Mu Yu frowned. I don't think it would be that easy. Although Half-Beast Island is controlled by the 9 major races, they actually come from the same realm. They entered the battlefield and split into 9 groups, so even if we drive the lion race out of the 10,000 realm battlefield, they can still come back. This isn't like the other realms that wouldn't be able to return for a long time once driven out. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed as he said, that's even better. We can use the lion race to establish our authority. Not only can we chase them out of the battlefield, we can also pursue them back into their realm and eliminate them. Otherwise, nobody would be afraid of us. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, is this alright? Can we really chase them down to their realm? That is their domain. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's no need to rush. We'll make our preparations and then give them a lightning attack. We will definitely clean them up. Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and asked, could we really eliminate the lion race? The lion race population is quite large. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Mu Yu suddenly remembered the undead under Zhao Hai's control, so he no longer asked. Zhao Hai's undead were all acquired by Zhao Hai alone and they numbered more than 100,000. From this point alone one can see how murderous Zhao Hai can become. Mu Yu smiled faintly and said, I really feel sorry for these beast races. I've been polite to them, but they ignored me. As a result, they attracted a killing star like you. Now look at them. Ha ha ha. I hope that they won't regret it after this. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this is also something that can't be helped. In the future, when Brother Mu becomes the leader of the 100 Treasures realm, it wouldn't be good for you to be too murderous. So it's my job to do these kinds of things. Mu Yu smiled and didn't speak, but he felt that Zhao Hai was more suited to lead the 100 Treasures realm. Mu Yu didn't want to talk too much about this matter. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, I hope this matter will be resolved soon. I'm about to enter the immortal stage, but because of this, I can't. It's really annoying. Zhao Hai laughed and said, we'll solve this matter quickly. This way, You can enter the immortal stage with a peace of mind. When the time comes, the 100 Treasures realm will have another immortal stage elder. Then I will have to call you Elder Mu. Mu frowned and said, roll off. Then you would give me a salute every time we meet? Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 1627, Two lines moving together. 10 days passed by but Zhao Hai and the others had yet to make a move. Besides the lion race, the other beast races didn't look for Mu and the others for a while. In these 10 days, the lion race had been making moves. They also contacted the other 8 races. Though the other 8 races have shown no intentions to move, they also made little actions in the background. All of these were seen by Zhao Hai through the space. He wanted to see the capabilities of these people. Most importantly, he wanted to know why the lion race were so confident in fighting for Half-Beast Island. Zhao Hai discovered that cultivators were in contact with the lion race. They were the ones planning to support the lion race in fighting against the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai followed the cultivators using his silver needle. He found out that these people were sent out by the realms adjacent to the 100 Treasures realm in the land of chaos. This discovery caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. These were allies of the 100 Treasures realm, yet these realms didn't hesitate to turn their backs. It seems like there are no true allies among cultivators. Now that Zhao Hai knows who the lion race were relying on, he naturally wouldn't be polite. After 10 days, it was almost time to act. The beast races need to know the 100 Treasures realm's strength. It should sober them up. What surprised Zhao Hai was the stiff relationship between the fox and the lion race. Zhao Hai even heard Basalai say that as long as he becomes the king of Half-Beast Island, he would immediately expel the fox race. Zhao Hai told Mu the information he received as they sat inside the cabin. Mu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is it time to move?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The clowns have entered the stage, so it's time to move. I want to see what those fellows would look like after we completely destroy the lion race." Mu coldly snorted and said, "Those guys have no sense of shame. Sooner or later, we will eliminate them too." As Mu said that, a jade sword message flew in and stopped in front of him. Mu took the jade sword and then swept its contents with his spiritual force. Upon reading, he couldn't help but smile as he said, "Interesting, ha ha ha. Little Hai, here, take a look." Then he handed the jade sword message to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the jade sword message and looked inside. Inside was a request from Hukuan. Zhao Hai handed the jade sword message back to Mu as he smiled faintly and said, "It seems like Hukuan couldn't sit still anymore. His relationship with Basalai is very bad, so now they're taking refuge in us. But that's fine, ha ha ha. We can raise the status of the fox race a little higher. This will let the other races know the benefits of following the 100 Treasures realm." Mu nodded and said, "I've sent your plan back and Elder Zongzi and the others agree." However, the decision was only made after a 10-elder assembly which Master also attended. "By the way, Master asked me to give you a message. He says that killing whole clans is too murderous. He wants you to have a bit of restraint." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's too late now to practice restraint. As a powerful realm, we should be people worthy of admiration. The leader cannot have a heavy killing intent, otherwise people will tremble before him and alienate him. However, this leader needs to have a knife he could wield, a very swift, blood-stained knife, a knife that can shock the enemy. You are that leader, while I am that knife." Mu sighed as he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Little Hai, I know what you're thinking. But remember, I'm not that kind of person. I'm willing to do anything for the realm. Brother, there's no need to divide ourselves so clearly." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Mu, I naturally know what kind of person you are. However, you and the 100 Treasures realm is a different thing. If you push me to the top, then the realm will be plunged into chaos. At the very least, the Mu faction will not obey me, because in the eyes of these people, I have always been an outsider. You are the true successor to the Mu faction. The moment you became Elder Mu's disciple, you have seated yourself in that position. Even if you want to change it, you can't." Mu sighed. He knew that what Zhao Hai said was true. Recently, more and more people from the Mu faction were getting in contact with him. Although he wanted to change their perspective, he knew that he couldn't. Being the successor of the Mu faction, each decision couldn't be made on his own. There were all kinds of relationships that needed to be considered. Zhao Hai looked at Mu and then smiled as he said, "Brother Mu, don't think about it too much." "Right, When will the immortal experts arrive? This time will be a two-line operation. We'll send immortal experts secretly to the lion race's lair, then attack their headquarters in Half-Beast Island together. Even if we cannot kill all of them, at least we need to wipe out their immortal experts. The rest of the lion race will leave to the fox race to deal with. We'll let the fox race be our 100 Treasures Realm's most loyal subordinate in Half-Beast Island. Miyu smiled and said, "Don't worry. Everything has been prepared. The immortal experts can arrive anytime. There are 1,000 experts altogether." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Although the lion race has a lot of immortal experts, they number about 100 at most. It's easy to eliminate them. Tell the immortal experts to come over. We're making our move." Miyu nodded and then took out a jade sword message to send back to the 100 Treasures Realm. Before long, the transmission formations on the Hell King's ship lit up and immortal experts began arriving. Once everyone arrived, Zhao Hai immediately led them to another transmission formation. He looked at the immortal experts and said, "Elders, where I'm sending you is outside the 10,000 realm battlefield. It will be on the lion race's nest. They have less than 100 immortal experts at this time, but we need to send 500 experts from our side. This isn't to say that the lion race is fierce, but I'm afraid the other races will send their experts to help the lion race. Therefore, we need to take that into account. Take control of a transmission formation as soon as possible. One is fine. You need it to come back. Destroy the other transmission formations to prevent any reinforcements. I also ask the elders to not hold back, whether they are adults or not, or they have any ability to resist. Everyone needs to be killed. I will be sending undead over as well. If the elders cannot kill them, then the undead will do the job." Hearing Zhao Hai, the immortal experts couldn't help but stare. They looked at each other and saw the shock in their eyes. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's killing intent to be this strong. He doesn't plan to leave anyone alive. However, these immortal experts still nodded. They received orders to follow Zhao Hai's instruction. Moreover, they knew of Zhao Hai's status. They couldn't show any dissatisfaction. Before long, the 500 experts that would be sent over had been selected. Zhao Hai looked at the other elders and said, "When the other elders act, we will also move on this side. You will take the transmission formation and head to the lion race's headquarters. Don't hold back as well and clean the place out. Don't keep one person alive. There are nearly 400 immortal experts in their headquarters since they are being reinforced by other realms. You don't need to care about their identity. Kill all of them." These immortal experts nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Miyu and said, "Besides the immortal experts, the lion race also has an army of close to 40,000 people. We must completely destroy the lion race." Miyu nodded and said, "You can rest assured. We have 10,000 elites inside the ship. They're all bursting with energy, waiting for the time they can fight." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right. Then you'll all wait inside the ship. We're going to do the same thing as the other group. Go to the headquarters and occupy a transmission formation before destroying everything else." Miyu nodded and said, "Leave it to me." After everything was planned out, Zhao Hai pointed towards 2 transmission formations and said, "It's time." Immortal experts weren't in a hurry. Once they reached the immortal stage, they were free to do many things. Nevertheless, they couldn't delay Zhao Hai's order. They all stepped into the transmission formation. A white light flashed as the 2 transmission formations activated at the same time. Batches upon batches of people began disappearing. Shortly after that, the other ordinary cultivators inside the Hell King's ship also got into the transmission formation to go to the lion race headquarters. Miyu went first while Zhao Hai went last. None of the cultivators made a sound. Each one of them had a murderous aura. They followed Miyu all this time in Half-Beast Island, but they had been embarrassed by these beast races. In the end, not a lot of them can go out of the Hell King's ship. This caused them to feel aggrieved. Now that they have the opportunity to take revenge, they could no longer wait. Zhao Hai closed his eyes as he stood on the transmission formation. Actually, he was paying attention to the lion race's land as well as their headquarters. The operation was going smoothly. After reaching the land, the immortal experts immediately occupied one transmission formation and then began their slaughter. The immortal experts of the lion race couldn't resist. After all, there were too few of them. They were immediately surrounded by the 100 Treasures Realm experts. Zhao Hai also began sending undead to the lion race's land. These undead were fairly strong. Moreover, Zhao Hai equipped them with rifles. Among these undead was also the undead Prison Heart. Although Prison Heart has been turned into an undead, His strength was still present. Zhao Hai didn't make him go to kill people but instead to assume command, and if there was a sudden change in the situation, he would be there to fix it. Chapter 1628. Unhindered. Boss Ali was both afraid and excited. He was afraid that the 100 Treasures realm would come at him with full power. He knows that he cannot defeat the 100 Treasures realm, but at the same time, if his plans succeed, he would become the true king of Half-Beast Island. When the human cultivators first approached him, Boss Ali was very happy. He believed that these people were representatives of several high-grade realms. These realms wanted Boss Ali to cause chaos in Half-Beast Island. They didn't want to see the 100 Treasures realm take complete hold of the island. To the other realms, the 100 Treasures realm were becoming stronger and stronger. They believed that once the 100 Treasures realm becomes strong enough that these high-grade realms couldn't go against them, then the 100 Treasures realm would begin to clean its surrounding neighbors. Because of this, these high-grade realms were doing all they could to hinder the 100 Treasures realm's progress. And since Boss Ali was ambitious, the two sides were able to work together. With support being sent to the lion race, Boss Ali moved against the 100 Treasures realm. This plan started the moment the 100 Treasures realm got their hands on Half-Beast Island. This was also the reason why Mu Yu and the others were having a hard time. The lion race were the first ones to move against the 100 Treasures realm. The reputation of the lion race was very high in the island, and with the beast race's hatred of outsiders, the other major beast races were persuaded by the lion race to work together and cause pressure on the 100 Treasures realm. Naturally, the lion race didn't tell the other major beast races what they were planning to do. They just said that they would force the 100 Treasures realm to give them autonomy. Since this was what the beast races wanted, the major beast races all agreed. Because the other major beast races didn't have any support, they weren't as ambitious as the lion race. They just want to be on equal footing with the 100 Treasures realm. It was precisely because of this that Boss Ali told them that they would force the 100 Treasures realm to give them autonomy of the island. He didn't tell them that he was planning on getting the entire island for himself. It's impossible for the other high-grade realms to support several major beast races at the same time. The high-grade realms sent people to investigate the island before they got in contact with the lion race. Among the 9 major beast races, the lion race was the strongest and, most importantly, the most ambitious. The other beast races weren't as ambitious, so if they rashly approached these beast races with their plan, then they might tell the 100 Treasures realm about it. In that case, the plan would fail. With this consideration, the high-grade realms only got in contact with the lion race. They even said that they would support the lion clan to become the king of Half-Beast Island, to which Boss Ali readily agreed. The title of king of Half-Beast Island was extremely attractive to Boss Ali. He wished for his race to escape the control of human cultivators. Now that he has the backing of these high-grade realms, he was naturally very happy. Initially, Boss Ali thought that it would be impossible for the 100 Treasures realm to grant the beast races autonomy. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hai's proposal drove the 100 Treasures realm into this path. Boss Ali knew that this would make the other 8 major race agree, but this also meant that his dream of being the king of the island would be gone. Because of this thought, Boss Ali was very impolite when he met Mu Yu. He even quarreled with Huguan, which caused him to reveal his ambition. Actually, because Boss Ali's temper flared up at that time, he lost his control. This gave Zhao Hai and the others an opportunity to see his true color. After returning to their headquarters, Boss Ali knew that the situation wasn't going well. Therefore, he immediately sent a message to the high-grade realms asking for reinforcements. At the same time, experts of the lion race were sent over to the 10,000 realm battlefield to prepare for a battle against the 100 Treasures realm. As he made his preparations, Boss Ali also sent messages to the other major beast races. He wanted them to join his side. However, because he said that he was the king of Half-Beast Island, the other major beast races had no intentions of lending him a hand. At the same time, the other beast races were waiting for the 100 Treasures realm's response. If the 100 Treasures realm wasn't able to properly deal with the lion race, then these beast races might have other thoughts. The one with the most intense response was Huguan. Boss Ali practically slapped his face in front of Mu Yu and the others. So when Boss Ali's messenger arrived, he was immediately driven out. It was also because of this incident that led to Boss Ali saying that he would drive the fox race away from the island once he becomes the king. This seems to have reached Huguan's ears. so Huquan passed the message over to Mu Yu. Huquan did this to force the 100 Treasures Realm to send troops. He didn't know that the 100 Treasures Realm was planning to exterminate the lion race. He just wanted them to teach the lion race a lesson and weaken their strength. This way, the lion race wouldn't be able to deal with the fox race. What Boss Ally didn't expect was how terrified the high-grade realms were of the 100 Treasures Realm. Not only did they send a lot of supplies, there were also more than 100 immortal experts. Besides these immortal experts, there were also a 20,000 cultivator army. Relying on his race alone, Boss Ally would not be able to reach this level of strength. It was for this reason that Zhao Hai told the immortal experts to not care about the enemy's status. There's no need to be respectful and go straight into killing the enemy. With the amount of strength on his side, Boss Ally was confident that he could challenge the 100 Treasures Realm. And with the 100 Treasures Realm's 10 days of inaction, Boss Ally's confidence experienced a huge surge. In his mind, the 100 Treasures Realm was afraid of him, so they didn't provoke him at all. At the same time, he also developed a trace of pride as though he can move unhindered in the world. Right now, Boss Ally was thinking of how to deal with the fox race. In his mind, dealing with the fox race wouldn't only show his strength to the other races, he could also make a demonstration for the 100 Treasures Realm. As he thought of this, Boss Ally suddenly heard the sound of fighting outside. He stared and was angered. He quickly yelled, "Who dares cause trouble in my lion race's territory?" Boss Ally always wanted to be a king, and a king doesn't need to use spiritual force in order to know anything. These things should be left for subordinates to do. Just as he shouted, a lion race person ran in from the outside and then knelt in front of Boss Ally and said, "Patriarch, not good. The 100 Treasures Realm is attacking." When he heard this, Boss Ally stared, then his expression changed as he said, "They're here. Quick, activate the defensive formation." He thought the 100 Treasures Realm would be stuck attacking the defensive formation. As soon as he heard Boss Ally, the lion race person had a sullen face as he replied, "Patriarch, the 100 Treasures Realm came in from the transmission formations. The first to arrive were their immortal stage experts. These immortal experts seized the transmission formations. Now a steady stream of their experts are coming into the headquarters." Boss Ally's expression changed. "Then what are we waiting for? Gather all of our immortal experts. We need to take control of the transmission formations." After he said that, he flew straight out. When Boss Ally came out, he took the rest of the immortal experts and headed towards the transmission formations. But as they arrived, they immediately heard loud sounds of fighting. Moreover, the waves of spiritual chi made it clear that the two parties fighting had great strength. Boss Ally didn't hesitate and flew straight towards the transmission formations. After arriving, he discovered that the transmission formations were being occupied by immortal experts of the 100 Treasures Realm. Aside from the transmission formation continually sending people over, the rest of the transmission formations have been destroyed. Seeing this, Boss Ally felt his head exploding. He knew clearly what this meant. Without these transmission formations, it would be almost impossible to get reinforcements. And if they wanted to escape, they couldn't leave the 10,000 realm battlefield. Boss Ally's eyes reddened immediately as he roared and transformed into a huge golden-haired lion. The lion was very huge and had bulging muscles. This was Boss Ally's true body. He was enraged this time, so he couldn't help but use his true form. The other immortal experts of the lion race also transformed. The pressure on the 100 Treasures Realms experts increased immediately. However, there were 500 immortal experts guarding the transmission formation. The situation slowly stabilized as Mu Yu sent cultivators over. Because the lion race's immortal experts and the supporting experts were entangled with the 100 Treasures Realms experts, nobody could deal with the ordinary cultivators. Mu Yu was able to kill smoothly into the lion race's headquarters. But because Mu Yu brought a few people, they could only defend the transmission formation for now. With the immortal experts present, they didn't suffer too many casualties. More than 10,000 people entered the lion race's headquarters. Since the 100 Treasures Realm had more immortal experts than the lion race's side, some of the immortal experts were able to guard Mu Yu and the others. Otherwise, Mu Yu and the others would be in danger. After an hour, there were more than 10,000 100 Treasures Realm cultivators in the lion race headquarters. According to Zhao Hai's instruction, Mu Yu destroyed the last transmission formation that was left. Mu Yu wasn't worried that Zhao Hai would be unable to come. Zhao Hai was a space-related divergent ability user. He has his own methods. Sure enough, Just as Mu Yu destroyed the transmission formation, Zhao Hai appeared in the lion race headquarters. As soon as he arrived, he immediately released all of his weapons, sword shuttles, and a large number of undead. The turtle was also released. The lions were immediately trampled by Zhao Hai. They had not seen such a violent attack before. They were unable to respond for some time. Zhao Hai had formidable large artifacts, rifle-wielding undead, sword shuttles, and the turtle. How could they block all of these? Some lions and cultivators from the other realms wanted to run. In their minds, the lion race's headquarters was so big that it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to surround it. Cultivators treated their life as the most important. When they discover that they have a chance to keep their lives, they would become desperate. However, they quickly discovered their mistake. When they ran away from the headquarters, they immediately saw undead with rifles in their hands. They were shot to death. As soon as they came out, nobody was able to run away. The people who were still being killed inside the headquarters didn't know this. Zhao Hai also had no plans to inform these people. Those who had been killed were turned into undead by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was currently at the back of the turtle as he battered the lion race headquarters. Even the immortal experts weren't spared. The turtle was originally an immortal expert. Now that it was equipped with armor, there was no need to fear the enemy immortal experts. Zhao Hai also had his large artifacts attacking with him. On the large artifacts were undead, with rifles in their hands. The undead couldn't be underestimated. There's also cannons and sword shuttles. The lion race headquarters was a hopeless mess. Before Zhao Hai arrived, Mu Yu and the others were quite pressured. But once Zhao Hai arrived, the pressure on them was lightened. Everyone roared in excitement as they waved their large artifacts and attacked. The lions knew that Zhao Hai's large artifacts were powerful, but since they haven't fought against Zhao Hai before, they didn't know how strong the large artifacts really were. They had some thoughts, but they never expected the hellish scene happening in front of them. Naturally, these people would soon be killed and become part of Zhao Hai's undead army. At the same time, although the immortal experts of the 100 Treasures realm fought with Zhao Hai before, this was the first time they experienced Zhao Hai showing his strength in an overbearing manner. The large artifacts and the sword shuttles moved unhindered in the lion race headquarters. This caused those present to be shocked. The immortal experts had complex expressions as they looked at Zhao Hai. Chapter 1629. Cold-blooded. The immortal experts of the 100 Treasures realm were more sensitive when it came to strength compared to those in the Severed Soul stage. Although Zhao Hai seems to be in the Severed Soul stage, the immortal experts were sure that Zhao Hai's real strength has reached the immortal stage. Adding Zhao Hai's large artifacts, the immortal experts reckoned that if they went against him, it would be them who would be slaughtered. But what surprised them the most was Zhao Hai's turtle. These people were elder-level personages in the 100 Treasures realm, so they have some idea of Zhao Hai's matters. They knew that the turtle was a beast that Zhao Hai captured in the Sea of Clouds. Then afterwards he equipped it with full armor. To be honest, they didn't believe that the turtle was strong. But now their eyes had been opened. They just saw the turtle take action. A transformed lion race immortal expert failed to cause any damage to it, and in just one attack from the turtle, the lion expert died. This kind of strength was terrifying. The battle was still going on, but everyone knew that the lions were finished. Even if the high-grade realms collectively made a move, it was still impossible to save the lions. Although the lion race were still fighting, it was no more than to buy time for them to be able to find a way of escape. This was because they discovered that the 100 Treasures realm didn't capture people nor accept surrender. The lions who tried to surrender were killed. This was the reason why the lions were still resisting, because if they didn't they would only die quicker. The immortal experts were shaken by Zhao Hai's approach. They were really intending to kill every enemy. It was hard to say if the lion race would still exist from this point on. Ruthless and cold-blooded. This was the impression Zhao Hai gave to the immortal experts. Originally, they saw Zhao Hai as a moderate and calm person. He always had a smile on his face and was friendly to everyone. Although he was ruthless to his enemies, these immortal experts saw it as normal. After all, who would be polite to their enemies? But this time, they saw Zhao Hai's cold-blooded side. Ruthless could no longer describe him. A ruthless person wasn't necessarily a cold-blooded one. Even ruthless people wouldn't act against people who had given up. Zhao Hai, in order to establish prestige and make the beast races submit, chose to not spare even those who surrendered. Naturally, This wasn't the most important. What's important was the fact that he also sent people to the den of the lion race. He was going to uproot the entire lion race. Not a lot of people would use this method. Moreover, the immortal experts who attacked the lion's den were already instructed by Zhao Hai to leave nobody alive. This was the most cold-blooded performance that Zhao Hai has shown to these immortal experts. Any race couldn't exist without children. Moreover, childhood was a person's most vulnerable time. Even if you're an invincible expert, you were still a child in the past. A child that can easily be slain by another expert. But Zhao Hai's order didn't even spare the children. He made sure to the immortal experts to not spare anyone. To be honest, when the immortal experts heard this, their backs couldn't help but feel cold. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, even if two races battle and have a huge enmity with each other, they would still settle their grudges in the battlefield. The most they could go for was expelling the other side from the battlefield. Naturally, Half-Beast Island was somewhat unusual. They were a united group of people that came from the same realm. If Zhao Hai wasn't cold-blooded, then the lion race could always re-emerge and become a constant headache. Even so, the immortal experts still thought that Zhao Hai's methods were going too far. No matter what these immortal experts were thinking about, the battle in the lion race headquarters was coming to an end. Everyone from the 100 Treasures realm has participated in the slaughter of the lion race and the reinforcements sent by the other realms. Originally, the experts of the 100 Treasures realm were afraid that these people would run, but when they looked outside the headquarters, they immediately discovered that it had been completely surrounded. Let alone a person, even a mosquito wouldn't be able to fly away. Seeing this, the immortal experts couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Hai's plans were both prudent and meticulous. At the same time, they were lamenting Zhao Hai's desire for extermination. The battle took 6 hours altogether. All of the non-100 Treasures realm cultivators in the lion race headquarters were killed and turned into undead. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received all of the undead. The sword shuttles were also taken back. At this moment, white light flashed on the Hell King's ship as the cultivators who attacked the lion race's land returned batch by batch. The expressions of these cultivators weren't pleasant, but that was the end of it. After all, these were immortal experts. The lion race simply weren't able to injure them. The reason they had ugly expressions was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sent large quantities of undead in order to attack and clean up the lion race den. There's no mistake. It was cleaning up. This was the word that these immortal experts found appropriate. The undead didn't distinguish between the elderly or the children. In the lion race den, as long as they were living, the undead killed them all. Looking at the massacre these undead incurred, the immortal experts felt a chill. Their backs turned cold. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so cruel. Zhao Hai didn't care about what they felt. He didn't revive those in the lion race den into undead. They were too weak that they wouldn't be of much use for the space. At the same time, their image would serve as a warning to the enemies. After everyone arrived at the lion race headquarters, Zhao Hai looked at the immortal experts and then smiled as he said, "Elders, welcome back. You can take a rest at the Hell King's ship." Looking at Zhao Hai's tempered smile, the immortal experts felt their hearts turn cold. They saw a lot of killing in their lives as well as people unaffected by the kill. However, this was the first time seeing someone still smiling after exterminating an entire race. The immortal experts didn't want to linger around Zhao Hai, so they immediately returned to the 100 Treasures Realms headquarters through the transmission formation of the Hell King's ship. In any case, their duty in Half-Beast Island was already finished. After sending the elders away, Zhao Hai and Mu Yu took the other cultivators and left the lion race headquarters. They believed that the other races would soon know about what happened to the lion race. Then the beast races would take the initiative to meet them. If they don't, then Zhao Hai can just send them an ultimatum. He doesn't believe that they wouldn't come by then. Speaking of which, the 100 Treasures realm also have their own camp in Half-Beast Island. This camp was the one left behind by the Divergent realm. However, it was more appropriate to call it an outpost than a camp. There were minimal defenses and residences in the camp. It was clear that the Divergent realm didn't maintain it very well. It was also for this reason that Mu Yu and the others stayed in the Hell King's ship for their entire stay in the island. It was also because of the Hell King's ship that the beast races weren't able to cause heavy losses to them. Mu Yu and Zhao Hai were currently standing on the Hell King's ship's deck. The ship was flying at a leisurely pace. Nobody would expect that they had just returned from a battle. Mu Yu turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, when do you think the other beast races would come to us?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I think they will be here soon. The first to approach us should be the fox race. They're truly foxes. They're shrewd. The message Hukwon sent us wasn't only to remind us, but also to express his dissatisfaction with the lion race. He didn't want to give the lion race a chance to deal with them. He was betting for the future where we would win, and he bet correctly. In the future, he will become the most faithful subordinate of the 100 Treasures realm. Miyu smiled faintly and said, Half Beast Island will be under our control. After what just happened, I believe none of the beast races would dare rebel. Zhao Hai laughed. They can hate us all they want. In the end, this will save us a lot of trouble. Dead people are better than disloyal subordinates. Miyu patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, but from now on, you will be known as a cold-blooded killer. I'm afraid this will spread soon. Did you see how the immortal experts look at you? I can even see a trace of fear in their eyes. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, isn't that good? It makes them afraid to do anything to me. Miyu sighed. He felt that he was being unfair to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's action essentially killed his good reputation. Zhao Hai saved Miyu from staining his hands with blood. Although it was imposing for people to be afraid of you, it doesn't change the fact that people would feel fear facing you. This will make it harder to make any friends later on. A lot of cultivators couldn't bear ruining their reputation. Even demonic cultivators wouldn't want such a reputation. On the other hand, Zhao Hai shouldered this reputation for Miyu and the 100 Treasures realm. This caused Miyu to feel sorry for Zhao Hai. He doesn't know how to give back. Even the 100 Treasures realm had no way to compensate Zhao Hai. Miyu only hopes to reach the immortal stage as soon as possible. The earlier he increases his strength, the earlier he can repay Zhao Hai. Chapter 1630. You're the alliance leader. Hukwon sat in his cave residence holding 2 jade sword messages in his hand. His face had an expression of fear. And as time passed, his fear increased more and more. By the end, he was sweating. The 2 jade sword messages in Hukwon's hands were sent by his people. One of them was a report of the lion race's headquarters. The other message was about the lion race's den. Although there were 2 messages, their contents were the same. The lions have been exterminated. This wasn't empty talk. The lion race was truly extinguished. All lions in their headquarters in the 10,000 realm battlefield have vanished. At the same time, the entire lion den was destroyed. Everyone was killed, whether it be children or the elderly. Nobody survived. Even the beasts that the lions raised were killed. Hukwon didn't believe the report at first. He even sent a letter for confirmation. But after receiving an affirmative reply, Hukwon was terrified. He couldn't help but recall the temperate smile on Zhao Hai's face. His words also didn't seem serious at that time. Hukwon thought that Zhao Hai's visit would only involve giving the lion race a lesson. He didn't expect that the lion race would be annihilated. This was an annihilation of the race. The lion race had no living survivors. Even if there were, they wouldn't be able to claim that they were members of the lion race. These people would hide deeply. Otherwise, if they were found, the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't let them off. Cruel. Too cruel. The annihilation of a race was never heard of in the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, Hukwon was certain that he was the first person to receive this news. This was because he had been at odds with the lions recently. Boss Ali even said that he would deal with the fox race. Hukwon was afraid that Boss Ali would plot against him, so he was very concerned about their movements. The Jade Sword message stated how Zhao Hai dealt with the lion race. The 100 Treasures realm was very swift, crashing into the lion race headquarters. Moreover, there were innumerable undead surrounding the headquarters. Nobody could see what was going on inside. Once the undead disappeared, not a single lion race cultivator was left. There wasn't even a corpse that remained. Hukwon knew why there were no corpses. This was because Zhao Hai was a dark mage. He can turn corpses into undead. So Hukwon knew that the lion race weren't only killed, they were also turned into undead. Thinking of this, Hukwon couldn't help but coldly sweat. After some time, he jumped up and loudly said, quickly prepare. We're going to visit Mr. Miyu immediately. Zhao Hai and Miyu were leisurely moving forward. They were on the Hell King's ship drinking tea while chatting. Zhao Hai knew that people would be looking for them soon, but he didn't care. He also saw Hukwon's reaction. Miyu drank tea and then sighed before saying, Little Hai, your tea is really good, better than cloud fruit wine. Although cloud fruit wine helps you cultivate, this tea can help you improve your spiritual force. It's very good. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, my cultivation with master relies heavily on this tea. Thanks to it, I was able to reach minor completion in his technique. Miyu nodded and said, No wonder you're becoming better with your control over your large artifact. Good. But little Hai, you have to put more effort into your cultivation so that you can reach the immortal stage as soon as possible. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's still early for me. When it comes to you, it's good to concentrate on breaking through. You already have a foot inside the door of the immortal stage. The earlier you break through, the better it would be for the 100 Treasures realm. Mu Yu chuckled and said, we still have Half Beast Island to take care of. After we're finished here, I will immediately close up. I believe I will get to the immortal stage soon. Zhao Hai smiled and said, why, will Half Beast Island help you enter the immortal stage? If it helps, then it would be good. Otherwise, there's no need to be anxious. It's good to go out and find some trials. Mu Yu nodded and said, the battles have benefited me a lot. I also found that cultivation wouldn't be able to help me. I should go for some trials. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, let's relax first. After saying that, Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at the distance. There was a group of people approaching from a distance. Mu Yu focused his sight and saw that it was Huquan's group. Before long, Huquan arrived by the Hell King's ship. The ship has also stopped. Huquan didn't bring a lot of people, only about 100. The group stopped outside the ship as Huquan bowed and said, Huquan has seen Mr. Mu Yu and Mr. Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Patriarch Hu, come, please have a seat. There was a small table between Zhao Hai and Mu Yu. The two were sitting on transforming clouds on either end of the table, leisurely drinking tea. Huquan looked at Zhao Hai's smiling face and couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. He hastily nodded and took a cautious step onto the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai took out a transforming cloud and asked him to sit. Huquan thanked Zhao Hai immediately and then carefully sat on the transforming cloud. Zhao Hai picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for Huquan. This frightened Huquan. He quickly stood up and said, I won't dare. Let me do it myself. Looking at an immortal expert acting like this scared caused Zhao Hai to chuckle as he said, Patriarch Hu, there's no need to be anxious. Since you sent us a message, the 100 Treasures realm will not treat you unfairly. Huquan expressed his gratitude as he said, Mr. Overpraised. That's something we should be doing. Although we want to gain autonomy over Half Beast Island, we never wanted to break away from the 100 Treasures realm. I want misters to see this. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the lions originally weren't that ambitious. However, some people ignited their pride. These people don't want the 100 Treasures realm to progress. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong opponent. The lions aren't qualified to cause trouble for the 100 Treasures realm. They chose to side with the high-grade realms. However, the high-grade realms aren't enough to move us. Mu Yu chuckled and said, they just received help from the high-grade realms, and they start dreaming. Even if they invite all of the high-grade realms, they still wouldn't be able to cause trouble. Those people underestimate the 100 Treasures realm too much. Zhao Hai smiled and said, they suffered heavy losses in the Sea of Clouds. On the other hand, we didn't lose a lot the 2 times we sent an expedition. Naturally, we are stronger. Now they came to cause us trouble. Since this is the case, I reckon it's time we clean them up. Brother Yu, what do you think? Mu Yu smiled faintly and said, we'll wait for an opportunity. When the time comes, it wouldn't be late to deal with them. Those guys knew that something was wrong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have helped the lion race. The two seemed to be chatting casually, but the contents of their talk terrified Huquan. Naturally, he was sweating. He now understood where Boss Salai got his confidence from. Huquan knew about Boss Salai's contact with cultivators, but he didn't think much of it. He didn't expect Boss Salai to have such backing. No wonder the 100 Treasures realm was so cruel to the lions. Zhao Hai looked at Huquan and said, Patriarch Hu, although Half Beast Island can become autonomous, we still need the beast races to form an alliance and have an alliance leader. So if anything happens in the future, we can approach the leader to pass the message to the others. We think Patriarch Hu would be appropriate to become the alliance leader. When Huquan heard Zhao Hai, his expression changed. However, it wasn't a happy expression, but a solemn one. Others might think that this was a great opportunity, but not Huquan. If he really becomes the alliance leader, a position handed over by the 100 Treasures realm, it means that he has sided with the 100 Treasures realm. When the time comes, the beasts of Half Beast Island would look down on him. But at the same time, this also meant that the fox race would have the 100 Treasures realm behind them. This would be good for the fox race. If he doesn't accept, It's possible that he would offend Hundred Treasures Realm or Zhao Hai, the consequences of which he wouldn't be able to shoulder. Huguan ran through his thoughts in a blink of an eye. He stood up and then bowed to Mu Yu and Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you misters for your support. If misters accepts, Huguan is willing to become the alliance leader and serve the Hundred Treasures Realm." Hearing Huguan, Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Patriarch who is a smart person. Rest assured, we will support you. Although your strength isn't great, it isn't small either. You should be able to hold someone down if they challenge your authority. If you can't, then we will be behind you. As long as you continue to be loyal to the Hundred Treasures Realm, you will continue to receive benefits. The fox race would certainly become the strongest race in Half-Beast Island. But if you dare oppose us in private, or do some deals behind our backs, you can't blame us for being impolite." Huguan quickly replied, "We won't dare. Mr. Can rest assured. We will work faithfully for the Hundred Treasures Realm. I'll make sure that nothing unfavorable will happen in Half-Beast Island." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head to a distant place. There were several black spots approaching quickly. He chuckled and then turned to Mu Yu and said, "Brother Mu, it seems like those people couldn't sit still. But they're a little too late." Mu Yu smiled faintly and said, "Forget it. It's unworthy to spend too much time thinking about them. Just let them off." Zhao Hai gave a nod. Chapter 1631, Buddhist Realm Visits. Zhao Hai looked calmly at the sea of clouds in front of him. He is currently at Hidden Cloud Village. The scenery of the island was getting better and better. Right now, half the population of the island comprises people from the Hundred Treasures Realm. They were now accustomed to living on the island. If it weren't for their appearance, they could be considered to be cultivators of the Cloud Sea territory. The other half of the population were the original Cloud Sea territory cultivators. These cultivators were now quite strong. After several upgrades to their cloud beasts, their cultivation increased. Now most of these people were in the transcending tribulation stage. They still do the missions every day. Some missions were in the Cloud Sea territory and some were in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The Cloud Sea territory cultivators were now very familiar with the battlefield. This time Zhao Hai came to the Cloud Sea territory to take a look. Although the island has already been mapped by the space, he still wanted to come and see it for himself. Mu Yu has gone out to practice. Although it was still in the 10,000 realm battlefield, Zhao Hai doesn't know where he went. This trial would be important for Mu Yu. His rise to the immortal stage depended on it. Tang Ji was standing beside Zhao Hai. Although Hidden Cloud Village was handed to him for management, Tang Ji didn't stay in the village all the time. Because of this, he didn't know as much as Zhao Hai about the village. It has been 2 years and Mu Yu was busy attacking the immortal stage. On the other hand, Zhao Hai studied the cultivation methods of the divergent race. Because of this, the errands of the Hundred Treasures Realm were handed over to Tang Ji. Tang Ji's progress was very obvious. This doesn't only include cultivation. His proud bearing had also mellowed down. Tang Ji turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you became even more famous. All the realms in the battlefield are now calling you the Hell King. Ha ha ha. I heard that this nickname has been taken from the world of cultivation." Tang Ji admired Zhao Hai very much. Tang Ji was a witness to how Zhao Hai reached his position step by step. Moreover, he wasn't opportunistic. Everything was gained through Zhao Hai's own abilities. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he nodded and said, "That's my nickname back in the world of cultivation. I didn't expect it to reach here." Tang Ji laughed and said, "Who asked you to be ruthless? Your extermination of the lion race hasn't been done before in the 10,000 realm battlefield." Zhao Hai gave him a look and said, "If we don't destroy them, we'll only be making unnecessary trouble for ourselves." Now Half-Beast Island is very good. With the fox race managing the other beast races, they're behaving themselves. Moreover, I made the fox race chase down the surviving members of the lion race. I also told the other races that providing shelter to the lion race is a crime. Everyone helping the lion race will be killed. This way, we'll be able to completely destroy the lion race. They will be a lesson to everyone who wants to mess with the Hundred Treasures Realm. Tang Ji nodded and said, "And you really taught them a lesson. Not only Half-Beast Island, even our subordinate realms have become more obedient." Brother Hai, you might not know this, but a lot of people in the realm now regard you as an idol. Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "That's fine with me. Once Brother Yu comes back, I'm afraid he'll be at the immortal stage. He'll be a hero of the Hundred Treasures Realm." Tang Ji shook his head and said, That's different. Brother Yu has been a key training genius since he was a child. He is talented and everyone admires him very much. But in the end, everyone will think that he was given a great environment. On the other hand, you ascended from the lower realms and reached your current situation with your own efforts. This is the reason everyone admires you the most. Zhao Hai smiled and said, forget it. There's no use admiring me. There's no use in admiring me. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, nobody can tell me what to do. In any case, I don't care about what anyone thinks about me. Tang Ji laughed. He looked at Zhao Hai with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Then he said, I heard that the elders are planning to punish the other high-grade realms due to what happened with the lion race. What do you think about this? Zhao Hai thought about it and said, giving them a lesson is also good. Otherwise, those fellows wouldn't behave. The 100 Treasures realm is now much stronger compared to those guys. If we don't show our fangs, then those guys wouldn't know their place. Tang Ji nodded. Those guys don't know what's good for them. They should be thanking us for not making a move on them. But instead they provoked us. They should be taught a lesson. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, let's forget about this matter. Let's leave it to those above. As for the Cloud Sea territory, I think we should begin our expansion. As he said that, a jade sword message flew in and stopped in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared and then searched the jade sword message with his spiritual force. His expression quickly changed as he said, I need to go back. It says here that there's an urgent matter. Maybe something happened. Tang Ji nodded and said, alright, I still have to stay here for a few days. I haven't been here for a long time. Also, I like to stay here. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then nodded before turning around and leaving. When Zhao Hai returned to the 100 Treasures realm and arrived at the conference hall, he heard Zongzi's voice saying, Little Hai, come in. Zhao Hai responded and then walked in. Upon entering, Zhao Hai discovered two monks along with Zongzi and the others. The monks were dressed in grey robes and had medium build. They looked ordinary but had golden skins. Their eyes were closed as though they were asleep. After looking at the two monks, Zhao Hai turned his head to Zongzi and the others and then gave them a salute. Zongzi's expression wasn't attractive. He waved his hand and said, Little Hai, these two masters are high monks from the Buddhist realm. They're looking for you. Zhao Hai stared. He cupped his fist towards the monks and said, Zhao Hai has seen the masters. May I ask the reason why you're looking for me? The older of the two monks opened his eyes. His gaze shot out towards Zhao Hai like electricity. Although this wasn't an attack, the gaze wasn't kind. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of them but he was taken aback. He wondered when he offended the Buddhist realm. It must be known that the Buddhist realm was one of the 5 great realms and their strength was formidable. Zhao Hai had no intention of offending them, and even if he wanted to offend them, he didn't have any interactions with the Buddhist realm. Moreover, the Buddhist cultivators of the world of cultivation and the Buddhist realm seemed to have no connections. So why was this monk looking at him this unkindly? When the monk saw that Zhao Hai was unmoved by his face, his eyes flickered. Then he said, Benefactor Zhao Hai, we're seeking you to ask for 2 things. Zhao Hai stared. What do the masters want from me? The monk replied, we want your Buddhist techniques and your artifacts. Hearing the monk, Zongzi's expression changed. Zongzi and the others stared at the two monks. They don't know about Zhao Hai's Buddhist techniques, but they knew how powerful his artifacts were. And now these two monks want them? The smile on Zhao Hai's face didn't change. He looked at the two monks and said, those two are my properties, aren't they? I don't know why the masters ask for it. HMPH. The younger monk coldly snorted as he opened his eyes. Strangely, his eyes were red and teeming with killing intent. These eyes would only appear on demonic cultivators. It's amusing how it appeared on a monk. You practice our Buddhist techniques and you also use the lost treasures of our realm. Is that enough of a reason? The young monk's voice was sonorous and powerful. Zhao Hai turned to the young monk and then gave him a smile as he said, I practice your Buddhist methods, and you're saying that I'm using your lost Buddhist artifacts? What evidence do you have? My words are the evidence. Zhao Hai, don't you dare deny that you're using our Buddhist methods. The young monk overbearingly replied. Zhao Hai didn't bother looking at the younger monk anymore as he replied, the two masters seem to have misunderstood. Actually, the Buddhist realm is a branch of the world of cultivation's Buddhist sect, a subordinate realm of the 100 Treasures realm. So the Buddhist realm should submit to the 100 Treasures realm. The two monks' expressions changed. The younger monk coldly snorted and replied, you talk nonsense. Zhao Hai's expression also turned cold as he replied, Why do you say that? My words are the evidence. What makes you certain that you're not cultivating our Buddhist sex methods? When Zhao Hai said this, the two monks couldn't speak for some time. Zhao Hai made it clear that they couldn't just use their words to attack him. The younger monk's expression changed. He angrily shouted, "Good, you're a thief with sharp tongue, go die." Then he sent a fist towards Zhao Hai. The older monk was stunned. Then he quickly shouted, "Junior brother, don't." However, it was too late. The fist energy of the young monk would soon reach Zhao Hai. At this moment, Zhao Hai also sent a punch forward. Fist met fist. An explosion was heard before the younger monk's expression changed. His wrist has been folded back. The young monk's face paled, but he was still able to pull back and then eat a pill. The old monk looked at the younger monk's hand and his expression changed. He was clear about his junior brother's strength. Although he was impulsive, he was actually formidable. This was especially true for his fist. Even immortal experts wouldn't dare meet his punch. A trace of anger flashed through the eyes of the older monk. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Aren't you going too far? Why hurt my junior brother?" Zhao Hai looked at the older monk. Then he laughed and said, "Unreasonable monks, do you think that your Buddhist realm is the master of the 10,000 realm battlefield? You can only attack others and they can't retaliate. You even dared to snatch another person's cultivation method and artifact, let alone crippling his hand. Even if I kill him, I wouldn't be wrong." The older monk's expression was green. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The techniques you use are techniques of the Buddhist realm. Moreover, your artifact belongs to us. We have evidence." Hearing the old monk, Zhao Hai's expression changed. "Evidence? Where is it?" The old monk coldly snorted and then handed a jade slip to Zhao Hai and said, "Take a look." Zhao Hai received the jade slip and swept it with his spiritual force. Then with a strange expression on his face as he said, "This is the evidence you have?" The older monk said, "Right. This is our evidence. It's a recorded history of the Buddhist realm. As mentioned in the jade slip, you're using a supreme method of our realm, the Vajrabodhi divine art, and your artifact is our Buddhist realm's 10,000 transformations bowl." Zhao Hai laughed out loudly as he said, "You don't even know the name of my technique and you dared to claim that it belongs to the Buddhist realm. Shameless. Most importantly, my artifact was made by a genius of our world of cultivation." "Indeed shameless. I have seen shameless people, but this is the first time I saw someone as shameless as you." "My eyes have been opened." Zongzi, who didn't make a noise until now, said, "Buddhist realm friends, our 100 treasures realm respect the 5 great realms. We don't want to form any enmity with you, but to blackmail our 100 treasures realm, do you really think that we won't dare fight you?" At the end, Zongzi stood up. His expression was violent. It's clear that this gentle elder has been angered. The old monk wasn't afraid of Zongzi's words. Conversely, he sneered and said, "Who do you think you are?" Zhao Hai's cultivation method belongs to the Buddhist realm. His artifact also belongs to the Buddhist realm. Others might be afraid of the 100 treasures realm, but we are not. I forgot to tell you, on the way here, a cultivator from the 100 treasures realm actually didn't give us a salute. So I took the chance to kill such a disrespectful cultivator, and those who are like him will suffer the same fate. After he said that, he took out a severed head. When Zhao Hai saw the head that the old monk took out, his complexion explosively changed. Chapter 1632, Mad from Hate. Mu Yu. The head belonged to Mu Yu. Zhao Hai could feel that the head wasn't fake. It was a true head, Mu Yu's true head. Zhao Hai felt his head explode. He lost the ability to think. Mu Yu was Zhao Hai's first friend that was killed. Mu Yu had been a good friend to Zhao Hai. To be honest, Zhao Hai might be gentle, but he was arrogant deep inside. He had no intention of bowing to anyone. He was a person who was soft outside but was hard inside. Mu Yu was the opposite. He was someone who appeared strong on the outside, but he was someone who didn't like to kill. He also didn't want to make a lot of enemies. He was only impolite to enemies of the 100 treasures realm. Because of Mu Yu's character, he was able to blend in with Zhao Hai and become his good friend. Although Zhao Hai had thought of controlling the 100 treasures realm, he also knew that Mu Yu would lead the 100 treasures realm in the future. Zhao Hai believed in Mu Yu. He believed that Mu Yu would not make any moves on him once he gained power. By then, the 100 treasures realm would still listen to Zhao Hai's words through Mu Yu. It can be said that Mu Yu was a very tolerant person. He can accept all of Zhao Hai's unique behaviors. He doesn't think much about Zhao Hai's actions. He was the best partner for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai understood that two skilled people might not make a job easier. Sometimes the two would fight each other because of their pride. This pride would cause the job to become harder. However, Miu Yu wasn't proud and he supported Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai admired Miu Yu very much. He planned to make Miu Yu a long-time friend, and he might even reveal the space to him in the future. But all of these plans were turned into smoke. Miu Yu was killed. He was beheaded and his head was brought in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai felt his brain shut down. The only thing in his eyes was Miu Yu's head. The head didn't have any painful expression. However, the head looked fierce. It was as if he was unwilling to meet his end. At this time, a voice sounded out in Zhao Hai's head. Brother Hai, wake up. You need to avenge Brother Miu Yu. Zhao Hai's mind cleared. He closed his eyes and then opened them once again. His expression returned to normal. He looked at Miu Yu's head on the old monk's hand and then slowly raised his head. He stared deep into the old monk's eyes as he said, "Did you know how big of a mistake the Buddhist realm just made? This mistake will cause the Buddhist realm to lose its very existence." The old monk looked at Zhao Hai's expression. He doesn't know why, but he suddenly felt his heart grow cold. Moreover, the coldness slowly filled his entire body. He began to feel like an ordinary person inside a cave, naked, amidst a winter storm. Killing aura. The old monk was certain that this was killing aura. He wasn't a pacifist Buddhist who prayed to the Buddha all day. He was a monk that was aware of the world outside. He knew what killing aura meant. Among the people he knows, nobody was even a step lower than Zhao Hai's killing aura. Zhao Hai stared intently into the two monks as he coldly said, "Since you are here, you will be the first and second casualty of the Buddhist realm's destruction. I will turn you and everyone from the Buddhist realm into undead. This I promise." After that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The monks wanted to escape, but they suddenly realized that their hearts were exploding. They had already lost all means of resistance. Zhao Hai turned the two monks into undead. Then he interrogated them. "Where is the rest of elder brother Miu's corpse?" The undead monks revealed a location and then Zhao Hai disappeared immediately. Once Zhao Hai vanished, Zhongzi and the others also responded. Miu Yu's death was extremely sudden to them. Miu Yu was a talent that was fully nurtured by the Hundred Treasures realm. Although Miu Yu wasn't the only talent trained by the Hundred Treasures realm, he was the most powerful ones. He was already titled as one of the future leaders of the Hundred Treasures realm. With such an identity, any realm would hesitate making a move on him. Even the high-grade realms wouldn't dare make a move on such a person. However, the Buddhist realm actually dared to do so. They not only killed Miu Yu, they even dared to demonstrate his head before the Hundred Treasures realm. What do they want to do? Do they think that the Hundred Treasures realm was so easy to bully? Zhongzi looked at everyone inside the hall and then said, "Tell Miu Yao about this. Tell everyone from the Hundred Treasures realm. Starting today, the Hundred Treasures realm and the Buddhist realm are at war. Only after one side perishes will this war end." His voice was cold and was akin to being an angry roar. "The Hundred Treasures realm will go into a life and death war with the Buddhist realm." The Buddhist realm wouldn't expect this. They had been one of the 5 great realms for too long and they had been the most closed-off realm among the 5. They continued to live their lives unless something big happens. Then they would know of it in advance. For example, when the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm were about to deal with the Fire Weavers, the Buddhist realm was notified in advance, which gave them a lot of benefits. This made the people of the Buddhist realm think that they were the big brothers of the 10,000 realm battlefield. They didn't need to head out yet, others would send them benefits. The others have to kill each other while the Buddhist realm can just receive benefits in comfort. If this wasn't being a big brother, then what is? Because of this, when they heard that Zhao Hai had a unique Buddhist technique as well as an artifact that can transform into other artifacts, naturally they wanted to get it for themselves. But at the same time, they cared about their face, so they fabricated historical data and then killed someone of status in the Hundred Treasures realm in order to frighten them. In their opinion, they were the big brothers and the Hundred Treasures realm should just bow down and send over what they want. However, they made a mistake. They didn't know that they had just shaken the hornet's nest, a hornet's nest that would eat them up to the bones. When Miu Yao heard the news that Miu Yu was killed by the Buddhist realm, he immediately announced a full-on war with the Buddhist realm. The whole Hundred Treasures realm went crazy. It must be said that the Hundred Treasures realm had been on an upward progress lately. From their victory against the Giant Spirit realm and the Fire Weavers, destruction of the Ghost Spirit realm, expedition to the Cloud Sea territory, destruction of the Fire Weavers, and even the acquisition of Half-Beast Island, the people of the 100 Treasures realm were able to feel a sense of pride. The other high-grade realms went to the Cloud Sea territory and failed, but the 100 Treasures realm were able to expand and gain benefits. They were getting closer to the 5 great realms. Because of this, the people of the 100 Treasures realm had been holding their heads high. They were happy and proud of their realm. This was an invisible cohesive force that made everyone united in the 100 Treasures realm. Then just as the 100 Treasures realm was feeling proud, the Buddhist realm appeared and then slapped them hard in the face. They wanted Zhao Hai to hand his techniques and artifact over. They even killed Mu Yu to frighten the 100 Treasures realm. Did they really expect that the 100 Treasures realm would be afraid? You can kill people if you want, but you just had to choose someone with a good reputation in the 100 Treasures realm. Moreover, Mu Yu was already seen as a future leader of the 100 Treasures realm. This wasn't as simple as slapping the realm's face. It was simply defecating on the 100 Treasures realm's face. The 100 Treasures realm burned with hatred. Even their subordinates were pulled over. All realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield became silent. They didn't dare make any noise. They knew that the 100 Treasures realm was going mad. If they dared to even show their face, they might risk being attacked by the crazed 100 Treasures realm. At this time, the Buddhist realm received the news. They were stunned at first. They were the eldest brothers of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Their younger brother has something they want. Not only did the younger brother decline, they also dared to kill their people. The younger brother even dared to declare war against them. Hearing this, the Buddhist realm was angered. They also declared war against the 100 Treasures realm. They began to recruit an army to send. But before the Buddhist realm could send their army, the 100 Treasures realm already set out. This time, they went all out against the Buddhist realm. All of their weapons were taken out. Even the headquarters was left with the minimum amount of people needed to function. Everything they could bring, they brought. There was a 500,000-man army involving more than 50,000 immortal experts. An army this enormous would naturally be noticed by the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Everyone was silent. They could see that the 100 Treasures realm were going all out this time. They weren't going to spare anyone. It was clear that they had gone mad. But what made everyone feel strange was the absence of Zhao Hai. He hasn't been seen for several days. He didn't even move together with the 100 Treasures realm army. Nobody knew where he was. Although the other realms didn't know, the people of the 100 Treasures realm did. After fetching the rest of Mu Yu's body, Zhao Hai went to the 100 Treasures realm to bury his corpse. At the same time, he mourned beside Mu Yu's coffin. He plans to mourn for 7 days before attacking the Buddhist realm. From the moment the 100 Treasures realm declared war against the Buddhist realm to the moment they dispatched their troops, only 5 days had passed. In other words, when the 100 Treasures realm army set out, Zhao Hai was still mourning. It was normal that nobody saw him. Chapter 1633, Kongjian Buddhist. Zhao Hai sat before Mu Yu's grave. He changed his black robes into white ones. Laura and the others were also by his side. Mu Yu's grave was placed on Mu Yao's planet. Zhao Hai built a simple but beautiful tomb there. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yu's tombstone and said, "Brother Mu, it's already 7 days. It's time for me to leave. Rest assured, I will send the entire Buddhist realm to the afterlife to serve you." Then Zhao Hai took out 3 sticks of incense and burned them in front of the grave. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, 100 large artifacts, 1,000 sword shuttles, 500 million undead with rifles, 1 billion bugs, and 1 billion beasts have been prepared. The immortal undead are on standby, waiting to make a move at any time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've always made my moves in a low-key manner since I still don't know much about the Sky Tower. I also don't know the people behind the 10,000 realm battlefield. These are potential threats. If I'm too eye-catching, these guys might come to deal with us. I only showed little strength, but I didn't expect people to treat me as a pushover just because I'm too low profile. They even dared to touch Brother Mu. It's my fault. From now on, I won't hold back. I'll kill everyone who dares cross me." "Kair, how's our preparation for the Buddhist realm?" Kair replied, "It's been prepared. All subordinate realms of the Buddhist realm as well as their headquarters have all been mapped. I also arranged silver needles in their realm. We can send people over there whenever we want." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, remember, the transmission formations between the Buddhist realm and their headquarters cannot be destroyed. I must let everyone know that even if they withdraw from the 10,000 realm battlefield, they still wouldn't be safe. Kair nodded. Zhao Hai turned his head to Miu Yu's grave. After a short pause, he said, "Let's go." With Zhao Hai's order, the group vanished and then reappeared in the headquarters of the Buddhist realm. Appearing alongside Zhao Hai were 100 large artifacts, 1,000 sword shuttles, and 500 million undead. What kind of number was 500 million undead? Even a strong power like the 100 Treasures realm could only muster up 500,000 troops in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Compared to 500 million, 500,000 was very small. To put into perspective, even if there were 500 million ordinary people there, an immortal expert would still be unable to deal with them all without taking a rest. The number alone was enough to exhaust them. And now, Zhao Hai had 500 million undead with rifles in their hands. Zhao Hai had one goal. He wanted to build prestige. He wanted the entire 10,000 realm battlefield to know that he was someone they shouldn't mess with. The Buddhist realm naturally weren't prepared for Zhao Hai's sudden appearance. They transferred a lot of people in order to deal with the 100 Treasures realm. Although the Buddhist realm treated themselves as the eldest brothers of the battlefield, they weren't idiots to think that one of their people equals 10 of the others. The headquarters now had a lot of people who were preparing to attack the 100 Treasures realm. Since the 100 Treasures realm was very far from the Buddhist realm, and because they were attacking the Buddhist realm, the other realms didn't help them, nor did they think of hindering the path of the 100 Treasures realm army. All the other high-grade realms were eager to watch the two fight to the death. Because of this, the high-grade realms didn't make a move on the 100 Treasures realm. However, they also didn't permit the 100 Treasures realm to use their transmission formation. The 100 Treasures realm could only fly towards the Buddhist realm. The high-grade realms weren't willing to show their faces to the 100 Treasures realm. The 100 Treasures realm turned crazy because of the Buddhist realm. If someone else dared to make a disturbance, the 100 Treasures realm might just attack them. No realm wanted to cause trouble for the 100 Treasures realm army at this time. The 100 Treasures realm army was quick, but 500,000 people can only move so fast, therefore the Buddhist realm were aware of their movements. It was also because of this that they were still unprepared for battle when Zhao Hai appeared. Zhao Hai attacked the headquarters of the Buddhist realm with the troops he appeared with. As for the subordinate realms of the Buddhist realm, the Space's beasts were sent after them. He didn't eliminate these subordinate realms, he just had the Space's beasts occupy their transmission formations so that they would have no way to support the Buddhist realm. As for the Buddhist realm itself, Zhao Hai sent out the 1 billion bugs to attack it. The bug race had been the most effective race when it came to assault. Although they had been suppressed by the Space, this didn't mean that they were weak. In fact, the bug race had continued to fight each other inside the Space. Only Julie can make them listen. Zhao Hai also turned a blind eye to this infighting. In this way, the bug race could maintain their fighting strength. With the abrupt assault of Zhao Hai, the Buddhist realm weren't able to respond. Not to mention the other places, even the Buddhist realm's headquarters weren't able to defend. There were 100 giant spirit treasure ships as well as 1,000 sword shuttles. What kind of number was that? The large artifacts filled the airspace of the headquarters and then assaulted the headquarters. This time, in order to deal with the Buddhist realm, Zhao Hai used faith power in all of his large artifacts, making them more powerful. For a while, the Buddhist realm's headquarters was overwhelmed by the large artifacts that were swimming like fish in water. Looking at the amount of large artifacts present, the people of the Buddhist realm were dumbfounded. They sent immortal experts to deal with them, but it was useless. Even the sword shuttles would need 10 immortal experts to stop just one. As for the giant spirit treasure ships, it would take more than 100 immortal experts to stop just one. This doesn't mean that one giant spirit treasure ship was as strong as 100 immortal experts. This was a matter of size. Immortal experts are strong, but they weren't as big as the giant spirit treasure ships. Size meant greater mass, and in turn it meant greater impact strength. Additionally, the immortal experts of the Buddhist realm haven't faced Zhao Hai's large artifacts before. So even if 100 immortal experts tried to block a giant spirit treasure ship, they still wouldn't be able to stop its charge. Only Zhao Hai's large artifacts could be this strong. Large artifacts of other people wouldn't be able to be as strong as this. With the yin-yang lightning bond as well as faith power, Zhao Hai's large artifacts were unmatched. However, the Buddhist realm was also an established realm. Their resistance was quite fierce. Zhao Hai also released the giant turtle, and the undead prison heart was on standby. With these two powerful existences, Nobody from the Buddhist realm could defend Amitabha. Seeing that the Buddhist realm was about to fall, someone suddenly shouted Buddha's name. The name alone carried enough power that it rang inside everyone's head, causing their minds to be tranquil. May I ask who the benefactor is? Why came to the quiet Buddhist realm and caused this heavy enmity? As this voice was heard, an old Buddhist monk walked out of the cave residence. When Zhao Hai saw the old monk, his expression couldn't help but change. This was because he could clearly sense a very dangerous aura around this person. Zhao Hai waved his hand and stopped all of his large artifacts and undead. However, the undead still surrounded the Buddhist realm's headquarters. Looking at the undead blotting out the sky, the people in the Buddhist realm's headquarters couldn't help but feel startled. Zhao Hai had only attacked the headquarters for 2 hours. Yet he had already caused tens of thousands of people to die. What made them afraid the most was that those who died stood up again and turned against their allies. And each one of these undead were as powerful as when they were alive. This was what terrified the people of the Buddhist realm the most. Zhao Hai looked at the old monk and said, "Are you someone from the Buddhist realm?" The old monk replied, "Amitabha, this one is Lao Na, a supreme elder of the Buddhist realm. I'm called Kongjian Buddhist. I don't know what hatred the benefactor has against the Buddhist realm." Zhao Hai looked at the monk and laughed as he replied, "Old monk, your Buddhist realm wants to snatch my cultivation method as well as my large artifacts. You even killed my good friend. If this isn't counted as enmity, then what is? In the 10,000 realm battlefield, strength is everything. We must be responsible for all that we do. Since you decided to make a move on me, then don't blame me for taking revenge. If I wasn't strong, then my cultivation and artifacts would be stolen, my friends would be killed, and I wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But since I have the strength, then the Buddhist realm cannot blame me for taking action. On the battlefield, we talk with our fists. There's no use talking." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Then the undead and the large artifacts moved once more. The old monk saw that there was no possibility of stopping Zhao Hai. He hummed and then flew in the air. Soon after, a huge Buddhist image appeared in the air. The Buddha was sitting cross-legged with a slightly opened eye. Then he lifted his arm and then pushed a palm forward. The palm was very imposing. Looking at this, Zhao Hai's expression turned serious. He can feel that the monk was using faith power. Zhao Hai was standing on the back of the turtle. He knew that the turtle could not take this attack. He flew up and then stood in the air before punching out towards the approaching attack. When the old monk's palm hit Zhao Hai's fist, a large explosion was heard. The explosion blew Zhao Hai back. Seeing Zhao Hai being pushed back, the people in the Buddhist realm's headquarters cheered. But their happiness was short-lived. This was because they discovered that the undead and the large artifacts haven't stopped. Chapter 1634, Occupied Headquarters. Even if the people from the Buddhist realm had been stupid until now, they still knew that these large artifacts and undead were under Zhao Hai's control. As long as he was killed, these artifacts and undead would disappear. The problem before was, they didn't have the ability to kill Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai was slapped by the monk, the people in the Buddhist realm headquarters were very happy. Although these people didn't know who this Kongjian Buddha was, they still cheered. While they were waiting for things to end, they discovered that the large artifacts not only kept attacking, the undead were attacking as well. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai flew back and stopped midair. Kongjian Buddhist couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect his powerful technique to be useless against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood in the air as he looked at the huge Buddha in the air. The Buddha sat in place with its eyes slightly shut. One hand formed a seal while the other held a lotus. The Buddha was also sitting on a red lotus. Zhao Hai was sure that this was a true Buddha. This might be the reason Lao Na was called the Kongjian Buddha. But how did he do it? Why does Zhao Hai have no methods to release a Buddha from his body? He knew that this wasn't due to Lao Na using faith power. It seems like they have a more clever use of faith power. Seeing that the Buddha failed to deal with Zhao Hai with its first move, Lao Na immediately formed seals. The Buddha followed Lao Na's gestures on one hand while still holding the lotus on the other. The lotus on the Buddha's hand then flew up and tried to cover Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai hurriedly sent a punch over. However, the lotus was very tough. He failed to deal with the lotus with one blow and was immediately covered by it. The Buddha pressed on the lotus, trying to seal Zhao Hai inside. Zhao Hai felt himself going to a strange place. Around him were constant mumblings of Buddhist mantras. At the same time, the sounds were sending spiritual attacks towards him. Zhao Hai stared and then couldn't help but smile. He understood that he was sealed. but he wasn't anxious. This kind of spiritual attack has no effect on him. Maybe it might do something if it were in the past, but after learning Prison Heart's method his spirit has become more powerful. However, since he didn't know what was happening outside, Zhao Hai contacted Kair and the others to see if he could still talk to them. Upon hearing Kair's response, Zhao Hai was relieved. Then he sneered as his body disappeared and reappeared outside the Buddhist realm's headquarters. Before he could let out a sigh of relief at seeing Zhao Hai, Lao Na saw Zhao Hai suddenly appearing in front of him. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. He quickly formed a knot with his hands. The Buddha's lotus opened when he chanted, "The void is empty. 5 senses seal." Along with Lao Na's voice, Zhao Hai suddenly felt an unusual energy covering him up. Then he felt his eyesight, hearing, smell, taste, and sense of touch disappear. Zhao Hai knew that this was the 5 senses seal of the Buddhist sect. The 5 senses were the sense of vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Zhao Hai's 5 senses have been sealed. Zhao Hai didn't expect this Kongzhong Buddhist to be so strong. He even knows a lot of methods including this 5 senses seal. However, Zhao Hai wasn't startled. He immediately surrounded his body with faith power in order to flush away the strange energy. Faith power poured out of Zhao Hai's body. When it met with the strange energy, it was like water dousing fire. As the faith power dissolved the sealing energy, Zhao Hai began to regain his 5 senses. At this moment, Zhao Hai felt his body flying. The energy that surrounded him had been completely dissolved by the faith power. This made Zhao Hai realize that he was attacked when he lost his senses. Fortunately, his body was different. It completely ignored Lao Na's attack. Zhao Hai's body shook and then stopped. Zhao Hai looked at Lao Na and said, "You're strong, but it's time to stop." He waved his hand as his flying swords flew out and encircled Lao Na. The 10,000 transformations sword formation immediately took form. Zhao Hai also poured faith power onto these swords. Then Zhao Hai flew towards Lao Na. Zhao Hai used all his strength as well as his faith power and Buddhist techniques. He wants to see if his techniques were more powerful than the ones the Buddhist realm used. As he used his Buddhist techniques, he made sure to have the 10,000 sword transformations formation on standby. As Zhao Hai moved, copies of him began appearing in a row. These people used their own techniques to attack the Buddha. Cloning technique. This was the cloning technique. Zhao Hai was using the cloning technique included in his set of Buddhist techniques. Once the clones combined their attacks, the effects became extraordinary. Looking at Zhao Hai's attack, Lao Niao couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He made seals with his hands which the Buddha avatar behind him followed along. A layer of gold light appeared around the Buddha. But just as that golden light appeared, the majority of it was absorbed by the 10,000 transformations sword formation. Then Zhao Hai's attack arrived. A loud explosion was heard which caused the surrounding Buddhists to change their expression. A lot of them didn't know who Lao Na was, but some immortal experts knew about him. He was an expert from 1 or 2 generations ago. He accidentally obtained a method to extract faith power which allowed his cultivation to improve very swiftly. When he reached the immortal stage, he closed up. It has been hundreds of years since his retreat and he only appeared now. Everyone in Lao Na's generation has already entered eternal rest. The reason the Buddhist realm knew that he was alive was because Lao Na would open his cave once every 100 years in order to conduct a lecture to other immortal experts. Naturally, only a few people knew of this matter. Regardless, the high-level personnel of the Buddhist realm knew that a powerful ancestor was alive. This was also the biggest card that the Buddhist realm had. It was precisely because they knew Lao Na that the senior experts of the Buddhist realm panicked when they saw that he couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't stop as he kept attacking Lao Na. Although Lao Na wanted to resist, Zhao Hai was now using his cloning technique, making it hard for the Buddhist to block. As time went on, Zhao Hai's attacks became more and more powerful. The Buddha's golden shield began to be exhausted. In the end, it broke along with an explosion. Lao Na didn't immediately die from Zhao Hai's attack, but his expression was ugly to look at. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this formidable. It would be too late for him to fight back. It consumes a lot of faith power to reinforce Buddhist technique. Unlike Zhao Hai, Lao Niao only has a small amount. Because of his previous actions, he already ran out of faith power. So even if he wanted to retaliate, Lao Na could no longer do so. Zhao Hai kept sending attacks to the Buddha avatar. Before long, the avatar slowly disappeared. The moment the Buddha avatar vanished, Lao Na vomited a mouthful of blood. With nothing left to resist Zhao Hai, Lao Na was soon killed by the attacks sent by Zhao Hai and his clones. After killing Lao Na, Zhao Hai immediately sent his corpse to the space and turned him into an undead. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately release him to attack the Buddhist realm headquarters. Instead, he stayed in the space to record everything he knew. The attack on the Buddhist realm headquarters didn't stop. On the contrary, the offense strengthened. Although the Buddhists were still resisting, their resistance was short-lived. Zongzi and Mu Yao stood on the bow of a giant spirit treasure ship. This ship was refined by the 100 Treasures realm without Zhao Hai's help. Dozens of these ships flew right behind the main ship. This time, the 100 Treasures realm took out all of its wealth. 500,000 troops were on the giant spirit treasure ships as they charged towards the Buddhist realm's domain. Although they were still far from the Buddhist realm's headquarters, the giant spirit treasure ships were moving at their fastest speed. Since people were on shifts in inputting their energy, the ships managed to maintain their peak speed. Both Zongzi and Mu Yao had heavy expressions. The Buddhist realm enraged them this time. Mu Yao was even more angry and mad. The disciple he was most proud of has been killed. How could he not be angry? At this time, Tangji, who was behind the two of them, said, "Uncle Master, it's the 7th day. I'm afraid Brother Hai has made his move. Do you think he has rushed to the Buddhist realm headquarters to take revenge?" Hearing what Tangji said, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "That's quite possible. I'm afraid the one most angered by this is Little Hai. He might think that Little Yu was implicated by him. He also has a very good relationship with Little Yu. How can he not be mad?" Zongzi sighed and said, "Who would have thought that something like this would happen?" Mu Yao, do you think that someone planned for this to happen? They didn't like how the 100 Treasures realm were doing, so they sent the Buddhist realm to deal with us. Otherwise, why would the Buddhist realm deliberately make such a move? Little Hai's strength has been known for a long time. They should have made a move a long time ago. Mu Yao nodded and said, "It is indeed strange, but I think it wouldn't take long before we find out." The 100 Treasures realm are now fully committed to attacking the Buddhist realm. We left our headquarters almost empty. If someone wants to deal with us, they will certainly seize this opportunity. Zongzi's expression changed. Then isn't the headquarters in danger? Will people really make a move on us? Mu Yao let out a deep sigh as he said, "It depends if there's someone orchestrating everything or not. If there is, then the headquarters will definitely be attacked. This can be considered as the greatest crisis of the 100 Treasures realm. If the Buddhist realm was pushed by someone to deal with us, then the headquarters will be attacked. Then they will give us a hard time in going back." Zongzi turned to Mu Yao and said, "Mu Yao, you're not a reckless person, so why did you agree to allow the realm to dispatch all of its troops?" Mu Yao replied, "It's because I'm confident in the 100 Treasures realm. I believe that we would still have the strength to take our headquarters back after attacking the Buddhist realm. At the same time, we have to pull out the person behind everything. It's dangerous for us if they keep being in the dark." Zongzi sighed. Although he agrees with Mu Yao, he thought that Mu Yao's approach was very risky. He didn't take into account the possibility of the 100 Treasures realm being defeated by the Buddhist realm. However, Zongzi understood Mu Yao. Anyone would be mad if their disciple was killed. Mu Yao was already doing very well given his circumstances. Mu Yao also understood Zongzi's thoughts. The reason why he agreed to go all out was partly because he wanted to see if someone was behind this matter. The other half was for revenge. He wanted to avenge Mu Yu. At this time, a jade sword message appeared in front of Mu Yao. Mu Yao immediately received the jade sword message and scanned it with his spiritual force. His expression changed as he gave a cold snort. A trace of cruelty flashed through his face. Mu Yao gave the impression of being mild-tempered. This was the first time that a fierce expression appeared on his face. This caused Zongzi to stare. He received the jade sword message that Mu Yao handed over and searched it with his spiritual force. Soon enough, his expression changed as well. His expression was no worse than Mu Yao's. Tangji looked at the two and then was afraid. But he collected himself and asked, "Uncle Master, what happened?" Mu Yao coldly snorted and said, "The report said that the high-grade realms around us have sent troops to occupy our headquarters. Our subordinate realms have already surrendered. I already made preparations for this. I told them to surrender immediately if someone attacks our territory. But they need to give us news about what happened." And the news came. Tangji heard Mu Yao and his expression changed. Then he angrily cursed, Scum, those bastards. They want to use the fire to rob the house. I'll kill them all. Mu Yao coldly snorted and said, just wait, let them jump around for some time. When we go back, we'll see how they act. After he said that, another jade sword message stopped in front of him. Mu Yao received the sword and scanned it with his spiritual force. Chapter 1635. Returning to the headquarters, Mu Yao's expression turned bright, but the contents of the Jade Sword message caused him to feel conflicted. The Jade Sword message was sent by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai told him that there's no longer need to worry about the Buddhist realm. The enmity has been taken care of. Mu Yao didn't think that Zhao Hai would send the message this soon. Moreover, he even stated that the enmity has been quenched. If he didn't know Zhao Hai, Mu Yao might think that Zhao Hai was making a joke, but this was impossible. Seeing Mu Yao's silly expression as he stood there motionlessly, Zongzi thought that he received bad news. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" As he said that, he received the Jade Sword message from Mu Yao's hand and then scanned it with his spiritual force. After reading the contents inside the Jade Sword, Zongzi was also stunned. He looked at Mu Yao and said, "Is this real? How did that kid do it?" Mu Yao smiled bitterly and said, "Who knows what methods that kid has? It seems like he hasn't shown his real strength before. The Buddhist realm really provoked him. But I must say, the kid is strong. I also know how he did it." Zongzi smiled bitterly and said, "Alright, let's stop talking about that. Let's think about what we do next." Mu Yao sneered and said, "What else should we do? We'll go deal with those who dared to rob our 100 treasures realm. I think they have lived long enough. Since Little Hai says so, then the Buddhist realm will be dealt with soon. When the time comes, even if they want to cry, they wouldn't be able to." Zongzi's eyes lit up. This is a good opportunity. Even if we can't deal with the 5 great realms, we can at least deal with the smaller realms. At that time, the only people left in the 10,000 realm battlefield will be the new great realms. Mu Yao actually wasn't feeling very good deep inside. His disciple has been killed. Mu Yu was like a son to him. But in the end, Mu Yao was someone who went through a lot of storms. Moreover, he had the same attitude as Mu Yu, placing the 100 treasures realm first. It can be said that Mu Yu was heavily influenced by Mu Yao. It was because of this personality that Mu Yao was able to make the proper decisions for the realm. So after thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "This is a good opportunity. Little Hai will not joke about these things. Since he said that there's no need to worry about the Buddhist realm, then we no longer need to worry about them. Let's arrange 100,000 people to meet Little Hai. The rest will immediately go back to the headquarters." Zongzi nodded and said, "Alright, I'll take care of it." Soon after, the fleet was divided into 2. The majority went back to the headquarters while the other half continued on. The Buddhist realm has been basically dealt with. With Lao Na's death, there's nothing the Buddhist realm can do against Zhao Hai. The situation in the Buddhist realm itself was much worse. The people were faced with terrifying bugs that didn't know fear. They didn't even have a chance to resist. However, Zhao Hai didn't allow the bugs to eat the people of the Buddhist realm. Although he wanted to do it, he didn't. This wasn't to say that he pitied them. In fact, Zhao Hai has no pity for these people. The reason he didn't let the bugs eat the Buddhists was because he wanted to leave their bodies as a lesson to other people. Corpses were more shocking than being eaten by the bug race. These bugs were ravenous. They wouldn't leave anything behind. Not even bone shards would be left. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't polite. All those with strength in the Buddhist realm were killed. The Buddhist realm would soon become part of the 100 treasures realm. He can make others go take a look, but they would occupy it later on. Looking at the people in the Buddhist realm headquarters putting up a last-ditch effort, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He knew clearly that after this, nobody in the 10,000 realm battlefield would dare annoy him. Not just him. Nobody would offend the 100 treasures realm. Zhao Hai didn't know what the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield would think after seeing his action. But one thing was for certain, after seeing his strength, these people wouldn't be able to sit still. Zhao Hai also knows what was happening to the 100 treasures realm headquarters. However, he wasn't worried. In his opinion, these high-grade realms were jumping clowns, simply not worth being treated seriously. After dealing with the Buddhist realm, he can just directly swallow them. Zhao Hai was also aware of Mu Yao and Zongzi saying that the 100 treasures realm would become one of the 5 great realms. However, they seemed to have no ambition of unifying the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai could understand this. In fact, Zhao Hai no longer has any interest in the battlefield. The level of the battlefield was now quite low for him. There's nothing there that could help him become stronger. Now he wanted to know if there was another realm outside the 10,000 realm battlefield. As for the group from the 100 treasures realm that were heading over, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about them. Besides the Buddhist realm headquarters, the other places have been attacked by beasts. After clashing with the beasts, the subordinate realms found that they couldn't do anything and gave up. They understood that these beasts were controlled by someone and weren't wild beasts. This meant that someone was targeting the Buddhist realm. These subordinate realms also wanted to see who the people that attacked the Buddhist realm were. Therefore, thoughts of rebelling slowly disappeared from their minds. To these subordinate realms, loyalty was merely a word. Their highest priority was still their own realms. Zhao Hai took 2 days to take care of the Buddhist realm. In other words, he took 2 days to completely eliminate the Buddhist realm. Nothing remained. Regarding this matter, Zhao Hai wasn't bothered at all. This wasn't the first time he did something like this. 2 days later, the group from the 100 Treasures realm also arrived at the headquarters of the Buddhist realm. But when they arrived, they discovered that the headquarters was completely empty. The one at the lead was an immortal elder. Zhao Hai saw this person before. He was nicknamed Morning Soul Nail, due to his nail weapons. His nail artifact contains deadly poison that could directly paralyze severed soul experts. Since he's at the immortal stage, his strength was naturally formidable. His reputation was quite resounding in the 10,000 realm battlefield. In the past, this immortal elder was quite arrogant, but after seeing Zhao Hai, he became humble. This was because Zhao Hai was the only person in sight. He was sitting in the headquarters of the Buddhist realm. Even a ghost was nowhere in sight. The surroundings were so silent that people could hear their heartbeat. Fortunately, there were a lot of people in this group. Although they were disturbed, they were also excited. The Buddhist realm was one of the 5 great realms of the 10,000 realm battlefield. For many years, realms like the 100 Treasures realm had to lower their heads in front of these 5 great realms. The people of the 5 great realms always carried themselves with arrogance, looking at the others as though they were lower class people. This kind of mentality doesn't only involve the 5 great realms, it includes the people from the land of chaos. The cultivators in the land of chaos always lowered themselves when they encountered people from the 5 great realms. This was also the reason why the Buddhist realm decided to take action against Mu Yu. Because of the status quo, the people from the Buddhist realm treated the 100 Treasures realm as a lower realm. In their minds, the great realms control the lower realms. If the lower realms don't want to hand something over, then the 5 great realms can kill their people in order to scare them. They simply didn't expect that the 100 Treasures realm was different from the past. The 100 Treasures realm have been doing very well lately. Therefore, the mentality of the people of the 100 Treasures realm has changed. Nevertheless, they could still feel some pressure when faced against the 5 great realms. But now, these people from the lower realms stood in the headquarters of a great realm, and this headquarters has been completely destroyed. Not a single living being could be seen. This caused the cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm to feel good deep inside. Although these people knew that something happened back at the headquarters, they didn't worry too much. Zhao Hai was able to deal with the Buddhist realm. These high-grade realms were nothing. Even the people from the subordinate realms who were with the group had no intentions to return. On the contrary, they became more confident in the 100 Treasures realm. Morning Soul Nail went to see Zhao Hai alone. When he flew towards the headquarters, he saw Zhao Hai sitting down with 2 jars of wine in front of him. Zhao Hai held a glass of wine in his hand and then poured some liquor on the ground. Morning Soul Nail couldn't help but sigh. Everyone in the 100 Treasures realm knew that Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were good friends. But because of Zhao Hai's matter, Mu Yu was killed. It's natural that Zhao Hai was feeling very badly about the situation. Morning Soul Nail couldn't help but comfort him. Little Hai, don't take it too hard. There's still a lot of things to do. Zhao Hai turned his head and said, Elder Li, don't worry, I'm fine. Did the realm send any orders? Elder Li immediately replied, the headquarters is being occupied. Elder Mu and Elder Zong returned upon receiving your message. They sent us over to support you. But now it seems like we're not needed here. I'll prepare some people to defend this place while the rest will return to help the headquarters. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, Elder Li, to be honest, there's no point leaving people here. Leave the headquarters to me. Instead of defending this place, You should just go around and absorb the Buddhist realm's subordinates. Don't leave people here to defend. Have the other realms come and see this place. Chapter 1636, Wild Ambition. After hearing Zhao Hai, Elderly immediately understood what he meant. He turned his head to the Buddhist realm's transmission formation before saying, "Little Hai, what about the Buddhist realm itself?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Nobody can just kill my friend and be left off. I said that I will break their Tao. If I don't pay them a visit, I'm afraid they won't know the consequences of killing." Although Zhao Hai said this in a calm tone, the elderly couldn't help but coldly sweat. Zhao Hai looked at him and no longer spoke, but he said, "Go to the subordinate realms. I reckon they would surrender immediately. This domain is already under the control of my beasts. They wouldn't attack you. But if those people won't surrender, then there's no need for you to be polite." Even if Elderly didn't know what was going on, he nodded and said, "Don't worry, you can leave this matter to me. You should go back to the headquarters. People actually had ideas to go against us. I want them dealt with." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, they won't be able to escape." After he said that, he waved his hand and received the giant turtle. Then his body moved and disappeared. Looking at the place Zhao Hai disappeared from, Morning Soul Naoli couldn't help but sigh as he said, "Those idiots. It's better for Little Hai to deal with them." After he said that, he returned to the giant spirit treasure ship. Then they went out of the Buddhist realm headquarters. In the next moment, Zhao Hai's figure appeared in the 100 Treasures Realms headquarters. Meanwhile, Mu Yao and the others were heading back. They were more anxious in their return compared to their departure. This was because their home was being attacked. And since they were more anxious, they were faster this time around. They actually managed to return faster than Zhao Hai. They already clashed with the other high-grade realms. When Zhao Hai appeared, he immediately released his giant spirit treasure ships and sword shuttles. There was also the giant turtle and the undead. This time, he didn't release the bug race because there was no need for it. What he took out was enough to deal with the high-grade realms. Seeing that Zhao Hai's display was fiercer compared to the 100 Treasures realm, the high-grade realms were immediately frightened. These fellows had either fought with or against Zhao Hai before. Because of this, they knew how powerful Zhao Hai's large artifacts were. It's natural for them to become timid. In addition, the people of the 100 Treasures realm were mad about the situation. It took a while before the high-grade realms could no longer withstand it. They couldn't understand why the 100 Treasures realm came back so soon. It's like they no longer want to take revenge. When Zhao Hai appeared and his undead blotted out the sky, everyone from the other realms couldn't help but feel a headache. Additionally, although they formed an alliance, it was a very fragile one. They wouldn't allow themselves to lose too much. So after Zhao Hai arrived, the alliance soon crumbled. The 100 Treasures realm smoothly recaptured their headquarters and then released their army. Those who settled their domain also ran away, so the 100 Treasures realm were able to get everything back in an instant. Although everything looks like a farce, it was in fact not the case. It can be said that the high-grade realms had a good plan, but they had the wrong timing. They didn't expect a monster like Zhao Hai to exist. They shouldn't have messed with the 100 Treasures realm while Zhao Hai was angry. Their plan was doomed to fail. Once the 100 Treasures realm was stabilized, Mu Yao and the others entered the conference hall with Zhao Hai. Once inside, Mu Yao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what's the situation with the Buddhist realm?" Zhao Hai replied, "They're completely destroyed, their headquarters as well as their realm. As long as someone investigates, they'll find that there's no living survivors left. I didn't destroy their transmission formations, so the other people should find out about it soon. They can even go to the Buddhist realm to see." Mu Yao and Zongzi were both old ghosts who had seen everything. Naturally, they understood what Zhao Hai said. Both of their expressions changed. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's revenge to extend so far. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Zhao Hai replied, "I'll attack the high-grade realms and then swallow the entire land of chaos. In the future, there would only be 4 great realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. If possible, swallow the rest of the great realms and unify the 10,000 realm battlefield. Then with the entire battlefield's strength, attack the Cloud Sea territory." Zongzi and Mu Yao stared at Zhao Hai as though he was a crazy man. To be honest, they were frightened by Zhao Hai's crazy plan. However, they have to recognize that Zhao Hai's plan might succeed. After all, it was Zhao Hai who said it. They might doubt it if it were other people, but this was Zhao Hai. With his strength, He has the right to say such words. The two looked at each other and didn't know what to say. After being silent for some time, Mu Yao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I know that little Yu's death has been very hard for you, but you have to think about what you're planning to do. If this matter isn't handled properly, things might get troublesome." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder doesn't need to worry. I have a reason why I'm moving this way. I will try my best to achieve this goal." Mu Yao nodded and said, "When do you plan to attack the other realms?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "In a couple of days. Once information about what happened to the Buddhist realm spreads, we will immediately make a move on the high-grade realms. When the time comes, we might get an unexpected result." Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and let out a sigh. Then he nodded and said, "All right, then you should take a rest. We definitely won't let the other high-grade realms off. After we deal with them, we'll go get the Buddhist realm's domain. I believe the Divergent realm and the others wouldn't dare get the land for themselves." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They wouldn't." Jinyu was a cultivator of the Divergent realm. His ability was both special and very useful. Within a distance of 10 meters, he can move his body through any obstacle. Moreover, the obstructions wouldn't have any disturbances once he was inside them. Even if one uses their spiritual force, they still wouldn't detect him. Because of his ability, Jinyu became one of the best scouts of the Divergent realm. His technique allows him to evade almost all surveillance. Jinyu was very proud of his status. Although he was only at the Severed Soul stage and a scout, nobody in the Divergent realm dared to underestimate him. This was because the realm needed him to scout certain locations. Jinyu was now hiding in a place not far from the Buddhist realm's headquarters. He felt strange how there were no sounds coming from the Buddhist realm. Their protective shield was still up, so he couldn't see clearly inside. He has been hiding for 2 hours yet he hasn't seen anyone come out yet. This was quite strange. Jinyu was very confident in his technique. Therefore, he didn't hide in the same place as the other scouts. As he looked at the Buddhist realm's headquarters, he stood upright on top of a tree. He knew clearly that if the Buddhist realm could detect his technique, then even if he found a place to hide in, it would still be useless. At this point, Jinyu was getting impatient. It has been more than 2 hours but he couldn't spot anyone from the Buddhist realm. This was completely abnormal. But if he rushed to the Buddhist realm's headquarters as is, he was afraid that he would be caught and found out. He can pass through walls, but defensive shields were another thing. He can still pass through them, but the shield would fluctuate. This was the reason why he stayed and waited for people from the Buddhist realm to come out so that he could sneak in. Although it would cause fluctuations, nobody would care. Jinyu was among the first wave of scouts sent to the Buddhist realm headquarters. He just came back from the 100 Treasures realm headquarters which was attacked by the other high-grade realms. The reason he departed last was because he didn't dare arrive too early. If he appeared while the 100 Treasures realm and the Buddhist realm were fighting, then he might be implicated. Moreover, the Divergent realm ordered him to delay his travel. After all, the Divergent realm was an ally of the 100 Treasures realm. If Jinyu was discovered by the 100 Treasures realm, then things might get awkward. Moreover, they didn't need to know what happened in the war, they just wanted the result. Because of this, Jinyu missed the most important part of the fight. Naturally, this also allowed him to save his little life. If he came too early and was discovered by Zhao Hai, he would certainly be slaughtered. After waiting for another 2 hours, Jinyu could no longer wait. He felt that something must have happened to the Buddhist realm, otherwise they wouldn't have been so quiet. He slowly flew towards the headquarters. He flew slowly and didn't make a sound. When he finally reached the defensive shield, he took out a stone and then threw it forward. This was just a piece of stone that can be found anywhere. Cultivators simply wouldn't spare it a glance. However, this was part of Jinyu's methods. He carried these stones with him all the time. If he went on a scouting mission and he wasn't sure if the path ahead was dangerous or not, he would throw a stone in his path. What happens next would dictate his next move. After the stone got in contact with the shield, it immediately disappeared. Jinyu couldn't help but stare. This was because defensive shields were divided into several types. The strongest ones could block things like the giant spirit treasure ship while the weakest one would allow people to see inside. At this time, the Buddhist realm's protective shield was in a weak state. Anybody can go in. Chapter 1637, though far away, must be punished. Jinyu blankly stared at the Buddhist realm's protective shield. In his mind, This was too unusual. Although the 100 Treasures realm have withdrawn, the Buddhist realm shouldn't have lowered their guard down this quickly. He soon recovered his thoughts. If there were people in the Buddhist realm headquarters, they would have reacted when the stone was thrown. Then someone would come out to check. However, there was nothing, which was strange. Jinyu carefully flew to the Buddhist realm's headquarters. When he entered the headquarters, he was terrified. In front of him was a stretch of ruins. The Buddhist realm headquarters had been destroyed. Jinyu's brain couldn't process the information in front of him for a while. He couldn't comprehend what happened to the Buddhist realm. He couldn't fathom how it could be destroyed. Even if the other great realms join hands, they still wouldn't be able to reduce the Buddhist realm to this state. What really happened? Jinyu cleared his thoughts and swept the headquarters with his spiritual force. He wasn't able to see anyone alive. Not only people. The entire Buddhist realm had no living creatures inside. The hair on Jinyu's body couldn't help but stand up. He felt that the emptiness of the Buddhist realm's headquarters was a giant beast staring at him. It was as if he was treated as food, and he couldn't do anything about it. Jinyu doesn't understand this feeling, but he can feel that it exists. Jinyu flew forward. Discovering that there was really nobody, he began to fly faster and faster. It was as though he was being chased. Before long, Jinyu was breathing heavily. He wasn't tired, but his spirit was exhausted. When he calmed down, he discovered why he was so affected. It was because the Buddhist realm's headquarters was too static. No mistake, the Buddhist realm's headquarters was too quiet. It was as empty as a jet black night. It was like staying inside a room with no light or sound. Although you know that you're alone, the quietness of the surroundings would still cause you to be unconsciously scared. You might even experience hallucinations. Jinyu felt that he wasn't under a spiritual nor material attack. The Buddhist realm was just too quiet. Basic instincts would tell you that something was wrong. Being a severed soul expert, this feeling was more apparent for Jinyu. Jinyu calmed his mood. He was no longer nervous, but his fear was replaced by shock. The Buddhist realm wasn't a weak realm. It was one of the top existences in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But now their headquarters was like a ghost town. This only meant that something happened to the Buddhist realm, and nobody was clear about the situation. Thinking of this, Jinyu couldn't help but worry. He wanted to know what really happened. He continued searching the headquarters but failed to discover any clues. However, something strange showed itself to Jinyu. The damage to the headquarters was quite critical, but there's something that quite didn't match the surroundings. Jinyu stopped and slowly recalled the layout of the Buddhist realm's headquarters. He wanted to remember what caused him to feel strange. Suddenly, an image flashed inside his mind. Amidst the stretch of ruins, the Buddhist realm's transmission formations were perfectly preserved. It looked completely different to its surroundings. When he thought of this, Jinyu's body couldn't help but shake. This was because he could think of another similar matter. An insane news just swept through the 10,000 realm battlefield recently. The news was about Half-Beast Island's lion race. Half-Beast Island has been under the Divergent Realm's control for many years. Although they weren't able to completely take control of the island, the Divergent Realm was still clear about the island's matters. Then they handed the island off to the 100 Treasures Realm in order to let go of the burden. When Zhao Hai returned to the 100 Treasures Realm, the method they used to deal with Half-Beast Island surprised the Divergent Realm. They allowed autonomy of the island, and they also destroyed the lion race who wanted to be treated equal to the 100 Treasures Realm. It was even said that the lion race's den itself wasn't spared. The Buddhist realm's headquarters had traces of the lion race's fate. The lion race's headquarters have been devastated, yet their transmission formation was left intact. Jinyu immediately flew towards the transmission formations. He then discovered that there was only one coordinate registered on the formations. It was a coordinate that Jinyu hadn't seen before. Jinyu stood in front of the transmission formation. After hesitating for a long time, he clenched his teeth and entered. After a flash of light, he disappeared. The next moment, Jinyu found himself on a strange planet. He appeared on a large transmission formation square. From the architectural style, it seems like the place he appeared in was a very huge temple. Jinyu looked around him and discovered that it was just like the Buddhist realm's headquarters. The place was also eerily silent. Jinyu flew around and saw nothing. He could only smell blood. Jinyu followed the scent of blood and soon arrived in a pagoda forest. After a high monk dies, their relics would be put in this place. This was a true sacred land of the Buddhist realm. What shocked Jinyu was that on each pagoda there was a dead person. That person's blood flowed down, causing the land beneath to be crimson. The amount of corpses in this place made it a corpse forest. In the deepest part of the pagoda forest were 10 large pagodas. According to legend, these pagodas hold the relics of the Buddhist realm's 10 saints. According to legend, these 10 saints were the founders of Buddhism in the Buddhist realm. These 10 people worshipped the same master and treated each other as brothers. After finding their path, they cultivated and eventually established the Buddhist realm. According to legend, the 10 saints' lifespan exceeded 1,000,000 years. In the end, they took their eternal rest together and left 10 relics. As a tribute to the 10 saints, these 10 pagodas were built. In the entire Buddhist realm, there were only 10 of such pagodas. This showed how much respect the Buddhist realm had for their founders. But now, across these 10 pagodas, a message was written in blood: no matter how far, everyone who angers the 100 Treasures realm will be punished. The bloody message exuded a murderous aura. Looking at the huge characters, Jinyu's body couldn't help but shake in terror. This was the Buddhist realm, one of the 5 great realms, among the most powerful existences in the 10,000 realm battlefield, and yet they had been completely exterminated. There seems to be no survivors left. Moreover, such characters were written across their sacred land. Jinyu knew that these characters weren't written for Buddhist realm cultivators. After all, they wouldn't be able to see it. These words were for Jinyu and the others. They were written for the other realms who would come to check on what happened to the Buddhist realm. Jinyu felt a cold air pass through his back. A shiver went through his entire body as though he was inside an ice cave. There was no longer any need for further scouting, so Jinyu turned around and ran. He needs to tell Hawkins and the Divergent Realm the news as soon as possible. Jinyu felt strange because there was a lack of corpses in the headquarters, but after seeing the characters, he knew that they had already become part of Zhao Hai's undead army. Zhao Hai had a lot of undead. This was something everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield knew. Because of this, Zhao Hai gained the nickname of Hell King. If Jinyu didn't know where the corpses of the Buddhist realm went, then he would be an idiot. Jinyu used the transmission formation to return to the Buddhist realm's headquarters in the 10,000 realm battlefield. He didn't stop flying and proceeded to rush out at his fastest speed. It was as if he was being chased by man-eating beasts. Jinyu didn't dare use the Buddhist realm's transmission formation to return to the Divergent realm. He was afraid that he might destroy the transmission formation. Jinyu knew that the reason these transmission formations were intact was because it would let others see what happened to the Buddhist realm. Jinyu was afraid of being hunted down by the 100 Treasures realm if he were to ruin anything. After reaching an area far away from the Buddhist realm's headquarters, Jinyu let out a long breath. Then he turned to the Buddhist realm's direction one last time before leaving. Shortly after Jinyu left, shadows began appearing around the Buddhist realm's headquarters. They were similarly observing the Buddhist realm, and after experiencing what Jinyu experienced, they also scattered like rabbits being chased by wolves. When the 100 Treasures realm backed out from attacking the Buddhist realm in order to reclaim their headquarters, there were some criticisms thrown at them. To the others, the 100 Treasures realm had been improving too quickly and it was time for them to be disgraced. The other realms were happy to see them suffer. The high-grade realms that had been driven away were also unconvinced. They were prepared to ally with the Buddhist realm in order to deal with the 100 Treasures realm. But after the scouts returned, the entire 10,000 realm battlefield had turned quiet. They all collectively lost their ability to speak. Then news arrived that all of the subordinate realms under the Buddhist realm had surrendered to the 100 Treasures realm. The 100 Treasures realm didn't send a lot of people, only a small team. Yet, this small team was able to move unhindered in the Buddhist realm's territory. Nobody dared to make a move on them. This information immediately spread to the smaller realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Some of these realms had yet to know about what happened to the Buddhist realm. Their strength wasn't enough to send scouts to find out the situation. So when news that the 100 Treasures realm had occupied the Buddhist realm's territory, the smaller realms were shocked. Amidst all of this, the 100 Treasures realm had been silent. It was as if what they did was as simple as drinking water. This caused the realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield to feel terror. The high-grade realms who were prepared to attack the 100 Treasures realm once more immediately panicked when they got the news. They didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to be this powerful. They were now regretting their decisions. They kept sending people to the 100 Treasures realm to discuss matters, but unfortunately, they were sent back. The more the 100 Treasures realm was like this, the more terrified the high-grade realms were. So as they kept sending envoys to meet Zhongzi and Mu Yao, they also made preparations for war. However, How could such movements be hidden from Zhao Hai? He knew every single action these realms were making. He also thinks that it was time, so he went to the headquarters and asked to see Zongzi and Mu Yao, because the 100 Treasures realm was currently in an important state. A 10 Elders assembly can happen at any time. Naturally, Mu Yao was a leader of an Elders assembly. The 100 Treasures realm were moving in an orderly and efficient manner. However, everyone in the 100 Treasures realm had lost their smiles. One of the reasons was Mu Yu's death, and the other was the occupation of their headquarters. Although they were able to swiftly retake their headquarters, the fact that it has been taken was shameful. They were constantly thinking of taking revenge. Because of this, how could they have the time to smile? Zhao Hai directly entered the conference hall without any announcement. By this time, Zhao Hai was one of the few who had the privilege to enter the conference hall whenever he wanted. After entering the hall, Mu Yao and the others turned their heads to him. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, a rare smile appeared on Mu Yao's face as he asked, "Little Hai, take a seat. Why did you visit? Are you prepared to deal with those fellows?" Zhao Hai nodded. After giving the elders a salute, he replied, "Right. It should be the right time to make a move. We've already established our reputation. It's time to deal with them." Mu Yao smiled and said, "No rush. The other realms are beginning to have weak knees. Let's drag things out for a while to see. It would be best if we could deal with them without using force." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Elder, I don't think that would be a better decision. Those high-grade realms will not surrender easily. They had been our equals, so even if they surrender to us, I don't see any way they would listen to us. If they make trouble in the future, it would be more troublesome for us. I think we should just drive them out of the 10,000 realm battlefield and have our subordinate realms manage their territory. Only in this way can we become one of the great realms of the 10,000 realm battlefield, maybe even the biggest great realm." Chapter 1638, The Buddhist Dhamma 1. Mu Yao knit his brows and said, "Little Hai, I understand what you're saying, but you also need to know that we're now under a very bright light. If we deal with the other high-grade realms, it's likely that the Divergent Realm, Sword Realm, and Primal Chaos Realm would move against us. Do you think that they would just let us become the biggest realm without doing anything?" Zhao Hai's frown deepened. He knew that the high-grade realms had reached out to the great realms. Moreover, those guys have become smarter. Every time they have a discussion, they would always set up a formation. Because of this, Zhao Hai could hardly get any information. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So Elder's plan is?" Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, "We're going to form an alliance with those guys. Then we can suppress them by being the alliance leader. We will use this time to digest the Buddhist realm's domain. Once we have enough strength, we can deal with them slowly. Naturally, this is under the condition that everything goes smoothly. If they don't comply, we can only resort to violence." Zhao Hai nodded. Mu Yao's method was also acceptable. It was using lukewarm water to boil the frog. This plan was neither good nor bad. Those high-grade realms weren't fools, and they wouldn't let Mu Yao suppress them easily. But Zhao Hai didn't say anything. In any case, with his current strength, even if the entire 10,000 realm battlefield worked together, they still wouldn't be able to do anything. Zhao Hai might not be strong in the past, but it was different this time. He now has the entire Buddhist realm under his control, so his confidence was much bigger. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You should take a good rest." "Little Hai, people cannot be resurrected after death. Although little you is gone, we are cultivators in the end. We have faced death multiple times. Don't take it too hard." "How many days have you been frowning?" Looking at Mu Yao's smile, Zhao Hai still couldn't expel the sadness in his heart. He replied, "I can't smile." "Brother, you died because of me." Mu Yao waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter if you're the reason or not. We're living in a world where the strong prey on the weak. Also, Little Hai, you haven't spent too much time in the 10,000 realm battlefield." Zhao Hai stared at Mu Yao in confusion. Mu Yao waved his hand and said, "You're too strong. I reckon you have gained the Sky Tower's attention. You should prepare yourself." Zhao Hai nodded. The reason he didn't pay too much attention to the other realms was because he put most of his energy on the Sky Tower. He found that Luo Ying had increased the amount of Jade Sword messages he sent out. Although he didn't know where he was sending it, Zhao Hai believed that a storm was about to arrive. Zhao Hai bid Mu Yao and the others farewell before returning to his residence. When he entered the space, he didn't immediately go to the villa. He went to an open area and then closed his eyes. Shortly after, a large projection of a 100-meter tall Buddha appeared. Its body was shrouded with golden light, looking very dignified. This Buddha was the same Buddha that Kong Jian projected before. Zhao Hai learned Kong Jian's technique, just like what he predicted. It was a Buddhist Dhamma technique. This Dhamma technique was something that only someone with faith power can use. Those with faith power can have their own Dhamma avatar. How much of the Dhamma one can comprehend depends on their strength. Naturally, the stronger a person's faith power, the stronger their Dhamma avatar would be. A person's Dhamma can be used to attack the enemy and improve a cultivator's strength. The stronger the faith power, the stronger their Dhamma technique. In fact, the reason Kong Jian wasn't able to study the technique deeply was because his faith power wasn't enough. According to the cultivation method that Zhao Hai managed to get from Kong Jian, the Dhamma avatar could move like a real person. The monk only needs to stay still and the Dhamma avatar can move like a monk and fight in the same way. Naturally, the Dhamma avatar was much more powerful compared to other cultivators. This was the reason Kong Jian was able to fight against Zhao Hai for so long. This Dhamma technique was a secret that the Buddhist realm didn't reveal. According to hearsay, the Buddhist realm acquired it by chance. Although only Kong Jian Buddhist was able to make use of it, the Buddhist realm was still able to reap a lot of benefits from it. Each generation of the Buddhist realm would select talented monks in order to learn the Dhamma, but because faith power was so scarce, each generation could only generate one supreme elder. These supreme elders were also called Dhamma elders, and only these Dhamma elders could get the name of Buddha in their name, thus explaining Kong Jian Buddhist's name. Upon acquiring this method, Zhao Hai knew that it was merely a technique to produce a projection of a Buddha. Even so, such a method was already powerful. The existence of such a technique meant that there was more to the Buddhist realm's Dhamma. However, since he didn't have time, Zhao Hai could only learn its basics. Kong Jian's method wasn't hard to study. It was divided into 3 parts. The first part was learning about the true meaning of the Buddhist Dhamma by seeing the Buddha. It was akin to reaching the immortal stage and feeling the laws of heaven and the earth. The second part teaches about how to condense faith power. Zhao Hai studied the applications of faith power in the past. For example, it could aid one's cultivation or make a weapon stronger. In the Dhamma technique Zhao Hai acquired, faith power was used to project a Dhamma avatar. This way of utilizing faith power was different to the ones Zhao Hai knew about before. The third part was a cultivation method, but in Zhao Hai's view, the technique heavily relied on one's faith power. Once you have enough faith power, one could command the Buddhist Dhamma whenever they want. This was also the reason why it was hard to use. If you lacked faith power like Kanjong Buddhist Lao Na, then your Dhamma avatar would be limited in movement and could only use common attacking methods. Despite being limited to using simple attacks, the Dhamma avatar was still 10 times more powerful compared to most immortal experts. After all, it was able to blow Zhao Hai back. If not for Zhao Hai's special body and his defensive methods, he would have been severely injured in his fight against Lao Na. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to study this new technique. Once he studied it, he might gain a deeper understanding of the universe's laws. In its weakest form, the Dhamma avatar could only do simple actions and use simple techniques. Because of the lack of faith power, this Dhamma avatar was classified as wood level. It was the lowest level of avatar. A Dhamma avatar that can do complex actions and techniques was gold level. The highest level of Dhamma avatar can move like a person and can use any technique. This Dhamma avatar was at the Buddha level. The level of Dhamma avatar was mainly determined by faith power. The less faith power one has, the weaker their Dhamma avatar would be. Take a wood level avatar for example. It could be further divided into 3 levels. The lowest level was merely an immobile projection of a Buddha. It could only use aura techniques. A medium-level wood avatar was the one Lao Na used. This avatar could not open its eyes and could only use its 2 hands. A high-level wood avatar can open its eyes and is more flexible with its hands. Its offensive strength was also much better. A gold-level and Buddha-level avatar was also further divided into 3 levels. The low-level gold avatar can move its body more. At the medium level, the gold avatar would be able to stand up and use its feet. At the high level, the gold avatar can perform some movement techniques. It's just that the moves would be stiff. It would look like a puppet being controlled by its master. As for low-level Buddha avatar, the movements would be more smooth. It could even move its head. On the medium-level Buddha avatar, the torso would move. On a high-level Buddha avatar, it would be comparable to a human being. Whatever a cultivator could do, it could do as well. What Zhao Hai condensed was naturally a high-level Buddha avatar. When he projected the Buddha, It might be sitting and had eyes closed, but when it comes to battle, it would be able to move freely, just like a normal cultivator. Zhao Hai was now aware of how terrifying the technique was. It practically produced a giant monk who was not only big, it also had much more spiritual force and offensive power. Using this method, Zhao Hai's Buddhist techniques would become even more earth-shattering. However, Zhao Hai was still not satisfied. He was currently studying Buddhist techniques, mainly the 18 Buddhist techniques. He hopes that he can understand these even more. And once he is able to completely understand the 18 techniques, Zhao Hai believed that his strength would tremendously increase. Dhamma, or Dhamma, is a word of infinite meaning. Note, maybe a Buddhist version of the Tao. Chapter 1639, Luo Ying's arrival. Sitting under the 100 Spirits tree, Zhao Hai flipped through the Buddhist scripture in front of him. He got this scripture from the space. Zhao Hai's space came from the earth, and since he can currently buy backgrounds, Zhao Hai was able to create many worlds inside the space. Some of them were high-technology worlds while some were cultivation worlds. Some of the worlds were like Earth, of which Buddhist scriptures exist. This also made Zhao Hai feel strange. There were no cultivators on Earth, and yet, in the universe that Zhao Hai transmigrated into, it has Taoism, Buddhism, body cultivation, and even science and technology. These were things that existed on Earth, which was bizarre. The Buddhists on Earth had no cultivation methods. For Buddhists, scriptures were just reading material. Perhaps some virtuous monks might cultivate some Buddhist power. However, this Buddhist power has no offensive capability. Moreover, Buddhist scriptures weren't kept a secret on Earth. However, these scriptures were very useful for Zhao Hai at this time. Moreover, some of the ancient books on Earth could aid in cultivation. Zhao Hai also discovered that these Tao techniques needed these ancient books. In fact, it was crucial to comprehend them. Zhao Hai has now condensed his Dhamma body, which greatly increased his strength. He was now condensing more avatars. Zhao Hai was now very powerful. In the past, his usage of faith power was considered crude. Now that he has Kong Jian's method, Zhao Hai felt that a door had opened up before him. When Zhao Hai was cultivating the Buddhist avatar, he understood what Dhamma actually was. To put it bluntly, it was comprehension over a profound meaning. When a cultivator reached the immortal stage, they would use their second soul to comprehend the Tao. Some people might comprehend the meaning of the mountains, making their attacks have a feeling of heaviness. Some people might comprehend fire and have more aggressive attacks. The Buddhist Dhamma was also a flexible and powerful type of comprehension that involved faith power. There's also a Dhamma of water or Dhamma of fire. Naturally, these were Zhao Hai's theories. However, Zhao Hai was almost sure that this was truly the case. In the past, Zhao Hai only learned about the existence of the Dhamma without comprehending it. But after studying Kong Jian's technique, he was able to expand his thinking. He was preparing to use the 18 Buddhist techniques as an experiment. He wanted to see if he had the proper understanding regarding the Dhamma. Because of this, Zhao Hai can affirm that his path was not wrong. Therefore, he was reading ancient Buddhist scriptures in order to comprehend the Dhamma. The reason Zhao Hai has to comprehend a lot of Dhamma definitions was because of his cloning technique, one of the 18 Buddhist techniques. If he used the cloning technique, then he can have his clones project a Dhamma avatar. What would this look like? He can form a squad of Dhamma avatars. As he read the Buddhist scriptures, the peace in Zhao Hai's heart gradually returned. In the past, because of Mu Yu's death, his heart was filled with killing intent. He was filled with self-blame. But all of these disappeared as his mood calmed down. Now his heart and mind was like an ancient well, incomparably calm. This caused Zhao Hai to develop a new temperament, an extremely gentle temperament. Just like a Taoist or a high monk, he was able to maintain a peaceful and neutral mentality. Zhao Hai spent 3 months inside the space. In these 3 months, he hardly left the space as he continued to comprehend the Dhamma. Meanwhile, the 10,000 realm battlefield was the opposite of calm. This was because the 100 Treasures realm had once more entered the limelight. The 100 Treasures realm began sending envoys to the other realms with the purpose of forming an alliance. After the alliance was established, the 100 Treasures realm would be able to face the other great realms. Moreover, the 100 Treasures realm was using this time to completely digest the Buddhist realm's domain, making it their own. After a month of negotiations, the 100 Treasures realm finally reached an agreement with the other high-grade realms. Naturally, the 100 Treasures realm would become the alliance leader. The other high-grade realms didn't say anything about this, but everything had gone smoothly. Now that the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't make a move on the high-grade realms, the high-grade realms were able to relax. The high-grade realms weren't really expecting that the 100 Treasures realm would attack them. Although they occupied their headquarters, they didn't injure a lot of people. At the most, they just slapped the face of the 100 Treasures realm, and now they admitted defeat to the 100 Treasures realm. In their minds, although the 100 Treasures realm has occupied the Buddhist realm's domain, they believed that the Buddhist realm's subordinates wouldn't easily surrender. Therefore, the 100 Treasures realm would find their strength restricted. However, this wasn't what Zhao Hai cared about. He was waiting for information coming from the Sky Tower. Mu Yao told him last time to prepare. It's been 3 months but there was no movement from the Sky Tower, which felt strange to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai believed that it wouldn't take long. Although he was continuously practicing inside the space, he was still aware of the outside world, especially the Sky Tower. After Mu Yao said those words, Zhao Hai put more attention there. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't focus too much on these things. He was preoccupied with the scriptures and see if he could comprehend more of the Dhamma. Zhao Hai was now used to sitting under the 100 Spirits tree every day. He sat on a transforming cloud with a small table and a cup of tea as he read the scriptures. The more scriptures he read, the more interested Zhao Hai became. At this time, Kair approached him and said, "Young master, Luo Ying has come out. He's heading towards the transmission formation. I think he's going to the 100 Treasures realm." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I think so too. The Sky Tower is really patient. Pay attention to him. If he really comes to the 100 Treasures realm, he would probably come to see me." Kair nodded. The 100 Treasures realm has become extraordinary. In addition to their own domain, they had also begun to immigrate to the Buddhist realm on a large scale. The Buddhist realm was no smaller than the 100 Treasures realm. It might even be bigger. Moreover, it had more resources, so immigrating wasn't uncomfortable at all. As for the Buddhist realm's headquarters, it has undergone reconstruction, and because the territory to be managed was larger, the 100 Treasures realm had to send more people over. The 100 Treasures realm even has the intention of moving there in the future. However, since the 100 Treasures realm itself was closer to the headquarters, the elders stayed behind. The transmission formation of the 100 Treasures realm had been very busy. At any moment, someone would go in and out of the transmission formations. The square was very lively. At present, the realms in the land of chaos have formed an alliance with the 100 Treasures realm at the lead. Being the leader, the 100 Treasures realm's communication with the other great realms increased. Luo Ying's appearance on the 100 Treasures realm's transmission formation was immediately brought to the attention of the guards. They hadn't seen Luo Ying before. Moreover, Luo Ying's appearance was unordinary. The guard didn't dare neglect him. He immediately stepped forward and said, "Mister, may I ask where you're from? What are you doing in the 100 Treasures realm?" Luo Ying looked at the guard and then he smiled faintly and said, "This old man is named Luo Ying. Young brother, please help me send a message. Tang Yaoan is an old friend of mine. I believe he knows what to do when he hears my name." The guard could feel Luo Ying's extraordinary aura and didn't dare ask any more. He quickly replied, "Mister, please come with me and take a rest in the lounge. I will pass the message right away." After settling Luo Ying down, the guard immediately went to the conference hall and said, "Song Gang asks to see the elders." Zongzi's voice was heard, "Come in." The guard Song Gang walked in and gave the elders a salute before reporting to the elders, "There's an old man named Luo Ying outside. He said that he's an old friend of Elder Tang Yaoan." Tang Yaoan was also a member of the 10 Elder Assembly. When he heard Song Gang, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zongzi and Mu Yao and said, "Come with me." Tang Yaoan didn't explain further. However, both Zongzi and Mu Yao understood what it meant. It's clear that the person who arrived was from the Sky Tower, and the Sky Tower has only one purpose, and that was Zhao Hai. Mu Yao pondered for a while before saying, "We have no choice but to meet him. The three of us will see this Mr. Luo Ying. Let's send word to Little Hai." Tang Yaoan nodded and took a jade sword message out to send a message to Zhao Hai. After sending the message, the three left the conference hall and went to the lounge. The lounge of the headquarters was made according to Zhao Hai's plans. It was rarely used in the past, but now there were a lot of people inside. These people were from the other realms who came to visit. But in general, Guests would spend a short time in the lounge before being called to the conference hall. An event where 3 elders went out of the conference hall in order to meet someone in the lounge never happened before. Song Gang couldn't help but make guesses about Luo Ying's status. It must be known that the 100 Treasures realm was different compared to the past. The 100 Treasures realm was now one of the strongest realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Moreover, nobody dared to contend for their territory. Because of this, the 100 Treasures realm has reached a very high position in everyone's eyes. Even people from the great realms would have to enter the conference hall to meet the elders. But now, Mu Yao and the others actually came out in order to meet Luo Ying. It's natural that Song Gang was curious. Chapter 1640. Battle Slave? Luo Ying looked at Mu Yao and Zongzi walking along with Tang Yaoan. Luo Ying was very familiar with the two. This was because he had seen images of them. To be honest, these two were talents in their own right. Unfortunately, people like them were very common in the Sky Tower. Those who guarded their small plot of land would never know how huge the world is. Luo Ying thought like this. For Luo Ying, Mu Yao and Zongzi belonged to those who guarded their small lands. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was someone who can open his eyes to the world. Luo Ying's heart wasn't as calm as his expression. If Zhao Hai was truly a candidate, then his position would be elevated. Actually, Luo Ying's strength wasn't any higher than Mu Yao and the others. It was impossible for him to become many times stronger compared to other immortal experts. At this time, a voice was heard. 100 Treasures Realms Elder Zongzi, Elder Mu Yao, and Elder Tang Yaoan has arrived. Luo Ying immediately stood up and looked at the entrance. The three were walking shoulder to shoulder. Zongzi cupped his fist and said, Zongzi has seen Mr. Luo Ying. Zongzi was currently the managing elder of the 100 Treasures realm. The reason he discussed with Mu Yao was because of Mu Yao's insights, and the other was because of Zhao Hai. The relationship between Zhao Hai and Mu Yu was very good, which extended to Mu Yao. If something happens to Mu Yao, Zhao Hai would certainly lend his hand. Everyone was aware of Zhao Hai's strength. If Zhao Hai was truly sent to kill, then a lot of people would suffer the consequences. Because of this, although Zongzi was the one currently managing the 100 Treasures realm, the decisions were actually made after Mu Yao's advice. Zhao Hai was just too strong. He needed to be considered in every decision the realm makes. Luo Ying wasn't very familiar with the 100 Treasures realms matters, so he greeted Zongzi first. Naturally, Mu Yao didn't mind it. After the group sat down, Zongzi said, Mr. Luo, may I ask the reason why you came to the 100 Treasures realm? Luo Ying looked at Zongzi. He knew that Zongzi was pretending to have no idea, but he still cupped his fist and said this. Luo Ying came this time to see Mr. Zhao Hai. If Mr. Zhao Hai is here, I would like to meet him. Although he has long known about this answer, Zongzi's head buzzed when he heard Luo Ying. It was needless to say how important Zhao Hai was to the 100 Treasures realm. He was akin to a nuclear weapon back on Earth. It was impossible for the 100 Treasures realm to let go of Zhao Hai. They might as well cut their arms off than let Zhao Hai go. However, Zongzi and the others knew that Luo Ying came with a purpose. So Zongzi looked at Luo Ying and said, Mr. Luo, Little Hai is still not out. I ask Mr. to wait until he comes out. Looking at Zongzi's expression, Luo Ying sneered and said, I'm afraid that it's not that Zhao Hai hasn't come out, but Mr. seems to want him to close up. Mr. should be aware that the Sky Tower has rules. After the 5 stages and 6 calamities, the higher realms can be reached through the Sky Tower, but going through isn't easy. Do you think Little Hai will be able to do it on his own? Zongzi's main goal was to prevent Zhao Hai from succeeding. He knew clearly that if Zhao Hai becomes stronger, it doesn't mean that the 100 Treasures realm would benefit from it. Luo Ying looked at Zongzi and said, Elder Zongzi, I hope you can see my seriousness. At this time, Zhao Hai's voice was heard. What reason might Elder have to look for me? Then his figure appeared on the entrance of the lounge. Luo Ying turned his head and saw Zhao Hai slowly walking in. After Zhao Hai arrived in front of him, Luo Ying laughed as he cupped his fist and said, Luo Ying has seen friend Zhao Hai. This address shouldn't be taken lightly. Luo Ying's words were chosen carefully in order to show Zhao Hai's status. This also meant that Zhao Hai was now protected in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Naturally, this law wasn't known by everyone. Only those in the higher positions knew of it, but those who knew understood that something significant was about to happen. Zhao Hai wasn't flattered by Luo Ying's address. To be honest, He was surprised to see Luo Ying being polite. It might be because he was aware of Zhao Hai's strength that he had become polite. Zhao Hai asked once more, "May I know the reason for Mr.'s visit?" Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai and said, "My superiors are inviting Mr. Zhao Hai to the tower. I ask Mr. to provide an answer as soon as possible." Zhao Hai looked at Luo Ying and said, "Mr. Luo can rest assured. I will definitely go." Hearing this, Luo Ying showed a smile. Zhao Hai turned his head to Mu Yao and Zongzi and said, "Elder Mu, Elder Zong, I'll be taking my leave today. Rest assured, this place is Zhao Hai's home." Mu Yao and Zongzi couldn't help but stare when they heard Zhao Hai, but then they immediately understood that Zhao Hai was already aware of what was going on. It was precisely because the two knew that they didn't dare tell Zhao Hai. This was because they wanted Zhao Hai to take a rest, and they were also afraid for Zhao Hai. Because of their position, Mu Yao and Zongzi knew about top-level secrets of the 10,000 realm battlefield. It's been said that experts invited over by the Sky Tower have never come back. These top-level figures knew that the Sky Tower would take away talents, therefore they would do their best to prevent it. This was the same reason why Mu Yao and the others wouldn't tell Zhao Hai that he might be taken by the Sky Tower. Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai and gave a slight smile. Although he didn't know what happened to the 100 Treasures realm, he had a deep impression of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was the first person to talk to him and smile comfortably. Zhao Hai even gave him a jar of wine. Although it might seem like nothing, it made Luo Ying deeply remember Zhao Hai. Luo Ying knew where Zhao Hai would be going. In his opinion, it wouldn't be bad for Zhao Hai to go there. He was aware of how strong Zhao Hai was. Entering that place would be a good opportunity for Zhao Hai. However, Luo Ying didn't say anything because he knew that if he said something out of place, then he might disappear the next day. When Zhao Hai stood up, Mu Yao and Zongzi had complex expressions. However, they still reminded him to take care. Zhao Hai gave them a nod before turning to Luo Ying and saying, "Mr. Luo, please." Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai is truly a wise person. I will tell you that your decision wouldn't be disadvantageous at all. Elder Mu Yao, Elder Zongzi, Elder Tang Yaoan, will be taking our leave." After speaking, he cupped his fist towards the three and then walked out. Zhao Hai didn't know where Luo Ying would take him, but he knew one thing: that place would have more information regarding the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. He was wondering about the background of the battlefield. The two quickly arrived at the transmission formation square. Naturally, the ordinary cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm had no idea where Zhao Hai was heading to. This also included people who weren't from the realm. Luo Ying took the transmission formation with Zhao Hai directly to the Sky Tower. Looking up at the tower, Luo Ying turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Do you think that the tower looks majestic?" Zhao Hai didn't understand where Luo Ying was going, but he nodded and said, "It's very grand. It's impossible to know how many levels there are just by looking at it." Luo Ying sighed and said, "To the people guarding the tower, it's like a cage that traps people inside. They aren't as free as people like you." Zhao Hai couldn't understand what Luo Ying was saying, so he couldn't connect the dots. Luo Ying continued, "Come with me." After he said that, the two entered the first level of the Sky Tower. The moment he entered, Zhao Hai saw that the first level wasn't the same as the one he encountered before. Now the first floor of the Sky Tower was a small room containing a transmission formation. Looking at Zhao Hai's expression, Luo Ying said, "There's no need to be curious. The Sky Tower is an artifact made by a predecessor. He used endless techniques and a large amount of energy to make it. Even guardians like me didn't know a tenth of its functions." Then he walked to the transmission formation. After he said that, Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he followed along. Luo Ying fiddled with the formation a few times before a white flash took the two to a different place. When Zhao Hai's vision cleared up, he discovered that they were now on an enormous transmission formation plaza. This plaza was very large, 10 times larger than the 100 Treasures realms. There were both large and small-scale formations in this plaza. White light flashed from time to time as people appeared and disappeared from the transmission formations. As Zhao Hao was looking around him, he heard Luo Ying, "Come with me." Then the two flew outside the plaza. Luo Ying arrived before another cultivator. This cultivator looked to be over 20 years old. He had black hair while wearing white cultivation robes. The person's eyes had a glint showing that he was quite arrogant. Luo Ying bowed towards this cultivator and said, "I greet the envoy. This one is Luo Ying, a guardian of the 23rd Sky Tower. I brought Zhao Hai over since he has been invited over. Although Zhao Hai has no idea what was going on, Zhao Hai knew that Luo Ying was an immortal expert that has faith power. Meanwhile, the other party was just a severed soul expert. Zhao Hai didn't know whether he had faith power or not, but Luo Ying didn't need to be polite to him. Despite this, Luo Ying was very respectful. It seems like this person has a backing that couldn't be offended. Most importantly, Zhao Hai heard Luo Ying said that he was a guardian of the 23rd Sky Tower. If he could infer something, then this meant that there were at least 23 Sky Towers. If it was the same as what Zhao Hai thought, then what concept was that? In other words, there were 22 other towers, and it seemed like there were more battlefields like the 10,000 realm battlefield. Back when he was observing the surroundings, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel strange. The cultivators going in and out of the transmission formation plaza weren't that strong. Some were at the transcending tribulation stage while the others were at the severed soul stage. There were a lot of immortal experts present. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be curious. He didn't understand what warranted Luo Ying to be careful in this place. However, just to be sure, Zhao Hai didn't say anything and also gave a salute to the severed soul expert, as if he didn't see anything unusual about it. The severed soul expert swept Zhao Hai with his gaze as he sneered and said, "Luo Ying, you really shamed the 23rd Sky Tower. I remember the last time you sent someone here. Was it 50 years ago? That time, you brought an immortal expert, but this time it's just a severed soul expert. Are there no experts in the 23rd Sky Tower?" When this person spoke, he looked Zhao Hai up and down. It was clear that he was looking down on Zhao Hai. Luo Ying didn't show any anger in his expression. He just smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai has the most potential in the 23rd Sky Tower. This Luo Ying wouldn't dare shame himself on this." The envoy looked at Zhao Hai and then suddenly waved his hand, sending a sword chi flying towards Zhao Hai. This sword chi was different to what Zhao Hai had seen. It was silver-white in color, looking very much like a real flying sword. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, but he didn't remain motionless. He sent an invisible sword chi out to meet the incoming attack. When the two sword chi met in the air, they too completely cancelled each other out. The envoy stared for a moment before his expression changed. He understood that Zhao Hai was letting him off. The cultivation of two cultivators couldn't be exactly the same. Since this was the case, attacks sent by the two couldn't just cancel each other out. Canceling each other meant that when the two attacks met each other, they disappeared at the same time. There would be no fluctuations nor any remaining energy from the two attacks. Doing something like this was quite impossible, but it actually happened. This only explained one thing. Zhao Hai calculated the exact amount of strength to use in his attack in order to cancel the opponent's move. This not only confirmed how strong Zhao Hai was, it also showed how powerful he was compared to the envoy. The envoy coldly snorted and said, "A little capable. Luo Ying, the battle slave you brought this time has some skill. I hope he can give benefits to the group." After he said that, he turned around and left. Zhao Hai was stunned. What did that person say? A battle slave? What was this all about? Chapter 1641. Only at the edge. Luo Ying didn't say anything. He just bowed and said, "I asked the envoy to lead us." But the envoy had already turned around and left. As Zhao Hai and Luo Ying walked forward, Luo Ying turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you must remember this. Don't offend anyone here. It would bring no advantage to you, to the 100 Treasures realm, or to the 10,000 realm battlefield." Zhao Hai has no information about this place, so he naturally wouldn't act unreasonably. Moreover, he also discovered that although the envoy was just a severed soul expert, his attack was completely beyond the severed soul stage. It might be because of the cultivation method that he practiced. At the same time, Zhao Hai noticed that he was in a valley. It was just like the beginner camp of the world of cultivation when he first entered the 10,000 realm battlefield. The valley was built cleanly. There were two cliffs on both sides that had caves built into them. Luo Ying led Zhao Hai to a cave. There were two guards at the entrance. Luo Ying took out a token and showed it to the two. Once the guards gave a nod, Luo Ying led Zhao Hai to enter. Zhao Hai noticed that the guards were immortal experts. Moreover, above the entrance was a tablet that had the number 23 characters on it. Zhao Hai was quite surprised. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, Any one of the immortal experts would be on the elder level, but here they were just guards. It was bizarre. After the two entered the cave, Zhao Hai discovered that it was very large. The cave was further divided into smaller caves. Each cave was guarded by a formation in front of it. Luo Ying arrived in front of a cave and then took out a token. The formation outside flashed before it slowly vanished, revealing the inside of the cave. Luo Ying brought Zhao Hai in as the formation closed up behind them. Zhao Hai looked through the cave. It wasn't that big, at only 100 square meters in size. The inside was also very simple. There were just mats on the floor and nothing else. But despite this, Luo Ying let out a long breath when they entered the cave. Then he said, "Little Hai, come and sit." Zhao Hai nodded and then sat down. Luo Ying sat as well. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do you have questions?" Zhao Hai nodded. Luo Ying smiled faintly and said, "That's all right. Everyone who came here has a lot of questions. People like us are here to help answer them." Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai and said, "We are no longer in the same plane as the 10,000 realm battlefield. The plane where the battlefield is located is called the cultivation plane, which meant that people there are termed as cultivators. These people just touched the beginning of cultivation." Zhao Hai stared. Luo Ying smiled faintly and said, "Are you surprised?" The strongest cultivators in the 10,000 realm battlefield were the immortal experts. These people had extremely long lives and can get rid of mountains in one shot. How can they just be at the edge of the realm of cultivation? Zhao Hai gave a nod. Luo Ying continued, "Little Hai, let me ask you, what's the purpose of cultivation?" Zhao Hai stared. He thought for a moment before answering. "To become stronger." Luo Ying shook his head and said, "Wanting to become strong isn't wrong. However, you forgot one thing. Cultivation can allow you to live longer. All creatures under the heavens have lifespans. High beings of the universe were born being able to sense the heavens and the earth, distinguishing the laws of the universe. These beings live very long lives. Compared to these creatures, human lives are too short. Because of this, ancient humans started to cultivate and were finally able to create the current system of cultivation. This system strove to go against the heavens itself, violating its rules. This was all in order to live longer." Zhao Hai nodded. He agreed to Luo Ying's words. Cultivators practice in order to gain just a little bit more lifespan. Luo Ying continued, "Through innumerable years of development, the present cultivation system continued to improve. One might be considered to be an expert when they reach the immortal stage in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But in this place, the immortal stage is just the beginning." Zhao Hai was somewhat shaken. The immortal stage was just the beginning. In other words, in this place, the immortal stage was the lowest level? How can this be? Luo Ying saw Zhao Hai's expression. Then he sighed and said, "The plane where we are right now is called the Great Realm of Cultivation. There are countless sects here with extremely powerful predecessors. These sects used supreme techniques and treasure in order to refine one inferior realm one after another. Then they allowed people from the cultivation plane to enter these inferior realms. Since these battlefields were created by the Great Realm of Cultivation, it was natural that it would produce powerful experts. This caused the people of the cultivator plane to send their people to these inferior realms, which became the 10,000 realm battlefields. The reason the great world of cultivation set these battlefields up was because the battlefields would allow them to pick talents to join their own sects." Zhao Hai already guessed some of these details, so he wasn't too surprised by what Luo Ying said. Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai and sighed as he said, "In the beginning, these sects held good intentions. Some experts from the battlefields were selected to join the sects and slowly became core members. However, as time passed, and the development of the great realm of cultivation continued to increase, talents were now more common. This meant that there was no longer any need to select talents from the battlefields. However, the great realm of cultivation has expended a lot of resources to make the battlefields, and because of how long it has been, the battlefields had firmly anchored themselves in the cultivator plane. It was no longer possible to retrieve them, and because the sects couldn't just abandon the battlefield, they continued to select people from the battlefield. But these people were no longer chosen to enter the sects. Instead, they would be sent to another place, the life and death arena. Luo Ying sighed and said, "The life and death arena just emerged in the last couple thousand years. At first it was just used by bored cultivators. They would capture beasts and then put them in the arena to kill each other. But slowly, the cultivators felt that seeing beasts fight had become boring. Then a fight between cultivators happened in the arena. From then on, More and more people watched. Gambling also became more lucrative. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. The more he heard it, the more he was reminded of the underground arenas back on Earth. But in this great realm of cultivation, it sounded reasonable and was legal. Luo Ying continued. Back then, people from sects would participate in the fights. They would even initiate life and death duels. But this behavior was stopped by the sects before long. This was because the sect geniuses began dying in the arena. They couldn't bear such losses. Zhao Hai nodded. These sects train their disciples from the ground up. Naturally, they would need trials to become stronger. Plenty of disciples undergo trials, but if a disciple perishes during these trials, it means that all resources spent on them was wasted. Even powerful sects wouldn't be able to stomach the losses if it happened more than normal. Moreover, duels weren't as simple as two cultivators initiating the battle on their own. Sects can also use this opportunity to kill geniuses from an opposing sect. This method was realized later, causing geniuses to die on a large scale. Because of this, sects stopped these kinds of battles. Luo Ying added, although the fight between sect disciples had stopped, the life and death arena didn't cease to exist. Talents recruited from the various battlefields slowly became unsuitable for cultivation. The great realm of cultivation's progress was so rapid that the cultivator plane has lagged behind. Those who were selected from the battlefields would be much worse in comparison to those who came from the great realm of cultivation itself. Therefore, the sects began to lose interest in recruiting these people. They became useless. Hearing Luo Ying so far, Zhao Hai knew why he was being called a battle slave. Luo Ying continued. Later, since their disciples couldn't be sent to the life and death arena, the various sects began to send the people from the battlefields to fight. Then these sects would take charge of the bets. In the end, the people selected from the battlefields became battle slaves of the great world of cultivation. Luo Ying sighed and said, these sects could also be regarded as a bit conscientious. Although the cultivators they recruited from the battlefields had been turned into war slaves, they can still become an outer sect disciple once they manage to win 100 duels. It's even possible to be promoted to be an inner sect disciple, becoming an official member of the sect. Zhao Hai looked at Luo Ying and asked, are there levels lower than outer disciples in these sects? Luo Ying replied, naturally there is. Under outer sect disciples are serving disciples. Serving disciples have skill but not enough to be a talent. They can slowly level up to become outer disciples. Strictly speaking, serving disciples are on the same level as battle slaves, minus the dangerous situation. Chapter 1642, There are no rules. Although battle slaves had the same status as serving disciples, people would rather become servants than battle in the life and death arena. This was because battle slaves needed 100 victories in order to become outer sect disciples. In comparison, serving disciples can be promoted as long as they cultivate and pass the tests. When he heard Luo Ying, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows as he said, Mr. Luo, from what you said, these outer sect disciples should be quite strong. That envoy from earlier, he's strong. What's his status? Luo Ying forced a smile and said, that envoy is an outer sect disciple. However, he's a steward. Specifically, he's in charge of managing the battle slaves. Therefore, he's called an envoy. Luo Ying continued. The sect we're in is called the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang is named after the first-generation gang leader who was a demon cultivator from the Black Tiger tribe. Even now, the Black Tiger Gang has more disciples than other sects. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect that the sect that they were in was a demonic sect. Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai and said, don't think much about it. In the great world of cultivation, strength is everything. As long as you have enough strength, nobody would care if you're a demon or a human. Our Black Tiger Gang is one of the top 100 sects in the great world of cultivation. Its strength couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't have any dislike towards demon cultivators. After all, they were just beasts that embarked on the cultivation patch, just the same as humans. Luo Ying added, altogether, the Black Tiger Gang has 25 inferior realms. Each inferior realm has a sky tower. The sky towers are the control point of each inferior realm. The sky towers house the staff that the sect sends to manage these inferior realms. The inferior realm that the 10,000 realm battlefield is in is the 23rd. Zhao Hai looked at Luo Ying and said, but when I was in the world of cultivation, I also encountered realms like the 10,000 realm battlefield, and there are no sky towers in those places. What happened? Luo Ying replied, It might be inferior planes that were made by other sects. They secretly placed them but eventually abandoned them. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he asked, Mr. Luo, who were the guardians of the Sky Tower? Luo Ying replied, they're inner disciples of the gang. The Sky Tower also acts as a place for trials. Since the Sky Tower can change the interior environment, inner disciples are able to cultivate there. Then if someone wants to challenge the Sky Tower, it would be up to those inner disciples to deal with it. Zhao Hai stared. The strength of inner disciples is as low as that? That's impossible. Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai as he forced a smile and answered, those are disciples that have been in the sect for 1 year. Naturally, they aren't very strong. But also, you're different. Ordinary people would never be able to defeat them. Zhao Hai gave a nod. Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai and said, I was once a core disciple of the Black Tiger Gang, but I got seriously injured when I was on a mission and it was impossible to restore my body. After I recovered, I was sent to manage the Sky Tower. Zhao Hai also wanted to ask about this. He didn't expect Luo Ying to tell him on his own initiative. Zhao Hai now understood why Luo Ying was in charge of the Sky Tower. Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, you're a strong cultivator. The 10,000 realm battlefield could no longer benefit you. Coming to the great world of cultivation isn't a disadvantage. Zhao Hai looked at Luo Ying and asked in a serious tone, I have another question. Mr. Luo, why do the cultivators in the Sky Tower, or the inner disciples of the Black Tiger Gang, possess faith power? Hearing Zhao Hai, Luo Ying's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He smiled bitterly and said, so you really have faith power? I thought so before. Without faith power, it's impossible to defeat those inner sect disciples. They have faith power, and it's allocated by the sect. Hearing Luo Ying, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He asked in confusion, allocate? Can you pass faith power? Luo Ying smiled faintly and said, regarding people of inferior realms, faith power wasn't a simple matter. Did you also happen to encounter faith power by accident? Zhao Hai gave a nod. Luo Ying continued, in the great realm of cultivation, faith power can be distributed. The sect has opened up places specifically to raise people. These people didn't have any cultivation talent nor do they need to work. They have been brainwashed from birth to become people who only know how to pray. These people will be a continuous source of faith power for the sect. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect the Black Tiger Gang to be this fluent in managing faith power. Luo Ying smiled at Zhao Hai and said, you think that's strange? This is also a mode of survival in the great realm of cultivation. Whether it be a large or a small sect, they would always have people to provide faith power. These people didn't need to work and would just pray all the time. The sect will provide them with food and clothes to wear. The food they eat also contains spiritual energy, making their bodies very healthy. When they reach a certain age, the sect will assign a man and a woman to be together in order to form a family and birth children. And because they consume food with spiritual energy, their children would be tested to see if they have the talent to cultivate. If they do, then they will be taken to the sect and be taken care of by serving disciples. If a child is a genius, then they can enter the outer sect through a test. Otherwise, they would become serving disciples. As for the others, they won't come in contact with true cultivators. They weren't able to read and only knew how to pray. They will be prayer machines and birthing machines. Their life is filled with prayers. Upon hearing Luo Ying, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel cold. He couldn't imagine being a person who was brainwashed to become one who only prayed. Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai and said, don't think about it so much. This is the great world of cultivation. The weak prey on the strong. If you have no strength, then you can only become a praying machine. If you have no strength, then you can only become a serving disciple for a lifetime. Zhao Hai closed his eyes. After some time, he opened them after digesting Luo Ying's words. He didn't say anything for some time. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, Luo Ying solemnly said, this is the battle slave camp. Every single battle slave from various sky towers stay here, live here for some time to adapt. Later on, you will be brought to the life and death arena. As long as you win 100 battles, you will be promoted to the outer sect. I believe that with your strength, you will finish it in no time. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Luo Ying and said, Mr. Luo, does the sect have people who know avatar techniques? Hearing Zhao Hai, Luo Ying's expression changed. He asked, where did you hear about avatar techniques? Zhao Hai replied, when the 100 Treasures realm fought against the Buddhist realm, an expert appeared that has an avatar technique. Afterwards, I used all my strength in order to kill him. Fortunately, He doesn't have a lot of faith power, otherwise, I would have been killed. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't speak the truth. He couldn't show Luo Ying his entire strength, nor would Zhao Hai tell him that he acquired a Dharma avatar technique. Hearing Zhao Hai, Luo Ying nodded and said, "So it's this. Our sect naturally has avatar techniques. As long as one becomes an inner sect disciple, they would be taught an avatar technique 3 years later." Zhao Hai asked, "Why do they need to wait 3 years?" Luo Ying replied, "It's because there isn't enough faith power. To study avatar techniques, you would need enough faith power. The sect doesn't give a lot of faith power to inner disciples. It needs 3 years of saving before an avatar technique could be practiced. Also, practicing avatar techniques in secret is dangerous. It's possible to be reduced to ash if you're not prepared enough." Zhao Hai changed his expression as he nodded and said, "All right, I understand." Luo Ying nodded and said, "You will stay in this camp for 3 months. You can take a look and remember where things are. Also, there are no rules in the camp. If someone provokes you, you can attack them. Even if you killed them, it wouldn't be an issue. Nobody will blame you. Conversely, if you refuse a challenge, you might be seen as a waste by the sect. You might be placed in the camp for a lifetime. Remember, if anybody dares to challenge you, deal with them swiftly. This includes an envoy or any Sky Tower guardian." Zhao Hai was shocked when he heard Luo Ying. He didn't expect the battle slave camp to allow wanton killing within its borders. Seeing Zhao Hai's reaction, Luo Ying added, "Naturally, you can also challenge others as long as you win. If you lose, you deserve to be killed." Zhao Hai nodded. He now understood that this was a dog-eat-dog place. If you want a higher position, you need to kill people. You need to step on people's bodies in order to get what you want. Chapter 1643-36 Halls. Technically speaking, the valley where the battle slave camp was located wasn't very large. It was only a few acres in size. In this valley, there were nearly 1,000 caves, both large and small. Besides the 25 caves allocated for the Sky Tower's people, the rest were residences for battle slaves. Battle slaves from various inferior realms can live in the caves for the first 5 days. After 5 days, they would have to build their own caves and live there for 3 months, after which, the sect would arrange them to fight in the life and death arena. Once they win 100 battles, they would be able to enter the sect and become an outer sect disciple. There was no common age among these people. No matter how old they were, they would be selected. But one thing that was common among the battle slave was that they were on or below the severed soul stage. Immortal stage cultivators weren't selected. It was also because of this that the 25 Sky Tower caves were the safest place in the battle slave camp. Since there are immortal experts taking command all the time in order to receive more battle slaves, the battle slaves naturally would dare annoy these experts. Zhao Hai lived inside Sky Tower 23 cave for 5 days. In these 5 days, he didn't go out at all. He continued to ask Luo Ying about the Black Tiger Group and the Great World of Cultivation. The more information Zhao Hai received, the more he saw how special the Great World of Cultivation was. The Great World of Cultivation wasn't a spatial universe that comprised planets. Besides the 10,000 realm battlefield, the realms in the cultivator plane control a lot of planets. The Great World of Cultivation was an incomparably huge continent. The continent was very huge, to the point that the Great World of Cultivation didn't bother measuring it. Even with Zhao Hai's present flying speed, he wouldn't be able to fly to the continents, and with 10 years of travel. Thinking of such an outcome, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be suspicious. How big of a continent was that? Wasn't it too unreasonable? Nobody can tell exactly how many sects the Great World of Cultivation had, but the entire Great World of Cultivation was divided into 9 provinces, namely, the Central Orthodox Province, the Eastern Buddhist Province, Eastern Orthodox Province, Western Demon Province, Western Orthodox Province, Southern Barbarian Province, Southern Orthodox Province, Northern Exotic Province, and Northern Orthodox Province. The Orthodox provinces meant that it was majorly populated with Orthodox cultivators. So of the 9 provinces, 5 of them had people who follow the Orthodox path of cultivation, and the strongest province of the 4 was the Central Orthodox Province. Zhao Hai is currently in the Northern Exotic Province. It's quite remote. Sects specializing in various cultivation paths exist in this place. As for the Black Tiger Gang, it was enough to be ranked in the top 100 sects. so it can be considered as a large sect. The Black Tiger Gang's first-generation gang leader was from the Black Tiger tribe. This meant that the Black Tiger Gang gave priority to demonic beast cultivators, but eventually, it began accepting human cultivators. Although the Black Tiger Gang still had a lot of demon cultivators, it also has quite a population of human cultivators. The Black Tiger Gang is further divided into 36 halls. These halls were classified into 6 upper central halls, 6 lower central halls, 12 inner halls, and 12 outer halls. The upper central halls and lower central halls belong to the core halls of the sect. Besides core disciples, these halls also include the elders responsible for managing the sect. The other 24 halls were under the management of these upper and lower halls. The 12 inner halls were managed by the upper central halls, while the 12 outer halls were managed by the lower central halls. The inner halls were responsible for the normal affairs of the sect. They managed the inner disciples as well as some outer disciples. The normal operation of the sect depended on these halls. They issue tasks, pills, and artifacts. Faith power allocation, the serving disciples, and other matters were managed by this hall. As for the outer halls, they were also called the 12 battle halls. Hearing this title, one should be able to know what these halls do. This hall was responsible for the sect's external fighting force. Most inner disciples and outer disciples were managed by the outer halls. However, the battle slave camp was managed by the inner halls. Only when he officially becomes an outer disciple would he be reassigned. Since the battle slaves were on the same level as the serving disciples, they couldn't obtain any allowance that was given to the sect disciples. The upper central halls are the medicine hall, artifact hall, technique hall, disciplinary hall, service hall, and faith hall. The medicine hall grows medicinal herbs and refines them into pills. The artifact hall manages the refining materials and refines them into artifacts. The service hall manages the serving disciples, giving them their duties. The technique hall manages the cultivation methods and techniques of the sect. The faith hall manages the allocation of faith power as well as division of spiritual stones. As for the disciplinary hall, it takes charge of the entire sect's discipline, just like any other disciplinary hall. The lower central halls are the wind hall, wood hall, fire hall, mountain hall, darkness hall, and the guardian hall. These 6 halls were responsible for external warfare and internal defense. The wind, wood, fire, and mountain halls were specifically responsible for external warfare. Most of the inner and outer disciples were under the supervision of these 4 halls. The darkness hall were responsible for the sect's spies and external intelligence gathering. The disciples of the darkness hall were the most mysterious. Only a few in the sect knew the identity of the hall's disciples. The guardian hall was responsible for the internal defense. The disciples of this hall aren't fixed. Sometimes the disciples would be reassigned to the first 4 halls in order to participate in external wars. The inner 12 halls were as follows: Alchemy Hall, Farming Hall, Building Hall, Crafting Hall, Handyman Hall, Duty Hall, Hidden Scripture Hall, Lecture Hall, Spirit Vein Hall, Strength Hall, Command Hall, and the Discipline Hall. The outer 12 halls were named the first Darkness Hall, second Guardian Hall, third Wind Hall, fourth Darkness Hall, fifth Wind Hall, sixth Wood Hall, seventh Guardian Hall, eighth Mountain Hall, 9th Wood Hall, 10th Mountain Hall, 11th Fire Hall, 12th Fire Hall. Each Black Tiger Gang disciple carries a wuxia token. A wuxia token identifies which hall a disciple belongs to. It also records the disciple's merits. If a disciple completes a mission, their contribution points will be recorded on their token. The way the Black Tiger Gang distributes contribution points was similar to the 100 Treasures realm. But since there are no computers here, everything was under the supervision of the mission hall. The disciples would came to hand in their tasks and be given contribution points. A disciple can use their contribution points to exchange for pills, techniques, and anything else they need for cultivation. This was the extent as to what Zhao Hai knew about the Black Tiger Gang. If he wanted to know more about the sect, then he would only be able to get it after he becomes an outer disciple. Zhao Hai wasn't disappointed with what he got. To him, these things were very useful. He can also understand the gang slowly after he becomes a formal disciple. Luo Ying didn't dislike Zhao Hai's actions. On the contrary, he was glad. He was well aware of Zhao Hai's strength. Inner disciples sent by the sect to the Sky Tower were unable to defeat Zhao Hai. One could see from this how powerful Zhao Hai was. With Zhao Hai's strength, Winning 100 battles in the life and death arena would be very easy. He was very likely to join the Black Tiger Gang in the future, so it was necessary for him to understand the workings of the gang. After 5 days, Zhao Hai needed to leave number 23 Sky Tower Cave in order to live on his own. There were plenty of caves in the valley. These were caves occupied by prior battle slaves. Some of these battle slaves died in battle, while some either abandoned the camp or joined the Black Tiger group. In brief, these people would never come back. Zhao Hai could choose any empty cave he wanted. It was easy to spot open caves. After all, the defensive formation outside each cave would only activate once it is occupied. Also, Zhao Hai received a Jade status token. This token had huge characters showing that he was a battle slave. On the back of the token was Zhao Hai's name as well as the fact that he came from an inferior realm. Seeing the slave character, Zhao Hai's expression was somewhat ugly. He didn't want himself to be associated with such a word. However, he knew that he could not cause a fuss at this time. Like Luo Ying said, causing great trouble wouldn't bring any benefits to the 100 Treasures realm nor to Zhao Hai himself. After choosing an empty cave and starting the defensive formation, Zhao Hai entered the space. Once he entered, he immediately asked Kair, how is it? Kair replied, I already understand the situation around the valley. All in all, there are 183 battle slaves, 23 of whom will leave in the next few days. There are 18 people who arrived roughly at the same time as young master. They are now living in their own caves. I wasn't able to discover faith power in any of them. Zhao Hai nodded. This was normal. Faith power wasn't as common as cabbage. Only 1 in 100,000 cultivators could use them. Take the great world of cultivation for example. Only the inner disciples had access to faith power. Kair added. Outside the valley is a forest several 100,000 square kilometers big. There are powerful beasts in them, some reaching the immortal stage. They can already turn into humanoid forms, becoming a demon cultivator. Zhao Hai stared. He frowned and asked, if they can already transform into a humanoid and become a demon cultivator, why didn't they enter the sect and instead live in the forest? Kair shook her head and said, this I don't know. But besides the camp, there's no other camp in the vicinity. Beyond the forest is an endless desert, making the forest an oasis. Except this oasis is extremely huge. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he nodded and said, so it's like that. It seems like the Black Tiger Gang chose the camp to be in this place to prevent the battle slaves from running away. But this is also good. I wanted to see how powerful the cultivators of the great world of cultivation are. Kair looked at Zhao Hai and said, young master, you can't stay inside the cave all the time. You need to head out to cause trouble or be provoked. In any case, you have to fight. I just observed the camp and heard that if you don't fight more than 5 battles, you will stay in the camp forever. If you are in the battle slave camp for more than a year, the Black Tiger Gang will send people to kill you. Zhao Hai replied, there's something like that? Why didn't Luo Ying tell me? Kair replied, this is something I got from spying on 2 Black Tiger Gang immortal experts. They said that this is a secret rule. They want to see which of the battle slaves has a warring heart. If they don't want to fight, then there's no reason for them to stay in the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai nodded. He smiled faintly and said, interesting. You can also freely kill people in this place. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately for them, I don't want to cause trouble. Otherwise, I would have killed all the 25 immortal experts in the battle slave camp and see how the gang reacts. Kair also gave a smile and didn't say anything. At this time, Laura appeared and said, Brother Hai, I think you should find a chance to go out and play around before participating in the life and death arena. It's better for us if you enter the Black Tiger Gang as soon as possible. From what we got from Luo Ying, not to mention the great world of cultivation, even the northern exotic province is much bigger than the 10,000 realm battlefield. There are countless cultivators in this place. If Brother Hai wants to improve his strength, this is a good place to do so. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right. Not to mention the spiritual chi in the battle camp is richer than the 10,000 realm battlefield. The great realm of cultivation would certainly have a lot of experts. It would be a great pleasure to meet these experts. Lizzie smiled faintly and said, it's good to meet those experts as soon as possible. By the way, Brother Hai, why do you think the great world of cultivation only chooses those below the immortal stage? Aren't immortal experts stronger? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I also don't know, but we will find out sooner or later. Alright, I'll rest in the space for a few days before going out and looking for trouble." Lizzie and the others laughed. Zhao Hai turned to Kair and said, "Kair, didn't you say that there's a large forest outside the camp? Take a look and see if there's something good there. If you see something, don't forget to take it to the space." Kair smiled and said, "Rest assured, I will. And while you rest, I'll collect information about the other battle slaves. This way, you can deal with them more easily." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave this to you. If someone new comes over, don't forget to put a silver needle in them. I want to know what kind of place the great realm of cultivation really is." Chapter 1644, Turning into a pig head. Luo Ying frowned as he sat in his cave. Naturally, he was still in Sky Tower number 23's cave. This was their fixed cave. It was Luo Ying's first time staying in this cave. The reason Luo Ying was still here was because he wanted to witness Zhao Hai's performance. To be honest, he anticipates Zhao Hai's action. After all, he knew very well how strong Zhao Hai was. However, Luo Ying was left disappointed. Zhao Hai actually stayed inside his cave and never left. It has been half a month since Zhao Hai entered the battle slave camp. Besides the time he arrived, Zhao Hai stayed indoors for 10 days. This caused Luo Ying to be a bit worried. Luo Ying naturally knew that if Zhao Hai didn't go out and battle 5 times within 3 months, then he wouldn't be able to get onto the life and death arena. And if he didn't come out for a year, then he would be in danger. Luo Ying's worries weren't groundless. For cultivators, closing up for 1 year was a very normal matter. If Zhao Hai really closed up for several months, then he would definitely be in trouble. However, due to the rules, battle slaves couldn't be told this information. Therefore, Luo Ying couldn't do anything other than to worry about Zhao Hai. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would keep staying in his cave. Not only would Zhao Hai be in trouble, Luo Ying would be implicated as well. Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai's cave and sighed. Then at this time, a figure appeared outside the cave. Zhao Hai had walked out. Seeing Zhao Hai, Luo Ying began to feel at ease. If Zhao Hai didn't go out, then naturally nothing will happen to him. But now that he's out of his cave, even if he didn't annoy other people, trouble would come looking for him. Luo Ying wasn't worried that he wouldn't get into a fight. One shouldn't look at the fact that there were no more than 200 people in the battle slave camp. These people were unique figures with special status. After knowing about the battle slave camp, they would be holding a grudge. This anger would naturally need to be vented out. Therefore, a fight was inevitable. When Zhao Hai went out of his cave, he looked around him. Then he flew up and explored the surroundings. This valley wasn't that place. Since it was for battle slaves, the camp had no scenery to speak of. Luo Ying told Zhao Hai to get familiar with the surroundings, but this actually meant that he should go out and cause trouble, or have trouble come to him. As Zhao Hai was paying attention, he found that a cultivator was standing not far from him. This person was standing close to the camp's defensive formation. Since people couldn't leave the valley, they would only stand and look at the barrier. The valley's defensive formation didn't only have outward defense, it also defended against the inside. If a battle slave wanted to leave the valley, then they would need to break the defensive formation. Otherwise, they would never be able to leave. However, Zhao Hai knew clearly what was going on. The defensive formation actually has no effect on the battle slaves. The reason the battle slaves were unable to leave was because of the tokens they carried. Zhao Hai's liquid needles could easily fly out of the valley. But for Zhao Hai, who has a token, he wouldn't be able to leave the camp as easily. Zhao Hai also arrived by the defensive formation and looked outward. He was about a kilometer away from the other cultivator. Then he suddenly heard, "Screw off. I don't want others to be close to me." Zhao Hai turned his head. Besides the other cultivator, there was nobody else in the vicinity. It seems like the other cultivator was shouting at him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as he said, "Friend, your family doesn't own this place. If I like to stand here, I'm afraid you couldn't make me leave." The person turned his head to Zhao Hai as he coldly snorted and said, "Courting death." Then he took out a crescent moon-shaped artifact and attacked Zhao Hai. Looking at the artifact, Zhao Hai discovered that it was a thin blade. One could see at first glance that it was very sharp and very lethal. Moreover, it was well made. Zhao Hai smiled as he waved his hand and sent out a sword chi meet the attack. When the sword chi hit the enemy's artifact, The other cultivator's eyes shrank. He waved his hand once more and sent more artifacts towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai similarly waved his hand and released more sword chi. Then all of a sudden, he used the bright sword technique to attack the other party. The bright sword technique was a spiritual attack. It was invisible and very difficult to defend against. But it was clear that the other party wasn't an ordinary cultivator. He actually detected Zhao Hai's bright sword technique. They immediately took out a defensive artifact to block it. However, that person didn't understand how strong the bright sword technique really was. The technique was very powerful. Moreover, it was an attack made with faith power. It wouldn't be easy to block it. The attack made by the bright sword technique passed through the defensive artifact and hit the cultivator directly. Although he had defenses set up, it tore up like paper. The cultivator wasn't even able to react before the attack hit him. The bright sword technique aims directly at the spirit. Upon being stabbed, the cultivator felt his head erupt in pain. His face paled as he vomited blood. At the same time, blood began pouring out of his eyes and ears. He looked like a ghost that had been exorcised. Zhao Hai waved his hand once more, sending a sword chi to kill the other party. Then he turned him into an undead and sent him to the space. The battle between the two was witnessed by everyone in the battle slave camp. These people didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so strong. He was actually able to clean up a severed soul expert in a blink of an eye. All cultivators that saw this had their expressions changed. The way they looked at Zhao Hai has changed. Zhao Hai swept these people with his spiritual force and didn't say anything. He just turned his head and looked at the scenery outside the valley, as though nothing happened just now. Seeing Zhao Hai's performance, Luo Ying smiled. Actually, it wasn't necessary to fight 5 battles in the battle slave camp. The reason one had to start a fight in the camp was to show how strong they were. Another reason was to see if they had the spirit of battle. As long as they don't go too far, displaying their strength is alright. For people like Zhao Hai who doesn't want to look for trouble, he doesn't need to provoke others since others would come looking for him for trouble. Most importantly, now that Zhao Hai showed his strength, not a lot of people in the battle slave camp would want to fight him. In this case, if Zhao Hai wanted to cause trouble, then he could only attack another's cave, which would be troublesome. Zhao Hai didn't know what Luo Ying was thinking about. He wasn't worried at all. He knew the strength of the people in battle slave camp. He has enough time to look for trouble. But the people in the battle slave camp were unaware that they would suffer for the next few months. After looking at the scenery outside the camp, Zhao Hai flew back. When the other battle slaves saw Zhao Hai, they immediately got out of the way. Zhao Hai's strength frightened them. They could compare themselves to Zhao Hai's opponent. If it were them, they also wouldn't be able to block Zhao Hai's attack. As Zhao Hai flew over, his figure suddenly moved and appeared in front of a cultivator. The cultivator was taken aback. Then his expression changed as he took out his artifact. He looked at Zhao Hai vigilantly and said, "What do you want?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just feel like you're ugly to look at. I want to punch you." Then Zhao Hai threw himself towards the cultivator. The cultivator paled as he sent several attacks towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's close-range attack was unfamiliar to the cultivator, but since Zhao Hai was already too close, he could only cross his arms as he retreated backward. But how could Zhao Hai possibly let him off? Zhao Hai kicked the stomach of the cultivator. Being hit with an attack charged with spiritual chi was surely going to hurt. The cultivator pitifully cried out. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop as he rushed over and beat him up. Zhao Hai's punches weren't extreme. However, his attacks were enough to bruise the other party heavily. There were no injuries on the cultivator, but the damage hurt more than being killed. Cultivators cared about faces the most. Think about it. A severed soul expert was being beaten black and blue, crying out in pain. Moreover, his face has been disfigured so much that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. He had utterly lost face. Zhao Hai continued to beat the cultivator before stopping and going back to his face. Meanwhile, the other cultivators couldn't help but be dumbfounded by what they saw. They couldn't understand why Zhao Hai did this. Everyone couldn't help but be more vigilant. In their opinion, Zhao Hai belonged to the moody and cruel type of people. As they left one by one, They turned their heads to the person Zhao Hai beat. They couldn't help but have a gloating look in their eyes. The person that Zhao Hai beat rubbed his face as he looked at Zhao Hai's cave in hatred. He could feel Zhao Hai's spiritual force still lingering in his face. This meant that he couldn't use his own spiritual force to heal nor take some medicinal pills. He would have to wait until Zhao Hai's spiritual chi dissipated. His current face was too embarrassing to show. He decided that he wouldn't go out until the swelling of his face disappeared. However, nobody thought that the very next day, Zhao Hai would come out of his cave and confront another cultivator while saying, "Why don't you wear a hat? You look ugly." Then another beating ensued, turning the other party into a pig head. The third day, "Why don't you cover your face?" The fourth day, "Where's your hat?" The fifth day. Chapter 1645, Leaving ahead of time. 15 days later, the first person that Zhao Hai beat up walked out from his cave. His wounds had finally recovered and he was ready to look for revenge. But when he went out, he was shocked. This was because he noticed that a cultivator flying around the camp was flying strangely. Moreover, the face of this cultivator was black and blue. Their eyes were like a panda's. One could see at one glance that they had been beaten up. The cultivator stared at someone who flew past. He didn't know what was going on. He turned his head and saw several cultivators in the distance. Their faces were similarly bruised and swollen, but each one of them seems to have no care. It was as if their faces weren't injured. The cultivator didn't know what happened to the battle slave camp recently. As he stared at everyone, a cultivator suddenly shouted, "Tiger Zhao is here." At the sound of this, the cultivators in the valley seemed to turn into rabbits as they whizzed out and returned to their caves. The cultivator didn't understand what was going on. Then he saw someone flying from a distance. When the cultivator saw this person, his blood couldn't help but rush upward. This was his personal enemy. His eyes were particularly red as he immediately rushed over. Zhao Hai was leisurely flying as he looked at the quiet valley. A smile was plastered on his face as he moved about. Actually, his actions were made with intention. He beat up every cultivator he came upon. He wanted to see how the Black Tiger Gang plans to deal with him. Soon enough, he became a street-wandering tiger. As long as he was out, people would immediately turn around and run away, hiding inside their caves. As Zhao Hai was flying forward, he suddenly noticed a person's figure coming towards him. In the person's hand was a flying sword that was ready to attack. Then Zhao Hai recognized that this was the first person he beat up in the valley. He couldn't help but smile faintly as he rushed over. The other party was evidently angry as he released several sword attacks towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled and loudly said, "Kid, who are you to actually dare attack your grandfather?" The cultivator ruthlessly answered, "I'll kill you." Zhao Hai continued to smile as he said, "There are too many people who want to kill me. If all of their wishes were to come true, then this grandfather would have long died. And you, kid, still wish me death?" Zhao Hai moved and appeared in front of the person. Then he punched that person on the nose. The cultivator didn't expect that Zhao Hai would suddenly appear in front of him. His nose was now sore from being punched and he couldn't help but tear up. Zhao Hai didn't stop punching. Only after turning the other party into a pig head did he stop. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Kid, know your limitations. This grandfather doesn't want your life. But if you dare to annoy me again, I wouldn't let you off as easily." Then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai returned to his cave and then entered the space. Seeing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others couldn't help but laugh. These days, Zhao Hai has been acting like a mindless character, calling himself a grandfather and treating others like kids. It was completely in contrast with Zhao Hai's mild-mannered and cultured appearance. Looking at Laura and the others, Zhao Hai laughed as he said, "How is it? Did my acting improve?" Kair smiled and said, "If we didn't know you, we would have thought that you were always like that. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid the people of the Black Tiger are having a headache." What Kair said wasn't wrong. The Black Tiger Gang's people in charge of the camp were indeed having a headache. The one who was affected the most was Luo Ying. Luo Ying has stayed in the camp all this time. In the beginning, he felt that he was unlucky because Zhao Hai continued to stay inside his cave. But right after that, he no longer worried that Zhao Hai would cause trouble. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to act like that. He actually beat all cultivators he saw in the camp. Moreover, he didn't severely injure them nor kill them. Instead, he just beat them until their faces would look like a pig's, and these wounds couldn't be healed for many days. This caused Luo Ying to be dumbfounded. The others asked Luo Ying about Zhao Hai's background multiple times. They asked how he was so strong. Moreover, why does he beat people up instead of killing them? They couldn't help but be curious. Actually, Even Luo Ying didn't understand. He had a clear idea of what Zhao Hai was like back in the 10,000 realm battlefield due to the reports that he received. Zhao Hai has completely exterminated the Buddhist realm before Luo Ying brought him to the great world of cultivation. There was a reason why the great world of cultivation chooses people from the inferior realms who were at the severed soul stage or below. If these people were talented and admitted to the inner sect, then they would be allocated faith power. As it turns out, people below the immortal stage had an easier time absorbing faith power compared to those who reached the immortal stage. Right now, not a lot of people from the inferior realms were able to go beyond battle slaves and enter the sect. A majority of them die in the life and death arena. Also, in order to increase the intensity of the life and death arena, many people chose immortal experts to bring over. They have no intention of making these people become inner disciples of the sect. They just threw these immortal experts on the arena to fight. If they haven't died after 100 battles, then they would be thrown to the outer sect. Then they would find a chance to give these experts a life-ending mission to get rid of them. This was the reason why the envoy disdained Luo Ying for bringing a severed soul expert over. Currently, bringing immortal experts over to fight was becoming popular in the great world of cultivation. But this was still a gradual movement. The majority were still severed soul experts. That envoy was just looking for trouble with Luo Ying. Luo Ying now felt his head ache seeing Zhao Hai's behavior. He didn't understand what Zhao Hai's goal was. However, he still reported Zhao Hai's actions to the gang. As to how to deal with Zhao Hai, the gang will have to worry about it. Just as Luo Ying was thinking, a flash of white light appeared on the transmission formation. Luo Ying turned his head to see a person wearing yellow robes walking out. Luo Ying stared, but he immediately flew from his cave and welcomed the person. That person's yellow robes explained his status. This person was from the Hantiman Hall. However, this person's status wasn't very high, just a position above the envoy from before. This person was specially tasked to take battle slaves out of the camp. Luo Ying cupped his fist towards the person and said, Sky Tower 23's Luo Ying sees the receiving envoy. May I ask envoy for the purpose of your visit? The receiving envoy didn't behave outrageously. He also cupped his fist towards Luo Ying as he said, I have seen Brother Luo. I am Envoy Zhang Hao from the Hantiman Hall. This time, I was ordered to pick Zhao Hai up. The hall has heard that he has been making trouble in the battle slave camp, so I wanted to pick him up sooner. When Luo Ying saw this person, he already had a premonition that he came for Zhao Hai. Sure enough, he did. Luo Ying couldn't help but relax. To be honest, he didn't want Zhao Hai to cause too much ruckus in the battle slave camp. Luo Ying cupped his fist and said, then let me invite Envoy Zhang to come with me. After he said that, he flew with the envoy towards Zhao Hai's cave. Too soon arrived by Zhao Hai's cave. Luo Ying then said, Zhao Hai, come out, we have something to tell you. The defensive formation soon disappeared as Zhao Hai walked out. When Zhang Hao arrived, Zhao Hai had already come out of the space and prepared himself. Zhao Hai wanted to cause a ruckus so that he would leave the camp sooner. It seems like his plan has succeeded. The Black Tiger gang really sent someone over. When Zhao Hai walked out, he cupped his fist towards Luo Ying and said, I have seen Mr. Luo. Luo Ying nodded. Then he gestured towards Zhang Hao and said, this is the Hantiman Hall's receiving envoy Zhang Hao. Envoy Zhang is here to pick you up. You should go with him. Zhao Hai pretended to be surprised as he gave a salute and said, I have seen envoy Zhang. Zhang Hao nodded. Then he said, I heard that you have been restless in the battle camp. Come with me. I'll take you to a place where you can be truly restless. Then he turned around and flew towards the transmission formation plaza. Zhao Hai quickly followed behind. Before long the two arrived by the transmission formation. Luo Ying stood outside the formation as he looked at the two. Zhang Hao cupped his fist and said, Mr. Luo, we'll be leaving. Luo Ying returned the greeting and said, Envoy, have a safe trip. Zhang Hao proceeded to start the transmission formation. A flash of white light appeared as the two disappeared from the transmission formation. When Zhao Hai regained his vision, he was now in a small transmission formation plaza. There were only 5 transmission formations present in this place. It seems like a courtyard. Zhao Hai could feel people in the surrounding area. These people weren't that strong. Majority of them were at the Severed Soul stage. Chapter 1646. Double Shadow Mat. Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Hai and said, come with me. After that, the two walked into a courtyard. Upon walking in front of a door, Zhang Hao knocked twice and said, first senior brother, I brought him." A calm voice was soon heard from inside, "Come in." After that, Zhang Hao opened the door and brought Zhao Hai in. Upon entering the room, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This room was different compared to most rooms he saw before. While the rest of the rooms were very simple with only an empty room and a prayer mat, this room had several wooden shelves on the walls. There's also a large table in the center of the room. A person was sitting on the opposite side of the table. This cultivator wore yellow robes and held a jade slip in his hand. This cultivator was also quite strong. He was an immortal expert. Moreover, Zhao Hai can feel an extraordinary pressure coming from this person. This was a kind of pressure that he hadn't felt from either Prison Heart or Kongjian Buddhist. After Zhang Hao entered the room, he bowed towards the person and said, "First senior brother, this is Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai also gave the person a bow as he said, "Zhao Hai has seen Mr." The person looked up at Zhao Hai. When the person looked up, Zhao Hai discovered that he was a handsome man. He looked over 30 years old. He had a straight beard, red eyes, and phoenix brows. The person curiously examined Zhao Hai before saying, "Let's stop the ceremonies." "Zhao Hai, let me ask you, why did you keep causing trouble in the battle slave camp?" Zhao Hai didn't expect this person to be so direct. He thought for a moment before saying, replying to Mr. This one wants to leave the battle slave camp sooner. Zhao Hai decided to tell the truth. He knew that his actions would become obvious soon. Discerning people would be able to tell when they investigate, so Zhao Hai might as well tell the fact. Sure enough, the man laughed when he heard Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It's good to be daring. How are you sure that your plan will allow you to leave the battle slave camp early?" Zhao Hai replied, "I overheard something in the battle slave camp. They say that if you haven't fought 5 times in 3 months, then you will be in trouble. Because of this, I thought that causing trouble is encouraged. So I came up with this method." The man laughed louder when he heard Zhao Hai. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Good, you're very smart." Actually, there's no need to know this rule. Generally, most people in the battle slave camp would get into 5 fights in their first 3 months, then they would leave the camp and enter the life and death arena. But nobody ever thought about your method to leave the camp earlier. Good, I didn't expect someone as smart as you to come. Little Hao, have him take a rest. After 5 days, we'll arrange his first fight. Zhang Hao nodded before leading Zhao Hai out of the room. After leaving the room, Zhang Hao turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Let's go." "You're clever, but first senior brother knows everything. If you lied, first senior brother will know right away because of his ability. If that happens, you won't be let off. Since you told the truth, first senior brother became fond of you." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect to meet someone who could detect lies. However, Zhao Hai was sure that the other party wouldn't be able to read thoughts. He can only roughly feel what someone felt. Even so, that was still a very good ability. He could see if someone was lying. He would be aware if he was being deceived. He could then judge who was worth trusting. This first senior brother really had quite a unique ability or technique. Speaking of abilities, Zhao Hai was reminded of something. He had been busy with Dao techniques recently, so he forgot about the Divergent Realms abilities. Now that he had the chance, he can deal with them. The abilities that Zhao Hai thought about were the abilities that the people of the Divergent Realm possess. He wants the space to extract them and add them to his arsenal. Zhao Hai carefully monitored the Divergent Realm back when he was at the 10,000 Realm battlefield. During that time, he already marked individuals to be his targets. He made sure to choose those with abilities that would be useful to him. But because of his circumstances, he forgot about these people. Right now was the correct time to deal with them. Besides people from the Divergent Realm, Zhao Hai also had his eyes on the people from the Primal Chaos Realm. Zhao Hai wanted to acquire their method to connect their spatial items to the outside world. Now that he has the opportunity, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Zhao Hai believed that information about him following the Guardian of the Sky Tower would soon reach the Divergent Realm and the Primal Chaos Realm. If he made a move this time, nobody would suspect him. Although people in the 10,000 Realm battlefield knew that he had a teleportation ability, they didn't know that he could travel across realms. Back when he returned to the 100 Treasures Realm, he used the transmission formations. He also used transmission formations when he attacked the Buddhist realm and the lion race. This gave people an impression that he would need to use transmission formations to cross realms. Zhao Hai did this precisely because he didn't want people suspecting him once he decided to make his move. As Zhao Hai was thinking about these, he and Zhang Hao arrived in front of a door. Zhang Hao opened the door and said, "Go in. This will be your room. You can do whatever you want in this place, but I suggest that you cultivate properly to be in your best condition. Otherwise, you will be unprepared to face the life and death arena." Zhao Hai bowed and said, "Thanks, Mr. Zhang Hao nodded and then left. Zhao Hai proceeded to look at the room. It was a very small space at only 10 square meters. There was nothing else than a praying mat on the floor. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he entered the room and then gently closed the door. He found that there was a latch on the door. When he saw the latch, he couldn't help but stare for a while. Then he pulled it close. Upon pulling the latch, Zhao Hai discovered that it had a formation in it. This formation looked like a defensive formation. As long as the latch was pulled, the defensive formation would protect the room. Zhao Hai couldn't help but exclaim by the design. Despite the defensive formation, Zhao Hai didn't enter the space. He still knew a little about the great realm of cultivation. He didn't dare make any suspicious moves in this place. Fortunately, back in the battle slave camp, the caves were dug out by cultivators. The Black Tiger Gang wouldn't bother placing surveillance on those caves. This time, Zhao Hai was in the Black Tiger Gang's domain. If the Black Tiger Gang installed surveillance in his room and Zhao Hai made a suspicious action, then the space might be discovered. And this was something that Zhao Hai wouldn't dare risk. The reason Zhao Hai was so careful was because of the information he got with regards to the 10,000 realm battlefield. The battlefield was an inferior realm refined by a senior of the Black Tiger Gang. They have the ability to construct a realm, a subspace. If such an existence discovers the space, then it might spell trouble for Zhao Hai. After locking the door, Zhao Hai walked to the mat and then closed his eyes. It looked like he was cultivating, but in fact he was communicating with Care and the others. He was telling them to act on the plan they made to collect techniques and abilities. Laura and the others knew that Zhao Hai was planning to collect divergent abilities. Therefore, when Zhao Hai gave Care the signal, they immediately knew what to do. The divergent realm cultivators they chose were neither strong nor weak. Their abilities also weren't necessarily strong, but they were useful for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai and the others planned to use Prison Heart and Kongjian Buddhist to deal with those cultivators. They believed that nobody in the divergent realm would be able to stop the two. As long as they wiped their traces afterwards, nobody would find out who did it. The 10,000 realm battlefield and the Black Tiger group didn't know that Zhao Hai's plan to collect divergent abilities had begun. In several days, several cultivators went missing. The divergent realm didn't know that these people disappeared. This was because cultivators would often go out for days or even months at a time. Only when they failed to return in 1 or 2 years would they be considered missing. In this way, Zhao Hai gained more than a dozen different abilities. Most of these abilities were auxiliary. He preferred abilities like mind reading or eyesight improvement over abilities that increased his attack or defense. To him, these offensive and defensive abilities were not very useful. They would only give him a small boost that would be too tiresome to use. As for the cultivators from the primal chaos realm, Zhao Hai gained the ability to connect his space and the outside world. With this method in hand, Zhao Hai's capabilities increased once more. This ability was the most useful to Zhao Hai's artifacts. This allowed his yin-yang lightning bonds to be larger. The larger lightning bonds, the more energy it could supply to the artifacts, and the greater the energy on the artifacts, the stronger their attack. Zhao Hai's flying swords weren't as offensively powerful as the Hell King's ship. However, what if there was a yin-yang lightning pond placed in a subspace that provided energy to liquid silver? The energy provided by the lightning pond would be the same as the Hell King's ship. What kind of concept would that be? This was equal to focusing the offense of the Hell King's ship to a tip of a sword. The increase in attack would be exponential. Zhao Hai wanted this ability before, but he didn't have the time to acquire it. Now he finally got what he desired. It can be said that the divergent abilities and the spatial tunnel technique were the last things that Zhao Hai needed in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Now, nothing from the 10,000 realm battlefield could attract Zhao Hai. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai had digested the divergent abilities and the spatial technique. But looking from the outside, Zhao Hai hasn't moved an inch. Actually, just like what Zhao Hai guessed, in the room where Zhao Hai and the others lived, surveillance items had been installed. The monitoring items were actually the mats in the room. In the great realm of cultivation, these mats were very famous. They were called the double shadow mats. Double shadow mats looked no different than ordinary mats. However, these double shadow mats were quite special. Weaving these mats didn't require expensive materials. After all, if the mats were of very high quality, people would suspect. The mats were also made out of ordinary materials, but in the inner layers of the mat, a double shadow formation was interweaved. This way, the mat can serve as a double shadow. Double shadow mats were generally paired with another device such as a jade slip or a jade box, as long as the other device contained the identical version of the double shadow formation. The two would be paired. Back when Zhao Hai entered the Handyman Hall senior disciple's room, he noticed that there were a lot of strange things on the shelves. These items were mineral ores and boxes full of jade. Actually, these items corresponded to a double shadow mat in the rooms. The senior disciple can use these items to monitor each room through the double shadow mats. The senior disciple also monitored Zhao Hai from time to time. From the senior disciple's experience, people like Zhao Hai couldn't feel at ease inside a room for a long time. They would either go out or do something inside their room. Additionally, the defensive formation in the room would make people feel at ease. Because of this, the senior disciple was able to discover a lot of secrets regarding each battle slave, which provided useful to controlling them. However, when monitoring Zhao Hai, the senior disciple was somewhat disappointed. This was because Zhao Hai just sat down and cultivated. He didn't make a single move. This caused the senior disciple to be puzzled. Zhao Hai was a smart person. The senior disciple got this idea when he spoke to him. For a smart person like Zhao Hai to just stay still in an unfamiliar place was somewhat unjustified. This wasn't something a clever person would do. Does Zhao Hai know that he was being watched? That's impossible. Chapter 1647. The people observing. The senior disciple doesn't know why Zhao Hai was motionless, but he didn't have the time to investigate Zhao Hai. Perhaps Zhao Hai has been enlightened, which explains his lack of action. Zhang Hao arrived outside Zhao Hai's room early on the 6th morning. After knocking on the door, he said, "Zhao Hai, are you prepared to go?" The door opened soon after and Zhao Hai walked out. He gave Zhang Hao a bow and said, "I've seen Mr. Zhang. I'm ready." Zhang Hao looked like Zhao Hai and said, "All right, let's go." Then he turned around and walked back. Zhao Hai hastily followed behind him. Although he hadn't left his room in the past 5 days, he was aware of the surrounding situation through the space. The courtyard was placed on the top of a huge active volcano. There was a crater in the middle that was nearly 10,000 meters across. Below the crater was a bubbling pool of lava. The crater was also protected by a huge defensive shield. The defensive shield was very special. It wasn't like the defensive shields that Zhao Hai saw before where the shield was like a shell that covered from the top. On the other hand, the defensive shield of the volcano was like a tube that extended upwards. Since the bottom was filled with lava, there was no way to enter from there. As for flying from the top, it almost looked impossible. On the foot of the volcano was a group of houses. These houses weren't very big, but there were a lot of them. Most of them were built like courtyards. These courtyards weren't built randomly. Each courtyard were filled with battle slaves. The number of battle slaves in the volcano reached hundreds of thousands. These battle slaves were honestly staying inside their rooms and didn't run over everywhere. In each courtyard were 1 or 2 people from the great realm of cultivator who took charge. Each of these people were powerful experts. Zhao Hai also noticed that the entire surroundings began to move when he went out of his room. Large numbers of battle slaves and managers gathered in the crater. Zhao Hai and Zhang Hao were also heading in the same direction. When Zhao Hai and the others gathered in the crater, Zhao Hai felt a violent energy fluctuation coming from the distance. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw huge black spots flying over. As the black spots got bigger and bigger, Zhao Hai's jaw almost dropped in surprise. These black spots turned out to be large artifacts. Some of the large artifacts were tower-shaped, some were ship-shaped, some were carriages, and some were large beasts. Zhao Hai didn't expect to see beast forms in large artifacts. One of these large beasts were in the form of a tiger. The tiger was very huge, not any smaller compared to the Hell King's ship. There were 2 translucent blood-colored crystals as its eyes. Its limbs were very flexible and its tail even swayed with its movements. It looked like a real living tiger. There was also a large artifact that looked like a huge skull. It looked very menacing. Regardless of their shape, Zhao Hai was sure that these were all large artifacts, and they were very powerful large artifacts. Zhao Hai stared at these large artifacts. He didn't expect the great realm of cultivation to have these many types of large artifacts. It truly was a place that couldn't be looked down on. Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Hai's expression and said, "Don't look. These large artifacts contain people from powerful sects. They all came to see the battle. Do you see the crater? That will be the stage for your battles. Those who fall into the lava will directly be burned into ash." Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Hao, who was pointing towards the crater. Then he said, "How could that be? Anyone in the severed soul stage, even the weakest ones, would have formidable bodies. Lava wouldn't be able to easily damage their bodies." Zhang Hao sneered and said, "Don't underestimate that lava. It's quite special. Even immortal experts specializing in body cultivation would be turned into ash if they were to fall into the crater." Zhao Hai nodded. Although the lava looked ordinary, his instincts told him that it wasn't as it seemed to be. The lava in this crater was formidable. This only meant that there was something special underneath the crater. If that was the case, then he should take some of it to the space if given the chance. Before long, large artifacts surrounded the volcano. Nobody came out of these large artifacts. It was clear that they had no intention of going out. At this time, a fat person's shadow was seen. This person stepped on a big jade disc. The jade disc was 2 meters across and bowed outwards. The fat man looked around him before making an announcement. "Welcome to the Blazing Island Life and Death Arena. As before, we've arranged 10 battles for everyone." The 2 sides were selected from a multitude of realms. The pairs will be decided by lottery. The fat man's voice dominated the surroundings. Naturally, everyone knew what the fat man was about to say. The words were merely ceremonial. The people didn't care about it at all. The fat man was naturally aware of this, but he didn't care as he continued. "If nobody has any problems, then the lottery will begin. I ask the 20 representatives to come forward." After the fat man said that, 20 people left the crowd and flew towards the crater. The fatty took out 20 jade tokens and showed it to the audience. Then he placed the jade tokens on a jar in front of everyone. Zhao Hai saw that nobody said anything and knew that the jar and the jade tokens could isolate spiritual force. Otherwise, nobody would accept the method of lottery. The Black Tiger Gang's representative was naturally Zhang Hao. Together with Zhang Hao were people from different sects. After the fat man placed the jade tokens inside the jar, he shook it gently and presented it to the representatives as he said, "Everyone, you already know the process. Take 1 jade token each. Number 1 will go against number 20, number 2 will go against number 19, and so on." The representatives each took out a token. The fat man nodded and said, "First battle, 3 Sages sect versus the Black Tortoise sect. Both participants enter the stage." Then the fat man took the tokens as the representatives went back. The fat man remained and said, "The warrior sent by the 3 Sages sect already has 10 consecutive victories. He's nicknamed the Gold General. The man has a huge build and amazing defenses. He's a pure physical cultivator. He doesn't use any weapons but wears high-level defensive armor. There's no way for ordinary weapons to break this armor. He is already a star warrior of our Blazing Island Life and Death Arena." The fat man paused for a moment before he continued. "On the other hand, although the Black Tortoise sect's warrior only has 5 victories, his strength is still very formidable. He's a sword cultivator that practices the supple water sword. He can destroy even the hardest defenses. In his previous 5 battles, he used less than 100 moves to demolish his opponents. He's a rising star of our Blazing Island Life and Death Arena." After making the introductions, the fat man concluded, "Both warriors, enter." As the fat man's voice dropped, 2 shadows appeared on the crater. On the left of the fat man was a man 2 meters high. He wore plate armor and looked like a huge metallic being. His form was quite grand and he looked as firm as a mountain. He still hadn't worn his helmet, so everyone could see his face. The huge man looked aggressive. He was bald and his face was copper-colored. It looked like he had been painted with copper paint. On the fat man's right was a person who was clearly a sword cultivator. He had a sword on his back and he wore white clothing. He looked about 20 years old and had no blemishes on his face. His eyebrows slanted upwards and he had tiger-like eyes. He looked quite dashing. If he were back on Earth, he would be in the poster image of a cultivation game. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the 2. He knew that only one of the 2 would survive today. If they were back in the 10,000 realm battlefield, they might be apex experts of high-grade realms. But in here, they were only battle slaves. At this time, the fat man loudly said, "Friends, I hope the 2 warriors will give us a good performance." After he finished speaking, the fat man looked at the 2 and sighed. "There are no rules. As long as you kill the opposite party, you will live on. It doesn't matter what method you use. As long as 2 people are alive, the barrier will not collapse." Then the fat man moved and went out of the stage. As soon as the fat man flew out, The armored man immediately put on his helmet. He turned towards the sword cultivator and then raised his fists. He was ready to begin the battle at any time. At the same time, the sword cultivator activated his sword technique as he took out his flying sword. Hai's flying sword swam by his side like a fish. Unexpectedly, he had a soft sword. Chapter 1648, each with their own tricks. The two sides stared at each other. None wanted to make the first move. Although they haven't fought before, it was clear that both fighters were cautious towards the other. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that besides the participants and the sect representatives, the other battle slaves also came in order to watch the fights. Because of this, Zhao Hai understood why the two on the stage were so wary of each other. They had seen each other's fights before. Zhang Hao looked at the stage and then turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Observe the two. One of them might be your opponent in the future. Of course you'll have to survive today." At this time, the two could no longer wait. The first to attack was the sword cultivator. He waved his hand as his soft sword slithered like a snake towards the giant man. The soft sword looked like it was stabbing straight towards the giant man. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the sword's path wasn't straight. Instead it was in a slight curve. The tail of the sword swung like a fish's tail, but this movement was so slight that ordinary people wouldn't be able to notice it. Naturally, this wasn't caused by the softness of the sword, but instead because of the way the sword technique worked. If the giant man dared to attack this sword, then the sword could dodge by swinging its tail like a fish. The giant man naturally noticed this slight movement, and his response was also special. It went along his body cultivation method. He just stood there motionless as his eyes were fixed into the sword. The sword appeared in front of the giant man in a blink of an eye. The giant man waved his hand and used his arm guard to meet the sword. Then the giant man took a step forward that propelled him 100 meters towards the front of the sword cultivator. At the same time, he punched the sword cultivator's chest. The rabbit leapt when the eagle swept in. The giant man's fist visibly went through the sword cultivator's chest. Strangely, the sword cultivator didn't have any pained expression nor was there any blood. Then the sword cultivator's body slowly disappeared. The giant man stared and then his expression changed. He immediately punched behind him and a dang sound was heard. The giant man's body quickly retreated. The sword cultivator's sword was also driven back. As it turns out, the sword cultivator used his fast movement to escape the giant man's punch. Because he retreated too fast, an afterimage was left behind. The figure that the giant man punched was merely an illusion. At the same time, the giant man was surprised at the sword cultivator, and the sword cultivator's sword caused him to feel bitter. If it weren't for his quick reaction to punch behind him, if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. Although he wasn't injured, a minor wound was unavoidable. The other party struck with his full strength, which the giant man met with his fist. The meridians in the giant man's arm have been damaged. It could no longer be used to fight. Even if he won this time, he would have to recuperate for a long time once he goes back. The giant man fell back for about 500 meters. The sword cultivator was currently smiling. He knew that he had crippled the giant man's right arm. It was equal to having his strength. The two were initially equal, but now that the giant man has been injured, the sword cultivator was more likely to win. It wasn't only the sword cultivator who thought of this. Those who observed the battle thought so as well. Their expressions couldn't help but change. Zhao Hai saw this and couldn't help but feel strange. Even if the giant man lost, it would have no relationship with these people. So why did the expressions of the other battle slaves change? But before Zhao Hai could think about it more, the sword cultivator attacked the giant man once more. With his right arm out of commission, the giant man could only use his left arm to resist. It must be recognized that his armor was really good. The attacks of the sword cultivator only left sword marks on the giant man's arm guards. His arm wasn't hurt at all. Everyone in the volcano could see that the giant man was losing. The only question was when he'll lose. There's only one person who thought otherwise, and that was Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai could see that although the giant man was losing, his mindset wasn't panicking. He was strictly focusing on defense. Although the sword cultivator was aggressively attacking, it was useless against him. This only explains one thing. The giant man still has cards left to play. Only when he has something to hold on would the giant man be this calm even if he was at a disadvantage. He was confident that once his cards were revealed, he could turn defeat into a victory. Zhao Hai was interested in this card. He wanted to see what gave the giant man so much confidence. Besides Zhao Hai, perhaps only the people on the large artifacts could see something. Naturally, It was impossible for these people to say anything. There was simply no need to do so. They simply don't care about the people fighting on the stage. The giant man was an experienced warrior. He knew clearly that he would eventually be found out if the battle went on for too long. When that happens, he wouldn't have an opportunity to make a move. Because of this, after fending off dozens of attacks from the sword cultivator, the giant man presented an opening. The sword cultivator was so focused on his attacks that he didn't notice that the giant man was intentionally making an opening. He thought that the giant man could no longer hold on. He immediately swung his sword and attacked the opening. He used all of his strength in this attack. He targeted the most important part of the giant man, his chest. At this time, the giant man's body shook. The target of the sword has been shifted to the giant man's right arm. Naturally, the defenses of the giant man's right hand was still quite good, so the sword of the sword cultivator was stuck in it. As the sword cultivator tried to take back his sword with a smug look, the giant man suddenly grabbed the sword with his left arm. Because of this sword, the giant man's wound became much worse. More blood spurted out, but the giant man stubbornly grasped the sword. The sword cultivator couldn't help but stare for a moment before a disdainful expression appeared on his face. In his mind, the giant man was putting up his last struggles. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a malevolent aura behind him. Before the sword cultivator could respond, a mace hit his head. The sword cultivator's head was smashed like a rotten tomato. His entire head vanished in place. Then his body swayed before falling into the lava pond and turning into ash. The giant man looked downward and then coldly snorted. Then he took out the flying sword and stored it in his own spatial item. Then he waved his hand and received the giant mace. The mace was more than 3 meters long. Its hammer was filled with wolf teeth like barbs. The body was black and shiny with its thickest part as thick as a small bucket. Its thickness was just right to be used as a weapon. Everyone can see that this was a very heavy weapon, something used by people with strong bodies. Nobody dared to underestimate the mace. Although it looked bulky, it was very swift when it circled around and attacked the sword cultivator from behind. The whole process showed the agility of the weapon. All of these showed that this wasn't an ordinary heavy weapon, and if this weapon was in the giant man's hand, one could see how his overall strength would be improved. People now knew that the giant man wasn't going all out in his previous battles. It seems like the giant man's future opponents would need to take the mace into account when evaluating the giant man's strength. After the giant man received his mace, he glanced at the people around him and then snorted. He then flew out of the crater. Zhao Hai also noticed that the giant man seemed to glance at one of the large artifacts before leaving. This glance was very small, but even if Zhao Hai didn't notice, Kair would remind him later on. It seems like the giant man set his goal on those in the large artifacts. He either wanted to join them or had hatred towards one of the disciples. But this doesn't matter to Zhao Hai. After the giant man left, the fat man walked out and stood on his jade disc. When he reached the center, he loudly said, "Congratulations to Gold General for his victory." Gold General's wins now amounts to 11. The next battle will be between number 2 and number 19. Number 2 is from the Spirit Snake Gang. He's given the name Spirit Wind. Spirit Wind has a divergent ability that allows him to move as though he has no bones. He also studies a body cultivation method which makes his strength extraordinary. He already won 8 battles in a row. On the other side is number 19. He is also a divergent ability user. Number 19's ability is the fire attribute. He can release flames and cover his body with fire. It can be said that Blazing Island Life and Death Arena is his home ground. He already won 4 fights in a row. He is called Thunderfire. 2 warriors, please get on stage. As the fat man's voice fell, 2 people entered the crater. The person on the left of the fat man was very thin. His whole figure looked like a skeleton. His eyes were very cold and his face had shrunk to the point of sticking to his skull. This made his eyes bigger and its cold gaze more effective. He didn't look like a person at all. He looked more like a human-shaped snake. On the right of the fat man was a dwarf. This dwarf was quite strange. He had red hair which included his eyebrows and beard. His skin was also crimson in color. He looked like a red battle puppet. Chapter 1649. Winning with ease. Zhao Hai calmly observed the 2 people on stage. He didn't expect 2 divergent ability users to face each other in the arena. Moreover, Their abilities were quite good. It looks like the great world of cultivation was growing warriors and they would pick the best ones of the batch. As soon as the others heard that 2 divergent ability users were going to fight, they became excited. It should be known that divergent abilities were still very rare in the great realm of cultivation. Now that there were 2 fighting against each other, they couldn't help but be interested. The 2 naturally didn't expect to face each other. They knew about each other's fighting style. Spirit Twin's expression wasn't attractive. To be honest, nobody was happy to fight Thunderfire in the blazing fire life and death arena. This was because Thunderfire can cover his entire body with flames, and since the blazing fire life and death arena was full of fire attribute chi, his strength would be greatly amplified. Those who faced him would be more likely to suffer a loss, but nobody could do anything about this. The great realm of cultivation has a lot of life and death arena. Who fights who and where were all decided by lottery. For example, the reason why the residences in the blazing fire life and death arena were so simple was because these residences weren't permanent. After fighting in the blazing fire life and death arena, they would then draw lots to decide where the next battle would happen. Then they would use a transmission formation to go to another life and death arena. Therefore, whether you fight with an advantage or not all depends on luck. Naturally, Spirit Wind was unlucky this time. He would actually fight against Thunderfire in the blazing fire life and death arena. Before the battle began, he was already in a disadvantageous position. After the fat man left the stage, Spirit Wind immediately coiled his body like a snake before chagrin towards Thunderfire. It was clear that Spirit Wind didn't want Thunderfire to get close to the lava below. Otherwise, it would make Thunderfire's advantage even stronger. Naturally, Thunderfire saw through Spirit Wind's plan. He waved his hand and sent a fire attack towards Spirit Wind. As soon as he sent his attack, he immediately went straight for the lava. Spirit Wind twisted his body midair in order to dodge Thunderfire's attack. At this time, he was already close to Thunderfire. Thunderfire also made a move. His entire body turned into fire. The intensity of the flames continued to increase before the surroundings turned into a literal sea of fire. Thunderfire's being was completely integrated within all these flames. Zhao Hai was watching the 2 divergent ability users. Seeing them fight, he couldn't help but smile. The 2 might be good among the severed soul experts. In Zhao Hai's eyes, their excellence only existed in the severed soul stage. As for the higher levels, they wouldn't have any impact at all. The 2 fought for 1 hour before Thunderfire grinded Spirit Wind down using his environmental advantage. In the end, Spirit Wind fell to the flames and was reduced into ash. Zhao Hai felt even more curious about the lava. It must be known that Spirit Wind was a divergent ability user and also a body cultivator. His body was very tough. Even if he died, common flames wouldn't be able to burn him, but the lava below actually turned him into ash almost immediately. If he was told that there's nothing special about the lava, then Zhao Hai certainly wouldn't believe it. This blazing fire mountain has something special with it, and Zhao Hai wanted to know what it is. At this time, the fat man appeared on the stage once more. Then he announced, "That fight was splendid. I ask the next pair of warriors to enter the stage." The first warrior is from the Golden Mountain sect. He has already won 20 battles. Being a body cultivator, he has infinite strength as well as great defense. Most importantly, he's very agile. Almost all of his opponents have been torn to pieces by his very hands. Just as the fat man finished his introduction, a figure appeared on the stage. He exuded an aura that gave out pressure to everyone. The person was 2.5 meters tall. He looked like a hill of muscle. Most importantly, he didn't wear any protective equipment. He only had pants on. His bare upper body revealed a well-shaped chest. But this man's face was ugly. If he was drawn into a picture, people might assume that he's an evil spirit. At this time, Zhang Hao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "This is the treatment of having 20 wins. You can enter the stage first. This will be your first opponent. For him to be your opponent, I don't know if you're lucky or not." Right after Zhang Hao said that, the fat man continued, "On the other side is actually a rookie. His name is Zhao Hai and he's sent by the Black Tiger Gang. I heard that he is quite strong. Let's hope that he can cause waves in our life and death arena. Zhao Hai, please come to the stage." Zhao Hai flew towards the stage after the fat man's announcement. As he was going forward, people began shuffling their bets around. This betting began before the first battle. As long as the person they bet on wins, then they would get rewards corresponding to the odds. This was also one of the reasons why people had ugly expressions when the giant man lost. Zhang Hao told Zhao Hai that besides managing battle slaves, The managers were also responsible for giving rewards to the battle slaves. They could also take charge of the bets the battle slaves make. After a battle slave's first victory, they would gain certain rewards. Naturally, there was no need to give rewards to the losers since they would be dead. Battle slaves could do many things with these rewards, such as asking the sect to upgrade their artifacts or defensive equipment. They could also ask the sect to heal them. And before every battle slaves can use their rewards to bet on other players or even bet on themselves. The manager of these battles were Zhang Hao's senior brother from before. Because Zhao Hai was a rookie, the senior brother only asked him to familiarize himself with the rules of the life and death arena. He didn't ask him about betting. He didn't care much about betting as he looked at the people around him. The warrior from the Golden Mountain sect was glaring at him rudely. Zhao Hai's expression aroused the interest of the fat man. The fat man saw a lot of rookies getting angry at being glared at. They were either arrogant, unwilling, or humiliated. These expressions didn't exist in Zhao Hai. He hadn't seen anyone like Zhao Hai who looked like he was strolling around. The fat man looked at the two and said, "You know the rules. No matter what method you use, as long as you're the last one alive, you win. Begin." Then he proceeded to depart from the stage. Zhao Hai's opponent didn't attack immediately. He had a haughty expression as he looked down at Zhao Hai. Then he disdainfully taunted him, "Kid, you really have bad luck to run into me in your first fight. I will rip you to pieces." Zhao Hai just smiled at his opponent and said, "There were a lot of people who wanted to rip me to pieces, yet here I am." The huge man coldly snorted and said, "Courting death." Then he charged forward and grabbed Zhao Hai's shoulders. Everyone didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be caught this easily. Once you're captured by a body cultivator, what would happen next? Even if they closed their eyes, they could imagine what would happen next. The huge man also stared. He was sure that Zhao Hai would make a move when he charged forward. However, Zhao Hai just stood in place without doing anything. This caused him to feel strange. But due to instinct, upon grasping Zhao Hai's shoulders, he immediately locked Zhao Hai's meridians using his spiritual chi. After sealing Zhao Hai's shoulder meridians, he pressed hard and tried to tear Zhao Hai in half. But after meeting resistance, the huge man exerted more spiritual chi in order to increase his strength. Zhao Hai just looked at the huge man and smiled. Then the huge man felt a strong force coming for him. He quickly let go of Zhao Hai. While the huge man was stunned, Zhao Hai kicked him in the stomach. Although the kick didn't do much damage, it threw him back 100 meters. Everyone couldn't help but stare. They all looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't have any characteristics of a body cultivator. Nevertheless, his body was extremely tough. What was happening? The huge man stopped and looked at Zhao Hai in shock. Zhao Hai looked back at his opponent and said, "Mister, do you want to give it another try?" The huge man coldly snorted as he extended his arms and made a tiger's claw with his fingers. He looked at Zhao Hai with fierce eyes as though he's a predator waiting to pounce on his prey. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and slowly lifted his right hand. Then he extended his thumb and middle finger. After a snap of his finger, a breeze of wind was heard before the huge man's throat spouted a stream of blood. The huge man's eyes went round as he covered his throat. However, there was no way for him to stop the blood from flowing out. In the end, he pointed towards Zhao Hai and tried to say something. In the end, he lost his strength as his eyes lost its shine. Then his body fell back and began falling down. At this moment, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a black gas wrapped the huge man's body. Then both the huge man's body and the black gas disappeared. Nobody's corpse fell into the lava below. Zhao Hai didn't make any other move as his body flashed and appeared beside Zhang Hao. Zhao Hai moved so fast that he had already returned to Zhang Hao's side before everyone could make sense of what happened. Everyone's eyes turned to Zhao Hai calmly standing in place. As though he was the only man present, Zhao Hai just stayed in place. He treated them as though these people didn't exist. At this time, the fat man finally responded. He appeared on the stage as he looked at Zhao Hai and announced, "Such a splendid battle. Although it's very short, Zhao Hai showed overwhelming advantage. Congratulations to Zhao Hai and those who bet on his victory." Although the fat man said so, There weren't a lot of people who were happy. This was because most bet on Zhao Hai's loss. Even the Black Tiger gang suffered a loss. Nobody expected Zhao Hai to win so easily. It was as if the huge man was playing with a toy in front of an adult. He was completely at Zhao Hai's palm. Zhang Hao also gave Zhao Hai a strange look. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so strong. No wonder Luo Ying made a personal recommendation for him. He knew how strong Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai didn't mind the attention as he continued looking at the stage. Although there were still 7 battles left, people were already beginning to lose interest. Zhao Hai's performance left quite a huge impact. He simply wasn't on a completely different level compared to his opponent. This didn't mean that the warrior from the Golden Mountain sect was weak. To win 20 battles in the life and death arena, his strength had already been proven. In fact, in the eyes of the fat man and the others, he was one of those who could possibly reach 100 wins. But such a person actually couldn't do anything against Zhao Hai. Moreover, he was taken care of in a couple of moves. This can only explain one thing. Zhao Hai was much stronger than the warrior from the Golden Mountain strength, and the gap was very huge. None of those present were ignorant. They could see that Zhao Hai didn't display all of his strength. In other words, Zhao Hai was holding back, yet he completely dominated his opponent. Before long, the 10 battles ended. Zhang Hao led Zhao Hai back to the senior disciples' room. Although Zhao Hai followed Zhang Hao the whole way, the two didn't exchange any words. Also, almost everyone was looking at Zhao Hai. After arriving at the senior disciples' room, the senior disciple looked at the two before saying, "I didn't expect little Hai to be so strong." Good, good, you've brought honor to the Black Tiger gang. This is your reward." After he said that, the senior disciple threw a jade bottle at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the jade bottle as he gave a bow and said, "Thank you, sir." The senior disciple waved his hand and said, "Don't call me sir, just call me senior brother Zhang. My given name is Zhang Feng. People in the Black Tiger gang call me senior brother Zhang. You can call me the same way." Zhao Hai gave a salute and said, "Thank you, senior brother Zhang." At the same time, he noticed Zhang Hao looking at him in shock. Chapter 1650, Showing His Ability. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that Zhang Feng wasn't a simple character. He was an inner disciple of one of the 6 upper central halls of the Black Tiger gang, the service hall. Although he wasn't a core disciple, his status in the Black Tiger gang wasn't low. It must be known that battle slaves bring a lot of benefits to the Black Tiger gang. This meant that those who manage them would be one of the trusted people of the sect. In fact, Zhang Feng wasn't worse than a core disciple. He was the pinnacle inner disciple of the sect. He was even stronger than most core disciples. The reason he didn't become a core disciple was because he didn't want to let go of his status as the number 1 inner disciple. Because of his strength, the Black Tiger gang made him assume the position of manager for the sect's battle slaves. With his position, his words were equal to the words of the Black Tiger gang when it came to the battle slaves. There was also another reason for this. He was being transferred because Zhang Feng wasn't on good terms with the sect's top 10 core disciples. This was also the reason why Zhang Feng didn't become a core disciple. In the Black Tiger gang, there were a lot of people who wanted to call him senior brother Zhang, but very few were qualified to do so. Zhang Hao was just an outer disciple of the Black Tiger gang. It stands to reason that he can call Zhang Feng senior brother Zhang. However, Zhang Hao only addressed Zhang Hao as first senior brother. Zhang Hao didn't dare call Zhang Feng senior brother Zhang. Now that Zhang Feng instructed Zhao Hai to call him senior brother Zhang, it was natural for Zhang Hao to be surprised. He could see how much Zhang Feng appreciated Zhao Hai by this gesture. Hearing Zhao Hai comply with his instruction, Zhang Feng laughed. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, go take a rest. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll make sure to help you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This younger brother has something to ask senior brother Zhang. I don't know if that's fine." Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but be more curious. During these moments, most battle slaves would be filled with indignation. This was because these battle slaves were masters in their respective realms. Upon arriving in the great realm of cultivation, they suddenly became slaves. For this reason, these battle slaves would be shown the world. Only after these would these people be filled with awe. However, Zhao Hai was different. He wasn't indignant at all, nor was he awed by what was in front of him, and the respect he gave to Zhang Feng as a senior disciple wasn't excessive. This caused Zhang Feng to be more curious about Zhao Hai. So when he heard that Zhao Hai had something to ask him, he replied, "Oh, tell me." Zhao Hai lifted the jade bottle in his hand and said, I don't need what's in this bottle. If possible, I'd want to trade it for medicinal herbs or unique ores. I don't know if senior brother can do that. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask, why do you want these things? Are they useful? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I like to research new things. Back in the lower realms, I was also a refining master and crafting master. This is due to my recycling and synthesis ability. Zhang Feng asked, recycling and synthesis? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, recycling and synthesis. I can recycle materials from artifacts and pills. Naturally, even if the artifacts and pills were scrap, I can still recycle them into useful materials. Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng's eyes couldn't help but shine. He turned his head to Zhang Hao and waved his hand. Zhang Hao gave Zhang Feng a salute before leaving. He gave Zhao Hai a look of envy before going out. Although Zhang Hao was an unimportant person in the Black Tiger gang, he was privy to the struggles of the sex geniuses. These battles didn't only include strength, but also the power they possessed. Besides ordinary disciples under them, this power also involved special talents, like alchemy and refining. These were people that geniuses attach great importance to. Great alchemists can increase the yield of a medicinal pill batch. It was said that the path of cultivation was paved with pills. The amount and quality of pills they use matters a lot to a cultivator. Geniuses like Zhang Feng who fought for influence in the Black Tiger gang were well acquainted with powerful alchemists and refiners. Once they ensnare one of these talents, then they would be able to command over a lot of cultivators. This was because cultivators would always need artifacts and pills. From what Zhang Hao could understand, Zhao Hai's ability to recycle was very important. If Zhao Hai can really change waste materials into useful resources, then this means that there would be no waste pills in the long run. In the great world of cultivation, heavenly materials were very precious. If these materials could be recycled over and over, then it would be a game changer for all cultivators. Naturally, this overall improvement was impossible. Not to mention whether Zhao Hai agrees to help everyone. Even if he did, Zhang Feng certainly wouldn't. And even if Zhang Feng agreed, the Black Tiger wouldn't. The Black Tiger gang knew clearly how important this ability was for pills and artifacts. But Zhang Hao believes that he wouldn't hand Zhao Hai over to the gang. Instead he would keep Zhao Hai by his side, becoming a key person in his hand. If Zhang Hao thought of this, then Zhang Feng certainly did as well. He was very excited. He had been pressured by the top 10 core disciples, making him unable to join the ranks of core disciples. This was equal to depriving him of all the top opportunities of the sect. How could Zhang Feng just give up like this? Therefore, he was depending on his position as the top inner sect disciple to maintain his power. He can take control over the sect's inner disciples. Not all inner disciples can become a core disciple. As long as he wins these people over with his status, Zhang Feng's influence couldn't be underestimated. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, your ability is very useful. Can you demonstrate it for me? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right. Zhao Hai turned over the jade bottle in his hand and poured the pills outside. Then with a flash of white light, the pills turned into small bits of herbs in his hand. The bottle of pills that Zhang Feng gave Zhao Hai wasn't anything good. In the great realm of cultivation, these were one of the most common pills. Therefore, Zhang Feng was familiar with the materials used to make the pills. He looked at the herbs in Zhao Hai's hands and saw that everything was correct. There was nothing less. Even the minuscule parts were recycled. Zhang Feng's heart jumped. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, and can you synthesize it? Zhao Han's hand flashed white light once more as a medicinal pill appeared. The medicinal pill was the size of a longan. The longan-sized pill wasn't different in color nor size of the original pill. Zhang Heng took a close look at the pill in Zhao Hai's hand. Finally, he placed it back down with a satisfied expression. Zhang Feng waved his hand and took out an artifact. This artifact was disc-shaped and was damaged in some parts. If it was used, its capabilities would be greatly reduced. But one could see that Zhang Feng was quite fond of this artifact. He even delicately held it when he took it out. Zhang Feng handed the artifact to Zhao Hai and said, this is an artifact that has been damaged. Can you recycle it into useful materials? It would be best if you can fix it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there should be no problem. He took the disc-shaped artifact and held it in his hand. A white light covered the artifact for some time. When the white light vanished, A completely new disc appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. There were no damages to be seen, but the process caused Zhao Hai to look exhausted. Zhang Feng was attracted to the disc in Zhao Hai's hands. He gently received the disc and took a close look. Then he injected some spiritual qi in it. Right after he did that, mysterious runes appeared on the disc. Zhang Feng's expression lit up. This disc is called the Star Formation Disc. It's a disc for a great formation. Because the disc was damaged, the entire formation could exert a fraction of its capabilities. Zhang Feng took out the disc to see if Zhao Hai could really fix it. Although this disc can only be used once and wouldn't last long, at the very least he could prove something with it. Actually, Zhang Feng didn't expect that Zhao Hai would actually fix the formation disc. As he played with the formation disc, Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and discovered that he looked tired. He immediately asked, "Little Hai, are you tired? Go take a rest. From now on, you no longer need to fight. I think we should hasten your process of becoming an outer disciple." Zhao Hai knew that Zhang Feng was winning him over. He didn't decline, but he hid his real condition as he said, "Thank you, senior brother Zhang." Zhang Feng patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Go take a good rest. I will arrange your matters as soon as possible." Zhao Hai gave Zhang Feng a bow before turning around and leaving. But then, Zhang Feng took out a jade slip and handed it to Zhao Hai, saying, "Little Hai, take this. Inside is information regarding the great world of cultivation." Zhao Hai received the jade slip. Then after giving another salute to Zhang Feng, he turned around and left.